Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner of bedtime tales. We hope you've had a wonderful day and are ready to unwind. Relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, and as you settle in, get ready for comforting stories that will gently guide you to a peaceful night's sleep. We're so glad you're here with us tonight. Where are you watching from? Let's embrace the warmth of relaxation and drift into cozy dreams together. Story 1. In the heart of a cozy little village, nestled among rolling, verdant hills, where the air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of wildflowers and the distant murmur of a trickling brook, there lived a young girl named Lily. The village itself was a patchwork of charming cottages, each adorned with colorful shutters and surrounded by gardens brimming with blooms that danced with the whispering breeze. The cobblestone streets wound like lazy rivers through the village, leading to the central square where an ancient fountain gurgled happily, its surface reflecting the ever-changing sky above. Lily, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes as bright as the summer sky, was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and a mind brimming with questions about the world around her. Her laughter was a melody that echoed through the village, bringing smiles to the faces of those she encountered. She often roamed the cobbled streets, her tiny feet tapping a merry rhythm as she greeted every neighbor with a cheerful wave, her presence as warm and inviting as the sunlit meadows that stretched beyond the village. Her grandmother, a woman whose face was a map of gentle wrinkles and warm smiles, was the keeper of the village's stories and traditions. On crisp autumn evenings, when the air was tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Lily helped her grandmother tidy up the attic of their quaint stone cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, filled with forgotten relics and echoes of laughter from the past. The wooden beams overhead creaked softly, their whispers a symphony of times gone by, as the fading light cast long shadows that danced across the dusty floor. As they sifted through the dust-laden boxes, Lily stumbled upon an old wooden chest tucked away in a dim, shadowy corner. Its surface was adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and stars, each line and curve telling a story of its own. Intrigued, she gently brushed away the cobwebs, feeling the delicate threads crumble beneath her fingers, and lifted the lid. The creak of the hinges echoed like a whisper of secrets long held, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that lay within. To her surprise, the chest was filled with a collection of seemingly ordinary objects: a tarnished spoon, its surface shimmering faintly in the dim light; a faded knitted scarf, its fibers worn yet soft to the touch; and a well-worn leather journal, its pages yellowed with age but rich with the promise of stories untold. Each object seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if waiting patiently for someone to uncover their hidden tales. As Lily ran her fingers over the items, she felt a strange tingle, almost as if they were whispering secrets waiting to be unraveled. Her grandmother, noticing her curiosity, approached with a smile that spoke of countless tales waiting to be shared. Her voice was as soft as the autumn breeze, a gentle caress that enveloped Lily in warmth. "Those are no ordinary objects, my dear," she said. "They hold the power to unlock adventures beyond your wildest dreams." From that moment on, Lily's life took an extraordinary turn. Each night, as she snuggled under her quilted blanket, the fabric patched with love and care, her grandmother would spin tales of the enchanted objects and the wonders they could unveil. Her words painted vivid pictures in Lily's mind, transporting her to lands of magic and mystery, where stars hung like lanterns in the sky and the air was alive with the songs of mythical creatures. The tarnished spoon, she learned, had the ability to conjure the most delectable treats, but only if the cook poured their heart into every stir, every measure of sugar, and every dash of spice. Lily could almost taste the sweetness and richness of the treats in her imagination, the aroma of chocolate and cinnamon enveloping her senses like a warm embrace. The faded scarf could wrap its wearer in a warm embrace, shielding them from even the bitterest of winds, its magic akin to a mother's comforting hug. She imagined the softness of the scarf against her skin, the way it would cocoon her in safety and love. And the leather journal? Well, that was perhaps the most magical of all. Its pages could transport the reader to any story they desired, turning the most ordinary day into an extraordinary adventure. each word a doorway to a new realm. As her grandmother spoke, the pages seemed to flutter in Lily's mind, filled with images of far-off kingdoms, towering castles, and lush forests where secrets lay hidden beneath every leaf. Lily's eyes would grow wide with excitement as her grandmother's stories unfolded, each one more captivating than the last. But one night, her grandmother revealed a secret, her voice a conspiratorial whisper in the dim lamplight glow. The true magic lay not within the objects themselves, but within the heart of the beholder. "It is your imagination, my dear, that breathes life into these treasures," she whispered. "If you believe, truly believe, the possibilities are endless." From that day forward, Lily embarked on a journey of self-discovery, her mind bursting with ideas and her heart overflowing with curiosity. With the enchanted objects as her guides, she set out to explore the wonders of the world, encountering a cast of endearing helpers along the way. There was Fergus, the jovial baker whose pastries were so light and flaky, they seemed to defy gravity. His bakery was a warm haven, filled with the comforting scent of freshly baked bread and the cheerful clatter of pans. The walls were adorned with paintings of golden fields of wheat and bustling marketplaces, each brushstroke a testament to the vibrant life of the village. With the help of the tarnished spoon, Lily learned the secret to his delectable creations, a sprinkle of laughter and a generous pinch of love, for it was the joy in his heart that made each pastry a masterpiece. Then there was Old Willow, the gentle tree spirit who watched over the forest, her presence as ancient and serene as the woods themselves. Her faded scarf, woven from the softest moss and delicate wildflowers, protected Lily from the chill of the autumn winds as they wandered the woodland paths, discovering the hidden beauty of nature and the quiet wisdom of the trees. The forest was a cathedral of towering trunks and rustling leaves, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns that danced upon the forest floor. And of course there was the wise old bookkeeper, a man whose eyes sparkled with the knowledge of countless tales. His leather journal held the keys to myriad realms of imagination. Together they journeyed through tales of brave heroes, mythical creatures, and lands where anything was possible, the pages of the journal turning with the rustle of leaves in a forgotten forest. The bookshop was a sanctuary of stories, the air thick with the scent of aged paper and the promise of adventure. But with every adventure came a challenge, a test of Lily's wisdom and determination. One day, she found herself lost in a dense fog, the path ahead obscured by swirling mists that seemed to dance and weave like spirits in the twilight. Panic began to set in, her heart pounding like a distant drumbeat. But then she remembered the words of her grandmother. The true magic lies within your heart. Closing her eyes, Lily took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs, and listened to the whispers of the enchanted objects. The tarnished spoon reminded her to trust her instincts, just as a cook trusts their senses to guide them. The faded scarf enveloped her in a warm embrace, reminding her that she was never truly alone, its magic a gentle reminder of the love that surrounded her. And the leather journal whispered tales of courage, inspiring her to forge ahead, one step at a time, her footsteps firm and steady. With newfound strength, Lily pressed on, and slowly the fog began to lift, revealing a path that led her back home, wiser and more resilient than ever before. The village welcomed her with open arms, the chiming of the church bell echoing a jubilant melody in the twilight. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces aglow with warmth and admiration, their voices rising in a chorus of welcome and celebration. From that day on, Lily cherished the enchanted objects, not for their magic, but for the lessons they taught her, the power of imagination, the importance of friendship, and the courage to face life's challenges with an open heart. Each lesson was a precious jewel, a testament to her growth and understanding. As she grew older, Lily passed on the treasures to others, sharing the stories and wisdom she had gained along the way. She became a storyteller in her own right, her tales a tapestry of dreams and adventures that ignited the spark of wonder in the hearts of all who listened. Her voice became a beacon of hope and inspiration, weaving connections between past and present, between reality and imagination. And though the objects remained the same, their magic lived on, a legacy of belief and possibility. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, It is the magic within ourselves that truly makes the impossible possible. Each of us a guardian of wonder, carrying the light of imagination wherever we go. As the seasons changed, the village thrived, its spirit forever buoyed by the stories that Lily shared. The once hidden treasures of the attic became symbols of unity and hope, drawing visitors from far and wide, each eager to unlock the magic within their own hearts. And in the gentle embrace of the hills, under a sky that sparkled with stars, Lily's legacy blossomed, an eternal reminder that true magic is found not in the objects we hold, but in the dreams we dare to believe. One spring morning, as the village awoke to the chirping of birds and the gentle warmth of the sun spilling over the horizon, Lily discovered a new curiosity stirring within her. She wanted to uncover the origins of the enchanted objects in her grandmother's attic. What stories lay behind these treasures, and who had crafted such wonders? Her heart raced with excitement at the thought of a new adventure, and she knew she had to seek the answers. Her journey began with a visit to the village's oldest resident, Old Man Cedric, whose memory was as sharp as the crackling fire that always blazed in his hearth. His cottage was a cozy den of antiquities, filled with trinkets and relics from bygone eras, each with a story etched into its history. Cedric was an ancient soul with twinkling eyes that held the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Ah, the chest," he mused, stroking his long, white beard thoughtfully. "I remember it well. It was crafted by a master artisan from the neighboring village of Eldergrove, a place shrouded in mystery and wonder." With Cedric's guidance, Lily set off for Eldergrove, a village nestled deep within the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the air was thick with enchantment. The path was lined with wildflowers that nodded gently as she passed, as if acknowledging her quest. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the forest floor, creating a magical tapestry that seemed to guide her steps. Eldergrove was unlike any place Lily had ever seen. The cottages were woven from branches and leaves, their roofs a canopy of vibrant foliage that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the forest. The villagers moved with a quiet grace, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the woods. Here, Lily met Alara, the granddaughter of the master artisan, who shared the story of the enchanted objects. "My grandfather crafted those items with love and intention," Alara explained, her voice a gentle melody that harmonized with the rustling leaves. "He believed that every object should carry a piece of the Creator's heart, a spark of magic that could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary." Alara led Lily to a hidden glade, where the remnants of her grandfather's workshop stood, a testament to the artistry and magic that had flourished within its walls. Sunlight streamed through the branches, illuminating the tools and unfinished pieces that lay scattered about, each a fragment of a story waiting to be told. As Lily explored the workshop, she felt a profound connection to the artisan's legacy. She realized that the true magic of the objects lay not in their enchantments, but in the love and creativity that had birthed them. Inspired, she returned to her village with a newfound appreciation for the power of imagination and the enduring magic that resided in every heart. In the years that followed, Lily's village became a haven for dreamers and storytellers from all corners of the world. The enchanted objects passed from hand to hand, weaving their magic into the fabric of countless lives. And Lily, now a wise elder with her own map of gentle wrinkles and warm smiles, continued to share her stories, guiding new generations to discover the magic within themselves. Under the starlit sky, amidst the rolling hills and whispering brooks, Lily's legacy of wonder and imagination lived on, a beacon of hope and possibility for all who dared to dream. Story 2. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Anwen. Her heart was gentle, her spirit bright, yet she often found herself caught in the delicate web of self-doubt. Her hands crafted the most exquisite tapestries, each thread a testament to her skill, yet she felt like an incomplete thread in the grand tapestry of life. Despite the adoration of the villagers, who marveled at her kindness and artistry, Anwen was plagued by a quiet yearning that seemed to echo from the heart of the forest bordering her village. The village was a picturesque haven, with cobblestone streets winding between cozy cottages adorned with vibrant flower boxes and thatched roofs. The air was a medley of aromas, with the perpetual scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the local bakery, mingling harmoniously with the floral bouquet of myriad gardens lovingly tended by the villagers. Despite the warmth and familiarity that enveloped her, Anwen felt the persistent pull of the forest, a call as ancient as the trees themselves. The forest was a realm of wonder, steeped in secrets and magic. Towering trees, their bark etched with the scars of time, stood as sentinels guarding the mysteries within. The villagers respected its boundaries, aware of the spirits and creatures that played in the shadows and danced in the shafts of golden sunlight. Yet Anwen felt an inexplicable connection to its depths, as if the very trees whispered her name, inviting her to partake in their ancient tales. On a crisp autumn morning, when the leaves turned shades of amber and gold, Anwen ventured into the forest, her heart fluttering with anticipation and trepidation. The cool, crisp air carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, mingling with a hint of the extraordinary. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor, while the distant chirping of birds provided a soothing symphony. As she wandered deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around her. Trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling like whispered secrets, and Anwen found herself in a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. A small pond lay before her like a mirror, perfectly still. Kneeling by the water's edge, she peered into its depths. Her reflection stared back, yet her eyes sparkled with a light she didn't recognize. A soft rustling came from the underbrush, and out stepped a fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes, a deep, knowing blue, watched her with a curious, gentle gaze. Anwen felt a strange familiarity in the creature, as if she had known it all her life. "Fear not," the fox spoke, its voice a soft melody harmonizing with the breeze, "for you are on the brink of a great transformation." Anwen was taken aback, her heart pounding with surprise. "Transformation?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," the fox replied, curling its tail around its paws. "Change is upon you, as natural as the seasons. You have felt the stirrings within, have you not?" Anwen nodded slowly. "But I fear it," she admitted, her voice trembling. "I feel lost, unsure of who I am or what I'm meant to be." The fox tilted its head, its gaze kind yet wise. "Growth is often accompanied by uncertainty, dear one, but remember, it is in the journey that we find our true selves." With these words, the fox bounded away, leaving Anwen alone by the pond. As she sat there, pondering the fox's message, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the soft, lilting notes of a melody. Anwen closed her eyes, letting the music envelop her, a sense of peace washing over her. Days turned into weeks, and Anwen found herself returning to the forest time and again, seeking solace and guidance among the ancient trees. Each visit felt like a step deeper into the unknown parts of herself. She encountered not only the wise fox, but also other creatures. An owl with eyes like moonlit pools that seemed to see into her soul, and a deer whose presence exuded serene grace, reminding her of the beauty and vulnerability. In these quiet moments, Anwen began to unravel the tapestry of her own heart. She realized her self-doubt stemmed from a belief that she was alone in her struggles, a solitary thread in an unfathomable design. But the forest, with its myriad creatures and whispering winds, showed her the interconnectedness of all things. The trees, though standing separately, formed a vast network of roots beneath the earth, supporting one another in unseen ways. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Anwen found herself once more by the pond. She gazed into its depths, her reflection clear and bright. The fox appeared beside her, its eyes shimmering with approval. "You have grown, Anwen," it said softly. "Embrace the change within you." Anwen smiled, warmth spreading through her chest. She realized she was no longer afraid of change, but rather welcomed it. She had discovered strength and courage within herself she never knew existed. The fox nodded, sensing her thoughts. "Remember, dear one, that life is a tapestry, woven with threads of many colors. Each change, each challenge adds to its beauty and depth." With a soft nuzzle against her hand, the fox turned and disappeared into the twilight, leaving Anwen alone with her thoughts. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, she returned to the village, her heart light and full of hope. As the chill of autumn gave way to winter's icy embrace, Anwen found herself drawn to the forest even more. The landscape transformed into a frozen wonderland, where snow blanketed the earth like a shimmering quilt, and icicles hung like crystalline daggers from the tree branches. The forest was silent, save for the soft crunch of snow under her boots and the gentle whisper of the wind weaving through the trees. Anwen's visits to the forest were not merely for solace, but had become a part of her routine, an unspoken pact with the spirits of the woods. The fox, her enigmatic guide, appeared less frequently, yet each encounter held profound significance. One frosty afternoon, as Anwen wandered deeper into the snow-laden forest, she stumbled upon a hidden grove, its entrance veiled by cascading branches heavy with snow. The grove was a place of ethereal beauty, untouched by time. In its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, yet radiating an undeniable vitality. Its branches stretched towards the sky like outstretched arms, and a faint glow emanated from its core, casting a warm light in the frosty air. Anwen felt a magnetic pull towards it, drawn by an invisible force. As she approached, the fox reappeared, its fur a stark contrast against the snow. "This is the heart tree," it explained, its voice blending with the soft rustle of the wind. "It holds the stories of those who have come before you, their hopes and dreams woven into its very wood." Anwen reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing the bark. A warmth spread through her fingers, and in that moment she felt connected to something far greater than herself. Visions flooded her mind, of villagers past and present, their lives intertwined with the forest, their stories echoing through time. She saw struggles and triumphs, love and loss, all forming a rich tapestry that spanned generations. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming sense of belonging. She understood now that she was not an incomplete thread, but part of a magnificent, evolving design. The heart tree had shown her that her journey was not solely for her own growth, but was part of a larger, ever-unfolding narrative. With renewed purpose, Anwen returned to her weaving, her fingers dancing over the loom with newfound inspiration. Her tapestries began to reflect the depth of her experiences, the stories whispered by the heart tree woven into the vibrant threads. Each piece was a testament to the interconnectedness of life, a celebration of the resilience and beauty found in embracing one's path. The villagers noticed the transformation in her work and in Anwen herself. Her once quiet demeanor was now infused with a quiet confidence, her laughter ringing like a bell in the village square. Her tapestries, imbued with the magic of the forest, became sought after, not just for their beauty, but for the stories they told. Spring arrived, and with it, a sense of renewal. The village, nestled against the ever-watchful forest, bloomed with vibrant colors, mirroring the tapestry Anwen had woven of her own heart. She often found herself by the pond, now surrounded by wildflowers, where the fox sometimes joined her, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "You have found your place," the fox remarked one sunny afternoon, its voice a gentle caress on the breeze. Anwen nodded, her heart filled with gratitude. She had learned that change was not something to fear, but to embrace, for it was through change that she had discovered her true self. The forest, with its myriad secrets and spirits, had guided her on a journey of self-discovery, revealing the strength and beauty within. But Anwen's journey was not over. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, she sat with her closest friend, Alara, beneath the old oak tree in the village square. Alara, who had always admired Anwen's strength and kindness, had sensed the changes in her friend and sought understanding. "Anwen," Alara began, her voice soft as the evening breeze, "you seem different, like a flower that has bloomed anew. What has changed within you?" Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the colors of the setting sun. "It's the forest," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "It has shown me who I am and who I can become. It taught me that we are all part of something greater, and that our lives are woven together in ways we might not always see." Alara listened intently, her curiosity piqued. She had never dared to venture into the forest, but Anwen's words stirred something within her. "Do you think I could find such clarity there too?" Anwen took Alara's hand, squeezing it gently. "I believe the forest holds wisdom for all who seek it. It may not speak to you in the same way, but it will guide you on your own journey." Encouraged by her friend's words, Alara promised herself that she would explore the forest, seeking the guidance she had long desired. Anwen knew that each person's path was unique, yet she felt a deep satisfaction in knowing her experiences might inspire others to embrace their own transformations. Meanwhile, the village began to embrace the forest in new ways. Inspired by Anwen's journeys, the villagers started to hold seasonal festivals, celebrating the union of their lives with the forest's ancient rhythms. Stories of the heart tree and its magical presence spread through the village, weaving a new narrative that bound the village and forest together more tightly than ever before. The festivals became a time for sharing tales, music, and dance, each celebration a vibrant tapestry of the community's shared experiences. Anwen's tapestries adorned the village square, their colors glowing brilliantly in the lantern light, each piece a reminder of the bond between the village and the forest. As the seasons continued to turn, Anwen found herself venturing beyond her familiar paths, exploring deeper into the forest's mysteries. She discovered hidden groves filled with wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their colors as vibrant as the tapestries she wove. She found streams that sang their own melodies, and glades where the light filtered through the trees like liquid gold, painting the forest floor with warmth. In these quiet places, Anwen reflected on her journey, the fears she had overcome, and the strength she had uncovered. She found peace in the knowledge that her life was a thread in a vast, interconnected tapestry, each new experience adding texture and depth to her story. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Anwen found her place in the world, her spirit as vibrant and unyielding as the ancient forest that had helped her discover her true self. She had become a part of the village's lore, the young woman who was woven into the very fabric of the forest, her story told and retold, an enduring testament to the power of embracing change and the beauty found in the journey of self-discovery. In time, Anwen's legacy grew, her tale inspiring generations to venture into the forest, seeking their own transformations. The village thrived, a harmonious blend of humanity and nature, bound by the stories and wisdom shared beneath its ancient canopy. And always the forest stood, whispering its secrets to those who dared to listen, guiding them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. Story 3. In the quaint little village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, an old cobbler's shop stood as a testament to time, its windows adorned with lace curtains and flower boxes bursting with vibrant marigolds. The scent of blooming flowers mingled with the earthy aroma of freshly polished leather, creating a symphony for the senses that enveloped passers-by in its warm embrace. The gentle hum of bees, drifting lazily from petal to petal, was a constant companion to the village's tranquil rhythm. Bernard, the cobbler, was a gentle soul whose presence brought comfort to those around him. Known for crafting shoes that carried the comfort of home with every step, his days were filled with the soft tunes he hummed as he worked. His hands, moving with the grace of a well-practiced dancer, stitched and polished with precision, the rhythmic tapping of his tools echoing through the shop like a soothing melody that lured villagers in with its promise of solace. The cobbler's shop was more than just a place of business. It was a sanctuary where villagers gathered to share stories and laughter, their voices melding with the warm scent of leather and the soft glow of candlelight. Bernard's kindness was a beacon that drew people in, and the enchantment of his work often kept them there long after their shoes were mended, finding peace in the cobbler's gentle company. One crisp autumn morning, the village awoke to a sky painted in hues of gold and crimson, as golden leaves danced along the cobblestone streets like tiny sunlit ballerinas. It was on this morning that Bernard discovered a peculiar object tucked away in a dusty corner of his shop, a small, unassuming shoehorn, its surface tarnished with age and mystery. As Bernard picked it up, a warm sensation spread through his fingers, as if the shoehorn was whispering secrets from a time long past, its touch like the embrace of an old friend. Curiosity piqued, Bernard polished the shoehorn with gentle care, each stroke revealing a history etched into its very being. As he worked, a soft glow emanated from its surface, like moonlight spilling over a forgotten treasure. The glow unveiled intricate engravings, a swirling pattern that seemed to shift and change under the light, like a living tapestry woven with stories untold. Bernard felt a flutter of excitement, sensing that this was no ordinary shoehorn. He pondered its origins, recalling tales told by his grandfather, a man of wisdom and whimsy, who spoke of enchanted objects found in the most unexpected places. His grandfather's stories were filled with magic that lingered in the corners of the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Bernard realized that these tales might hold the key to understanding the shoehorn's mystery. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink, Bernard placed the shoehorn on his workbench. He couldn't shake the feeling that it held a secret, waiting to be discovered. The shop, now cloaked in twilight's gentle embrace, seemed to hum with anticipation. As he pondered, a gentle knock sounded at the door. It was Matilda, the village librarian, with her arms full of books, her silhouette framed by the amber glow of the street lamps. "Good evening, Bernard," Matilda greeted with a warm smile. Her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless stories, each twinkle a promise of adventures yet to be explored. "I've brought you some books on magical artifacts. I thought they might be of interest." Bernard welcomed her in, grateful for her thoughtfulness. The soft rustle of pages turning mingled with the crackling of the fireplace, creating a symphony of quiet discovery. Amidst tales of enchanted quills and talking mirrors, they found a passage about an ancient shoehorn, said to grant the wearer insight into the path they walked. "I wonder if this is the shoehorn mentioned," Bernard mused, his fingers tracing the engraved patterns, feeling the pulse of its magic. "Perhaps it can guide us in ways we never imagined." Matilda nodded, her curiosity mirroring his own. "But how do we unlock its secrets?" she asked, the flickering firelight casting shadows that danced across her thoughtful face. As the night lingered on, a plan began to form in Bernard's mind, a journey to uncover the secrets of the shoehorn, to see where its magic might lead them. The next day dawned with a sky brushed with gentle hues of lavender and gold, promising a day ripe with possibility. As Bernard sat in his shop, the scent of leather and polish a comforting balm, he noticed a young girl peering through the window. Her eyes, wide with wonder, were fixed on the glowing shoehorn. Bernard invited her in, and she introduced herself as Lily, a newcomer to the village, her presence as fresh and vibrant as a spring morning. "I've heard stories about magical things," Lily said, her voice a soft whisper of excitement, like the first notes of a song. "Could this be one of them?" Bernard shared the tale of the shoehorn, and together they embarked on a gentle journey through the village. As they walked, the shoehorn seemed to hum with energy, guiding them down paths they'd never noticed before. Past the bakery with its sweet scent of fresh bread wafting through the air, across the bridge where the river sang a gentle lullaby, and into the heart of the forest where sunlight danced through the leaves, painting the ground with patterns of gold and green. In the forest, they met an unexpected friend, a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a low-hanging branch. Oliver's feathers were as soft as the forest whispers, and his eyes, a deep amber, held stories of the ages, each glance a window to forgotten worlds. "I see you've found the shoehorn," Oliver hooted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It holds the power to reveal one's true path, but it requires a heart open to its wisdom." Lily, with her youthful curiosity, asked how they might unlock its magic. Oliver explained that the shoehorn would guide them through challenges, revealing the paths of kindness, patience, and understanding. It was not a tool of power but of insight, its magic woven into the very fabric of life itself. Their first challenge came when they encountered a clearing where the path split into three. Each path looked inviting, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, but Bernard felt a tug towards the leftmost trail, where the shoehorn glowed warmly. Trusting its guidance, they followed the path until they reached a garden filled with flowers of every color imaginable, a riot of hues that seemed to sing in the gentle breeze. In the garden was a gardener named Flora, tending to the blooms with tender care, her hands moving with the grace of a conductor leading a symphony of nature. She greeted them with a smile as radiant as the sunflowers she nurtured. "Welcome," she said, her voice a melody of warmth. "The secret of this garden is in understanding the language of flowers." Flora explained that each flower held a message, a whisper of wisdom that could guide them. To continue on their journey, they needed to interpret the flower's song. Bernard, with his gentle heart, listened closely to the rustling petals, while Lily watched with eager eyes, her spirit a mirror of the vibrant blooms around her. Together, they discovered that the roses spoke of love, the daisies of joy, and the violets of humility. With Flora's guidance, they learned to weave these messages into their lives, understanding that true magic lay in the connections they made and the kindness they shared. The garden, a tapestry of living color, became a classroom of life's most profound lessons. As they left the garden, the shoehorn glowed brighter, its magic responding to the wisdom they had gained. Their journey continued through the village, each step revealing new wonders and friendships, the cobblestone streets echoing with the laughter and stories of those they met. They met a musician who played melodies that resonated with the soul, each note a whisper of the heart's deepest dreams. A baker whose pastries brought comfort and warmth, their aroma a siren song of home and hearth. And a storyteller whose tales wove dreams into reality, each story a bridge to lands unseen. Each encounter was a gentle reminder of the beauty and simplicity and the strength in community. The village itself a tapestry of interconnected lives. Throughout their journey, the shoehorn guided them not through grand gestures, but through quiet moments of reflection and understanding. Bernard learned that his path was not only about crafting shoes, but about creating a place of solace and joy for those who wore them. His shop, once a mere cobbler's haven, became a sanctuary of warmth and friendship. Lily, with her boundless curiosity, discovered the joy of sharing stories and dreams with others, lighting up their world with her laughter, her presence a beacon of hope and wonder. One evening, as the village buzzed with preparations for the annual harvest festival, Bernard and Lily found themselves drawn to the village square. Lanterns hung from every tree, their soft light mingling with the twinkle of stars above. The air was alive with the sounds of laughter and music, the village a tapestry of life and celebration. In the crowd, they spotted Matilda, her arms full of books once more, each tome a treasure trove of knowledge and adventure. She joined them, her eyes alight with curiosity and joy, and together they shared stories of their journey, each word a thread in the fabric of their shared experience. As the festival unfolded, Bernard realized that the shoehorn's magic had woven itself into the very heart of the village, its influence seen in the smiles and laughter of those around them. It was a magic rooted in connection and understanding, in the simple yet profound beauty of community. As the days turned into weeks, Bernard, Lily, and their newfound friends found themselves drawn back to the forest where it had all begun. There, under the ancient oak tree, its branches a crown of wisdom and grace, they gathered to celebrate their journey and the bonds they had forged. Oliver, the wise old owl, watched over them, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have unlocked the true magic of the shoehorn," he hooted softly. "It is not about the paths you take, but the heart with which you walk them." With a gentle breeze rustling the leaves and the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the twilight, they realized that the shoehorn had not only guided their steps, but had also opened their hearts to the beauty of life's journey. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a sanctuary of unity and understanding. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Bernard, Lily, and their friends sat together, their laughter and stories weaving a tapestry of warmth and wonder. And in that moment, they knew that the true magic lay not in the shoehorn itself, but in the kindness and understanding they had found within. The village a testament to the power of love and community. As the night embraced the village with its gentle arms, they returned home with hearts full of gratitude and eyes alight with the magic of newfound wisdom. The cobbler's shop, with its lace curtains and marigold blooms, became a beacon of warmth and friendship, where stories were shared and dreams took flight. The glow of its windows a symbol of hope and belonging. And so, in the village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, the tale of the magical shoehorn became a cherished memory, reminding all who heard it that the true path to wonder and discovery lies in the heart of every journey. The village itself a living story of love, friendship, and the magic of everyday life. Story 4. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, Nestled like a hidden jewel amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay an old, weathered bookshop known as the Ivy Nook. Its ivy-clad walls clung resolutely to the stone exterior, and as the afternoon sun cast long shadows, the dusty paned windows glimmered with a warm, inviting glow. The shop stood like a sentinel at the corner of a cobblestone street, its presence a comforting constant for those who wandered by, curiosity piqued by the stories enclosed within. The village itself was a tapestry of rich histories and gentle murmurs of life, its air infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the distant melody of a brook winding through the hills. Lively market stalls dotted the main square, where vendors showcased colorful arrays of fruits and handcrafted wares, their voices mingling with the laughter of children playing tag around the ancient fountain. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to linger, each moment a cherished brushstroke on the canvas of life. Stepping inside the Ivy Nook was akin to entering another world. The air was redolent with the scent of aged parchment mingling with the earthy aroma of polished mahogany. The creaky floorboards beneath one's feet sang softly, a melodic accompaniment to the rustling of pages. Shelves stretched high, crammed with volumes of every size and hue, their spines lined like soldiers on parade, whispering tales of adventures yet untold. The dim light filtering through the windows created a tapestry of shadows that danced across the walls, adding a touch of mystery to the atmosphere. The shop's proprietor, Mr. Finnegan, was a gentle soul with a twinkle in his eye that seemed to contain centuries of stories. His appearance was as charmingly unkempt as his shop, with a mane of silver hair and spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of his nose. His attire was a patchwork of textures, a tweed vest layered over a woolen shirt, and trousers that had seen better days, much like the well-loved books around him. Known throughout Willowbrook for his uncanny ability to pair the perfect book with the perfect reader, it was said he could see the tales hidden within a person's heart. Yet what truly made Mr. Finnegan and the Ivy Nook special was a secret known only to a lucky few. An ordinary object of extraordinary magic lay hidden amidst the shelves. On a rainy afternoon, as the rain pattered like a gentle symphony against the windows and village children splashed through puddles with gleeful abandon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Ivy Nook. Clara was a dreamer at heart, her hair a cascade of autumn leaves and her eyes as deep and mysterious as forest glades. She cherished nothing more than losing herself in stories of mystery and adventure, and today, as the gray sky cast a soft, muted light, she sought something new to spark her imagination. Clara had always been a curious child, often found in the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, exploring the secrets of the village. Her father, a kind-hearted carpenter, had taught her the value of stories, while her mother, a talented seamstress, had instilled in her a love for the arts. These influences had shaped Clara into a young girl with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a heart full of wonder. As she entered the Ivy Nook, she felt a familiar thrill of excitement, sensing that today would be special. As Clara meandered through the maze of bookshelves, her fingers trailing lightly over spines of every hue, she paused to gaze at the intricate carvings that adorned the woodwork. Each etching seemed to tell its own story. Dragons curled amidst vines, ships sailing across turbulent seas, and knights standing resolute against unseen foes. It was in a shadowy corner, beneath one such carving of a phoenix rising from flames, that Clara stumbled upon an old leather-bound journal. Its cover was embossed with patterns so intricate they seemed to shift and shimmer with the flicker of candlelight, and the pages within were blank, save for a single line written in delicate script. To see beyond the scene, one must first listen to the silence. Intrigued and with her heart aflutter with a sense of destiny, Clara brought the journal to Mr. Finnegan. The old bookseller peered over his spectacles, his eyes crinkling with a knowing smile. "Ah, you've found the whispering journal," he said, his voice a soft murmur like the rustle of leaves on an autumn breeze. "It's a curious thing, that one. It holds a secret, but only for those willing to embark on a journey of the heart." Clara's eyes widened, her curiosity now a living thing within her. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell. "A journey of discovery," Mr. Finnegan replied, his gaze thoughtful and distant, as if recalling journeys of his own. This journal reveals stories that are hidden from the eye, but clear to the heart. To unlock its magic, you must listen with more than just your ears. That evening, as the world outside was draped in the soft, velvety darkness of night, and the rain had ceased its melodic patter, Clara nestled into her bed with the journal clasped tightly to her chest. The silence was profound, wrapping around her like a cocoon as she opened the journal and traced her fingers over the swirling patterns. She closed her eyes, letting the silence fill her, and felt a gentle tug at her mind, like the whisper of a breeze carrying secrets through the trees. In that quietude, Clara was transported beyond the waking world, finding herself standing in a meadow bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. The air was crisp, sweet with the delicate scent of wildflowers, and every breath seemed to fill her with a sense of infinite possibility. Before her stretched a path, winding its way through tall grasses towards a distant forest, where shadows and light danced in a mysterious, eternal ballet. As Clara began her journey down the moonlit path, she encountered a peculiar creature, the first of many guides she would meet. It was a small, luminous being, its form a delightful amalgamation of fox and firefly, with fur that glowed softly like starlight. The creature introduced itself as Lumen, the guide of whispered dreams. "Follow me," Lumen said in a voice that tinkled like delicate wind chimes, a melody that seemed to harmonize with the night. "There are truths hidden in the shadows, waiting to be discovered." Together they ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves a canopy of secrets whispering to the night sky. The path wound deeper, the forest alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. Along the way, Clara met other companions, a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers were like a tapestry of twilight, and a gentle deer named Willow, whose presence was as calming as a lullaby sung by the moon. Each of these friends shared their wisdom with Clara, teaching her to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. Sage, with eyes that gleamed like polished amber, taught her to find answers in the stillness, to embrace the riddles of the world rather than fear them. In contrast, Willow, with every step as graceful as a soft breeze, showed her how to tread softly through life, leaving no trace but the gentle warmth of kindness. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Clara and her companions came upon a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the stars in a million points of light. The air around it was cool and still, imbued with an otherworldly tranquility. It was here, at the edge of this mirrored expanse, that Clara faced her greatest challenge, a riddle whispered by the wind that danced across the water. To find what you seek, look beyond the reflection. In the depths lies the truth, where silence and sound are one. Clara pondered the riddle, her thoughts weaving together the lessons she had learned from her companions. She closed her eyes and listened, not just with her ears, but with her very soul. It was then that she heard it, a melody, soft and pure, rising from the depths of the lake, a song that spoke of ancient truths and forgotten dreams. Guided by the music, Clara took a deep breath and stepped forward, her heart steady and her mind clear. As she did, the surface of the lake rippled and shimmered, revealing a hidden world beneath. It was a realm of light and color, where stories danced like fireflies, waiting to be told, a kaleidoscope of narratives that seemed both familiar and wondrously new. In that moment of understanding, the whispering journal revealed its magic. The pages filled with words and images, capturing the stories Clara had discovered on her journey. Each tale was a reflection of her heart, a testament to the wisdom she had gained and the friendships she had forged. These stories were not just her own. They were the tales of all dreamers who had ever walked the paths of imagination. With a gentle sigh, Clara opened her eyes to find herself back in her cozy room, the journal resting on her lap. The rain had resumed its soft patter against the window, a lullaby for the night. Clara smiled, a warmth spreading through her chest, for she knew that the magic of the ivy nook and its whispering journal would remain with her always, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those of the heart, and that true magic lies in the stories we carry within us. As Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, the journal glowed softly beside her, a beacon of dreams yet to be discovered and adventures still to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, the village of Willowbrook slumbered, cradled by the whispering winds and the promise of new beginnings. The ivy nook stood silent sentinel at the street corner, its secrets safe and its magic alive, waiting for the next dreamer to wander in and begin their own journey of the heart. Beyond the walls of the ivy nook, the village of Willowbrook continued its quiet symphony. The villagers, though unaware of the magic that lay within the bookshop, carried on with their daily lives, each of them a story unfolding in the grand tapestry of the world. It was a place where dreams were nurtured and where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred, offering a glimpse into realms that lay just beyond the horizon of the known. And so, the legacy of the Ivy Nook and its enigmatic proprietor continued, a beacon of light and hope for those who dared to dream. For in Willowbrook, where the air was always tinged with the scent of possibility, the whispering winds carried with them the promise of stories yet to be told and adventures still to be lived. The village, like the bookshop, was a place where magic lingered in the air, waiting patiently for the dreamers who would dare to seek it. In the heart of the village, unnoticed by many, stood a time-worn sundial, a silent observer of history and time's passage. Its gnomon cast a slender shadow that moved with the sun's journey across the sky, a testament to the days gone by and those yet to come. It was said that the sundial, much like Mr. Finnegan, held secrets of its own, rumors whispered among children, who dared each other to touch its cold, ancient stone. One day Clara, now well versed in the mysteries of the Ivy Nook, returned to the sundial with a newfound perspective. She traced her fingers over the worn inscriptions, feeling the grooves that time had gently worn. As she stood there, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves, she wondered if the sundial too had stories to tell, silent tales that spoke only to those who knew how to listen. Her thoughts turned to Mr. Finnegan, the gentle guardian of stories. She realized that he, like the sundial, was a fixture in Willowbrook, a keeper of the past and a guide to the future. Clara resolved to uncover more of his story, to understand the man who had opened her eyes to a world of possibilities. On another rainy afternoon, she found herself sitting with Mr. Finnegan in the cozy warmth of the Ivy Nook. As the rain drummed a gentle rhythm on the roof, she asked him about his life, his travels, and what had brought him to Willowbrook. He chuckled softly, a sound like the crackling of a warm fire, and began to share tales of his youth, of adventures in far-off lands, of friends met along the way, and of the journeys that had shaped his heart. Through his stories, Clara learned that Mr. Finnegan had once been a sailor, traversing the vast seas under starlit skies, guided by the constellations and the whispers of the wind. He spoke of the ocean's endless horizon, of storms that tested his resolve, and of calm waters that mirrored the soul's tranquility. It was during these voyages, he explained, that he had discovered the true magic of stories, the way they connected hearts across distances, bridging worlds seen and unseen. As the evening wore on, Clara realized that Mr. Finnegan's tales were not just stories of the past, but lessons for the present. They taught her about resilience, about the courage to seek one's own path, and about the beauty of connections forged through shared dreams. She saw in him a kindred spirit, a fellow traveler on the journey of life. With each visit to the Ivy Nook, Clara's connection to the village deepened. She began to see the stories in every corner of Willowbrook, in the gentle sway of trees in the forest, in the laughter of children echoing through the square, and in the quiet strength of the villagers who went about their daily lives with grace and kindness. The village, she realized, was a living, breathing story, and she was a part of its unfolding narrative. And so the Ivy Nook continued to weave its magic, drawing dreamers like Clara into its embrace. With each new visitor, the shop whispered its secrets, inviting them to embark on journeys of the heart. Mr. Finnegan and Clara, kindred spirits bound by a shared love of stories, stood together at the threshold of endless possibilities, ready to welcome all who sought the magic that lay within. In Willowbrook, where the air was always sweet with the promise of dreams, the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred, revealing a world where magic lingered in the air, waiting patiently for dreamers who dared to seek it. The village, much like the Ivy Nook, remained a beacon of hope, a place where stories were cherished, where hearts were opened, and where the whispering winds carried with them the promise of new beginnings. With each passing day, Clara found herself ever more entwined in the village's enchanting tapestry, her heart a vessel for the stories she had learned to love and share. Story 5. In the heart of a serene valley, nestled amid gentle hills and shimmering streams, lay the village of Misty Willow. This quaint settlement was a haven where the air was perpetually sweet, with the scent of blooming flowers, their vibrant petals unfurling to greet the sun. The melodious songs of birds filled the skies, each note weaving through the air like a delicate tapestry of sound. The villagers led simple, contented lives, enveloped by the lush bounty of nature and the soothing whispers of the wind through the trees, which shared stories as ancient as time itself. Among them was a young woman named Leora, who found herself at a pivotal crossroads of change. Leora was renowned for her kindness and gentle spirit, her eyes always reflecting the valley's vibrant green, and her laughter resembling the tinkling of a distant brook. Yet lately, she felt a stirring within her heart, a restlessness she couldn't quite place, as if there was a song inside her that longed to be sung. She loved the village deeply, the familiar faces and comforting routines that enveloped her like a warm blanket on a winter's night. Yet a part of her yearned for something more, something beyond the comforting rhythms of her days. The thought of change, of stepping into the unknown, filled her with a quiet fear, a shadow that lingered on the edges of her heart. One misty morning, as the sun cast its golden light upon the dew-kissed fields, each droplet like a tiny prism catching the light, Leora sought solace in the ancient forest bordering Misty Willow. The forest was a mystical place where trees whispered secrets of old under their emerald canopies, their branches swaying gently as if in conversation with the wind. As she walked, the earthy scent of moss, rich and comforting, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot began to soothe her troubled heart, each step a gentle promise of peace. Deep in the forest, she stumbled upon a hidden glade bathed in dappled sunlight, the beams filtering through the leaves in a dance of light and shadow. At its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like a wise old guardian, its bark etched with the passage of countless seasons. Beneath the oak, a small, shimmering pool mirrored the sky, its waters so clear that it seemed to hold a piece of the heavens within, a window to the infinite. Leora felt drawn to the pool, as if it held the answers to the questions that danced in her mind, elusive and tantalizing. She knelt beside it, her reflection rippling gently in the water, her face a portrait of contemplation and wonder. As she gazed into its depths, a soft voice emerged from the rustling leaves, a voice that seemed to come from the heart of the forest itself, carrying with it the wisdom of ages. "Change is but a chapter in the story of life," it whispered, its tones like a soothing balm. "Embrace it, and you shall find the wings to soar." Startled yet comforted, Leora looked around but saw no one. The voice, though ethereal, felt like an old friend, guiding her gently toward understanding. She sat there for a while, pondering the words, feeling the peace of the forest seep into her bones, each breath a step closer to clarity. As days passed, each one a tapestry of light and shadow, Leora found herself returning to the glade, seeking the companionship of the ancient oak and the tranquil pool. Each visit left her feeling lighter, more certain that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover parts of herself that had long remained hidden. The forest became her sanctuary, a place where she could listen to the whispers of her heart without fear of judgment. She shared her thoughts with her dear friend Bryn, a kind-hearted baker whose laughter was as warm as the bread she kneaded each morning, the aroma of fresh loaves wafting through the village like an invitation to happiness. Bryn listened with an open heart, offering words of encouragement and tales of her own experiences with change, her eyes twinkling with the memory of adventures once taken. "The heart knows its own path," Bryn would say, "and sometimes it takes a leap of faith to follow where it leads." Encouraged by her friend and the gentle wisdom of the forest, Leora began to see the beauty in the unfolding of her own story. She started to explore new hobbies, learning to paint and finding joy in capturing the vibrant colors of the valley on canvas. Each brushstroke was a step towards embracing the unknown, a dance with the colors of change, her palette a celebration of life's possibilities. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the colors blending like a symphony of warmth, Leora sat beneath the ancient oak, lost in her thoughts. As she gazed at the pool, she noticed something extraordinary. The water seemed to shimmer with a light all its own, casting a gentle glow that enveloped her in warmth, as if the forest itself was embracing her. It was then she realized that the magic of the forest was not just in the trees or the whispering winds, but within her, a reflection of her own inner journey. The pool mirrored not only the sky, but the transformation within her heart, a testament to her courage to embrace change. The realization was like a key turning in a lock, opening a door to endless possibilities. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, winking like old friends from above, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but to welcome, for it was through change that she could grow and become who she was meant to be. The stars, silent witnesses to her journey, seemed to nod in agreement. With the support of her friends and the gentle guidance of the magical forest, Leora had found her wings. She returned to the village with a newfound sense of purpose, ready to embrace whatever the future held, knowing that she was never truly alone. The village, with its familiar faces and comforting routines, was still her home, but now it was also a launch pad for her dreams. And so, in the village of Misty Willow, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient oak and the shimmering pool, Leora's journey of personal growth and magical transformation continued, a beautiful testament to the power of embracing the unknown and discovering the magic within. Her story became a source of inspiration for others in the village, a reminder that within the heart of every person lies the potential for extraordinary change. On one of her visits to the forest, Leora stumbled upon a secluded corner she had never seen before. The ground was carpeted with violets and wild thyme, their fragrance mingling in the air. She noticed a circle of stones, each one carved with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. As she stepped closer, she was filled with a sense of awe and curiosity. She was drawn to touch the stones, and as her fingers traced the ancient carvings, a vision flashed before her eyes. She saw images of a time long past, a glimpse into the histories of Misty Willow. There were faces of villagers who had lived centuries ago, their lives intertwined with the forest's magic. Leora understood that she was part of a legacy, a continuum of souls who had all faced their own crossroads and embraced the changes that life presented. This discovery deepened her connection to the forest and the village. She realized that she was not alone in her journey. She was supported by the spirits of those who had walked similar paths before her. They were the unseen threads in the tapestry of Misty Willow, their stories whispering through the leaves, guiding her and those who came after. Motivated by this revelation, Leora decided to organize a gathering for the villagers, a celebration of their shared heritage and the magic that surrounded them. She wanted to create a space where everyone could come together, share their stories, and find strength in their community. With Bryn's help, they set up tables in the village square, laden with an array of treats and delights. The air was filled with the aroma of Bryn's freshly baked pastries and the laughter of children playing nearby. As evening fell, lanterns were lit, casting a warm glow over the gathering. Leora stood before her friends and neighbors, her heart full of gratitude and hope. She spoke of her journey, the wisdom of the forest, and the importance of embracing change. Her words resonated with those gathered, a reminder of their own inner strength and the possibilities that lay ahead. In the days that followed, the villagers found themselves inspired by Leora's courage and the magic of the forest. They began to explore new paths, pursue dreams they had set aside, and support one another in their endeavors. Misty Willow thrived as a community bound by shared stories and a collective spirit of growth and transformation. Leora continued to visit the forest, now with a deeper understanding and appreciation for the mysteries it held. She knew that her journey was ongoing, a never-ending dance with change and discovery. The ancient oak and the shimmering pool remained her steadfast companions, their presence a comforting reminder of the magic within and around her. And so, as the seasons turned and the Valley of Misty Willow basked in the glow of its own unique magic, Leora's story unfolded, a testament to the power of change, the strength of community, and the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to listen to the whispers of their hearts. As the village thrived, Leora's influence reached beyond its borders. Travelers who passed through Misty Willow spoke of the village's enchanting aura and the warmth of its people. One such traveler was a wandering bard named Ilara, who brought with her the tales of far-off lands. Her melodies were woven with stories of love, loss, and the courage to embrace the unknown. Captivated by the stories of Misty Willow, Ilara decided to stay for a while, eager to learn more about the village's magic and the woman who seemed to embody its spirit. Ilara and Leora quickly became friends, their conversations filled with laughter and shared dreams. Ilara, with her tales of distant places, ignited a spark within Leora, a curiosity about the world beyond the valley. In turn, Leora shared the wisdom of the forest and the lessons she had learned. Together, they began to plan a journey, a chance to explore the world and discover new stories to weave into their lives. As the day of their departure approached, the villagers gathered to bid them farewell. Leora and Ilara stood at the edge of the village, their hearts full of anticipation and gratitude. Misty Willow had given them roots, and now it was time to spread their wings and fly. The villagers promised to keep the spirit of the valley alive, cherishing the magic that Leora had helped them see. Leora and Ilara set off into the world, their journey marked by endless possibilities and the promise of adventure. As they walked, the village of Misty Willow remained a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that home is not just a place, but a feeling carried within the heart. And so, their story continued, woven into the tapestry of time, a testament to the magic of change and the power of believing in the extraordinary. Their journey unfolded with each new dawn, the world beyond Misty Willow revealing itself as a canvas of uncharted wonders. The landscapes they traversed were as varied as the stars that glittered above them each night. They ventured through dense, mysterious forests where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was soft underfoot with fallen needles. They wandered into bustling towns where the clamor of markets and the exotic aromas of spices and street food infused the air with a vibrant energy. In every place they visited, Leora and Ilara shared tales of Misty Willow and its enchanting forest. They spoke of the ancient oak and the shimmering pool, of the wisdom whispered by the wind through the leaves. In turn, they listened to the stories of others, tales of perseverance and dreams, of challenges faced and overcome. These stories became part of their own tapestry, woven into the fabric of their journey. One evening, as they camped by the shores of a tranquil lake, Ilara strummed her lute, her voice rising in song beneath the star-studded sky. Her music was a bridge between the past and the future, a melody that resonated with the hopes and dreams of all who heard it. Leora, gazing into the flickering flames of their campfire, felt a deep sense of connection to the world around her, to the earth beneath her feet, and to the infinite sky above. As they traveled further, their journey took them to a majestic city perched on the edge of the sea, its towers reaching towards the heavens like fingers of stone. Here, amidst the city's vibrant tapestry of cultures and traditions, they found a community that welcomed them with open arms. They shared their stories and songs, their hearts finding kinship with those who understood the power of change and the magic of dreams. In this city by the sea, Leora discovered a new facet of herself, a part that had remained hidden until now. She began to write, her words flowing like the streams of Misty Willow, capturing the essence of her journey and the lessons learned along the way. Her writings became a reflection of her heart, a testament to the courage it takes to embrace the unknown and the beauty that lies in transformation. Ilara, inspired by the city's vibrant energy, composed new songs that wove together the stories they had gathered. Her music became a living tapestry, a celebration of the human spirit and the interconnectedness of all things. Together, Leora and Ilara shared their creations with the city's people, their performances a harmonious blend of word and melody that resonated with the souls of all who listened. As the time came to leave the city by the sea, Leora and Ilara felt a sense of fulfillment and purpose. Their journey had transformed them, each step a thread in the tapestry of their lives. They knew that their story was far from over, that new adventures awaited them beyond the horizon. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and the promise of new beginnings, they set sail for distant lands, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that the magic of Misty Willow was with them always. Their tale continued, a testament to the power of change, the strength of friendship, and the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. The winds carried them to islands where the beaches shimmered like scattered jewels, and the air was filled with the calls of exotic birds. They journeyed to ancient ruins, where the stones whispered secrets of a bygone era, echoing tales of empires long forgotten. Each place added new layers to their story, enriching their understanding of the world's vast tapestry. In one distant land, they encountered a wise elder, a guardian of forgotten knowledge. He spoke of a prophecy, a tale of two travelers who would unite the threads of past and future. Intrigued, Leora and Alara listened intently, realizing that their journey was not just about exploration, but also about weaving together the stories of the world. With each step, they grew, their journey a living testament to the transformative power of change. They learned that the world was a mirror, reflecting the beauty and complexity of the human spirit. Their hearts swelled with gratitude for the wisdom they had gained and the connections they had formed. And as they traveled, they carried with them the spirit of Misty Willow, a reminder that the magic of home was not confined to a place, but lived within their hearts. Their journey was a testament to the power of dreams, the strength of friendship, and the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to embrace the unknown. In the heart of every person lay the potential for extraordinary change, and Leora and Alara's story was a beacon of hope, a reminder that life was a tapestry to be woven with courage, love, and the magic of dreams. Story 6. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village, there was a small, forgotten path that wound its way through the ancient forest. It was said that this path led to a place where the colors of the world danced differently, and the air hummed with a gentle magic that could only be felt by those with a heart eager for adventure. On a serene evening, just as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, young Lyra stood at the mouth of this mysterious path. Her heart, a little drum of excitement, beat with the rhythm of 1,000 questions. The forest ahead was a tapestry of deep greens and golds, with beams of moonlight threading through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Lyra, with her hopeful eyes and a smile as bright as the morning sun, took a deep breath and stepped onto the path, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she walked, the air around her seemed to shimmer with possibilities. The gentle rustle of leaves whispered stories of old, and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine filled the air, wrapping around Lyra like a comforting embrace. Before long, she came upon a babbling brook, its water sparkling with an ethereal glow. Perched on a stone by the brook was a tiny creature, no larger than a teacup, with wings like stained glass windows painted in hues of lavender and blue. "Welcome, traveler," chirped the creature in a voice that tinkled like distant bells. "I am Finn, the guardian of this brook. What brings you to the enchanted grove?" Lyra, entranced by Finn's delicate beauty, replied, "I've always dreamed of discovering new places where the world feels alive with magic. I want to see and learn all that I can." Finn fluttered his wings delightedly, sending a cascade of shimmering droplets into the air. "Then you must be brave and curious, for the grove holds many wonders for those who dare to seek them." Encouraged by Finn's words, Lyra continued her journey, her heart buoyed by a newfound courage. The path led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where peculiar flowers blossomed in radiant colors, each petal softly glowing like a lantern. She knelt to admire them, inhaling their sweet, citrusy scent, when she heard a soft giggle. Looking up, Lyra saw a group of small, fox-like creatures with fur that glistened like silver. They danced playfully around the flower beds, their laughter a melody that echoed through the night. One of them, with bright eyes and a mischievous grin, approached Lyra. "I am Luna," the creature introduced herself, "and these are my kin. We are the Luminara, caretakers of the flowers that light the night." Lyra smiled warmly and asked, "Can you show me more of your world? I wish to understand its beauty. Luna nodded and, with a wave of her paw, beckoned Lyra to follow. Together they ventured deeper into the grove, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could carry. They passed through archways of intertwined branches and fields where fireflies danced like stars fallen to earth. The night wore on, and Lyra learned much from her new friends. She discovered how the Luminara nurtured the land with their laughter, and how the brook's water held ancient memories of the forest. Each moment spent in this enchanted place taught her the value of wonder and the courage it takes to embrace the unknown. As the first light of dawn began to paint the horizon with streaks of pink and gold, Lyra knew it was time to return to her village. Her heart was full of gratitude and the warmth of newfound friendships. Standing at the edge of the forest, Lyra turned to Finn and Luna, who had accompanied her back. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft with emotion. "You've shown me that the world is full of magic, and that courage is the key to discovering it." Luna nuzzled Lyra's hand gently, while Finn fluttered to her shoulder. "Remember, brave traveler," he whispered, "the magic is always there, waiting for those who seek it with an open heart." With one last smile, Lyra stepped back onto the path leading home, the morning sun casting a golden glow on her journey. She carried with her not just the memories of the enchanted grove, but a newfound courage and a heart forever open to the wonders of the world. And so, in the cozy warmth of her village, Lyra's tale of adventure and friendship spread like the light of a new dawn, inspiring others to seek their own paths of discovery, guided by courage and the promise of magic in every corner of the world. As the stars faded and the village awoke to a new day, Lyra knew that the enchanting grove would always be a part of her, a reminder that the world was filled with endless possibilities for those willing to explore with an open heart. And with that, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the twilight air, there stood a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and bubbling brooks. Here the cottages had thatched roofs and cheerful gardens, while wisps of smoke curled from the chimneys, filling the streets with the scent of hearth fires and freshly baked bread. It was in one such cozy cottage that a young girl named Willow lived with her grandmother, a kindly soul with eyes that twinkled like stars. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they would settle before the crackling fire, and Willow's grandmother would spin wondrous tales of woodland sprites, talking animals, and all manner of enchantments. One night, as Willow was drifting off to sleep, she was stirred by a peculiar sound, a faint tinkling, like the chime of a distant bell. Blinking awake, she saw a glimmering trail of stardust leading out the cottage door and into the dusky forest beyond. Curiosity burning brighter than the embers in the hearth, Willow followed the shimmering path, her bare feet padding softly on the mossy ground. Deeper into the woods she wandered, the tinkling growing louder with every step, until at last she came upon a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. There, amidst the ferns and wildflowers, stood a circle of toadstools, each one capped with a delicate glass bell that tinkled in the gentle breeze. As Willow watched in wonder, tiny winged creatures flitted among the mushrooms, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. "Fairies!" Willow gasped, her eyes wide with delight. At the sound of her voice, the fairies took flight, swirling around her in a dazzling spiral before alighting on a nearby branch. One fairy, her gown shimmering like sunlight on water, fluttered closer and spoke in a voice as soft as petals unfurling. "Welcome, dear Willow," she said. "We've been expecting you." Thus began a series of wondrous adventures, as the fairies revealed to Willow the secrets of their enchanted realm. They showed her glades where unicorns grazed, clearings where dryads danced among the trees, and sparkling streams watched over by wise old nymphs. Yet as the days passed, Willow couldn't help but notice something amiss. The forest seemed less vibrant, the colors muted, the magic growing faint. When she confided her worries to the fairy queen, the tiny monarch's face grew grave. "A darkness stirs in the heart of the wood," she said, "a force that seeks to snuff out the light of wonder and enchantment. If we do not find the source of this blight, our realm will wither away, and the magic will be lost forever." Willow vowed to help in any way she could, and so began a quest to unravel the mystery. With the fairies as her guides, she explored every corner of the forest, her keen eyes searching for any clue, any hint of what might be causing the dimming of the magic. At last, deep in the thickest part of the wood, they discovered a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark black as night and its branches bare and lifeless. Pulsing at its roots was a foul miasma, a creeping darkness that seemed to leech the very life from the surrounding plants and creatures. "The dire oak," whispered the fairy queen, her wings drooping. "An ancient evil, born of despair and fed by sorrow. If left unchecked, its corruption will spread until all of our realm is consumed." Willow knew then what she must do. Gathering her courage, she approached the twisted tree, fighting against the waves of hopelessness that emanated from its twisted trunk. Then, drawing upon the warmth and light she had found in the fairies' friendship, in the beauty of the forest, and in the love of her grandmother's stories, she began to sing. Her voice was soft at first, a single thread of melody weaving through the gloom. But as she sang of hope, of joy, of the wonders that still remained in the world, it grew stronger, richer, filling the air with its pure, radiant tones. Slowly, as if in a waking dream, the darkness around the dire oak began to dissipate, chased away by the golden light of Willow's song. The tree's bark lightened, its branches unfurling with tender green buds. Where the miasma had spread, new life bloomed, vibrant flowers, lush ferns, and mossy hollows where woodland creatures peeked out, blinking in the warm sunshine. When at last the final note faded, the forest was restored to its former glory, the magic thrumming strong and true once more. The fairies danced and twirled with delight, while the dryads and nymphs joined in a chorus of rejoicing. As for Willow, she returned to her grandmother's cottage, her heart full of wonder and her mind brimming with tales to share by the fireside. And though the fairies bid her farewell for now, she knew that their enchanted realm would forever be a part of her, a place where magic lived on, in the innocent hopes and dreams of those who believed. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the canopy of emerald leaves, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, lay a world hidden from most eyes. Here, the natural creatures lived in harmony, guided by the timeless wisdom of the forest ancients and the gentle rhythm of the seasons. The forest was unlike any other, for it was whispered among the elders of nearby villages that it was woven with threads of magic. This magic was not the kind found in tales of sorcerers and spells, but a subtler, deeper magic that flowed through the roots of ancient trees and shimmered in the morning dew. It was a magic that connected each creature, from the smallest ant to the grandest stag, in a delicate web of life. In this woodland realm, there was a wise and gentle hedgehog named Thistle. With quills softened by age and eyes that sparkled like the stars above, Thistle had lived through many seasons and knew the forest's secrets well. His burrow, nestled under the protective arch of an old oak tree, was a place of warmth and comfort, lined with soft moss and fragrant with the earthy scent of dried herbs. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the ground and the air was filled with the rustle of falling leaves, Thistle gathered his forest friends for a meeting. The gathering took place in a sun-dappled glade, where the ground was carpeted with golden leaves, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of bees, savoring the last blooms of the season. Among the attendees were Willow, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlight, Bramble, the playful squirrel with a knack for finding the sweetest acorns, and Fen, the soft-spoken fox with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves. They had come to discuss a pressing matter, for Thistle had sensed a change in the balance of their beloved forest. "Listen closely, my friends," Thistle began, his voice as soothing as the babbling brook that wound its way through the forest. "The winds have carried whispers of a disturbance. The weather has been unseasonably warm, and the trees have begun to shed their leaves too soon. This is not the natural way." The creatures murmured softly among themselves, their breaths visible in the cool air. Willow, perched on a low branch, hooted gently, "We must find the source of this imbalance. The forest thrives on harmony, and if one part is in distress, it affects us all." Bramble, ever curious and full of energy, scampered forward. "Perhaps the answer lies with the wind spirits. They guide the breezes and bring the seasons. If we can speak with them, they might help restore balance." The suggestion was met with nods of agreement, and it was decided that Thistle, Willow, and Bramble would set out on a journey to find the wind spirits, while Fen would remain to watch over the younger creatures of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Thistle and his companions set off. The path ahead was bathed in the golden glow of twilight, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, as if encouraging them onward. Their journey led them through the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with fallen needles. They passed by the crystal stream, its waters sparkling under the moonlight, and through the meadow of whispers, where the grasses swayed like waves in the ocean. Finally, they reached the windy hill, a high, open space where the sky seemed to stretch endlessly above them. Here, the wind spirits were said to dwell, invisible to the eye, but felt in the caress of the breeze and the song of the wind through the trees. Thistle and his friends sat quietly, their hearts open to the whispers of the wind. It was not long before they felt a gentle presence, a soft, swirling energy that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. "Wise Thistle," the wind seemed to sigh, "we know why you have come. The balance of the forest is indeed askew. The seasons have shifted, and the delicate dance of nature is disrupted." Willow, her eyes closed in concentration, listened intently. "How can we help restore the balance?" she asked, her voice carried on the wind. The answer came, soft and melodious. "The balance can be restored through understanding and unity. Each creature, each tree, each drop of rain plays a part in the tapestry of life. To mend the imbalance, you must remind the forest of its interconnectedness." With newfound purpose, Thistle thanked the wind spirits for their guidance. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the three friends made their way back to the heart of the whispering woods, carrying with them the wisdom of the winds. Upon returning, they gathered the creatures of the forest, sharing the message of unity and balance. They encouraged each animal to listen to the rhythms of the earth, to work together in harmony, and to cherish the connections that bound them to one another. As the days passed, the forest began to heal. The trees whispered their gratitude as their leaves regained their vibrant hues, and the air grew crisp and clear, filled with the songs of birds and the rustle of life. The magic of the whispering woods, once again in balance, glowed warmly, enveloping all in its gentle embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the creatures of the forest settled into their burrows and nests, comforted by the knowledge that wisdom and friendship had restored their world. As Thistle curled up in his cozy burrow, the soft lullaby of the wind carried a promise of peace and harmony, a promise that would endure through all the seasons to come. Story 9. In a forest where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a hidden realm known as Sylvanwood. The ancient trees of Sylvanwood stretched their arms skyward, their roots nestled deep in the rich, loamy earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, casting a gentle glow over the moss-carpeted floor below. This was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary danced lightly on the breeze. In this enchanted haven, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. Beneath the gnarled boughs of a venerable oak, a family of foxes made their den. The mother fox, with her russet coat and wise eyes, tended to her kits with stories of the forest's magic. "Listen to the rustle of the leaves," she would say, her voice like a lullaby. "They speak of the seasons, of the cycles that bind us all." Nearby, a gentle stream wound its way through the forest, its waters clear and cool. In its depths, a school of silver-scaled fish darted about, their movements as graceful as moonlight on water. The stream sang a melody of its own, harmonizing with the soft rustling of leaves and the calls of birds that flitted through the branches above. Among these branches, a wise old owl named Orin perched nightly. Orin's feathers were the color of twilight, his eyes like polished amber. He had watched over Sylvanwood for many seasons, his heart attuned to the subtle shifts in the forest's rhythms. Orin was the keeper of stories, the guardian of wisdom passed down through generations. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of indigo and rose, a peculiar change began to ripple through the forest. The leaves, once green and vibrant, shimmered with a golden light, as if touched by the breath of autumn itself. Orin sensed the change and spread his wings, gliding silently to the heart of Sylvanwood, where the creatures gathered in curiosity. In the center of their meeting place stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with patterns that shifted and changed with the seasons. This was the Heartwood, the center of the forest's magic, and tonight it pulsed with a gentle, golden glow. It was said that the Heartwood connected the forest to the very essence of nature, drawing from the energy of the earth and sky. "Friends," Orin hooted softly as the creatures settled around him, "gather close and listen well. The Heartwood speaks, and its voice brings news of change." The forest fell silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the stream. Even the wind seemed to pause, holding its breath in anticipation. "The time of Mabon approaches," Orin continued, "when the balance between day and night is perfect. It is a time of harvest, of reflection, and of gratitude for the bounty the forest provides. But it is also a time when the magic of Sylvanwood is most potent." A soft murmur spread through the gathering. The creatures of the forest were familiar with the rituals and celebrations of the seasons, but there was something different in the air this year. A sense of urgency lingered in the golden light that bathed the Heartwood. "The forest is in harmony," Orin explained, "but there are whispers of imbalance beyond our borders. The world outside struggles to find its equilibrium, and we must be vigilant to protect the balance we cherish here." Amidst the creatures sat a young hare named Thistle, her ears perked attentively. Though small and unassuming, Thistle was known for her keen insight and gentle heart. She looked around at her friends, seeing their concern reflected in their eyes. "What can we do, Orin?" Thistle asked softly, her voice barely louder than the breeze. "How can we help the world beyond our forest find its balance?" Orin regarded the young hare with a knowing gaze. "Even the smallest among us can make a difference, dear Thistle," he replied. "Our strength lies in our unity and in our ability to share the wisdom of the forest. We must listen to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the stream, and the stories of the trees. They will guide us." With Orin's counsel echoing in their hearts, the creatures of Sylvanwood set about their preparations. They gathered the fruits and nuts of the harvest, offering thanks to the earth for its gifts. They sang songs of gratitude and danced beneath the stars, their hearts in tune with the rhythms of nature. As the days passed, the forest began to change. The leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, and the air grew crisp with the promise of autumn. The creatures worked together, their efforts a testament to the harmony that bound them. Thistle, with her gentle heart and wise eyes, led a small group of animals to the edge of Sylvanwood. There they planted seeds of kindness and understanding, hoping that their gestures would take root and spread beyond the borders of the forest. The seasons turned, as they always do, and the nights grew longer. Yet within the heart of Sylvanwood, a warmth persisted, a warmth born of unity, friendship, and the shared commitment to maintaining the balance of their world. And so, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon cast its silver glow upon the sleeping forest, the creatures of Sylvanwood nestled into their beds of moss and leaves. They drifted into slumber, their dreams filled with the whispering song of the Heartwood and the gentle promise of a new day, a day where balance and harmony would reign, both within their beloved forest and beyond. As the firelight flickers and the story draws to a close, a sense of peace settles over all who have listened, reminding them that even in the vast tapestry of the world, the smallest actions can weave threads of harmony and hope. Story 10. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets of times long past, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, lived a community of creatures so attuned to the rhythms of nature that they danced in harmony with the turning of the seasons. This forest, known as Windwhistle Wood, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where the natural world thrived in delicate balance. The creatures of Windwhistle Wood were as diverse as the colors of autumn leaves. There were the gentle deer with eyes as soft as moonlight, the industrious squirrels who chattered like bubbling brooks, and the wise old owl whose feathers were as mottled as the forest floor. Among them lived a small hedgehog named Briar, whose spines were tipped with silver, glinting like tiny stars in the dappled sunlight. Briar had always been curious about the world beyond his small burrow lined with dried leaves and moss. His mother, who had passed down stories of the forest's magic, spoke often of the balance that kept their world thriving. "Listen to the wind, watch the clouds, and learn from the earth," she would say, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, for in them lies the wisdom of the ages. One crisp morning, as the first frost painted the edges of the fallen leaves, Briar set out on a journey through the forest. He wanted to understand the magic that his mother spoke of, to see the hidden lives of the forest creatures and the phenomena that kept their world in balance. The path was soft beneath his paws, a tapestry of fallen leaves and fragrant pine needles. The air was brisk and sweet, carrying with it the melody of birdsong and the distant murmur of a stream. As Briar ventured deeper into the forest, he came upon a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. Here the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. At the center of this circle lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as polished glass, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees. It was here that the forest's magic was most potent, where the seasons wove their tapestries of change. As Briar approached the pool, he noticed a family of frogs hopping along its edge. Their skin was a vibrant green, with eyes that shone like dew-kissed emeralds. "Welcome, young hedgehog," croaked the eldest frog, who sat upon a lily pad like a king on his throne. "You seek the wisdom of the forest, do you not?" Briar nodded, his heart fluttering with excitement. "Yes, I wish to understand the magic that keeps our home in harmony." The frog smiled, a slow and knowing gesture. "Then you must learn from the seasons, for they are the keepers of our balance. Watch as the leaves fall and understand their purpose. See the snow blanket the earth and know its gifts. Feel the warmth of spring and embrace its renewal." With each passing day, Briar returned to the clearing, watching as the world transformed with the seasons. He marveled at the way the autumn leaves, in their fiery brilliance, whispered secrets of time and change. He witnessed the first snowfall, a quiet hush that blanketed the forest in a serene white silence, a reminder of rest and reflection. And when spring arrived, with its riot of colors and scents, Briar felt a stirring of life within him, a renewal that echoed the awakening of the forest. Flowers bloomed in wild profusion, painting the clearing in hues of every imaginable shade. The air was alive with the hum of bees and the joyous trills of birds returning home. Through it all, Briar learned the lessons of the forest. He discovered that every creature, no matter how small, played a part in the grand tapestry of life. He saw how the trees, with their deep roots and skyward-reaching branches, stood as guardians of wisdom, teaching patience and endurance. He understood how the changing weather, in all its forms, was a dance of elements that nourished and challenged, bringing both bounty and hardship. Briar's heart swelled with gratitude for the world around him, for the magic that pulsed through the very soil beneath his feet. He realized that harmony was not a state to be achieved, but a constant practice of balance, of giving and receiving, of adapting and growing. As the years passed, Briar became a sage among the creatures of Windwhistle Wood. He shared his wisdom with the young and curious, passing down the stories and lessons that had been entrusted to him. And when the seasons turned once more, he would sit by the shimmering pool, his silver-tipped spines gleaming in the sunlight, a gentle reminder of the magic that wove their world together. In the heart of Windwhistle Wood, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in peaceful harmony, guided by the whispers of the wind, the stories of the past, and the eternal dance of the seasons. And as the night fell, painting the sky with stars and the forest with shadows, Briar would curl up in his burrow, content in the knowledge that he was a part of something wondrous and eternal. Story 11. Once upon a time, nestled within the emerald embrace of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint village named Lumina. This village wasn't like any other, for it held a secret so wondrous that it danced on the whispers of the wind and hid within the shadows of the trees. Lumina was a place where magic lingered within the air, a gentle, shimmering presence that caressed each leaf and kissed every flower. In this village lived a young girl named Marin, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and hair that cascaded like golden sunbeams. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Marin had an insatiable love for stories, especially those told by her grandmother, a wise woman with a gentle voice that seemed to summon the very essence of the past. Her grandmother spoke of hidden worlds and magical objects, of journeys and friendships that defied the odds. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their fiery dance and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and pine, Marin set out for the woods. Her grandmother had whispered of a hidden realm, one that could only be found by those with hearts pure and eyes willing to see beyond the ordinary. It was said that this realm held a magical object, the Mirror of Echoes, which revealed truths and secrets to the one worthy of its reflection. Marin's feet carried her deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels guarding their secrets. The forest floor was a tapestry of amber and gold, crunching softly under her steps. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting patterns that danced in time with the rustling leaves. The forest seemed alive, whispering secrets only the wind could understand. As Marin ventured further, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was narrow, almost hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, leading her to a place where the air felt different, charged with a gentle hum of magic. Her heart quickened with anticipation as she followed the path, each step taking her closer to the unknown. The path led to a clearing, a serene haven surrounded by towering trees that seemed to form a protective circle. In the center stood a pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. But what caught Marin's breath was not the pond itself, but a peculiar sight beside it. A mirror, tall and ornate, with a frame that twirled like vines frozen in silver. This was the Mirror of Echoes, the object of legends whispered through generations. Marin approached it with awe, the mirror's surface shimmering like liquid moonlight. As she stood before it, her reflection began to shift and change, revealing not just her own image, but a tapestry of scenes, memories, dreams, and possibilities. The first image was of her grandmother, young and vibrant, holding a similar mirror, a look of wonder in her eyes. Then came a vision of the village, its people united in laughter and song, celebrating under a sky filled with stars. Marin saw herself too, older and wiser, guiding others with the same kindness and courage that she had always admired in her grandmother. But the mirror also showed shadows, moments of doubt, fear, and loneliness. It was as if the mirror was telling a story, not just of who she was, but who she could be, should she choose the path of wisdom and friendship. As Marin gazed into the mirror, a soft voice echoed in her mind, one that seemed to come from the depth of the forest itself. The path of truth is not always clear, dear child. It is woven with choices, each one a thread in the tapestry of your life. Though the voice was gentle, its words carried the weight of wisdom. Marin understood that this journey was not just about finding the mirror, but about discovering herself. The mirror was merely a guide, a reflection of her deepest thoughts and desires. Determined to embrace this journey, Marin turned back toward the village, carrying with her the knowledge that the Mirror of Echoes had bestowed. She knew that the magic of the mirror was not in its ability to predict the future, but in its power to reveal the potential within oneself. As she returned home, the forest seemed to hum a melody of its own, a song of hope and renewal. The path was no longer hidden, and the air felt lighter, as if the very essence of the woods had shifted in response to her newfound understanding. Back in Lumina, Marin shared her tale with her grandmother, whose eyes sparkled with pride. Together, they wove a new story, one that spoke of courage and friendship, of the power to change not just oneself, but the world around them. In the gentle glow of the fireplace, as shadows danced on the walls and the aroma of freshly baked bread filled the air, Marin realized that the true magic lay not in the mirror, but in the bonds of love and trust that connected them all. It was a magic that could not be seen but felt, a magic that would guide her on every journey for the rest of her days. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Lumina thrived, its people bound by the stories they shared and the love they held for one another. And Marin, with her heart full of dreams and her spirit alight with wonder, knew that she would always carry the mirror's wisdom within her, guiding her through life's many adventures, as she continued to seek the hidden worlds and magical tales that awaited beyond the horizon. For in the end, It was not the mirror that defined her, but the choices she made and the love she gave that truly shaped the story of her life. Story 12. In a small, tucked-away village called Willow Grove, where the roofs of the cottages seemed to be woven from the very fabric of the stars and the cobblestone paths glimmered like polished moonstones, lived a bright-eyed girl named Lila. Willow Grove was nestled in a valley surrounded by whispering willows and fields that danced with wildflowers under the gentle sun. It was a place where magic was not just a word, but a daily presence, like the soft rustle of leaves or the song of a nightingale. Lila had an insatiable curiosity and a heart full of wonder. Her days were spent wandering the meandering trails that led through the woods, her pockets always filled with acorns, pebbles, and other treasures she found along the way. Her constant companion was a small, sprightly fox named Finn, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves and whose eyes sparkled with mischief and warmth. One evening, as the twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by the fireplace in her cottage, listening to her grandmother's tales of old. The fire crackled softly, casting a cozy glow that danced across the walls. Her grandmother's voice was like a lullaby, soothing and rich, as she spoke of the forest and its many wonders. But lately there had been whispers in Willow Grove of strange occurrences. The stars, usually steadfast in their nightly dance, had begun to flicker and dim without reason. The village elders, wise and gentle, were puzzled. The stars, after all, were the guardians of Willow Grove, their light a reminder of the magic that flowed through the valley. Determined to understand this mystery, Lila decided to seek out the answer. She wrapped herself in a cloak woven from the softest wool, its color as deep as the midnight sky, and set out with Finn by her side. Together, they ventured into the forest, where the trees stood tall, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. The path was lit by the soft glow of fireflies, their tiny lights twinkling like the stars themselves. As they walked, Lila hummed a tune, a melody as old as the woods, and Finn trotted happily beside her, his nose twitching with excitement. The first stop on their journey was the home of Eldra, the wise owl who lived in an ancient oak tree. Eldra was known for her knowledge of the stars and her ability to see beyond what was visible. Her eyes, large and luminous, reflected the wisdom of the ages. Eldra, Lila called softly, looking up into the branches. "Do you know why the stars have been flickering?" Eldra fluttered down, her wings whispering through the night air. "Ah, young Lila, the stars have a voice of their own, and they speak through their light. But lately, their song has been interrupted by a shadow, a gentle veil cast over them." A shadow? Lila wondered aloud, her brow furrowed with thought. What could cause such a thing? Eldra blinked slowly, her gaze thoughtful. "There is a creature, the Star Weaver, who dances among the constellations. Her task is to mend the threads of light that bind the stars. Perhaps she needs help, or perhaps something unexpected has crossed her path." With a nod of thanks, Lila and Finn continued their journey. Deeper into the woods, where the trees whispered secrets, and the moonlight wove silver patterns on the forest floor. They soon arrived at the glade, where the Star Weaver was known to visit. It was a place of serene beauty, where the grass was like a soft green carpet, and the air shimmered with the faintest hint of stardust. In the center of the glade stood a figure, ethereal and graceful. Her hair flowed like a river of stars, and her robe shimmered with every shade of twilight. This was Celestia, the Star Weaver, her eyes filled with a gentle kindness and a touch of sadness. "Celestia," Lila called softly, stepping forward. "We've come to help. We've noticed the stars are flickering, and Eldra mentioned you might need assistance." Celestia turned, her expression one of relief and gratitude. "Dear Lila, your heart is as bright as the stars themselves. Indeed, I have been weaving the threads of starlight, but there has been a disturbance, a gentle breeze that tangles the threads before they can be set right." "What kind of breeze?" asked Finn, his ears perked in curiosity. "Not a breeze of wind, but of magic," Celestia explained. "A creature, joyful and playful, has been frolicking too close, unaware of the delicate work I do." Lila and Finn exchanged a knowing glance. It seemed the mystery was not one of malice, but of innocent play. "Perhaps we can speak with this creature," Lila suggested. "Help them understand the importance of your work." Celestia nodded, her smile warm and hopeful. "If anyone can do so, it is you, dear Lila." With Celestia's blessing, Leela and Finn set off once more, following a trail of soft laughter and twinkling light. They soon came upon a meadow where a creature of pure light danced among the flowers. It was a star wisp, a being of joy and innocence, its laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Hello, little wisp," Lila greeted with a gentle wave. "We've come to talk to you about the stars." The wisp paused in its dance, its form shimmering with curiosity. It floated closer, its light pulsing with a friendly glow. "The stars? I love them. They're like little friends in the sky." "I know you love them," Lila said kindly, "but your dancing has been tangling their light. Celestia, the star weaver, needs to mend the threads so the stars can shine brightly." The wisp's glow dimmed slightly, a sign of its understanding and concern. "Oh, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I just wanted to share my joy with them." "We know," Finn said, his voice soft and reassuring. "Perhaps you can dance a little further away, where your light can join theirs without tangling the threads." The wisp twirled happily, its glow brightening once more. "Yes, I can do that! Thank you for telling me." With a final twinkle of joy, the wisp floated away, its laughter echoing through the meadow like a sweet lullaby. Lila and Finn watched as it joined the stars, its light now a gentle addition to the night's tapestry. Returning to the glade, they found Celestia waiting, her smile radiant with gratitude. "The stars are already singing their song once more. Thank you, dear Leela and Finn." As they made their way back to Willow Grove, the stars above shone brilliantly, their light a comforting blanket over the village. Lila felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that sometimes the smallest acts of kindness could mend the threads that bind the world together. Back at her cozy cottage, Lila curled up by the fire with Finn nestled beside her. The flames flickered softly, casting a warm glow that lulled her into a gentle slumber. As she drifted into dreams, she knew that the stars would keep watch, their light a reminder of the magic and friendship that filled her world. And so, in the peaceful embrace of the night, Willow Grove rested, the stars above twinkling like 1,000 tiny beacons of hope and wonder. Story 13. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the whispering leaves seemed to share secrets of old, lived a multitude of natural creatures, whose lives were intertwined with the very essence of the land. This forest, with its towering trees that reached toward the heavens and streams that sang soft lullabies, was a place where the ordinary and the magical danced hand in hand. As the dawn's first light peeked through the emerald canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled shades of gold, a gentle breeze carried the scent of moss and wildflowers. It was in this tranquil setting that a wise old tortoise named Brahm lived. Brahm's shell was a tapestry of time itself, etched with patterns that told stories of seasons past and the wisdom gleaned from them. Brahm was the guardian of the forest's balance, a role passed down through generations. He had seen many springs bloom and winters sleep over the land, and he understood that the forest thrived on the harmony between all its inhabitants, from the tiniest ants to the majestic deer. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of amber and crimson, Brahm sensed a shift in the air. The wind carried whispers not of the usual gentle rustle, but of an unusual dryness. The leaves, instead of their usual nourishing bed upon the earth, were curling and crumbling away too soon. Brahm knew the forest was crying out, and it was up to him to listen. He slowly made his way to the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest, whose roots dug deep into the earth like an ancient anchor. Here the animals often gathered to share stories and wisdom. Today the air was filled with concern. The squirrels, usually busy with their acorn hoards, chattered nervously. The birds, who in other times would fill the air with their songs, were silent. A young fox named Leora approached Brahm, her eyes bright with both curiosity and unease. "Brahm," she began, her voice a soft murmur like the stream that ran through their woods, "the leaves are falling too soon. The streams are shrinking. What has caused this change?" Brahm gazed kindly at Leora, his eyes reflecting the gentle wisdom of countless years. "The forest tells us that balance is shifting," he replied. "Our task is to discover the cause and restore harmony." Leora nodded, her bushy tail flicking with resolve. "How do we begin?" Brahm pondered, his thoughts moving as slowly and deliberately as he did. "We must seek the counsel of the windsong," he declared. "The windsong carries messages from distant lands and knows secrets of the skies." The journey to the highest hill where the windsong could be heard was not an easy one, but the creatures of the forest united in their quest. They traveled through groves, where sunlight danced like fairies, and across meadows where the grass whispered underfoot. As they climbed higher, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. At last, they reached the summit, where the wind played a haunting melody through the branches. Brahm and Leora listened closely as the windsong wove its tale, a story of distant mountains where the snows had melted too soon, sending torrents of water down to the valleys, leaving the rivers here parched and dry. Understanding the message, Brahm turned to the gathered creatures. "We must help the forest adapt," he said. "It is time for the wisdom of our ancestors, stored in the roots of the great oak, to guide us." With Leora at his side, Brahm led the creatures back to the forest's heart. They began the work of restoring balance, guided by the knowledge that had been passed down through generations. The beavers, with their innate engineering skills, diverted streams to nurture the thirsty roots. The birds spread seeds far and wide, ensuring the growth of new life. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil so it could better hold the precious water. As the days turned to weeks, autumn unfurled its full glory across the forest. The creatures worked tirelessly, each small act contributing to the restoration of their home. Colors deepened, and the air was filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the promise of renewal. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Brahm gathered the creatures once more beneath the great oak. "We have done well," he said, his voice a soothing rumble. "The forest sings once more with life and balance." Leora looked around at her friends, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "Together, we have woven a new story," she said, her voice carrying the warmth of a hearth, one of unity and hope. As twilight descended, the forest sighed a contented breath. The creatures settled into their nests and burrows, lulled by the gentle night sounds and the knowledge that harmony had been restored. The stars twinkled above, a celestial blanket over the peaceful land, as Brahm tucked his head beneath his shell, dreaming of the stories yet to be told. And so in the heart of Verdantwood Forest, life continued its rhythmic dance, a symphony of nature's wisdom and the enduring power of friendship. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between the arms of two gentle hills, where the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, a series of peculiar events had begun to unfold. The village was known as Willowmere, and it was a place where the sun's rays seemed to linger longer, casting a warm golden hue over the cobblestone paths and quaint cottages adorned with thatched roofs. The villagers of Willowmere were a close-knit community, always smiling and waving to one another, sharing stories and laughter under the old oak tree in the village square. Life moved at a leisurely pace here, and the only sounds that often broke the serene silence were the soft chimes of the wind through the willow trees and the gentle babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. However, one morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dew-kissed petals, the village awoke to an odd discovery. The weather vane atop the village's clock tower had mysteriously turned itself backwards. Not only was it an unusual sight, but it defied the gentle breezes that flowed through the valley, always guiding it in the right direction. The villagers gathered in the square, scratching their heads and murmuring about this strange occurrence. Among them was a young girl named Clara, whose curious mind was as bright as her twinkling eyes. Clara loved to solve puzzles and was known for her keen observation skills. Her best friend, a small, fluffy fox named Finn, was always by her side, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. As the villagers debated the cause of the weather vane's peculiar behavior, Clara and Finn decided to explore the mystery themselves. They began their investigation by visiting Elder Thomas, the village's wise and gentle elder, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from his kitchen as Clara and Finn approached, and they were warmly welcomed inside. Elder Thomas, a man with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled like the stars, listened carefully as Clara explained the situation. He nodded thoughtfully, stroking his beard. Ah, it seems that Willowmere has a mystery on its hands, he mused. But remember, my dear Clara, sometimes the answers we seek are hidden in the most unexpected places. Taking Elder Thomas's advice to heart, Clara and Finn decided to explore the village, keeping their senses sharp for anything out of the ordinary. As they wandered through the sun-dappled paths, they noticed a peculiar pattern of fallen leaves forming a spiral on the ground near the willow grove. Finn sniffed the air and let out a soft yip, as if urging Clara to take a closer look. Upon examining the leaves, Clara noticed that they seemed to be pointing toward the village's ancient stone bridge, a place where the brook sang its most melodious tune. As they approached the bridge, Clara spotted something glinting in the sunlight. It was a small, intricately carved stone, unlike any she had seen before. The stone was warm to the touch, and it seemed to hum with a gentle energy. Clara pocketed the stone, and together with Finn, they continued their exploration. Their next stop was the meadow, where the village's friendly gnomes resided. These gnomes were known for their vast knowledge of the land and its whims. As Clara and Finn approached, the gnomes greeted them with cheerful smiles, their tiny hats bobbing in the breeze. "Ah, Clara and Finn, what brings you to our meadow?" asked Grom, the eldest of the gnomes, his voice as soft as the rustling grass. Clara explained the mystery of the weather vane and showed them the stone she had found. The gnomes gathered around, inspecting the stone with great interest. After a moment of hushed whispers and thoughtful nods, Grom spoke. "This is a stone of harmony, a rare find indeed. It seems that the balance of our village has been subtly shifted." With newfound insight, Clara and Finn thanked the gnomes and returned to the village, pondering the meaning of the stone and its connection to the weather vane. As they strolled back through the cobblestone streets, Finn suddenly paused, his ears perking up. He tugged gently at Clara's sleeve, leading her toward the village's grand library, known for its vast collection of ancient tomes and scrolls. Inside the library, where the air was filled with the comforting scent of old books, Clara and Finn were greeted by the librarian, Madame Poppy, a wise owl who perched atop a wooden stand. Her feathers were as soft as velvet, and her eyes, large and round, seemed to see everything. "Ah, young Clara and Finn," Madame Poppy hooted warmly. "What knowledge do you seek today?" Clara explained their quest and showed Madame Poppy the stone. The owl blinked thoughtfully, then fluttered down to a shelf lined with dusty books. With her beak, she carefully nudged a particular volume toward Clara. "This book speaks of the stones of harmony and their role in maintaining the balance of all things," she explained. Clara opened the book, and together with Finn, they pored over its pages. They learned that the stones of harmony were enchanted objects that ensured peace and balance in the places they resided. When disturbed or removed, their absence could cause subtle shifts, like the turning of a weather vane against the wind. Realizing the significance of the stone, Clara knew what needed to be done. She and Finn returned to the stone bridge, where they had found the stone, and carefully placed it back in its original spot among the swirling leaves. As they did, Clara felt a soothing warmth spread through her, as if the village itself was sighing with relief. The next morning, as the village awoke to the melodious sounds of birdsong and the gentle rustle of willow branches, the villagers were delighted to find the weather vane had returned to its proper position, spinning gracefully with the breeze once more. Clara and Finn shared a knowing smile, content in the knowledge that they had restored harmony to their beloved Willowmere. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft, golden glow over the village, Clara and Finn sat by the brook, their hearts light with the joy of a mystery solved. The gentle burbling of the water serenaded them, and the stars began to twinkle, one by one, in the velvet sky. And in that moment, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars and the benevolent moon, Clara whispered a promise to the land she loved, that she and Finn would always be there, ready to unravel the mysteries and keep the harmony of Willowmere alive. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, wrapped in the embrace of the magical, harmonious world they called home. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. The village was a place where the cobblestone streets danced with the soft patter of rain, and the air was always perfumed with the scent of lavender and fresh-baked bread. Lila was known for her kindness and curiosity, often seen exploring the edges of the village where the wildflowers grew in unruly patches. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves fluttered from the trees like whispers of an ancient tale, Lila stumbled upon an old weathered shop at the very end of the village. Its sign, barely legible from years of wear, read, "Beneath the Willow." Inside, the shop was a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and peculiar curiosities. The air was rich with the scent of aged paper and polished wood, and the gentle glow of the setting sun through the dusty windows painted everything in a warm, amber hue. As Lila wandered through the aisles, her fingers brushed against a small nondescript box tucked away on a high shelf. It seemed to call to her, not with words, but with a gentle pull of curiosity. She reached up on tiptoe, carefully lifting the box down. It was plain, made of a dark, richly grained wood, yet it hummed with a quiet, unspoken promise of mystery. Opening the box, Lila found a delicate, shimmering thread of silver, coiled like a sleeping serpent. It was as light as air and glimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. Entranced, Lila carefully lifted the thread, feeling it pulse gently in her hand. She sensed it was no ordinary thread, but held a magic of its own, a magic waiting to be discovered. That evening, as the village settled into the peaceful embrace of twilight, Lila sat by her window, the silver thread glowing softly in the moonlight. She pondered its purpose, feeling a quiet certainty that this thread was meant for something special. With a heart full of wonder, she decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend, an elderly tailor named Mr. Finch, who lived at the edge of the village. Mr. Finch was a kind soul, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a laugh that warmed the coldest of days. His hands, though weathered by years of sewing, moved with a grace that belied his age. He welcomed Lila with a gentle smile as she shared her discovery. "My dear Lila," he said, examining the thread with a thoughtful expression, "this is no ordinary thread. It is said that threads like this were spun from the moon's own light, gifted to those with kind hearts and curious spirits." Mr. Finch explained that the thread held the power to mend hearts and weave dreams, a magic subtle yet profound. However, its true potential could only be unlocked through acts of kindness and understanding. Determined to learn more, Lila embarked on a journey through her village and beyond, seeking those in need. Along the way, she met a cast of delightful characters. A wise old owl named Oliver, who perched in the ancient oak tree and dispensed riddles and advice. A cheerful squirrel named Pip, who could find the sunniest spot even on the cloudiest days, and a gentle doe named Sylvie, whose calm presence soothed even the most troubled hearts. Together, they formed a merry band, each offering their unique gifts as they ventured across the countryside. They encountered a farmer whose crops had failed, a musician who had lost his song, and a child who had forgotten how to dream. With the silver thread, Lila stitched the fabric of hope and joy, weaving together broken dreams and mending fractured spirits. Their journey was not without challenges. They faced a fierce storm that threatened to wash away their path, and a deep, dark forest where shadows whispered of doubt. But Lila, with her steadfast heart and the support of her friends, used wisdom and kindness to navigate these trials. As they traveled, the thread grew ever more vibrant, its light a beacon of hope. And with each heart they touched, Lila felt a change within her own, a deepening of compassion and understanding, a weaving together of her own dreams and those of others. Finally, their journey led them back to the village, where the thread had become a brilliant tapestry of light and color. Lila, with her friends by her side, realized that the true magic of the thread lay not in its ability to mend, but in the connections it forged and the love it spread. With the gentle glow of the thread now a part of her, Lila returned to her village, her heart full. She found joy in the simplest of moments and saw the world anew through the lens of kindness and wonder. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, Lila knew that the magic of the thread would forever be a part of her, a gentle reminder that the most extraordinary magic often lies in the simplest acts of love and understanding. And with that comforting thought, she closed her eyes, the silver thread resting by her side, its glow a lullaby of dreams yet to be woven. Story 16. In the heart of a sprawling forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the ground was carpeted with soft emerald moss, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was a young woman with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that reflected the deep, tranquil lakes scattered throughout the woods. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the forest, but lately she found herself at odds with its ever-changing nature. The seasons shifted around her, painting the forest in hues she didn't recognize, and Leora felt lost in the midst of these changes. She longed for the constancy of the familiar, yet the world around her seemed intent on moving forward without her consent. One crisp morning, as the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground, Leora wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Her heart was heavy with the fear of change, and she sought solace in the embrace of the woods. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves provided a soothing melody. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon a glade bathed in golden light. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches wide and welcoming. Beneath its boughs, a small, shimmering pool of water mirrored the sky above. Drawn to its tranquility, Leora knelt beside the pool and peered into its depths. To her surprise, the reflection staring back was not her own, but that of a wise old turtle. Its shell was etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of ages past, and its eyes held a kindness that eased the turmoil in Leora's heart. "Welcome, dear one," the turtle spoke in a voice as soft as the whispering breeze. "I am Eldin, guardian of this glade. What troubles you so?" Leora hesitated, but the warmth in Eldin's gaze encouraged her to speak. "I feel lost, Eldin. The world around me changes too quickly, and I fear I cannot keep up." Eldin chuckled gently, a sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "Change is the essence of life, young one. It is in embracing it that we find our true selves." Leora frowned, uncertainty gnawing at her. "But how can I embrace something that frightens me so?" With deliberate slowness, Eldin dipped his head into the pool, causing ripples to dance across its surface. When the water stilled, an image appeared, a caterpillar crawling along a leaf, munching contentedly. Leora watched as the caterpillar spun itself into a cocoon, transforming through the magic of nature into a magnificent butterfly. Just as the caterpillar must change to become the butterfly, so too must we transform to reach our fullest potential, Eldin explained. It is not the change itself that is frightening, but the fear of leaving behind what we know. Leora pondered Eldin's words, feeling the truth of them resonate within her. "But what if I do not like what I become?" Eldin smiled reassuringly. "Every transformation is guided by the heart. Trust in your own kindness and wisdom, and you will find beauty in the change." Encouraged by Eldin's wisdom, Leora thanked him and left the glade, feeling a lightness she had not known before. As she retraced her steps through the forest, she began to notice the beauty in the changes around her. The vibrant colors of the leaves, the playful chatter of squirrels preparing for winter, the crisp air that invigorated her spirit. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the glade often, each time finding herself a little more at ease with the world's ebb and flow. She befriended other creatures of the forest, a cheerful rabbit named Fern, who taught her the joy of new beginnings with each sunrise, and a wise owl named Orin, who shared the quiet strength found in patience and reflection. Together, they explored the forest, discovering hidden wonders and sharing stories beneath the stars. With every adventure, Leora found her fears diminishing, replaced by a growing curiosity and appreciation for the journey of life. As winter approached, the forest donned a cloak of shimmering white, and Leora found herself standing once more by the pool in the glade. The water was still, reflecting the pristine beauty of the snow-laden branches above. Eldin emerged from the shadows, his presence as calm and reassuring as ever. "You have grown much, dear one," Eldin observed, nodding approvingly. "Do you see now the gift of change?" Leora smiled, her heart light and full. "I do, Eldin. I have learned that, like the forest, I am ever changing, and that is a wonderful thing. Each moment of transformation brings new life and new possibilities." Eldin nodded. "And what have you discovered about yourself along the way?" "I have found that I am stronger than I knew," Leora replied, warmth in her voice. and that with friends by my side, there is no change I cannot embrace. Eldon's eyes twinkled with pride. Remember, Leora, transformation is not an ending, but a beginning, a chance to write new stories and weave new dreams. With those words echoing in her heart, Leora bid farewell to Eldon, knowing she could always return to the glade whenever she needed guidance. As she walked back through the forest, the crunch of snow beneath her feet, she felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. The forest, with all its magic and mystery, had taught her the most valuable lesson of all, that life, in its ever-changing beauty, was a gift to be cherished. And with that knowledge, Leora knew she could face whatever changes lay ahead with grace and courage. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered landscape, Leora returned home, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and she settled into her favorite chair, a contented smile on her lips. She was ready for whatever transformations awaited her, confident in the knowledge that she was never truly alone. And so, with the gentle lullaby of the forest as her guide, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wondrous possibilities that tomorrow would bring. Story 17. In the heart of a lush, verdant forest, where the emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was nestled in a cozy nook, surrounded by towering trees whose branches formed a natural canopy, dappling the ground with patches of sunlight. The air always smelled of pine needles and wildflowers, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody that lulled the village into a perpetual state of calm. Willowbrook was known far and wide for its vibrant gardens, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors and scents. But what truly set the village apart was its collection of charming, whimsical creatures who called it home. These creatures, ranging from the tiny, glowing flitterflies to the wise old owls, lived in harmony with the villagers, sharing the forest's bounty and wisdom. One fine morning, as the golden sun stretched its rays over the village, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find that the flowers in their gardens had changed colors overnight. The crimson roses had turned a deep indigo, the sunflowers glowed with a silvery sheen, and the violets were now a bright, cheerful yellow. This transformation, though beautiful, puzzled everyone, for it was unlike anything they had ever seen. Gathered in the village square, the villagers murmured among themselves, their voices a gentle hum of curiosity and concern. Standing among them was a thoughtful young girl named Lyra. With her honey-brown hair and eyes as green as the forest canopy, Lyra was known for her keen observations and gentle heart. She listened carefully to the whispers of the villagers and decided that this mystery was one she must unravel. As the morning light danced across the cobblestone streets, Lyra set off to seek the counsel of her dear friend, a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle lived by the edge of the brook, in a burrow lined with soft moss and fragrant herbs. His shell was etched with ancient patterns, and his eyes twinkled with the light of countless stories. "Good morning, Thistle," Lyra greeted as she approached, her voice as soft as the breeze. "Have you noticed anything peculiar about the flowers today?" Thistle lifted his head slowly, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Ah, the colors have indeed taken on a new hue, haven't they?" he replied, his voice a deep, comforting rumble. "But nature often has its reasons, my dear. Perhaps we should look beyond the surface to find the truth." Taking Thistle's words to heart, Lyra thanked him and set off deeper into the forest, her mind abuzz with possibilities. As she walked, the soft carpet of fallen leaves crunched underfoot, and the forest around her seemed to hum with life. She knew that if anyone could help shed light on this mystery, it would be the gentle and wise creatures who dwelled within the woods. Soon, Lyra came upon a clearing where the sun shone bright and warm. Here, a group of flitterflies flitted about, their tiny wings casting glimmers of light that danced like stars in the daylight. Lyra watched them for a moment, captivated by their grace. "Hello, little ones," she called out, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Have you noticed anything unusual in the forest recently?" The flitterflies paused in their dance, and one particularly luminous creature fluttered closer. With a voice that was as light as a breeze and as musical as a chime, it spoke. "We have seen the colors change, dear Lyra. It is the magic of the moonbeam orchids. Moonbeam orchids? Lyra asked, intrigued. She had heard tales of these rare and mystical flowers that were said to bloom only once every 100 years, under the light of a full moon. Yes, the flitterfly continued. They bloom deep within the heart of the forest. Their magic is gentle but strong, and it seems they have shared their colors with the flowers of Willowbrook. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lyra thanked the flitterflies and made her way further into the woods, guided by their luminous glow. As she ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the air thicker with the rich scent of earth and life. The path was winding, but Lyra moved with certainty, her heart buoyed by the whispers of the flitterflies. At last she arrived at a secluded glade, where the air was cool and filled with a shimmering light that seemed to pulse with an ethereal glow. In the center of the glade stood the moonbeam orchids, their petals a dazzling array of colors that shifted and changed with every breath of wind. It was a sight so breathtakingly beautiful that Lyra felt her heart swell with wonder. As she stood there, a gentle voice spoke, seemingly carried on the wind. "Welcome, young seeker," the voice murmured, its tone as soothing as the lull of a distant ocean. "The magic of the orchids is a gift to all who are willing to see the beauty in change." Lyra looked around, but saw no one. Yet she felt the presence of something wise and ancient, something that watched over the forest and all its inhabitants. "Thank you for your gift," Lyra replied, her voice filled with gratitude. "The colors have brought joy and wonder to our village, though we were puzzled by their sudden appearance." "Change is often mysterious, but always meaningful," the voice continued. "It teaches us to embrace the unknown with open hearts and to find beauty in all its forms." Lyra nodded, understanding the gentle lesson woven into the mystery. With a heart full of appreciation, she turned to make her way back home, the path now feeling familiar and friendly. As she returned to Willowbrook, she carried with her the story of the moonbeam orchids and their magical gift. The villagers gathered around, listening with rapt attention as she shared the tale of wonder and transformation. Their hearts, once filled with questions, now brimmed with a deeper understanding and a renewed appreciation for the world around them. Under the starlit sky, Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, the air still fragrant with the scent of moonbeam magic. And as Lyra lay in her bed, she thought of the forest and its gentle secrets, knowing that the world was filled with mysteries yet to be uncovered, each one a whisper of beauty waiting to be heard. Story 18. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle folds of the whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her cottage sat at the edge of a glistening lake, whose surface shimmered like 1,000 diamonds under the moonlit sky. Leora's days were filled with tending to her flourishing garden and listening to the melodic symphony of the forest as it sang with the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. Despite the peacefulness of her surroundings, Leora felt a deep restlessness within her heart. She longed for change, but was unsure of what that change might be. Her days, while serene, felt predictable and stagnant. She wished for something more, but found herself hesitant and fearful of the unknown. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora noticed something peculiar in her garden. There, amid the familiar blooms, stood a single, radiant flower, unlike any she had ever seen. Its petals glowed with an ethereal light that seemed to dance with the colors of the sunset. Intrigued and enchanted, she approached the flower, its sweet fragrance wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. As she reached out to touch the delicate blossom, a gentle voice filled the air, soft and soothing as the murmurs of the lake. "Do not fear change, dear one," the voice whispered, its tone as warm as the summer sun. Leora looked around, her eyes wide with wonder, but saw no one. The voice seemed to emanate from the flower itself, a magical presence she had never before encountered. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely a breath above the gentle breeze. "I am the spirit of the seasons," replied the voice. "I am here to guide you through the changes you seek." Leora felt a flutter of excitement mingled with apprehension. "But how?" she asked. "How can I embrace change when it frightens me so?" The spirit chuckled softly, a sound like the tinkling of distant chimes. "Change is the heartbeat of life, dear Leora. To fear it is to fear the very rhythm of existence. Yet through understanding and friendship, you shall find your way. With those words, the flower's glow intensified, enveloping Leora in a warm golden light. She felt a comforting warmth spread through her, as if an unseen hand had gently soothed her worries away. As the light faded, Leora found herself standing not in her garden, but in a wondrous realm where the air was alive with magic. The landscape around her was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with trees that shimmered in shades of silver and gold, and rivers that sang as they danced over smooth stones. The path before her was lined with luminous flowers, each one whispering secrets of the seasons. As Leora embarked on her journey through this enchanted land, she encountered a series of gentle creatures who became her companions and guides. First was Finn, a wise old owl whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. "Embrace what you do not know," he hooted from a branch high above, "for within the unknown lies the seed of transformation." Then there was Kale, a playful fox with a coat of fiery reds and oranges. He taught Leora the joy of spontaneity, of dancing with the wind and following the path of the ever-changing breeze. "Trust in the journey," he encouraged, his voice a joyful melody against the rustling leaves, "for the journey itself is your greatest teacher." Lastly, she met Sylvie, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and kind as the forest itself. Sylvie spoke of the strength found in vulnerability, of the beauty in opening one's heart to new experiences and friendships. "Let your heart be your compass," she murmured, her voice a soothing lullaby, "for it will guide you through the storms of doubt and fear." With each lesson, Leora felt herself growing, changing in ways she had never imagined. The magical realm mirrored her inner transformation, its landscapes shifting and evolving as she embraced each new experience and insight. The trees seemed to reach higher, their leaves shimmering with an even more vibrant light, while the rivers sang a song of newfound hope and courage. Over time, Leora's fear of change began to dissolve, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation. She realized that the uncertainty she had once dreaded was, in fact, a gateway to endless possibilities and discoveries. The magical realm was not a place to fear, but a canvas upon which she could paint the story of her own growth and transformation. As her journey through the enchanted land drew to a close, Leora found herself standing once more before the glowing flower in her garden. The spirit of the seasons spoke again, its voice now a gentle echo in her heart. "You have discovered the magic within yourself, dear Leora. Remember that change is not an enemy, but a friend who guides you toward your truest self." With a grateful heart and a newfound sense of courage, Leora returned to her life in the Whispering Woods. The world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive than ever before. Her garden bloomed with an array of colors she had never seen, each flower a testament to the beauty of transformation. In the days that followed, Leora embraced the changes that came her way, welcoming them with open arms and an open heart. She understood now that life was a wondrous dance of seasons, each one bringing its gifts of growth and discovery. And as she lay her head down to rest each night, she felt the gentle presence of the spirit of the seasons, a comforting reminder that she was never alone on her journey. And so, with the soothing sounds of the forest lulling her to sleep, Leora closed her eyes and dreamed of the endless possibilities that awaited her in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life. For she had learned that true magic lay not just in the world around her, but within herself, in the courage to embrace change and the wisdom to grow with it. And in that knowledge she found her peace. The end. Story 19. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to one another, and the air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there stood a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center, its waters shimmering with a faint glow that danced like moonlight on a clear night. The villagers were accustomed to the gentle magic that suffused their daily lives, from the self-lighting lanterns that hung outside their doors to the ever-blooming roses that lined the cobblestone paths. But one morning, as the golden sun began to peek through the leafy canopy, the villagers awoke to find something peculiar had happened overnight. The village's beloved clock tower, a grand old structure that stood at the heart of Willowbrook, had ceased its steady ticking. Its hands were frozen at the stroke of midnight, casting an air of mystery over the usually bustling square. The villagers gathered around, their faces etched with concern and curiosity. Among them was a gentle young woman named Clara, known for her inquisitive mind and kind heart. Clara had always been fascinated by the workings of the magical world around her, often spending her afternoons reading ancient tomes in the village library or chatting with the wise old owl that nested in the oak tree outside her window. Sensing that something more than a mere mechanical failure was afoot, Clara decided to investigate. She tucked a small notebook into her satchel, along with a trusty magnifying glass that had once belonged to her grandmother, a renowned detective in her day. As Clara approached the clock tower, she was greeted by a soft rustling sound. Looking up, she spotted Pippin, the playful wind sprite who often flitted about the village, stirring up gentle breezes and whispering in the ears of those who listened closely. "Good morning, Pippin," Clara called, shielding her eyes against the morning sun. "Have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower?" Pippin paused mid-air, his translucent wings shimmering like dew in the early light. "Indeed, Clara," he replied, his voice as light as a summer breeze. "The winds carried strange whispers last night, but I couldn't quite make sense of them." Clara nodded thoughtfully, her curiosity piqued. She decided to start her investigation at the base of the tower. The door creaked open with a gentle push, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with the scent of aged wood and a hint of lavender, a favorite fragrance of the villagers, who often gathered here for community events. As she ascended the spiral staircase, each step echoing softly in the quiet, Clara noticed small, silvery threads glinting in the corners. They seemed to pulsate with a faint light, weaving an intricate web that shimmered in the shadows. At the top, Clara found the clock's workings, a beautiful array of gears and cogs, all intricately designed yet completely still. Beside the mechanism, perched on a rafter, was a creature she had not expected to see. An elderly, wise-looking moth with wings as delicate as lace, dusted with soft, iridescent hues. "Greetings, young seeker," the moth said, its voice a gentle whisper. "I am Amon, keeper of the time threads." Clara blinked in surprise, then smiled warmly. "Hello, Amon. Do you know what has happened to our clock?" Amon nodded, his antennae twitching thoughtfully. "An unexpected tangle in the threads of time," he explained. "Something has disturbed their flow, causing them to knot and halt the passage of time for your village." Clara leaned closer, her mind racing with possibilities. "Can it be untangled?" she asked, her voice steady yet hopeful. "It can," Amon replied, "but it requires a careful touch and a keen eye. The threads must be coaxed gently back into place, their patterns restored to their natural rhythm." With Amon's guidance, Clara set to work. She used her grandmother's magnifying glass to examine the threads closely, her fingers moving with delicate precision. As she worked, she hummed a soft tune, a lullaby her mother used to sing, the melody weaving through the air like a soothing balm. Hours seemed to pass in a timeless haze, but eventually the threads began to respond, their light growing brighter as they slowly unwound from their tangled state. The gears of the clock creaked softly, then began to turn once more, their rhythm steady and sure. As the clock chimed its first note in what felt like ages, Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a deep sense of accomplishment and peace. Amon fluttered his wings, a gentle shower of luminescent dust drifting down like tiny stars. "Thank you, Clara," he said, his voice filled with quiet gratitude. "Your kindness and patience have restored the balance." Clara smiled, her heart light, as she descended the stairs to find the villagers gathered below, their faces alight with relief and joy. They cheered as the clock's chimes echoed through the square, a sound as familiar and comforting as the embrace of a beloved friend. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, Clara made her way home, her heart full of the day's adventures. She knew that the mysteries of the world were many and varied, but with friends like Pippin and mentors like Amon, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a little wisdom and a lot of heart. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the whispering woods and the comforting knowledge that all was well in her little corner of the world. Story 20. Once upon a time, In a galaxy far, far away, there lived a young alien named Zora. Zora was from the planet Zelion, a world covered in vibrant forests and crystal-clear rivers. She had emerald green skin, large iridescent eyes, and a gentle, curious nature. One day, Zora's exploration pod malfunctioned, sending her hurtling through a wormhole and crash-landing on a desolate, rocky world called Arkron. As she emerged from the wreckage, disoriented but unharmed, she came face to face with a gruff-looking creature unlike any she had ever seen. Grok was Arcturian, a reptilian species known for their resilience and resourcefulness. With scaly crimson skin, sharp talons, and a perpetual frown, he looked quite intimidating. Yet beneath his rough exterior lay a strong sense of honor and loyalty. At first, the two regarded each other with trepidation, their differences seeming insurmountable. Zora, raised in a peaceful society, was taken aback by Grok's imposing demeanor. Meanwhile, Grok eyed the delicate alien warily, unaccustomed to such an ethereal presence on his harsh, unforgiving planet. Circumstances soon forced them to work together, however. With their spacecraft damaged beyond repair and no means of communication, survival became the top priority. Though initially distrustful, they realized their odds improved by pooling their skills and resources. Zora's vast knowledge of botany and her ability to find sustenance in even the most barren environments proved invaluable. Grok, in turn, used his tracking abilities and formidable strength to protect them from the planet's dangers. Slowly but surely, they began to appreciate each other's unique strengths. As they embarked on a treacherous journey across the rugged landscape, seeking a way off Arkron, they faced numerous challenges together. Sandstorms, predatory beasts, and unforgiving terrain tested their mettle time and again. Yet in each crisis, they learned to lean on one another, their bond deepening with every obstacle overcome. There were moments of misunderstanding, of course. Zora's gentle, inquisitive nature sometimes clashed with Grok's brusque pragmatism. But through open communication and a willingness to see past their differences, they came to understand and even admire the other's perspective. In one particularly harrowing incident, Zora found herself trapped beneath a rock slide, her delicate form pinned and helpless. Grok, panicked at the thought of losing his newfound friend, summoned inhuman strength to lift the boulders and free her. As she gazed up at him with gratitude shining in her eyes, the last of his defenses crumbled away. From that day forward, their friendship blossomed into an unbreakable bond. They learned to appreciate the richness of their diverse cultures, finding joy in exchanging stories, songs, and traditions. Grok's rough edges softened in the presence of Zora's unwavering kindness, while her own courage and resilience grew under his tutelage. When at last they encountered a passing ship and secured their rescue, they parted ways with heavy hearts, vowing to reunite on one of their homeworlds someday. For in their journey across the stars, they had discovered something far more precious than any treasure, the true meaning of friendship, transcending all boundaries of species or world. And though they hailed from different corners of the cosmos, Zora and Grok knew that the light of their bond would eternally shine, a beacon of hope and unity in the vast expanse of the universe. Story 21. In a secluded corner of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above like a gentle rain of golden light, there lay a hidden world known only to those who truly listened to the whispers of nature. This was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as a spider's silk, a place of enchantment where the forest creatures lived their secret lives in harmony with the earth. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves, the melodic calls of birds, and the gentle hum of insects. Here the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of pine and damp earth, mingling with the cool, crisp scent of a nearby stream that bubbled with laughter as it danced over smooth stones. This was the domain of the wise old owl, a creature of profound knowledge, whose eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. Each creature in this nook of the world had a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted environment. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and quick, nimble fingers, gathered nuts and seeds, ensuring the future growth of the forest. The industrious ants carved intricate tunnels beneath the earth, aerating the soil and making it rich and fertile. Even the tiniest of creatures, like the humble earthworm, contributed to this circle of life, turning dead leaves into nourishment for the roots of towering trees. The seasons moved with a gentle grace here, each one bringing its own kind of magic. In spring, the forest awoke with a symphony of life, as blossoms unfurled like delicate whispers of color, painting the landscape in hues of pink, lavender, and gold. The air was filled with the joyous song of new beginnings, as young fawns learned to stand on shaky legs and fledgling birds took their first hesitant flights. Summer followed, draping the forest in a lush green canopy that shimmered under the warmth of the sun. The days were long and languid, filled with the lazy buzz of bees flitting from flower to flower and the comforting croak of frogs in the cool, shadowy shallows of the stream. It was a time of abundance and growth, where every creature thrived under the nurturing embrace of the sun. As autumn approached, the forest transformed once more, cloaked in a vibrant tapestry of crimson, amber, and gold. The air turned crisp, carrying with it the scent of ripe apples and the smoky aroma of wood fires. It was a season of harvest and reflection, where the creatures of the forest prepared for the coming chill, gathering stores of food and sharing tales of old under the light of the harvest moon. Winter arrived in a flurry of snowflakes, blanketing the forest in a serene, white silence that sparkled like a sea of diamonds under the pale light of the winter sun. The world seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in a peaceful slumber as the trees stood bare, their branches etched against the sky like intricate lace. In this stillness, the creatures found warmth and comfort in the company of one another, huddled in nests and burrows, waiting for the cycle of life to begin anew. In the heart of this magical forest, a sacred place lay hidden, known only to those who sought it with pure intent. It was a clearing, encircled by ancient trees, their gnarled roots weaving together like the fingers of old friends. In the center of this clearing stood a great stone, smooth and cool to the touch, etched with the runes of forgotten languages. This was the Stone of Seasons, a mystical relic that held the secrets of the forest's harmony and balance. The wise old owl, keeper of the forest's lore, often visited this place, sharing its secrets with those willing to listen. Among the creatures who gathered in the clearing was a gentle deer with eyes as soft as the morning mist and a loyal fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves. These two, bound by friendship and a shared love for their home, often sought the owl's counsel, eager to learn the ways of the forest's magic. One day, as the golden light of dusk bathed the clearing in a warm glow, the owl shared a tale of great importance. "Listen well, dear friends," he began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of the wind through the leaves. "There is a balance to all things in this world, and it is our duty to maintain it. The seasons are not merely a passage of time, but a dance of energies, each one bringing its own gifts and challenges. We must learn to live in harmony with these cycles, for they are the lifeblood of our world." The deer nodded, her ears twitching attentively. "But how do we ensure this balance, wise one?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. The owl's eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "By respecting the gifts of each season and using them wisely. In spring we plant and nurture, in summer we grow and thrive, in autumn we harvest and give thanks, and in winter we rest and reflect. Each season teaches us something vital, and it is through this understanding that we maintain the balance." The fox, ever curious, tilted his head. "And what of the Stone of Seasons?" he inquired. "What role does it play in our lives?" The owl smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "The Stone of Seasons is a beacon of wisdom, a reminder of the ancient pact between the earth and its creatures. It holds the memory of the forest, the lessons learned through ages past. By gathering here, by sharing stories and learning from one another, we honor that pact and ensure that its magic endures." And so, under the watchful gaze of the owl and the ancient trees, the deer and the fox pledged to live in harmony with the seasons, to cherish the wisdom of the forest and pass it down through generations. They understood that the magic of their world was not something to be taken for granted, but a gift to be nurtured and respected. As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. They knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, that there would be challenges and trials to overcome. But they also knew that with wisdom, friendship, and respect for the natural world, they could face whatever came their way. And so, as the seasons continued their eternal dance, the hidden lives of the forest creatures unfolded in a tapestry of harmony and balance, a testament to the enduring magic of nature. The ancient forest, with its secrets and wonders, remained a sanctuary of peace and wisdom, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where the spirit of the earth whispered its eternal song. In the quiet hours of the night, when the moon bathed the forest in its silvery glow, the gentle deer and the loyal fox would sometimes return to the clearing, drawn by the promise of the Stone of Seasons. Here, they would sit together, sharing stories and dreams, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they were part of something far greater than themselves. And in those moments, as the stars danced overhead and the world held its breath in awe of the beauty that surrounded them, they understood the true essence of their enchanted home. It was a place where the magic of friendship and the wisdom of the ages intertwined, creating a legacy of love and harmony that would endure for all time. And so, beneath the ancient trees and the watchful eyes of the wise old owl, the story of the hidden lives of the forest creatures continued, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that lies within the heart of nature. It was a story of balance, of harmony, and of the enduring magic that binds us all to the earth and to one another. A story that would be told and retold for generations to come. Story 22 title, The Whispering Lantern. Once in a realm not so far from ours, where the stars hung like silver lanterns in an endless velvet sky, there was a small village named Luminara. This village was nestled in a valley surrounded by towering emerald hills, where the scent of blooming lavender drifted lazily across the cobblestone streets. Luminara was known for its magical lanterns that glowed with a gentle light, illuminating paths during the darkest nights. These lanterns were not ordinary. They whispered stories of old to those who listened closely, tales of wonder and wisdom passed down through generations. In this village lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the summer sun. Marin was beloved by all, but she was particularly fond of her best friend, Theo, a gentle boy with a mop of unruly curls and a laugh that could light up even the gloomiest of days. The two shared a bond as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks that lined the village square. Together they often explored the hidden corners of Luminara, their adventures fueled by imagination and the stories whispered by the lanterns. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the rooftops of Luminara, Marin awoke to find an unusual glow emanating from her favorite lantern. It was brighter than usual, its whispers more insistent, as if beckoning her. Intrigued, Marin leaned closer, her breath mingling with the lantern's warm glow. "Seek the heart of the forest," it murmured in a voice as soft as a breeze through the heather. "There, a gift awaits that will change all you know." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She shared the lantern's message with Theo, whose eyes widened with wonder. "We must go," he said, determination lacing his voice. And so, with hearts full of anticipation, the two friends set off on a journey that would lead them far beyond the familiar paths of their village. The forest that bordered Luminara was a place of deep mystery, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves in dappled patterns, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As they ventured deeper, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. The forest seemed alive, each step they took resonating with a sense of anticipation. After hours of wandering, they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled trunk wrapped in vines that shimmered like spun silver. At the base of the tree lay the source of the light, a lantern unlike any they had seen before. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift as if alive. Marin reached out, her fingers brushing against the lantern's cool surface. Instantly, a warmth spread through her, and the world around them shimmered as if transformed by magic. The lantern pulsed with a gentle light, and a voice, clear and melodic, filled the air. "I am the Lantern of Whispers," it said, "guardian of stories untold and dreams yet to be realized." The voice continued, weaving a tale of a hidden world within the forest, a place where time and space intertwined in a delicate dance. It spoke of a rift, a gateway that connected their realm to this hidden world, and how the lantern was the key to its mysteries. But there was a challenge, a task that required courage and wisdom. The friends listened, captivated by the story. To find the gateway, the lantern explained, you must seek the 3 lost relics of the forest: the feather of dreams, the stone of memory, and the tear of the moon. Each relic holds a piece of the key that will unlock the path to the hidden world. But beware, for the journey will test your friendship and your hearts. Marin and Theo exchanged glances, a silent promise passing between them. They had faced many adventures together, but this one felt different, more profound. With a nod, they accepted the lantern's challenge, their hearts alight with the thrill of discovery. Their first destination was the Valley of Echoes, where the Feather of Dreams was said to be hidden. The valley was a place where sound played tricks, where whispers rebounded off the walls of stone and carried secrets on the wind. As they entered the valley, the air hummed with an otherworldly melody, and their footsteps echoed in harmony. In the heart of the valley, they found a cliff adorned with vibrant wildflowers. Atop it perched a majestic bird, its plumage a cascade of colors that shimmered like the aurora. In its beak, it held a feather that glowed with an inner light, as if spun from moonbeams. Marin and Theo approached with reverence, their movements slow and deliberate. The bird regarded them with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. It spoke in a voice as gentle as a lullaby. To claim the Feather of Dreams, it said, you must first share a dream, a vision of hope for the world. Marin hesitated, then closed her eyes, her voice a whisper carried on the wind. I dream of a world where kindness blooms like flowers in spring, where every heart beats in harmony with the earth. Theo followed, his voice steady and clear. I dream of a place where all are free to be who they are, where friendship bridges even the deepest divides. The bird listened, its eyes softening with understanding. With a graceful nod, it released the feather, which floated down into Marin's waiting hands. The feather pulsed with warmth, a tangible reminder of their shared hopes and dreams. With the first relic secured, they turned their gaze to the next, the Stone of Memory. It was hidden in the Whispering Caves, a labyrinthine network of tunnels that twisted and turned beneath the forest floor. The caves were known for their echoes, where each sound was magnified into a symphony of memories. Navigating the caves was no easy task. Shadows danced along the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. But Marin and Theo pressed on, their path illuminated by the soft glow of their lantern. Deep within the caves, they came upon a cavern bathed in an eerie blue light. In the center lay a stone, smooth and polished, its surface reflecting their faces. As they approached, the stone shimmered, and images flickered to life. A tapestry of memories, both joyful and bittersweet. To claim the Stone of Memory, they had to share a memory, one that held a lesson learned or a truth realized. Marin spoke first, her voice resonating in the chamber. I remember when I first learned to let go of fear, to embrace the unknown and trust in the journey. It taught me that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it. Theo followed, his voice steady and thoughtful. I remember the day I realized that strength lies not in solitude, but in the bonds we share. It taught me that true friendship is a light that guides us, even in the darkest of times. The stone glowed with an ethereal light, and as they touched it, they felt a surge of warmth, a reminder of the lessons that had shaped their lives. With the Stone of Memory in hand, they left the caves, their spirits buoyed by the power of their shared past. Their final challenge lay in the enchanted glade, where the tear of the moon awaited. The glade was a place of wonder, where time stood still and the air shimmered with magic. As they entered, they were greeted by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of nature's symphony. In the center of the glade stood a pool of water, its surface reflecting the moonlight in a dance of silver and shadow. At the water's edge lay the tear of the moon, a crystalline droplet that glowed with a light as soft as a lullaby. To claim the tear, they had to confront a truth, a hidden part of themselves that longed to be acknowledged. Marin knelt by the water, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of understanding. I have always feared being alone, the silence that echoes in solitude. But I have learned that solitude is not emptiness, but a space for self-discovery and growth. Theo joined her, his voice a gentle murmur. I have always feared failure, the weight of unmet expectations. But I have learned that failure is not an end, but a beginning, a chance to learn and rise stronger. As they spoke their truths, the tear of the moon glowed brighter, its light enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth and acceptance. With newfound clarity, they reached for the tear, its cool surface a reminder of the beauty found in vulnerability. With all three relics in their possession, Marin and Theo returned to the clearing where the Lantern of Whispers awaited. As they approached, the lantern glowed with a warmth that enveloped them like a comforting embrace. You have shown courage, wisdom, and heart, the lantern said, its voice a gentle melody. The gateway is now open. Before their eyes, the air shimmered, and a doorway emerged, a portal to the hidden world the lantern had spoken of. With hearts full of wonder and anticipation, they stepped through, leaving behind the familiar and stepping into the unknown. The hidden world was a place of breathtaking beauty, where colors danced in harmony and the air was filled with the music of nature. It was a world where dreams took flight and stories wove themselves into the fabric of reality. As they explored this new realm, Marin and Theo discovered wonders beyond imagination. Fields of flowers that sang with the wind, rivers that flowed with liquid starlight, and creatures that danced in the moonlight. They learned that this world was a reflection of their own, a place where the magic of friendship and the power of dreams intertwined. Their journey through the hidden world was not without challenges. They faced trials that tested their resolve and encounters that deepened their understanding. But through it all, they remained united, their friendship a beacon of light that guided them through the darkest of nights. In time, they returned to Luminara, forever changed by their adventure. They brought with them the stories and lessons of the hidden world, sharing them with the village and inspiring others to seek their own paths of discovery. The Lantern of Whispers remained a cherished guardian of stories, its light a reminder of the magic that lay within each heart. And as Marin and Theo grew, their friendship continued to flourish, a testament to the power of love, courage, and the enduring bond of kindred spirits. And so, as the stars twinkled like lanterns in the night sky, the village of Luminara slept soundly, wrapped in a tapestry of dreams and stories, knowing that the magic of friendship and the beauty of the unknown would always be a guiding light in their lives. The end. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle hills and whispering forests of the village of Willowbrook, stood an old, ivy-clad cottage. Its stone walls were warm with the glow of the evening sun, and the scent of blooming lavender wafted through the air like a soft lullaby. This cottage was home to a young girl named Clara, whose curious spirit and kind heart were known far and wide. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman named Agnes, who often told tales of magic and mystery as they sat beside the crackling fireplace. One evening, as the embers danced and the shadows played upon the walls, Clara's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This, my dear," her grandmother whispered, "is no ordinary box. It holds secrets and wonders beyond your wildest dreams. But remember, true magic lies not in what you possess, but in what you discover." Clara's eyes widened with excitement and wonder as she carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled within a bed of soft velvet, lay a delicate, shimmering feather. It glowed with a light so gentle and serene that it seemed to hold the essence of the moonlight itself. "This feather," her grandmother explained, "is from the fabled silver dove. It is said that whoever holds it can glimpse the hidden magic in the world around them." That night, as Clara lay in bed, the feather resting beneath her pillow, she dreamt of wondrous places and enchanted lands. When she awoke, she found herself filled with a newfound sense of wonder and a longing to discover the secrets her grandmother had spoken of. With the feather clutched gently in her hand, Clara set out on a journey through the village and beyond. Her first stop was the ancient oak tree at the edge of the forest, where she often played as a child. Its leaves whispered secrets to those who listened closely, and Clara was known to spend hours in its shade, lost in thought. As she approached the tree, Clara noticed something she had never seen before, a small door carved into the trunk. With a heart full of curiosity, she gently tapped on the door. To her surprise, it swung open, revealing a tiny, pudgy squirrel wearing a finely tailored vest. "Welcome, young seeker," the squirrel chirped, his eyes twinkling like stars. "I am Pip, the guardian of this tree. What brings you to my humble abode?" Clara, amazed by the sight before her, held out the feather. "I've come to discover the magic in the world," she said, her voice filled with awe. Pip nodded knowingly. "Ah, the silver dove's gift. It is not often that one is chosen to see beyond the ordinary. But remember, true magic is found not in what you see, but in what you understand." With Pip as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the forest, where she met a host of delightful creatures, each with their own unique stories and wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they held, and Finn, the playful fox who taught her the value of laughter and joy. As Clara journeyed, she discovered that the world was full of magic, not the kind that could be conjured with potions or spells, but the kind that was woven into the fabric of life itself. She learned to see the beauty in the simplest of things, and to appreciate the quiet miracles that surrounded her every day. One day, as she wandered through a meadow filled with wildflowers, Clara encountered a challenge. A fierce storm had swept through the forest, leaving a family of birds stranded on the ground, their nest destroyed. Clara's heart ached for the tiny creatures, and she knew she needed to help. But how could she, a young girl with no great strength or power, possibly overcome such a challenge? Remembering Pip's words, Clara sat quietly and thought deeply. She realized that while she might not have the strength to build a new nest, she could gather the materials needed and offer her gentle hands to guide the birds to safety. With care and patience, Clara collected twigs and leaves, weaving them together to create a new home for the birds. As she worked, the silver dove's feather glowed softly, filling her with warmth and encouragement. When the nest was complete, Clara watched with joy as the birds settled into their new home, safe and sound. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the feather. It had shown her the power of kindness, wisdom, and the strength that comes from helping others. As the sun set and the sky turned to a tapestry of violet and gold, Clara returned to her grandmother's cottage. She tucked the feather back into its box, grateful for the journey it had taken her on and the lessons she had learned. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes filled with pride and love. "You have discovered the magic in your heart, my dear," she said softly, "and that is the greatest treasure of all." From that day on, Clara lived her life with a heart full of wonder and a spirit of compassion. She continued to explore the world around her, always seeking the hidden magic in the everyday moments and sharing her newfound wisdom with those she met. And so, the village of Willowbrook became a place where magic and kindness walked hand in hand, and the gentle glow of the silver dove's feather was a reminder that true wonder lies within us all. As the stars twinkled above, and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the old ivy-clad cottage stood as a beacon of warmth and love, its stone walls echoing with the whispered tales of magic and the gentle rustle of a shimmering feather. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of earth and pine, lived a community of creatures hidden from the hurried eyes of humans. Here, among the twisted roots and moss-cloaked stones, life unfolded in a delicate harmony, a dance orchestrated by the seasons themselves. Each morning, as dawn spilled golden light across the forest floor, a gentle breeze would rustle the leaves, singing a soft melody that carried the wisdom of ages past. This melody was a language of its own, understood by all who dwelled within the forest's embrace. The creatures listened closely, for the breeze brought stories of the world and whispered secrets of survival and balance. Among the inhabitants was a wise old turtle named Marin, whose shell was etched with intricate patterns resembling the rings of ancient trees. Marin had seen many seasons pass and was revered for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms. His eyes, though clouded with age, gleamed with the light of countless sunrises witnessed over time. As the days grew shorter and the air filled with the crispness of approaching winter, the forest prepared for a time of rest. The squirrels, with their bushy tails twitching, busily gathered acorns and tucked them away in hidden caches. The birds, their feathers aflutter, sang farewell songs before embarking on their long migrations. Even the great oak trees, their branches heavy with the wisdom of centuries, began to shed their leaves, creating a golden carpet on the forest floor. In this time of transition, a young fox named Bramble found himself restless. His coat was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. Bramble loved the forest dearly, but could not shake the feeling that there was something more, something he had yet to discover beneath the familiar sounds and scents of his woodland home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched long and deep, Bramble approached Marin, who was basking in the last rays of warmth on a sun-dappled rock. The old turtle greeted him with a slow, knowing smile. "Bramble, my friend, what brings you to this quiet corner of the forest?" Marin asked, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "I feel a stirring, Marin," Bramble confessed, his tail flicking nervously. "The forest sings to me, but its song is incomplete. I want to understand its mysteries, to know the secrets of the seasons." Marin nodded slowly, understanding the yearning in Bramble's heart. "Ah, the call of the forest is strong in you. To understand its secrets, you must first listen with more than your ears. The forest speaks in many tongues, and each season has its own story to tell." With these words, Marin began to share the ancient wisdom passed down through generations. He spoke of the great balance, a harmony that must be maintained among all creatures and elements of the forest. Each season, tied to the cycles of the moon and stars, played its part in this delicate dance. Spring brought renewal and hope, summer warmth and growth, autumn reflection, and preparation for the stillness of winter, which held the promise of rebirth. Bramble listened intently, the flickering fireflies casting a gentle glow around them. He felt a new understanding blossoming within him, a connection to the earth beneath his paws and the sky above. As winter approached, the forest transformed into a realm of quiet beauty. Snowflakes drifted gently from the heavens, covering the world in a sparkling blanket. The forest, though silent, was alive with a different kind of magic, a magic of rest and reflection. During these tranquil months, Bramble roamed the quiet woods, his senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the world around him. He marveled at the way the snow crunched underfoot, how the bare branches formed intricate patterns against the pale sky, and the way the cold air carried the clean scent of cedar and frost. One night, as the moon hung heavy and full in the velvet sky, Bramble came upon a clearing bathed in silver light. Here he found Marin once again, his shell glinting like the surface of a frozen pond. "Marin," Bramble said softly, "I think I understand now. The forest is a symphony, each part essential to the whole. We are all threads in a tapestry that stretches beyond what we can see." Marin chuckled, a deep, warm sound. "You have learned well, Bramble. Remember, the forest's wisdom is not in knowing everything, but in understanding your place within it." With this newfound wisdom, Bramble felt a profound peace settle over him. He understood that the forest, with all its seasons and secrets, was not just a place, but a living, breathing entity to be cherished and protected. As the days lengthened and the chill of winter began to fade, the forest awoke from its slumber. The first green shoots pushed through the melting snow, and the air buzzed with the anticipation of spring. Bramble watched as life returned to the forest, each creature playing its part in the grand cycle of renewal. From that day forward, Bramble lived with a mindful heart, aware of the great balance that sustained his home. He shared the stories and wisdom of the forest with others, becoming a guardian of its harmony, ensuring that the ancient melodies would continue to echo through the trees for generations to come. And so, beneath the umbra of towering pines and the gentle watch of the stars, the forest thrived, a testament to the enduring power of nature's wisdom and the gentle creatures who called it home. Story 25. In a quaint village nestled within the arms of rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Lila. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, stood at the edge of the forest, where ancient trees formed a protective embrace around it. Lila was known for her gentle heart and her gift with herbs, but she was also known for her reluctance to embrace change. Lila's life was a tapestry of comforting routines. Each morning, The sun would cast its golden glow through her window, nudging her awake. She would rise, tend to her herb garden, and sip her tea while the world slowly awoke around her. Despite the peace that surrounded her, Lila felt a longing in her heart, a whisper of something more, something unknown. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, Lila set out to gather herbs in the forest. The air was invigorating, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she found herself drawn to a clearing she had never noticed before. There, in the heart of the clearing, stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. As Lila approached, she noticed something peculiar, a shimmering, iridescent cocoon nestled in the roots of the tree. It pulsed with a gentle light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the forest floor. Curiosity tugged at her heart, and she knelt beside it, feeling an inexplicable connection to this mysterious cocoon. Days turned into weeks, and Lila visited the cocoon daily, speaking to it as if it could understand her. She shared her hopes, fears, and dreams, and in return, the cocoon seemed to glow brighter, as if acknowledging her words. The forest, too, seemed to listen, its rustling leaves offering a soothing symphony. Lila soon noticed changes within herself. Her heart, once heavy with the fear of the unknown, began to feel lighter. She found herself more open to the small changes in her life, trying new herbs, exploring unfamiliar forest paths, and meeting new people in the village. One evening, as the moon bathed the clearing in silver light, Lila sat by the cocoon, feeling a deep sense of peace. Suddenly, the cocoon shivered and began to unravel, its threads of light weaving into the air. Lila watched in awe as a magnificent butterfly emerged, its wings a dazzling array of blues and purples, shimmering like the twilight sky. The butterfly fluttered around Lila, its presence a gentle reminder that transformation, though daunting, was a beautiful and natural part of life. It settled on her hand, and in that moment, Lila felt a profound sense of understanding. Change was not something to fear, but something to embrace, a journey of discovery and growth. Returning to the village, Lila found herself surrounded by supportive friends and neighbors who noticed the change in her. Her newfound openness led to deepened friendships and a richer life. She realized that the whispers of longing in her heart had been guiding her towards personal growth all along. Through her journey, Lila learned that the magic of transformation lay not only in the changes themselves, but in the courage to face them and the wisdom to embrace them. And as she sat by her fireplace, the warmth enveloping her, she knew that just like the butterfly, she had been transformed, and her heart was now as open and boundless as the sky. Story 26 title, The Whispering Grove. On the edge of the quaint village of Willowbend, where cobblestone paths meandered through fields of wildflowers and the scent of honeysuckle wafted on the breeze, there lay a mysterious forest known as the Whispering Grove. This grove was said to be enchanted, a place where trees spoke in gentle murmurs and shadows danced with secrets. It was here that a young girl named Lila lived, a soul as vibrant as the meadows she called home. Lila was known for her curious nature and her heart that brimmed with kindness. She had a head full of curls the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning glories. Her days were spent exploring the forest, her laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, and her evenings were warmed by the tales her grandmother spun by the hearth. One starry night, while the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the wooden floor, Lila's grandmother shared a tale that ignited a spark of wonder in her heart. It was the story of a magical locket hidden deep within the Whispering Grove, a locket said to grant its bearer the ability to understand the language of nature itself. The locket, my dear, is hidden in the heart of the grove, guarded by the oldest and wisest of the trees. Her grandmother explained, her voice a gentle melody. But remember, the true magic lies not just in understanding, but in listening and learning from what you hear. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story danced in her mind like fireflies in the summer dusk. She closed her eyes, imagining the grove alive with secrets waiting to be discovered. And so, with the first light of dawn, she set out on her adventure, her heart light with the thrill of the unknown. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle sigh of the wind through the branches, the cheerful chorus of birds welcoming the day, and the soft, rhythmic trickle of a nearby stream. Lila walked deeper into the grove, guided by a sense of wonder and the whisper of the trees. As the sun climbed higher, she came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In its center stood a tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change. The air around it was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that resonated deep within her. Lila approached the tree with a reverence she felt in her very bones. As she placed her hand against the rough bark, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, followed by a soft, whispering voice. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the tree intoned, its voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You are brave to journey here. The path to understanding is one of challenges and growth, but fear not, for you are not alone." With those words, the tree revealed a small, intricately carved door at its base. Lila opened it to find a spiral staircase descending into the earth. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside, her heart pounding with anticipation. The staircase led to a cavern lit by a soft, ethereal glow. In the center, resting upon a pedestal of twisted roots, lay the locket. It shimmered like moonlight on water, its surface adorned with delicate vines and flowers. As Lila reached for it, a gentle voice echoed through the cavern. "The locket is for those who seek to listen and learn. Are you ready to embark on this journey, young one?" "I am ready," Lila replied, her voice steady with determination. The moment her fingers closed around the locket, the cavern filled with a warm, golden light. The air vibrated with a melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, as the light faded, Lila found herself standing beneath the great tree once more, the locket warm against her chest. With the locket's magic, the world around her came alive in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the whispers of the leaves, the tales of the wind, and the songs of the stones. Each sound was a story, a lesson waiting to be learned. As days turned into weeks, Lila explored the grove, her heart open to the wisdom of the natural world. She learned to listen to the rhythm of the earth, to understand the language of the creatures that inhabited it. The grove became her mentor, teaching her the delicate balance of nature and the importance of harmony and respect. But the grove also revealed its mysteries slowly, challenging her understanding and testing her resolve. One day, as she listened to the whispers of a babbling brook, she sensed a discordant note, a cry for help woven into the melody of the water. Following the sound, Lila discovered a small fox caught in a hunter's trap. Its fur was matted, and its eyes held a mix of fear and determination. Kneeling beside it, Lila murmured soothing words, her voice a balm to the frightened creature. With gentle hands, she freed it from the trap, watching as it scampered away into the underbrush with a grateful glance. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, the grove whispered its approval, a chorus of voices that filled her heart with warmth. "You have shown kindness and courage, young one. Remember, it is through compassion and understanding that true magic is born." The seasons changed, painting the grove with hues of gold and crimson, and Lila grew with them. Her bond with the forest deepened, her heart attuned to its rhythms. She became a guardian of the grove, a protector of its secrets, her spirit intertwined with the ancient wisdom that flowed through its veins. And so the years passed, and Lila's journey became a part of the grove's eternal song. She learned that true understanding was a journey without end, a path that led to wisdom and peace. The grove, in turn, became a place of refuge and serenity, a sanctuary for those who sought the magic of the natural world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared in the velvet sky, Lila stood beneath the great tree that had started her journey. The locket, now a part of her very being, glowed softly against her chest, a symbol of the connection she had forged with the world around her. With a heart full of gratitude, she whispered a promise to the grove, a vow to protect and cherish the magic she had discovered. And as the night enveloped the forest in its gentle embrace, Lila knew that she was never truly alone. The whispers of the grove would always be with her, a guiding light in the darkness, a reminder of the journey that had changed her life forever. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the world of dreams, remember the story of Lila and the Whispering Grove. For in every rustle of leaves, in every whisper of the wind, there lies a lesson, a magic waiting to be discovered. All you need to do is listen with an open heart, and perhaps you too will find your own journey of understanding and wisdom. Story 27. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy, a dusty little moon orbited a vibrant blue planet. On this unremarkable satellite lived Zorban, a young alien with iridescent scales and 4 whippy tails. Like others of his kind, Zorban spent his days scurrying among the jagged rock formations, hunting for the plump cave beetles that were a dietary staple. One lazy afternoon, Zorban was startled by a blinding flash of light on the horizon. Scuttling to a vantage point, he watched in awe as a sleek metal craft settled onto the pockmarked surface. A hatch opened with a hiss, and out stepped a strange bipedal creature unlike anything Zorban had ever seen. The newcomer was Lila, a human explorer whose ship had made an emergency landing. As she surveyed her new surroundings through the filters of her environmental suit, she spotted Zorban's curious face peeking out from behind a boulder. "Why, hello there!" she exclaimed in a friendly tone. "I'm Lila. What sort of being are you?" Zorban recoiled slightly at the booming voice, his tails quivering. Though Lila meant no harm, her imposing size and strange appearance filled the little alien with trepidation. Over the next few days, Lila attempted to repair her craft while also trying to communicate with the skittish native life form. She left out offerings of food and trinkets, hoping to convey her peaceful intentions. Zorban kept his distance at first, puzzled and wary of this lumbering off-worlder. Lila's repairs stalled when she realized her ship was critically low on fuel. She would need to find an alternative power source on the moon to get home. As she scanned for energy readings on her computer terminal, Zorban's curiosity finally got the better of him. He inched closer to get a better look at the blinking lights and diagrams. Noticing his interest, Lila patted the ground beside her in an inviting gesture. "It's okay, I won't hurt you," she said softly. "Would you like to see?" Though still uncertain, Zorban felt an inexplicable pull towards this bizarre creature. He slowly crept forward until he was near enough to see the screen up close. The alien tapped the diagrams inquisitively with one of his tail tips. From that shared moment of wonder, an unlikely bond began to form. Lila patiently explained her mission and dilemma, showing Zorban maps and schematics. In turn, the little alien divulged what he knew of his homeworld's energy deposits through a series of expressive chirps and gestures. Before long, the two were working side by side, combining their knowledge to locate a viable power source for Lila's spacecraft. They ran into several dead ends that tried their patience. More than once, miscommunications caused momentary rifts between them. Yet each time, their determination to understand one another won out over frustration. As they toiled under the glimmering stars, Lila shared stories of her civilization's technological marvels and peaceful exploration of the cosmos. Zorban revealed myths and fables passed down through generations, describing his world's 4 yearly combustions when the thermic geysers erupted in blazing splendor. With each shared tale, comprehension blossomed into communion. Lila discovered an appreciation for the simple beauty and rich customs of Zorban's world. In turn, the little alien's fears melted away as he recognized Lila's inner warmth and brilliant but humble spirit. At long last, their combined efforts paid off. They found a way to extract and refine the geothermal energy released by the moon's subterranean chambers, providing a safe fuel source for Lila's ship. On the day of her departure, Lila crouched beside Zorban and removed her helmet so he could see her face clearly for the first time. Tears shone in her eyes as she said, "My friend, you've taught me that true wisdom and wonder exist in the smallest, most underappreciated places." She placed her hand on his scaly head. "Out there among the stars, I'll never forget the remarkable being who helped me refuel my ship, as well as my spirit." Zorban leaned into her gentle touch, warbling a tune of friendship that spanned the galactic gulf between their worlds. As Lila's craft finally took to the skies, he watched it soar upwards until it winked out of sight, a newfound sense of possibility glowing warmly in his heart. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering willow woods, there was a quaint little village called Tickleberry Hollow, known far and wide for its whimsical charm and peculiar residents. The village was nestled among towering trees, with trunks as wide as giants' waists and leaves that shimmered like emeralds under the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming honey clover, and the gentle murmur of the giggling brook that wound its way through the village could always be heard, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. Among the delightful inhabitants of Tickleberry Hollow was a sprightly hedgehog named Prickle. Prickle was no ordinary hedgehog. His quills were tipped with the colors of the rainbow, and he had a penchant for collecting shiny things, which he stashed in his cozy burrow beneath a sprawling oak tree. His best friend was a joyful bunny named Pippin, who wore a tiny monocle perched jauntily on his nose and delighted in making maps of the ever-changing forest paths. Together, they explored the wonders of their enchanted home, always ready for an adventure. One bright morning, as the first rays of sunlight danced through the leaves, Prickle and Pippin decided to visit the glimmering glade, a secret clearing known for its magical fireflies that twinkled even in daylight. But as they made their way through the forest, they noticed something peculiar. The fireflies, usually as bright as the stars, were dim and listless, barely glowing at all. Puzzled, Prickle and Pippin sat on a mossy log to ponder this strange occurrence. "I wonder what's happened to the firefly's sparkle," mused Prickle, twirling a shiny pebble between his paws. Pippin adjusted his monocle thoughtfully. "Perhaps they've lost their light magic. We must help them find it again, but how?" Just then, a flutter of wings interrupted their musings. It was Tilly, the tiniest fairy in Tickleberry Hollow, who was known for her knack of entering and exiting with a burst of confetti. Her wings were like spun sugar, glistening in the sun, and her hair was a wild tumble of curls that seemed to defy gravity. "Oh dear," Tilly exclaimed, a sprinkle of glitter trailing behind her. "The Firefly Festival is tonight, and without their light, we won't have the magical parade." "Fear not, Tilly," said Pippin with a determined nod. "We shall solve this mystery and bring back the firefly's glow." The trio set off deeper into the forest, where the shadows were deeper, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of damp leaves. They soon reached the foot of the Misty Mountains, where an old wise owl named Oliver resided in a hollowed-out tree. Oliver was known for his wisdom and his love for riddles. As the friends approached, Oliver opened one eye slowly, peering down at them with a gaze as deep as the forest itself. "What brings you to the Misty Mountains, young ones?" he hooted softly. Prickle explained the plight of the fireflies, and Oliver listened intently, his feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. "Ah, the light magic of the fireflies," he said with a knowing smile. "It has been borrowed by the mischievous wind spirits. They mean no harm, only seeking a bit of extra sparkle for their sky dances." "But how can we ask for it back?" wondered Pippin. Oliver chuckled, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The wind spirits love to play. Offer them something delightful, and they might just return what they've borrowed." With this riddle in mind, Prickle, Pippin, and Tilly began to brainstorm. They decided to create a dazzling show, something so spectacular that even the most playful wind spirits couldn't resist stopping to watch. They gathered shimmering leaves, twinkling dewdrops, and fragrant petals, crafting them into a colorful kite, the likes of which had never been seen in Tickleberry Hollow. As dusk fell and the shadows lengthened, the friends took their creation to the highest hill in the village. With a deep breath, Prickle unfurled the kite, and Pippin, holding the string, let it soar into the sky. Tilly fluttered around, adding extra sparkles with her fairy dust, creating a trail of glittering light. The kite danced and twirled in the evening breeze, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the sky. Soon the wind spirits, intrigued by the spectacle, gathered around, their laughter echoing like the gentle rustle of leaves. Enchanted by the beauty of the display, they returned the borrowed light magic to the fireflies. With their glow restored, the fireflies awoke from their dim slumber, filling the glimmering glade with a radiant glow that rivaled the stars. The Firefly Festival went on as planned, with the villagers of Tickleberry Hollow rejoicing in the magical parade of lights. As the night drew to a close, Prickle, Pippin, and Tilly lay on the soft grass, watching the fireflies dance among the trees. The air was cool and filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of the forest lulled them into a tranquil peace. "See, my friends," whispered Pippin. "All it took was a little creativity and togetherness." Prickle nodded, his rainbow quills shimmering under the moonlight. "And a touch of magic," he added with a smile. Tilly giggled, her tiny form glowing softly in the dark. "We make quite a team, don't we?" And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Tickleberry Hollow there was always a sprinkle of magic waiting to be discovered. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of leaves and the songs of hidden streams filled the air with a gentle music, there lived a young weaver named Leora. She dwelled in a quaint cottage nestled at the foot of a hill, surrounded by a tapestry of wildflowers that swayed like a sea under the sun's warm gaze. Leora's life was woven with the threads of routine and the comfort of familiarity, but change loomed like a shadow she could not shake. Leora cherished her craft, creating intricate tapestries that captured the essence of the forest's magic. Her fingers danced over the loom, translating the colors of dawn and dusk into silken strands. Yet as seasons shifted and leaves turned from green to gold, a restlessness stirred within her, an unspoken yearning for something beyond what she knew. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle mist clung to the earth, Leora ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The world was wrapped in a cloak of amber and rust, and the air smelled of pine and earth. As she walked, the forest seemed to hum with an energy she had never felt, as if every creature and tree whispered secrets just out of reach. It was then she came upon a clearing where stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like arms ready to embrace the world. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a pool of water so still it mirrored the sky above. Drawn to its serenity, Leora knelt by the pool and gazed into its depths. As she peered into the water, she saw not her reflection, but a vision of herself enveloped in a swirling cloak of vibrant colors, like the tapestries she wove. Intrigued and a little afraid, Leora reached towards the water, her fingers grazing its surface. Ripples danced outward, transforming the image into a myriad of colors that leapt from the pool and surrounded her. The air shimmered with magic, and Leora felt a warmth spread through her, like sunlight breaking through clouds. In that moment, a soft voice spoke, carried on the breeze. "Change is upon you, dear Leora. Embrace it, and you shall find the colors of your soul." Startled, Leora looked around but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied gently. "You have come seeking, and now you must journey within to discover the tapestry of your true self." Leora felt a tremor of fear, but also a spark of excitement. She nodded, understanding that to grow she must step beyond her comfort. As she returned to her cottage, the forest seemed alive with encouragement. The rustle of leaves was a soft applause, and the birds sang melodies of hope. Leora set to work with renewed vigor, her hands moving with a purpose she hadn't felt before. Each thread she wove into her new tapestry was imbued with the colors she had seen in her vision, vibrant and alive. Days turned into weeks, and Leora found herself changing. She became more attuned to the whispers of the forest, and her heart felt lighter, unburdened by the fear of the unknown. She found joy in discovering new paths and hidden corners of the woods, each a new thread in the tapestry of her life. During this time, she met a fox named Bramble, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Bramble became her companion, a guide through the forest's mysteries. With his help, Leora learned to listen to the world around her, to understand the language of the wind and the stories told by the rustling leaves. "Bramble," Leora asked one evening as they sat under the stars, "how did you come to know so much about change?" The fox chuckled softly. "Ah, dear Leora, I too once feared the unknown, but the forest taught me that change is like the seasons. It is inevitable and necessary, bringing new life and opportunities." Leora pondered his words, feeling them settle in her heart like seeds ready to grow. She realized that the forest was her teacher, and every step she took was a lesson in trust and transformation. As winter's chill embraced the land, Leora found herself at peace with the changes she had undergone. Her tapestries had evolved, reflecting her inner journey, alive with colors she had never dared to use before. The village noticed too, drawn to the warmth and magic woven into her creations. One day, as snowflakes danced outside her window, Leora completed a tapestry unlike any other. It depicted a journey through the forest, with threads of gold and silver outlining a path of discovery. In the center stood an oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky, encircled by a shimmering pool of water. As she stepped back to admire her work, Leora felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She understood now that the tapestry was a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the beauty of change and the magic of self-discovery. That evening, as the fireplace crackled warmly, Leora sat with Bramble beside her. "Thank you, my friend," she said, stroking the fox's soft fur. "You've helped me find the colors of my soul." Bramble nuzzled her hand, his eyes twinkling. "And you, dear weaver, have shown me the beauty of transformation." In the quiet of the night, with the forest wrapped in a blanket of snow, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that change was not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced, one thread at a time. And as she drifted into a gentle sleep, she dreamt of endless possibilities, each a vibrant color ready to be woven into the tapestry of her life. Story 30. On the outer edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, far beyond the well-trodden paths of interstellar traders and explorers, lay a small, shimmering planet named Zephyria. This world was renowned for its ethereal beauty, with skies painted in hues of lavender and gold, and forests that whispered ancient songs through their vibrant emerald leaves. It was here, under the watchful gaze of two crescent moons, that an unlikely adventure began. Aboard a modest spacecraft, a mechanic named Nyla from the industrious planet of Pharon navigated her way through the Zephyrian atmosphere. Nyla was a Pharonite, her skin a deep, metallic blue that shimmered like polished steel under the starlight. Her people were known for their technical prowess, skilled in the art of crafting machines that hummed with life. She had come to Zephyria seeking rare minerals rumored to enhance energy conduction, a resource that could revolutionize her world's energy systems. As Nyla's ship touched down on a soft, moss-covered clearing, she noticed a figure watching from the edge of the forest. This was Zephyr, a native of Zephyria. Zephyr was a creature of air and light, with translucent wings that caught the sun's rays, casting rainbows on the ground below. His form was delicate, almost ethereal, and his eyes were the color of the twilight sky. Nyla, eager to begin her search, stepped out of her ship, her boots sinking into the soft earth. She waved to Zephyr, who hesitated for a moment, unsure of this newcomer. But curiosity, a trait woven deeply into his kind, urged him forward. "Greetings," Nyla called, her voice warm and inviting, though laced with the mechanical hum of her translator device. "I come in peace, seeking only knowledge and resources to aid my people." Zephyr flitted closer, intrigued by this being so different from any he had known. "Welcome to Zephyria," he replied, his voice gentle as a breeze through leaves. "What is it you seek?" Nyla explained her quest, her eyes bright with the passion of discovery. Zephyr listened, his heart touched by her sincerity. Though their worlds were vastly different, he felt a kinship with her, a shared love for understanding and harmony. Their conversation, however, was not without challenges. Nyla's directness, a trait honed by her pragmatic society, sometimes clashed with Zephyr's poetic and indirect way of communicating. There were moments of confusion, times when Nyla's logical questions met Zephyr's metaphorical responses, leading to laughter and moments of gentle frustration. Yet, it was through these misunderstandings that their friendship deepened. They learned to appreciate the beauty in their differences, finding strength in their shared desire to learn and grow. As the days passed, Nyla and Zephyr embarked on their quest together. They traversed lush valleys where sunlight danced upon crystal-clear streams and climbed towering cliffs that offered views of endless horizons. Each step of the journey was filled with awe and wonder, their bond growing stronger with every shared experience. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, a sudden storm swept across the landscape. The winds howled, and the skies darkened, threatening their safety. Nyla, unfamiliar with the volatile weather patterns of Zephyria, felt a pang of fear. Sensing her unease, Zephyr wrapped his wings around her, a protective shield against the storm. "Fear not," he whispered, his voice a calming melody amidst the chaos. "We will weather this together." In that moment, Nyla understood the true strength of their friendship. It was not just in shared laughter or mutual curiosity, but in the unwavering support they offered each other in times of need. As the storm subsided, leaving behind a world washed anew, Nyla and Zephyr emerged into a landscape transformed. The air was crisp, the colors of the world more vibrant than before. Together, they had faced the tempest and emerged stronger for it. Their journey led them to a hidden cave, where the rare minerals Nyla sought lay embedded in the walls, glowing softly in the dim light. It was a discovery that promised to bring prosperity to her world. But more valuable than the minerals was the friendship she had found, a bond that transcended the vast distances between their worlds. As Nyla prepared to return to Faron, she and Zephyr stood side by side, their hearts full of gratitude and a promise to meet again. They had discovered not just the resources they sought, but a connection that would forever change their lives. In the end, Nyla realized that the true treasure of her journey was not what she carried back in her ship, but what she carried in her heart. It was a lesson in the beauty of diversity, the power of understanding, and the enduring strength of friendship. A story that would be told and retold, a beacon of hope and unity in the vast starlit galaxy. And so, under the gentle glow of Zephyria's twin moons, Nyla and Zephyr bid each other farewell, knowing that their friendship would always guide them, no matter how far apart their worlds might be. Story 31. In a small, secluded village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those willing to listen, lived a young boy named Finn. The village was quaint and peaceful, with cobblestone paths winding between cozy cottages. Each home exuded warmth, their chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke into the crisp evening air. Finn was a curious soul, his heart tethered to the mysteries that lay beyond the village borders. He had a particular fondness for the forest, which loomed like a benevolent guardian over the village. Its towering trees were ancient sentinels, their bark etched with the passage of time, leaves rustling like a symphony in the breeze. The villagers often spoke of the forest's magical aura, a place where time seemed to pause and dreams intertwined with reality. One twilight evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn found himself drawn to the woods once more. With a gentle nod to his mother, who stood by the kitchen window kneading dough, he slipped out of their little stone cottage. The familiar creak of the wooden door was like a welcoming sigh as he stepped onto the path leading into the forest. The air was cool and invigorating, laced with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet undertones of wildflowers. As Finn walked deeper into the woods, he noticed the forest floor was carpeted with a blanket of moss, soft beneath his feet like the plushest of carpets. The trees arched above him, their branches forming a cathedral of green, through which dappled sunlight filtered, casting playful shadows on the ground. Finn's heart thrummed with excitement. He had always felt that the forest held secrets waiting to be discovered, tales of wonder hidden amongst its roots and branches. As he ventured further, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings. In the center lay a small, unassuming stone bowl, filled to the brim with a shimmering liquid that glowed faintly in the dim light. Intrigued, Finn knelt beside the bowl, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. The liquid inside seemed to dance with hints of azure and silver, as though it held the essence of the sky and stars. Hesitantly, he reached out, dipping a finger into the cool, silky liquid. Instantly, a warmth spread through him, and the world around him shifted. The forest transformed, revealing a hidden realm that thrived beneath its canopy. Ethereal creatures flitted between the trees, tiny sprites with wings like gossamer, glowing softly as they whispered to the flowers. The air was filled with their laughter, a melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. Finn's eyes widened in awe as he realized he had stumbled upon a world unseen by most, a world of magic and wonder. As he sat there, enthralled by the beauty surrounding him, a soft voice broke through the enchantment. "Welcome, young traveler," it said, gentle as a breeze. Finn turned to find a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was a fox, yet unlike any fox from tales he had read. Its fur was a cascade of colors, amber, gold, and russet, each shade shimmering as it caught the light. Its eyes were deep pools of emerald, wise and knowing. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice a hushed whisper, cautious yet filled with wonder. I am Talia, the guardian of this realm, the fox replied, its voice a soothing melody. You have been chosen to glimpse our world, for you possess a heart open to the magic of the forest. Finn's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and curiosity. What is this place? He inquired, glancing around at the vibrant life teeming around him. This is the Hidden Grove, Talia explained, gesturing with a graceful paw. It is a sanctuary, a realm where the forest's magic is nurtured and protected. Few are granted the privilege to see it, but you have shown kindness and respect to the woods. Finn beamed at the compliment, feeling a profound connection to the forest and its guardian. What is the liquid in the bowl? He asked, his gaze returning to the shimmering liquid. Talia's eyes twinkled with mirth. It is the essence of the forest, a potion that reveals the hidden truths to those pure of heart. It allows you to see beyond the veil of the ordinary. Finn nodded, understanding the significance of what he had discovered. As he spent time in the Hidden Grove, he learned from Talia and the other creatures of the forest. They taught him the delicate balance of nature, the importance of harmony and respect for all living things. Days turned into weeks, and Finn often found himself returning to the Hidden Grove, drawn by the allure of its mysteries and the companionship of the forest's magical inhabitants. He marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life, each day uncovering new wonders and learning valuable lessons from the gentle creatures who called the grove home. One day, as Finn sat by the stone circle, Talia approached him with a solemn expression. Finn, she began, her voice tinged with urgency, the forest is facing a threat. A shadow has crept into our world, seeking to disrupt the balance we hold dear. Finn's heart clenched with concern. What can I do to help? He asked, his resolve firm and unwavering. Talia gave him a reassuring nod. You must journey to the heart of the forest, where the ancient tree of memory stands. There, you will find a way to mend the rift and restore harmony. With Talia's guidance, Finn set off on his quest, his heart alight with determination. The forest seemed to guide his steps, the trees whispering encouragement as he ventured deeper into its embrace. The path was rugged and challenging, yet Finn's spirit remained unyielding. As he approached the heart of the forest, he found himself standing before the tree of memory. It was a magnificent sight, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic embrace. The tree pulsed with life, its bark shimmering with iridescent hues. Finn placed his hands on the trunk, feeling a surge of warmth and energy coursing through him. The tree seemed to speak to him, its voice a gentle hum, filling his mind with images and memories of the forest's past. Finn understood that the tree held the collective memory of the forest, a testament to its enduring spirit. Closing his eyes, Finn focused on the task at hand. He allowed the essence of the forest to flow through him, envisioning a world where harmony was restored, where nature thrived in balance and peace. He felt the warmth of the tree envelop him, a comforting embrace that assured him he was not alone in this endeavor. In that moment, Finn realized the true power of the forest lay not in its magic, but in the unity of its inhabitants and their shared commitment to preserving its beauty. He understood that his journey had transformed him, instilling in him a deep respect for nature and a sense of responsibility to protect it. As he opened his eyes, the air seemed to shimmer with renewed vitality. The shadow that had threatened the forest's harmony dissipated, leaving behind a sense of peace and tranquility. The tree of memory stood tall and proud, a beacon of hope and resilience. Talia appeared beside Finn, her eyes filled with pride and gratitude. You have done well, Finn, she said, her voice a gentle caress. Through your wisdom and courage, you have restored the balance of the forest. Finn smiled, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. He knew that his journey had changed him, nurturing his spirit and expanding his understanding of the world around him. With a grateful heart, Finn bid farewell to the Hidden Grove and its magical inhabitants. He returned to his village, carrying with him the lessons he had learned and a renewed appreciation for the beauty of nature. As he walked the familiar path back home, the forest seemed to hum with life, its gentle song a reminder of the wonders he had witnessed. Finn knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of him, guiding him on his journey through life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Finn continued to grow and thrive, forever connected to the hidden world he had discovered, a world where friendship and wisdom prevailed, and the magic of the forest lived on in his heart. Story 32. In a quaint village snuggled between rolling green hills and a shimmering silver lake, there lived a young girl named Mira. The village was known for its simple pleasures: the gentle hum of bees in the flower fields, the soft rustle of leaves in the ancient oaks, and the laughter of children playing by the lakeside. Mira, with her bright eyes and curious heart, loved to explore the village and its surroundings, seeking out the stories hidden in every nook and cranny. One crisp autumn day, as amber leaves danced in the cool breeze, Mira ventured to the attic of her grandmother's cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, where dust motes floated lazily in shafts of sunlight. Mira's fingers grazed over old trunks and faded tapestries until they settled on a peculiar item tucked away in a corner, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate vines and tiny painted flowers, its beauty undiminished by time. With a gentle curiosity, Mira opened the box to reveal a single, gleaming acorn nestled within. It seemed ordinary enough, yet when she held it in her palm, it radiated a warmth that filled her with a sense of wonder. As she turned it over, the acorn began to glow softly, casting a golden light that shimmered like morning dew. Intrigued, Mira sought out her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like the stars. "Grandmother," Mira asked, "what is this acorn? It feels different." Her grandmother smiled, her voice a soothing melody. "Ah, you have found the acorn of Aegis, a rare and magical gift. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wisdom of the forest. But remember, my dear, its magic is not to be used lightly. It will guide you, but only if your heart is pure and your intentions kind." Mira's heart swelled with excitement. She thanked her grandmother and set out to discover the secrets the acorn might unveil. As she wandered through the village and into the forest beyond, she held the acorn tightly, feeling its gentle warmth pulse through her fingertips. Along her journey, Mira encountered a host of delightful characters. First, there was Finley the fox, a clever creature with a coat as russet as the autumn leaves. Finley had a penchant for riddles and loved to challenge Mira's mind. "To find the truth you seek," he would say with a sly grin, "you must listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." Next, Mira met Leora the lark, whose song was as sweet as the first blossoms of spring. Leora's melodies were filled with wisdom, and she often reminded Mira that sometimes the answers we seek are hidden within the silence between notes. Together with her newfound friends, Mira journeyed deeper into the forest, guided by the acorn's gentle glow. The path was not always easy. They faced dense thickets and streams that shimmered like liquid silver under the moonlight. Yet with each challenge, Mira learned to rely not on strength, but on the wisdom shared by her companions. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mira and her friends arrived at a glade where the trees stood in a perfect circle. In the center lay an ancient stone, its surface etched with runes that whispered of times long past. Mira approached the stone, the acorn in her hand glowing brighter than ever. She closed her eyes and listened with her heart, just as Finley had taught her. In the gentle rustle of the leaves and the distant call of the nightingale, she heard the forest speak. To see clearly, one must open not just the eyes, but the soul, the voice seemed to say. Mira understood then that the acorn's magic was not in revealing hidden paths or granting wishes, but in teaching her to see the world with empathy and understanding. With newfound clarity, Mira returned to her village, her heart filled with gratitude and joy. She shared her experiences with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "You have learned well, my dear. The greatest magic is the wisdom we find within ourselves and the kindness we show to others." As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Mira continued to explore, her heart always open to the mysteries of the world. The acorn, though now just an ordinary acorn, had become a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle magic that lies in every heart. And so, nestled in her cozy bed beneath a blanket of stars, Mira drifted into dreams full of wonder, her soul as serene as the still waters of the silver lake. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, Where the trees sang softly in the breeze and the ground was carpeted with a blanket of luminous moss, lay the quaint village of Fern Hollow. This was a place where magic wove itself into the very fabric of everyday life. The villagers were accustomed to the gentle enchantments that fluttered about like friendly fireflies, yet recently something peculiar had begun to stir. It all started with the dewdrops. One morning, the villagers awoke to find that the dew had not formed on the leaves in its usual delicate patterns. Instead, it had gathered in tiny pools that shimmered with an unusual golden hue. These golden dewdrops, while beautiful, puzzled the villagers, for they were unlike anything seen before in the woods. Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Clara loved nothing more than a good mystery, and the golden dew was a riddle she couldn't resist. As she wandered through the village, she noticed the villagers murmuring to one another, their expressions a mix of wonder and worry. Determined to uncover the truth, Clara decided to seek out the guidance of the wisest creature in the whispering woods, Elderthorn, the ancient owl. Elderthorn lived in the hollow oak, a great tree whose branches reached high into the sky and whose roots delved deep into the earth. The tree was said to be as old as the forest itself, and Elderthorn, with his feathers dusted in silver and eyes like polished amber, had seen countless seasons come and go. As Clara approached the hollow oak, she felt the comforting embrace of the forest around her. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sweet song of the brook nearby accompanied her steps. She called softly to Elderthorn, who soon emerged from the shadows, his wings rustling like parchment. "Ah, young Clara," Elderthorn greeted her, his voice as smooth and warm as honey. "You seek answers, I presume." "Yes, Elderthorn," Clara replied, tilting her head up to meet his gaze. "The golden dew, it's such a marvel, but we do not understand its source." Elderthorn closed his eyes for a moment, as if drawing upon the memories of centuries. "The dew you speak of is indeed unusual. It is a sign, young one, not of mischief, but of magic unfulfilled. There is a harmony to magic, a balance that must be maintained. When it tips, the forest whispers its needs." Clara pondered his words, feeling them settle into her like seeds in fertile soil. "How can we restore this balance, Elderthorn?" The wise owl fluffed his feathers, considering. "To understand the imbalance, you must first observe with a calm heart and an open mind. Look for what is out of place, and where magic may have faltered." Thanking Elderthorn, Clara set off to explore the forest with fresh eyes. She wandered the familiar paths, breathing deeply of the crisp air, her senses attuned to the world around her. It wasn't long before she noticed something curious. A group of pixies, usually playful and bright, seemed subdued, their usual twinkling lights dimmed to a soft glow. Clara approached them gently, not wanting to startle the delicate creatures. "Hello, friends," she said kindly. "I see you are troubled. Can you tell me what has happened?" The pixies fluttered closer, their tiny voices weaving together like a tapestry. "The brook's song has changed," they explained, their wings a soft hum. "It sings a tune of sorrow, and our magic feels heavy." Clara listened intently and thanked the pixies for their insight. Her feet carried her to the brook, where she knelt by the water's edge. The brook, usually a cheerful companion, now murmured a melancholy melody. Clara's fingers brushed the surface, and she felt a faint pulse of warmth, as if the water itself was alive with emotion. As she sat there contemplating the brook's plight, she noticed something glinting beneath the water. Bending closer, she discovered a small, intricately carved stone, lodged between the pebbles. Lifting it from the brook, she felt a gentle vibration thrumming through her fingers, a remnant of some forgotten enchantment. Clara realized that this stone was the key to the mystery. It was a relic of ancient magic, a charm that had once guided the flow of magic through the forest, but had now become misplaced. The imbalance in the brook's song and the strange golden dew were both signs of its longing to return to its rightful place. With a determined heart, Clara set off to find the source of the stone's magic. She followed the brook upstream, the stone cradled carefully in her hand. The path wound through the forest, past towering ferns and beneath arches of intertwining branches. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, she reached a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. Here, in the heart of the forest, the air shimmered with magic, and Clara knew she had found the stone's home. With a quiet prayer to the forest, she placed the stone at the base of the waterfall, where it nestled among the rocks. Instantly, a warm glow enveloped the clearing, and the water sang with a renewed vigor, a melody of joy and gratitude. The golden dew ceased to appear, and the balance of magic in the whispering woods was restored. The pixies, their lights now bright and cheery, danced in celebration, and the villagers marveled at the return of the familiar silver dew. Clara returned to Fern Hollow, her heart light with the knowledge that she had helped heal the forest. Elderthorn, watching from his perch in the hollow oak, nodded approvingly, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. And so, in the cozy village of Fern Hollow, nestled within the embrace of the whispering woods, peace and harmony reigned once more. The villagers, with smiles on their faces and warmth in their hearts, drifted to sleep each night knowing that the magic of their world was in gentle, caring hands, just as the gentle hands of the forest cradled them all. As the stars twinkled above, a gentle breeze carried the forest's lullaby through the village, soothing every soul into a restful slumber, whispering tales of a young girl's courage and the timeless magic of friendship and understanding. Story 34, The Whispering Woods and the Starry Lantern. In the heart of a small village, nestled between gentle, rolling hills and lush, sprawling forests, there existed whispers of a world hidden beneath the canopy. A world where the ordinary rules of life were bent into splendid forms, where magic pulsed quietly in the roots of ancient trees. The villagers spoke of it with reverence and caution, for not many dared to tread the paths that led deeper into the woods. It was a place where the sun's rays filtered through leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of light that seemed to dance to a melody unheard by human ears. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Leora was known for her adventurous spirit. Her days were filled with exploring the edge of the forest, gathering wildflowers, and listening to the stories spun by her grandmother, stories of the whispering woods and the secrets they cradled. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was cloaked in a gentle mist that kissed the earth with dew, Leora set out with a sense of purpose. Clutched tightly in her hand was a small, peculiar lantern, a gift from her grandmother, who had whispered to her that it was no ordinary light. "This lantern," her grandmother had said, "holds the light of the stars. It will guide you when the path seems uncertain and reveal to you the unseen." Intrigued by its promise, Leora ventured into the forest, the lantern swinging gently at her side. The woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, a symphony that embraced her as she walked. The path twisted and turned, narrow and overgrown, but the lantern's glow remained steady, casting a silvery light that seemed to push back the shadows. As Leora delved deeper, she began to feel a change in the air, a quiet hum that resonated within her. The trees, ancient and wise, stood like sentinels, their branches arching overhead to form a natural cathedral. She could feel the forest watching her, not with malice, but with an age-old curiosity. Every step she took was like a note in a song, and she was a part of its melody. It was not long before Leora stumbled upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft light of the morning sun. In the center stood a tree unlike any she had seen, its trunk twisted and adorned with vines that shimmered with an ethereal light. She felt drawn to it, as though it held the answers to questions she had not yet formed. As she approached, the lantern flickered, its glow intensifying. And then from within the tree emerged a figure, a creature of pure light, its form shifting like the clouds on a summer's day. Leora gasped, her heart racing with a mix of awe and wonder. The creature regarded her with eyes that held the depth of the universe, and when it spoke, its voice was like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You hold the starry lantern," it said, "a light that can reveal the truths hidden in shadow. But tell me, child, what is it you seek in these woods?" Leora hesitated, her mind racing. She had come without a clear purpose, driven by a yearning she could not quite define. I seek to understand," she replied, "to see the world as it truly is, to uncover the mysteries that lie beyond what we know." The creature nodded, a graceful movement that seemed to ripple through the air. Very well, young seeker. There is much to learn and much to see. But remember, with knowledge comes responsibility. The path you choose will shape not only your destiny, but the world around you. With those words, the creature began to dissolve into the light, merging once more with the tree. Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the forest and everything within it. The lantern glowed brightly, and she knew that her journey was only just beginning. Determined and filled with newfound resolve, Leora continued her exploration. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each corner revealing something new and wondrous. She encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of her grandmother's tales, a family of foxes with coats of silver, a stream that whispered secrets as it flowed, and birds whose songs painted the air with hues unseen. Days turned into weeks as Leora wandered, her heart guiding her steps. Her journey was not without challenges. There were moments of doubt and fear when the paths seemed to close in and the shadows loomed large. Yet, with every uncertainty, the lantern shone brighter, its light a constant companion in her quest for understanding. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was awash with the colors of twilight, Leora found herself at the edge of a vast meadow. The stars began to emerge, twinkling like scattered jewels against the velvet sky. It was there that she met a traveler, a young boy named Finn, who had also been drawn to the forest by tales of its magic. Finn was kind-hearted and wise beyond his years, with a smile that lit up his face like a ray of sunshine. Together, they shared stories of their adventures, of the wonders they had seen, and the lessons they had learned. In Finn, Leora found a friend and ally, someone who shared her thirst for knowledge and her love for the world's hidden beauty. As they talked, Leora noticed that Finn carried a small pouch. Curious, she asked about it, and with a grin, he revealed its contents, seeds that shimmered like liquid silver. "These are moon seeds," Finn explained. "They are said to grow into plants that bloom only under the light of the moon. They hold the power to heal and to bring light to the darkest of places." Inspired by his words, Leora shared her own treasure, the starry lantern. Together they realized that their paths were intertwined, that their destinies were linked by the magic of the forest. With the lantern's light and the moon seeds, they could bring hope and healing to the world beyond the woods. Their journey continued, but now they walked together, their friendship a beacon that guided them through the forest's mysteries. They encountered challenges that tested their resolve, a storm that swept through the woods with fierce winds, a chasm that seemed impossible to cross. Yet with each obstacle, they found strength in their bond, overcoming adversity through wisdom, courage, and kindness. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora and Finn. They grew in understanding and empathy, learning that the true magic of the forest lay not in its secrets, but in the connections it fostered. They realized that the world was a tapestry woven from countless threads, each life a story that contributed to the whole. One fateful night, as the moon hung high in the sky, Leora and Finn decided to plant the moon seeds. They chose a spot in the heart of the forest, a place where the light of the lantern could mingle with the moon's glow. As they worked, they spoke of their hopes and dreams, of a world where light and love could flourish. With the seeds planted and the lantern shining brightly, Leora and Finn sat back, content in the knowledge that they had taken the first step towards a brighter future. The forest seemed to sigh in approval, its branches rustling in a melody that echoed their own. In time, the seeds sprouted, their leaves delicate and luminous, their flowers unfolding like stars. The meadow became a place of beauty and refuge, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the natural world. Leora and Finn knew that their journey was far from over, but they also understood that they were not alone. Together, they would continue to explore, to learn, and to share their light with others. And so the story of the Whispering Woods and the Starry Lantern became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. It was a story of adventure and discovery, of friendship and growth, and of the quiet magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be kindled by the light of understanding and love. As the village settled into the quiet of night, the forest stood as a guardian of its secrets, its mysteries whispered on the breeze to those who dared to listen. And somewhere within its depths, Leora and Finn continued their journey, their lantern casting a gentle glow that would guide them through the wonders yet to come. In the heart of the whispering woods, the world was alive with magic, and the stars watched over all with a gentle, benevolent gaze. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a glistening river, where the dawn's light painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, there lived a gentle soul named Milo. The village was a tapestry of lush gardens and charming cottages, where every street was lined with blossoming trees, their petals dancing in the breeze like tiny whispers of joy. Milo lived with his grandmother, an elder of the village known for her stories that seemed to hold the echoes of time itself. Milo had always felt a quiet yearning, a call from something ancient and profound, as if the very earth beneath his feet carried secrets waiting to be unearthed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of lavender and deep indigo, Milo sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire casting a gentle glow across the room. His grandmother, with her eyes twinkling like stars, beckoned him closer. "My dear Milo," she began, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, "there is something you must know about our family, a legacy that has been passed down through generations." Milo listened intently as she spoke of an ancestral tradition, a heritage interwoven with magic and mystery. She told him of an ancient artifact, a beautifully carved wooden chest adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. This chest, she explained, held the heart of their heritage, a collection of symbols and stories, each one a key to understanding the past. With a heart full of wonder, Milo's grandmother revealed the chest, its surface smooth and inviting to the touch. As Milo ran his fingers over the carvings, he felt a gentle pulse, a rhythm that resonated with his very being. Inside, the chest held a tapestry of vibrant colors, depicting tales of courage, love, and unity, woven by the hands of their ancestors. Guided by his grandmother, Milo began to unravel the stories within. Each night by the fire, they would delve into the rich tapestry, and with every thread, Milo discovered a piece of himself he never knew was missing. The stories were not just of the past, but spoke to the heart of the present, teaching lessons of empathy, wisdom, and the strength found in community. One story in particular captured Milo's heart. It was about a young girl named Leora, who lived long ago in the same village. Leora had discovered a way to hear the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. She learned that the world was alive with voices, each one carrying its own wisdom. Through her journey, Leora united the village, teaching them to listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts. Milo found himself inspired by Leora's tale, realizing that the whispers he had always felt were the echoes of his ancestors, guiding him to find his own place in the world. With this newfound understanding, Milo began to see his village with fresh eyes. The rustling leaves, the babbling brook, and the gentle hum of bees became symphonies of life, each note a reminder of his connection to all that came before him. As the seasons changed, Milo shared the stories with his friends and neighbors, breathing new life into old traditions. The village, once simply a backdrop to their lives, transformed into a living quilt of shared history and dreams. Together, they celebrated their past and embraced their future, each person a vital thread in the ever-growing tapestry. In the quiet moments before sleep, Milo would gaze at the stars, feeling the warmth of belonging that wrapped around him like a soft blanket. He understood now that his legacy was not just in the stories of those who had come before, but in the life he chose to lead. Through the lessons of his ancestors, Milo found peace, knowing he was part of something much greater than himself. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Milo drifted into dreams filled with the gentle songs of the past, secure in the love of his heritage and the promise of tomorrow. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her curious eyes sparkled with wonder at the world around her, always seeking the magic hidden in plain sight. One crisp autumn evening, Lily was helping her grandmother tidy up the attic. Amidst the dusty boxes and forgotten knickknacks, she stumbled upon an old, tattered book. Its leather cover was worn, and its pages were yellowed with age, but something about it drew Lily in. As she opened the book, the musty scent of aged paper filled her nostrils, and the flickering candlelight danced across the ancient script. To her, the words seemed to shimmer and rearrange themselves, forming enchanting tales of faraway lands and mythical creatures. Lily's grandmother noticed her fascination and smiled warmly. "Ah, that book is no ordinary tome, my dear," she said, her voice gentle like a cool breeze. "It holds the power to transport the reader into the stories written within its pages." Lily's eyes widened with amazement, and from that moment on, she couldn't resist the book's alluring call. Each night, she would curl up beside the crackling fireplace and lose herself in its wondrous tales. One evening, as Lily turned the pages, she found herself unexpectedly drawn into the story itself. The cozy living room faded away, and she found herself standing in a verdant meadow, surrounded by towering trees and melodious birdsong. Bewildered but enthralled, Lily began to explore this newfound realm. She soon encountered a wise old oak tree whose branches seemed to twist and turn with a life of their own. "Welcome, young traveler," the tree greeted in a deep, rumbling voice. "I am Oakley, guardian of these ancient woods. What brings you to our enchanted forest?" Lily explained her unexpected arrival, and Oakley chuckled, his bark rustling like gentle applause. "Ah, the book has chosen you for a grand adventure. But beware, for a great challenge lies ahead, one that will test your wisdom and courage." Joining Lily on her quest were two unlikely companions, a playful pixie named Zephyr, whose gossamer wings hummed with mischief, and a loyal badger named Rufus, whose gruff demeanor concealed a heart of gold. Together, they embarked on a journey through the mystical forest, encountering wonders and obstacles at every turn. Zephyr's infectious laughter lifted their spirits, while Rufus's unwavering determination kept them grounded. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they discovered a once vibrant glade now shrouded in darkness. The trees were withered, and the air hung heavy with despair. At the center of this desolation stood a towering black oak, its twisted branches reaching like gnarled claws toward the sky. "The Shadow Blight," Oakley's voice echoed solemnly. "A malevolent force that threatens to consume our realm. Only the pure light of wisdom can banish its darkness." Lily realized that this was the challenge she had been called to face. With Zephyr's playful guidance and Rufus's steadfast support, she began to untangle the knots of despair that had taken root in the glade. Through acts of kindness, patience, and understanding, she slowly coaxed the light back into the withered trees. Bit by bit, the shadows retreated, and the glade was reborn in a vibrant tapestry of life. As the last tendrils of darkness dissipated, the black oak let out a mighty groan, and its twisted form transformed into a magnificent, radiant tree. A warm, golden light pulsed from its bark, bathing the glade in a gentle glow. Lily and her companions had triumphed through wisdom and friendship, restoring balance to the enchanted forest. With a contented smile, Lily found herself back in her cozy living room, the book closed beside her. She knew that the magic she had experienced would forever remain a part of her, guiding her through life's challenges with the wisdom she had gained. As she drifted off to sleep, the flickering embers of the fireplace seemed to dance with the echoes of her wondrous adventure, reminding her that even the simplest of objects can harbor extraordinary secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 37. In a quaint village that nestled between the soft, rolling hills and the gentle embrace of an ancient forest, there was a place known simply as Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of thatched roofs and cobblestone pathways, where the air always seemed to carry the scent of freshly baked bread, mingled with the floral perfume of wildflowers. The villagers lived harmoniously alongside the magical creatures that called the surrounding woods their home. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight painted the village in hues of amber and honey, a peculiar event unfolded. The village bell, hanging high in the old stone tower, began to toll softly, even though no one had pulled its rope. The gentle chime echoed through the streets, waking the townsfolk from their slumber with a sense of curiosity rather than alarm. Among those stirred by the mysterious bell was young Thomas, a boy with bright eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Thomas was known for his keen sense of observation and his insatiable curiosity. He had a knack for noticing things others often overlooked, like the way the leaves would dance in the wind, or how the brook's babble could harmonize with the song of the sparrows. This morning, he felt an unexplainable tug at his heart, urging him to uncover the secret of the bell. As Thomas ventured out of his cottage, he noticed a gathering of villagers near the tower, all murmuring in wonderment and mild confusion. Standing at the heart of this curious crowd was the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Old Miriam. Her eyes, though weary with age, held a twinkle of timeless wisdom. Her presence was a comfort to all, like a warm blanket on a chilly day. "Good morning, young Thomas," she greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It seems our bell has a mind of its own today." Thomas nodded, his thoughts already spinning like autumn leaves caught in a breeze. "Do you think it's a message, Old Miriam?" Old Miriam chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of pages in an ancient book. "Perhaps it is, dear one. Sometimes the world speaks to us in ways we must learn to understand." With a gentle nod of encouragement from the elder, Thomas resolved to discover the source of the bell's mystery. He began his search in the familiar paths winding through the village, his senses alert to any unusual sights or sounds. As he wandered, Thomas was joined by his closest friend, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin. Pippin was a creature of endless energy and enthusiasm, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. He had been Thomas's companion on many adventures, and his sharp eyes and nimble nature often proved invaluable. Together, they explored every nook and cranny, from the flower-laden window boxes to the quiet corners of the village green. Along the way, they met other magical creatures who offered their insights. A wise old owl perched in the great oak near the village edge suggested that perhaps the wind itself had a part to play. "Listen closely, young ones," the owl hooted, his feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. "The wind carries secrets only those who listen can hear." Puzzled yet intrigued, Thomas leaned closer to Pippin. "Could the wind be trying to tell us something, Pippin?" The squirrel chattered in agreement, pointing his tiny paw toward the woods, where the wind seemed to sing a different tune. With renewed purpose, they followed the melody into the heart of the forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Deeper into the woods they ventured, until they arrived at a clearing where a small, sparkling brook meandered through. Here the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves. It was a place of serenity, untouched by time, where the world seemed to whisper its age-old secrets. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone, smooth and round, with carvings that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. As Thomas and Pippin approached, they noticed something extraordinary. The carvings on the stone seemed to shift and change, forming symbols they had never seen before. Just then, a gentle voice floated through the air, as if carried on the wings of the wind. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said softly. Emerging from behind the stone was a creature of ethereal beauty, a gentle unicorn with a mane that shimmered like moonlit water. "I am Selene," the unicorn introduced herself, bowing her graceful head. "Guardian of the Whispering Stone." Thomas and Pippin gazed in awe, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and warmth in her presence. "We are trying to solve the mystery of the village bell," Thomas explained, his voice filled with wonder and respect. "Can you help us understand?" Selene nodded, her eyes deep pools of kindness. "The bell is a conduit, a way for the world to speak to those with open hearts. It rings when the balance of magic in the land is in need of attention." Thomas furrowed his brow, trying to piece together the puzzle. But what could have disturbed the balance? Selene stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. A creature of the forest may have wandered too close to the village, drawn by a longing it does not understand. If left unchecked, such longing can create ripples that echo far and wide. Thomas and Pippin exchanged a thoughtful glance. "Then we must find this creature and help it," Thomas declared with quiet determination. The unicorn smiled, a gentle light in her eyes. "You have the wisdom of true kindness. Follow the brook, for it knows the way." Bidding farewell to Selene, Thomas and Pippin continued their journey, the brook's gentle song guiding them deeper into the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a grove where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of old. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a small, forlorn creature, a woodland sprite with wings the color of autumn leaves, its eyes wide and filled with a longing that tugged at Thomas's heart. "Hello there," Thomas greeted softly, kneeling down to the sprite's level. "Are you the one who's been feeling lost?" The sprite nodded, its voice a whisper like the rustle of leaves. "I heard the bell's song and followed it, but now I'm far from home and cannot find my way back." Understanding dawned on Thomas. The sprite's journey had, unknowingly, caused the bell to ring, signaling the imbalance. But now, with compassion and friendship, they could set things right. "Don't worry," Thomas said gently. "We'll help you find your way home." With Pippin leading the way, the trio retraced their steps, following the path back to the village. Along the way, Thomas told the sprite about the wonders of the forest, the kindness of the villagers, and the magic of Willowbrook, easing its fears with each word. As they reached the edge of the forest, the sprite's eyes brightened, its wings fluttering with renewed hope. "Thank you, kind friends," it said, its voice now filled with gratitude and joy. "I will never forget your kindness." With a final wave, the sprite took to the air, its wings catching the sunlight as it soared back into the heart of the forest, where the balance was once more restored. As Thomas and Pippin watched it disappear among the trees, they felt a deep sense of fulfillment, the kind that comes from helping another find their way. Returning to the village, they found old Miriam waiting for them by the bell tower, her smile warm and knowing. "You've done well, young Thomas," she praised, her voice like a gentle breeze. "The bell is silent once more, thanks to your kindness and courage." Thomas beamed with pride, feeling the warmth of the village wrap around him like a comforting embrace. The mystery of the bell had been solved, not through force or fear, but through understanding and friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, the villagers gathered to celebrate, their hearts light and filled with joy. Music and laughter rang out, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns that lined the cobblestone streets. And when the night finally drew to a close, Thomas lay in his bed, gazing out at the twinkling stars that dotted the velvety sky. He knew that in the world of Willowbrook, where magic and wonder flourished, there would always be mysteries to solve and adventures to unfold. With Pippin curled up beside him, Thomas drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the gentle promise of tomorrow's adventures, woven with the threads of kindness and friendship. And in Willowbrook, the village bell remained silent, content in the knowledge that its song had found a listener who understood the true meaning of its call. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle flow of the river Lumen, there lived a young woman named Marin. Her days were filled with the familiar melodies of nature, the soft rustle of leaves, and the distant songs of the river. The village was a place where contentment lingered in the air, much like the sweet scent of blooming lilacs that lined its cobblestone paths. Marin, with her eyes the color of deep emerald pools, had always found comfort in the routine of her life. She cherished the predictability of each sunrise and sunset, the way the morning light danced through her window, casting golden patterns on the wooden floorboards of her cozy cottage. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, a quiet restlessness began to stir, a longing for something more, something she could not quite name. This unspoken yearning led her to the edge of the village one mist-laden morning, where the forest beckoned with its secrets, veiled in shadow and light. The path was unfamiliar, but curiosity tugged at her heart, urging her to step beyond the boundaries of all she knew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and carried with it a hint of mystery. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, dappling the forest floor with spots of warmth. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering ancient stories to the wind. Marin felt a sense of wonder, her footsteps light and tentative on the moss-covered ground. It was not long before she came upon a glade, a hidden sanctuary where the air seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. In the heart of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward, as if reaching for the stars. Beneath its protective boughs was a small circle of stones, each one etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Marin approached the circle, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of one of the stones. As she did, a gentle voice filled her mind, a voice as soothing as a lullaby, as wise as the forest itself. "Welcome, seeker of change," the voice intoned, resonating with the warmth of a trusted friend. "This place is a mirror of your journey, a reflection of the transformation you seek." Startled yet comforted, Marin looked around, expecting to see someone, but the glade was as tranquil as before. The voice seemed to be part of the very air, an echo of the forest's ancient wisdom. "Who are you?" Marin asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to break the spell of the moment. "I am a guardian of this sacred place," the voice replied, "and I am here to guide you." Marin felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of belonging that she had not anticipated. "I don't know what I'm seeking," she admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "That is why you are here," the voice replied gently. "The journey of discovery begins with acceptance of the unknown." As Marin pondered these words, the forest around her seemed to come alive, vibrant with colors and sounds she had never noticed before. The breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, rich and intoxicating, while songbirds trilled melodies that danced on the air like tiny fluttering jewels. In the days that followed, Marin returned to the glade again and again, drawn by an invisible thread of curiosity and hope. Each visit revealed something new, a butterfly with iridescent wings that seemed to shimmer with the hues of the sunrise, a brook that sang a gentle lullaby as it wove its way through the forest, the soft hoot of an owl bidding the day farewell. With each encounter, Marin found herself changing, her heart expanding with newfound understanding. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the beauty in the cycles of nature, the unfurling of leaves in spring, the vibrant tapestry of autumn, the silent slumber of winter. She began to realize that change was not something to fear, but a natural rhythm of life, a dance that she was part of. During her visits, Marin was often joined by a pair of forest creatures, a wise old fox with eyes that held the secrets of the ages, and a lively squirrel whose antics brought laughter to the quietest corners of her heart. The fox, whom Marin named Sage, spoke in riddles that challenged her to think deeply and see beyond the surface. The squirrel, whom she called Pip, taught her the joy of spontaneity, of living in the moment and embracing each day with a sense of playfulness. Together, the three formed an unlikely friendship, one that blossomed in the shared silence of the forest and the gentle laughter that echoed through the trees. Sage and Pip became her guides, her confidants, reflecting back to her the wisdom and courage she was slowly uncovering within herself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin sat at the base of the ancient oak, her heart full of gratitude. She had come to understand that true transformation began within, a quiet unfolding that mirrored the magic of the forest around her. As if sensing her thoughts, the voice of the guardian spoke once more, a gentle murmur in the twilight air. "Change is a journey, dear one, not a destination. It is the growth of the soul, the opening of the heart to the wonders of the world." Marin nodded, feeling the truth of those words resonate deep within her. She had learned to embrace the ebb and flow of life, to find joy in the small, everyday miracles that surrounded her. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Marin rose to her feet, bidding farewell to the glade that had become her sanctuary. She knew she would return, time and again, to this place of magic and wisdom. But for now, she was ready to bring the lessons of the forest back to her village, to share the beauty of transformation with those she loved. As she walked home under the silvery glow of the moon, Marin felt a newfound lightness in her step, a sense of purpose that filled her heart with warmth. She knew that change would continue to shape her journey, to weave its magic into the tapestry of her life. And so in the quiet embrace of the night, Marin returned to her village, her spirit alight with the promise of new beginnings and the gentle wisdom of the forest. The stars twinkled above, guardians of dreams and the silent witnesses to the beauty of personal growth. From that night onward, Marin carried the magic of the forest with her, a reminder that within the heart of every journey lies the power to transform, to discover, and to bloom anew. And in the quiet moments, when the world was hushed and still, she could still hear the gentle voice of the guardian, a whisper of encouragement and love. Thus Marin's story became a part of the village lore, a tale of courage, friendship, and the enchanting journey of self-discovery. And for those who listened, it was a reminder that true magic resides within us all, waiting patiently to be awakened by the light of understanding and the gentle touch of the heart. And so the tale ends, with Marin's heart forever open to the wonders of the world, and the village forever richer for her journey into the woods, where the magic of growth and transformation is as eternal as the stars above. Story 39. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seem to hold centuries-old secrets in their branches, nestled a quaint little village called Mirthwood. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths flanked by cottages with thatched roofs and vibrant gardens. Every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of life stirring as the sun cast a golden glow over the dew-kissed leaves. In this village lived a young girl named Amara, whose curiosity was as vast as the sky itself. Amara had a talent for noticing the little things that others often overlooked. Her keen eyes and gentle heart made her a beloved figure in Mirthwood, especially among the woodland creatures who often sought her company. One crisp autumn morning, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers awoke to find all the apples in their orchards had turned an extraordinary shade of blue. The apples were still crisp and sweet, but the change in color was both baffling and enchanting. The villagers gathered in the square, murmuring in hushed tones, their faces a mix of wonder and concern. Amara, intrigued by the mystery, decided to investigate. She set off toward the orchards, her footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves that carpeted the path. As she approached the trees, she noticed a soft, shimmering light weaving through the branches, like threads of moonlight caught in the daylight. Just then, a gentle voice called out from above. "Hello, dear Amara," it said, with a musical lilt that seemed to dance on the breeze. Perched on a branch was Solus, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom. "Good morning, Solus," Amara replied, her voice filled with warmth. "Do you know why the apples have turned blue?" Solus ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, a curious phenomenon indeed. It reminds me of the tales of the Blue Moon Festival, a time when the veil between our world and the realm of Enchantia thins, and magic seeps into the ordinary." Amara's eyes widened with fascination. She had heard of Enchantia, a mystical realm where magic flowed like rivers and creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. "Do you suppose this is the work of Enchantia?" she asked eagerly. Solus nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Perhaps, but to uncover the truth, you must seek the counsel of the Enchantress of the Woods. She is wise and knows the mysteries of both worlds." With a heart full of determination, Amara set off deeper into the forest, guided by Solus's directions. The path was lined with ancient oaks, whose branches formed a protective canopy overhead. As she walked, the air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the wind knew. At last she arrived at a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a small round cottage made of twisted vines and mossy stones. The door opened before Amara could knock, and there stood the enchantress, a kind, serene woman with hair like silver moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean. "Welcome, dear child," the enchantress said with a smile that was both knowing and kind. "I sensed you would come." Amara explained the strange occurrence, and the enchantress listened intently. "The veil between worlds is indeed thin," the enchantress mused. "Magic from Enchantia has seeped through, causing the apples to change. But fear not, for this magic is gentle and meant for celebration." Amara felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Is there a way to restore the apples to their usual color?" she asked. The enchantress nodded. "In Enchantia, they celebrate the Blue Moon Festival with a song, a melody that calls forth the harmony of nature. If you can find the melody, the apples will return to their original state." With a grateful heart, Amara thanked the enchantress and set off to find the melody. She wandered through the forest, listening to the symphony of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, trying to decipher the tune that would solve the mystery. As dusk fell, she found herself by the banks of a babbling brook, its waters glistening under the moonlight. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the sounds of nature envelop her. Suddenly, she heard it, a soft, lilting melody carried on the wind, weaving through the trees like a gentle lullaby. Amara hummed the tune softly, committing it to memory. She returned to the village, her heart light with hope. Gathering the villagers by the orchards, she sang the melody, her voice blending with the whispering wind and the rustling leaves. As the last note faded, the apples began to shimmer, their vibrant blue slowly fading to their familiar red. The villagers watched in awe, their faces lit with joy and wonder. The mystery solved, Amara felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The villagers celebrated with a feast, their tables laden with the bounty of the harvest. Laughter and music filled the night, and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the sky. As the festivities wound down, Amara sat by the edge of the orchard, watching the moon rise high above. Solace joined her, his presence a comforting weight on her shoulder. "You've done well, dear Amara," he said softly. "Your curiosity and kindness have brought us all closer to the magic that surrounds us." Amara smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship and the gentle hum of the world around her. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that the magic of Mirthwood would always be there, waiting to reveal its wonders to those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. And so, in the quiet embrace of the whispering woods, the village of Mirthwood found tranquility once more, its mysteries a gentle reminder of the magic that lies just beyond the ordinary, waiting to be discovered. Story 40. In a distant galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered gems in the vast velvet of night, there lay a small planet named Thalassia. Thalassia was renowned for its endless ocean, shimmering with hues of azure and emerald, and its sky forever painted with the soft blush of dawn. The air was filled with the gentle chorus of waves and the distant melodic calls of seabirds. It was on this tranquil planet that the journey of two unlikely companions began. One of them was Pavo, a creature from the crystalline world of Glacia. Pavo was a being of shimmering ice, with skin that glinted like diamond under the light and eyes as deep and reflective as the clearest ice caves. Glacians were known for their logical minds and cool demeanor, often misunderstood as aloofness by others. Pavo had come to Thalassia seeking knowledge, for Glacians valued learning above all else, and he had heard of the planet's unique marine flora and fauna that could be studied. His companion, however, was a native Thalassian named Lyra. Lyra was a creature of the sea, her form sleek and adorned with scales that caught the sunlight, casting rainbows wherever she moved. Her people, the Thalassians, were warm-hearted and intuitive, guided by the rhythms of the ocean and the gentle sway of the tides. Lyra had volunteered to assist Pavo during his stay, eager to share the wonders of her world and to learn from the experiences of someone from another planet. Their first meeting was under the shade of a grand coral archway, where the sunlight danced through the water to create patterns on the ocean floor. Pavo, being used to the structured, unchanging landscapes of Glacia, was initially overwhelmed by the vibrant, ever-moving world of Thalassia. He found the constant movement distracting and at times unsettling. Lyra, with her innate sensitivity, noticed Pavo's discomfort. "Isn't it beautiful?" she asked, her voice as soothing as the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Pavo nodded, his voice calm but distant. "It is. Different," he admitted, unsure how to articulate the chaos he felt amid the beauty. Lyra laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "Different can be beautiful, too," she said, her words carrying the weight of wisdom gently given. "Let me show you why our world moves as it does." As the days passed, Pavo and Lyra explored the wonders of Thalassia together. They swam through vast forests of kelp that swayed like dancers in a slow aquatic ballet. They listened to the songs of the great whales, deep and resonant, echoing across the ocean like a symphony crafted by nature itself. And they watched as the sun set over the endless sea, painting the sky with colors that even the most brilliant crystals of Glacia could not replicate. Yet, despite these shared experiences, misunderstandings were inevitable. Pavo's methodical approach often clashed with Lyra's more instinctive way of doing things. Once, while studying a rare species of luminescent jellyfish, Pavo insisted on taking meticulous notes and measurements, while Lyra preferred to simply observe and feel the moment. Their differing styles led to frustration, with Pavo struggling to understand Lyra's lack of structure, and Lyra feeling constrained by Pavo's rigid methods. It was during one such misunderstanding, under the gentle glow of Thalassia's twin moons, that they found themselves in a quiet cove. Surrounded by the gentle rustle of palm frond and the soft whispers of the tide, Pavo finally spoke of his desire for order, a need born from the icy stillness of his home world. Lyra listened, her heart open and patient. "I understand now," she said softly. "In the ocean we learn to flow with the currents, but perhaps there is beauty in stillness too." Her words, simple and sincere, resonated with Pavo. In that moment, he saw the wisdom in her way of life, the grace in her acceptance and adaptability. "And perhaps," he replied, "there is a rhythm to the chaos, a pattern I had not seen before." From that night on, their friendship deepened. They learned to blend their approaches, finding harmony between structure and spontaneity. They tackled challenges together, like the time a storm threatened to uproot a vital coral bed. Pavo's precise calculations helped them anchor the coral, while Lyra's intuition guided them to safety through the turbulent waters. Through these shared challenges, they discovered the essence of true friendship, a bond forged not despite their differences, but because of them. Pavo learned to appreciate the fluid beauty of the ocean world, while Lyra found value in the clarity and focus Pavo brought to their explorations. As their time together drew to a close, the bond between them had become as enduring as the ocean itself. On the final evening, as they sat on the shore watching the sun dip below the horizon, Lyra turned to Pavo with a smile that was both warm and bittersweet. "You've taught me to see the world through new eyes," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "And you've shown me the beauty of letting go," Pavo replied, his icy gaze softened by the warmth of their friendship. With a final farewell, Pavo left Thalassia, his heart forever touched by the lessons of the sea and the kindness of a friend who taught him to see beyond his own world. And as Lyra watched his ship disappear into the starry expanse, she knew that, no matter the distance, their friendship would remain as vast and as enduring as the ocean itself. In the end, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, not in the absence of differences, but in the celebration of them. And in that celebration, they found a connection that transcended worlds, a bond that would forever unite a creature of ice and a child of the sea. Story 41. In a forest so ancient that even the trees whispered tales of time gone by, there was a place where sunlight played hide-and-seek through the emerald canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth. This was the forest of Serenia, where the air hummed with a gentle melody composed by rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the distant babble of a crystal-clear brook. Serenia was no ordinary forest. Here, the creatures of the undergrowth and the beings of the sky lived in harmonious concert, guided by the seasons and the wisdom of the great oak, a towering tree whose roots ran deep into the heart of the earth. Its branches stretched wide, a living testament to centuries of growth and knowledge shared between its leafy crown and the creatures below. Amidst this haven lived a gentle hare named Leora. Her fur was as soft as the downy clouds that drifted lazily above, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She loved to listen to the stories spun by the wind, and often perched herself on a sun-dappled rock beneath the great oak to hear its ancient murmurs. One morning, as the forest awoke to the fragrant aroma of dew-kissed flowers and the sweet, earthy scent of damp earth, Leora noticed something unusual. The usually vibrant brook that danced and sang its way through Serenia had grown quiet, its waters sluggish and clouded. The brook was the lifeblood of the forest, its waters nurturing the roots of the trees and the spirits of the creatures who depended upon it. Concerned, Leora bounded over to her friend, an old wise turtle named Thistle, whose shell was a mosaic of mosses and lichens, a testament to his long life and the symbiotic relationship he shared with the forest. "Thistle," Leora began, her voice tinged with worry, "have you noticed the brook today? It seems as though it has lost its voice." Thistle, wise and deliberate, nodded slowly. "Indeed, I have felt the change in the air and heard the silence where there should be song. This is not the work of nature's gentle hand, but perhaps an imbalance in our delicate harmony." Together, they decided to seek counsel with the great oak, whose wisdom had guided the forest through countless cycles of growth and renewal. As they approached, the great oak's leaves shivered slightly, a sign that it was listening. "Dear great oak," Leora called gently, "we seek your guidance. The brook struggles, and we fear for the balance of our home." The great oak's voice was a deep, resonant rumble that seemed to emerge from the earth itself. "Ah, my dear ones," it began, "there is indeed a disturbance. The brook's spirit is weary, burdened by something unseen. To restore its vitality, you must journey to the Meadow of Mists, where the seasons converge, and the veil between magic and reality is thin." Leora and Thistle exchanged a glance, determination kindling in their hearts. The Meadow of Mists was a place of legend, where the colors of autumn danced with the freshness of spring, and winter's breath mingled with summer's warmth. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing nature's wonders to unfold in a symphony of balance. As they set off, the forest whispered words of encouragement, the breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. Along their path, they met a variety of forest dwellers, each offering their support and small tokens of magic: a feather from a wise owl to guide their way, a pebble from a playful otter for courage, and a sprig of lavender from a fox, its scent a calming balm for their spirits. Upon reaching the Meadow of Mists, Leora and Thistle found themselves enveloped in a world both familiar and surreal. Mist swirled around them, cool and fragrant, carrying with it the essence of every season. In the center of the meadow stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky's ever-changing tapestry. As they approached, the water began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a creature unlike any they had seen, a water sprite, her form both liquid and light, her presence both ethereal and grounding. "Welcome, seekers of balance," the sprite sang, her voice a gentle cascade. "You have come to mend the bond between the brook and the forest. To do so, you must listen with more than your ears and see with more than your eyes." Leora and Thistle closed their eyes, breathing deeply of the mist-laden air. Slowly they began to sense the underlying rhythm of the meadow, the pulse of life that connected every leaf, every drop of water, and every breath of wind. It was a symphony of nature's balance, where each note depended upon the other to create harmony. "The brook is burdened by the remnants of past storms," the sprite explained, her words a gentle breeze. "Debris has gathered, blocking the flow of its song. To restore the brook, you must clear the path, allowing its waters to dance freely once more." With understanding blooming in their hearts, Leora and Thistle thanked the sprite and turned back toward the forest. They moved with renewed purpose, gathering the creatures of Serenia to help in the task of clearing the brook. Together, they worked, removing twigs and leaves, stones and silt, until the brook began to babble once more, its voice growing stronger with every splash and ripple. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the forest gathered to celebrate the return of their beloved brook's song. The air was filled with laughter and the gentle rustle of leaves, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom shared by generations. Leora and Thistle stood by the water's edge, their reflections mingling with the starlit sky. They felt a deep sense of peace, knowing they had played a part in restoring the balance of their home. The great oak's leaves rustled above them, a soft murmur of approval. And so, in the forest of Serenia, where magic and reality intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, life continued its gentle dance. The brook sang its song, the seasons wove their tapestry, and the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the great oak and the enduring spirit of friendship. As the night wrapped the forest in its comforting embrace, Leora nestled into her burrow, lulled to sleep by the lullaby of the brook. In her dreams, she wandered through meadows of mist and danced with the spirits of nature, knowing that as long as there was balance, there would always be magic in the world. Story 42. In a corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in an endless night, there was a small, emerald planet called Luminara. Luminara was known for its lush forests that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light, casting an eternal twilight over its landscape. It was here, in the village of Glade Hollow, that a young Luminaran named Thistle lived. Thistle was a gentle soul, her skin shimmering with the iridescence of her kind, her eyes as deep and reflective as the tranquil pools scattered throughout the forest. Thistle had always been curious about the wider universe, dreaming of the stars beyond her celestial canopy. One day, while wandering near the edge of the forest where the trees whispered their secrets to the wind, she stumbled upon something she had never seen before, a spacecraft, small and rugged, nestled awkwardly between the trees. Its metallic surface glinted in the twilight, a sharp contrast to the soft, organic world around it. From the spacecraft emerged a being unlike any Thistle had encountered. Tall and angular, with skin the color of midnight and eyes that glowed a gentle gold, stood Kieran, a traveler from the distant planet of Aetheris. Kieran had journeyed across galaxies to study the unique flora of Luminara, but a sudden storm had forced an emergency landing. At first, Thistle and Kieran found their interactions to be a cacophony of misunderstandings. Luminarans communicated through a combination of melodic sounds and subtle shifts of color, while Kieran, an Etherian, relied on a structured language of clicks and hums. Despite their differences, they both shared an earnest desire to understand one another, and slowly, through gestures and shared laughter, a fragile friendship began to form. Their initial interactions were filled with moments of confusion. Once, Thistle offered Kieran a lumaberry, a fruit that glowed warmly and tasted of sweet summer nights. Kieran, misunderstanding the gesture, thought it was a bioluminescent tool used for navigation. They both laughed when the berry burst into a soft, glowing mess in Kieran's hands, illuminating their faces with a golden glow, and with it, their blossoming friendship. As the days passed, Thistle and Kieran found themselves united by the challenges they faced. Luminara's forest was not just a haven of beauty, but also home to the enigmatic creatures known as the Whisperglades, ethereal beings that could turn invisible at will. When a curious Whisperglade took an interest in Kieran's craft, it inadvertently triggered an energy surge, threatening to destabilize the ship's core. In that moment of crisis, Thistle did not hesitate. She sang a melody that resonated with the forest, soothing the Whisperglade and guiding it gently away. Kieran, in awe of Thistle's connection with her world, used his technological knowledge to stabilize the ship. Together, they managed to avert disaster, their combined efforts a testament to their growing bond. In the quiet aftermath, as they sat side by side on a moss-covered log, Kieran shared stories of Aetheris, a world of windswept plains and crystal skies. Thistle, in turn, spoke of Luminara's ancient traditions and the comforting glow of its nights. Each story, each shared experience, wove them closer together, like strands of light knitting a tapestry of friendship. Through their journey, Thistle and Kieran learned the true meaning of friendship. It wasn't just about understanding words or gestures, but about being there for one another, even when things seemed insurmountable. They discovered that friendship was about finding warmth in each other's presence and creating a shared space where both could be their true selves. As their time together drew to a close, Kieran repaired his ship, ready to continue his journey. But this time, he knew he wouldn't be leaving Luminara behind entirely. The friendships formed and the lessons learned would journey with him, like stars guiding his path through the cosmos. On the day of Kieran's departure, the village gathered to bid him farewell. Thistle stood at the front, her colors shimmering a heartfelt goodbye. Kieran, with a heart full of gratitude, promised to return one day, to learn more, to share more. As the spacecraft lifted into the glowing sky, a trail of luminescent flowers, gifted by the villagers, floated gently around the ship. Kieran watched them drift through the air, a reminder of the warmth and understanding he had found on this small, glowing planet. And so, under the twinkling stars of Luminara, two unlikely companions discovered the boundless horizons of friendship, proving that even across the vast distances of space, hearts could find a way to connect and grow. Story 43. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the gentle curve of a sparkling river, there lived a young woman named Amara. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and wooden shutters painted a cheerful blue, lay at the edge of a lush forest that murmured with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. The air was fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the sun filtered through the trees in golden beams that danced upon the forest floor. Amara was known throughout the village for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she often felt a restlessness stirring within her, a yearning for something more, something undefined. She went about her days tending her garden, weaving baskets from willow branches and helping her neighbors with small tasks, but the longing persisted, like a whisper carried on the wind. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to amber and crimson, Amara wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was crisp and cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves. As she walked, she began to hear a soft, melodious hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her heart thrumming in time with the mysterious melody. Soon, she came upon a glade bathed in ethereal light, at the center of which stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of a wise old guardian. The tree was unlike any Amara had seen before. Its bark shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and its leaves glowed with a soft luminescence. As she approached, Amara noticed a small, luminous creature perched on one of the lower branches. It was a tiny dragon, no larger than her hand, with scales that sparkled like gems and wings that fluttered like delicate silk. The dragon's eyes, deep and knowing, met hers with an intensity that was both comforting and exhilarating. "Greetings, Amara," the dragon spoke in a voice that resonated like a gentle breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of this sacred grove. I sense a yearning within you, a desire for transformation." Amara nodded, her heart full of questions and hopes. "I feel it too," she confessed, "but I don't know what it means or how to find what I seek." Lyra smiled, a warm glow emanating from her scales. "Change is a journey, dear one, not a destination. It begins within, with the courage to embrace the unknown and the wisdom to learn from each step you take." Encouraged by Lyra's words, Amara spent the afternoon in the grove, sharing her thoughts and dreams. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Lyra gifted Amara a small, silver pendant shaped like a leaf. "This will guide you," she said. "Whenever you feel lost, hold it close and listen to the voice of your heart." In the days that followed, Amara carried the pendant with her, feeling its gentle weight against her skin. She began to notice the subtle changes in her surroundings, the way the morning dew sparkled on the grass, the way the river sang its lullaby as it flowed past her cottage. She spent more time in the forest, learning the language of the trees and the secrets of the earth. One chilly evening, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Amara met a wanderer named Finn, who had come to the village seeking shelter and warmth. Finn was a storyteller, his eyes twinkling with tales from lands far and wide. The villagers welcomed him with open arms, and Amara found herself drawn to his stories of adventure and discovery. Finn, sensing Amara's restless spirit, shared with her the wisdom he had gathered on his travels. "The world is vast and full of wonders," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "And each of us carries within us the power to grow and change, like a seed waiting to bloom." With Finn's friendship and Lyra's guidance, Amara began to embrace her own journey of transformation. She learned to weave her dreams into reality, creating beautiful tapestries that told stories of hope and renewal. She discovered a talent for painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the forest in her art. Through the seasons, Amara blossomed, her heart expanding with each new experience. She realized that the change she had sought was not a single destination, but a continuous journey of self-discovery and growth. The village, too, seemed to transform, becoming more vibrant and connected, as Amara shared her newfound wisdom with others. As spring returned and the forest awoke in a symphony of blossoms and birdsong, Amara felt a deep sense of peace. She stood once more in the sacred grove, her pendant warm against her skin, and thanked Lyra for the gift of transformation. The tiny dragon, perched upon the ancient oak, nodded with approval, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, dear Amara," Lyra spoke softly, "the magic of transformation lies within you. Cherish it, nurture it, and let it guide you through the ever-changing tapestry of life." With a heart full of gratitude and love, Amara returned to her cottage by the forest's edge, knowing that her journey had only just begun. And as the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, casting its warm glow over the village, she felt a profound sense of belonging. A part of the world, a part of the magic, and a part of the endless cycle of growth and renewal. Story 44. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Ayla. Though she appeared ordinary, Ayla possessed a secret gift, the ability to communicate with nature itself. From the moment she opened her eyes each morning, the world around her came alive with gentle whispers carried on the breeze. The trees would share their stories, the flowers would giggle their secrets, and the animals would offer their wise counsel. It was a wondrous connection that filled Ayla's days with joy and wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as Ayla wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A glimmering object, half buried in the earth, caught her eye. Carefully, she brushed away the fallen leaves and unearthed a beautiful silver acorn. Its surface shimmered with intricate etchings, and a soft, warm glow seemed to emanate from within. Ayla's heart raced with curiosity, and she gently cradled the acorn in her palms. Instantly, a voice, sweet and melodic, echoed in her mind. "Thank you for finding me, dear child. I have been waiting for one with a pure heart and a connection to nature." Startled, Ayla nearly dropped the acorn, but the voice continued. "Fear not, little one. I am a guardian of the Whispering Woods, a realm hidden within the heart of these very trees. With my guidance, you can unlock the secrets of this enchanted place." Ayla could scarcely believe her ears, but she knew deep within that this was no ordinary acorn. A sense of purpose stirred within her, and she knew she had embarked on a journey that would change her life forever. Under the acorn's gentle tutelage, Ayla learned to harness her gift in ways she had never imagined. She discovered hidden pathways that led to wondrous glades and secret groves, each more extraordinary than the last. She befriended creatures she had only heard tales of, from wise old owls to mischievous woodland sprites. In one particularly breathtaking meadow, Ayla met a young fawn named Elwood. Despite their differences, the two quickly formed a bond that defied expectations. Elwood, with his boundless energy and playful spirit, showed Ayla the joys of embracing life's adventures, while Ayla taught him to appreciate the quiet beauty of nature. Together, they explored the Whispering Woods, uncovering its many mysteries. They witnessed the changing of the seasons, the delicate dance of life and rebirth, and the intricate tapestry of interconnected beings that called this realm home. One day, as they sat by a bubbling stream, Elwood shared a troubling tale. Deep within the heart of the woods, a darkness had begun to spread, a malevolent force that threatened to consume the very essence of the Whispering Woods. Ayla knew then that her journey had taken on a greater purpose. With the acorn's guidance and Elwood's unwavering friendship, she set out to unravel the mystery of this encroaching darkness. Their path led them through twisted brambles and misty hollows, each step bringing them closer to the source of the corruption. Along the way, they encountered beings both friendly and fearsome, all affected by the growing blight. In the depths of an ancient grove, they discovered a once vibrant tree, now withered and dying. Nestled within its gnarled roots lay a twisted, thorny vine, the embodiment of the darkness itself. As Ayla reached out to touch the vine, the acorn's warm glow pulsed with urgency. "This is the root of the corruption, my child. It feeds on fear, anger, and despair. Only through love, compassion, and understanding can it be vanquished." With Elwood by her side, Ayla closed her eyes and opened her heart to the Whispering Woods. She felt the gentle caress of the wind, the steady pulse of life coursing through every leaf and branch. She embraced the interconnectedness of all living things, and in that moment, her love for this enchanted realm knew no bounds. Slowly she extended her hand towards the twisted vine, pouring her pure, untarnished emotions into every fiber of its being. At first, the vine recoiled, writhing in agony. But Ayla's love was relentless, unwavering in its warmth and radiance. Gradually, the thorns withered and fell away, and the vine began to transform. Its twisted form loosened, and vibrant green tendrils unfurled, reaching towards the light. The darkness dissipated, replaced by a gentle glow that spread through the ancient grove, banishing the blight forever. As the last traces of corruption faded, the Whispering Woods seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The trees rustled with joy, the streams danced merrily, and the animals celebrated with songs of gratitude. Ayla and Elwood stood in awe, their hearts filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and growth. They had not only saved the Whispering Woods, but had learned invaluable lessons about the power of love, friendship, and understanding. From that day forward, Ayla's connection with nature only deepened. She became a guardian of the whispering woods, sharing its wonders and teachings with all who had open hearts and minds. And as the seasons passed, the silver acorn remained by her side, a constant reminder of the extraordinary journey that had transformed her life and the enduring magic that thrived within the heart of nature itself. Story 45. In the heart of the galaxy, where stars spun like fireflies in a vast velvet night, there was a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. On its surface, the shimmering blue forests whispered secrets, carried by gentle breezes. The land was a tapestry of silver rivers and crystalline mountains, each peak crowned with a halo of mist. It was here, amidst this ethereal beauty, that a story of unlikely companionship began. Tyla was a native of Luminara, a being of light with a form that glimmered like the sun on the ocean's surface. Her kind, the Luminarans, were known for their radiant smiles and an innate ability to communicate through pulses of light. Tyla spent her days gathering energy from the sun's rays, sharing laughter with her fellow Luminarans, and tending to the vibrant flora that thrived under her care. One day, as Tyla wandered through the glowing woods, she noticed something unusual. A soft, metallic hum disturbed the serene melody of the forest. Curious, she followed the sound and found an unexpected visitor, a small spacecraft, its surface shimmering with the colors of the cosmos, nestled awkwardly among the trees. Emerging from the craft was Zarn, a traveler from the distant planet of Moros, a world known for its shadowy landscapes and skies perpetually cloaked in twilight. Zarn was a Morosian, a species with skin as dark as night and eyes that glowed like twin moons. His people were misunderstood, often seen as somber and stern due to their planet's dim environment. Zarn's journey had been long and arduous, filled with longing for adventure and connection beyond the monochrome world he called home. Yet, upon landing on Luminara, he felt out of place amidst its vibrant light. The Luminaran's brilliance was overwhelming, and he feared his presence would cast an unwelcome shadow. As Tyla approached, Zarn hesitated, unsure of how to communicate with a being so different from himself. He raised a hand in greeting, his eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Tyla, sensing his unease, responded with a gentle wave, her light pulsing in a warm, welcoming rhythm. "I am Tyla," she communicated, her light patterns soft and inviting. "Welcome to Luminara." Zarn nodded, his voice deep and resonant. "I am Zarn. Your world is unlike any I have seen." Despite the initial barrier of communication, a connection began to form between the two. Tyla, intrigued by Zarn's tales of distant stars and shadowy skies, found herself drawn to his quiet strength and wisdom. Zarn, in turn, was captivated by Tyla's warmth and openness, qualities that illuminated the world around him in a way he had never experienced. However, their budding friendship was not without its challenges. On one particular day, as they ventured deeper into the glowing woods, a sudden storm swept across the landscape, casting clouds that obscured the sun. The Luminarans faltered, their light dimming in the absence of solar energy. Tyla felt her strength wane, a sensation unfamiliar and unsettling. Zarn, aware of Tyla's distress, recalled tales from his ancestors about the Morosian ability to channel energy from within, a skill that served them well in their sunless realm. He focused, drawing upon the inner light he seldom used, and reached out to Tyla. "Let me help," he said softly, extending his hand toward her. Tyla hesitated, unsure of the unfamiliar energy emanating from Zarn, but as she felt the warmth of his presence, she realized it was not unlike the sun's embrace. Slowly she accepted his offer, allowing his energy to flow into her, rekindling her light. In that moment, a profound understanding blossomed between them. They discovered that despite their differences, they could support one another in ways they had never imagined. Tyla's laughter returned, bright and clear, as she let Zarn know how grateful she was for his help. The storm passed, and with it, the shadows lifted. Together, Tyla and Zarn continued their journey, exploring the wonders of Luminara and sharing stories that deepened their bond. They learned to appreciate the unique qualities each brought to their friendship, finding strength in their diversity. As the days turned to weeks, their adventures took them to the peaks of the crystalline mountains and the depths of the silver rivers. They encountered challenges, misunderstood creatures, and perplexing landscapes that tested their patience and resolve. But through every trial, they grew closer, their mutual respect blossoming into a deep, abiding friendship. One evening, as they sat beneath a sky painted with the colors of a setting sun, Tyla turned to Zarn, her light glowing softly in the twilight. "Thank you, Zarn, for teaching me that there is beauty in all forms of light, even those that come from within." Zarn smiled, a rare expression that illuminated his features. "And thank you, Tyla, for showing me the warmth of a world bathed in sunlight. You have taught me that shadows can be a place where friendships grow." As night fell and stars began to twinkle like distant lanterns, Tyla and Zarn rested in the comfort of their companionship. They knew that their journey together, though unlikely, had revealed the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the boundaries of light and shadow, uniting them in a harmony that echoed across the galaxy. And so, nestled in the heart of Luminara, Tyla and Zarn's friendship shone brightly, a testament to the power of understanding and the unyielding strength of a shared journey. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the stars above seemed to smile down upon them, their gentle twinkle a lullaby for travelers who had found their way, not just across the cosmos, but into each other's hearts. Story 47 title, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and the gentle lap of a sapphire sea, lay the village of Eldergrove. It was a quaint village, where the cobblestone streets seemed to hum to the rhythm of time, and the houses, with their thatched roofs, leaned companionably against one another, whispering secrets of old. In this village, there was a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as bright as the sun that painted the sky each morning. Clara lived in a snug cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began its endless stretch of emerald wonders. This forest, known as the Whispering Woods, was no ordinary forest. It was a place where magic breathed with every rustle of leaves and every glint of sunlight through the verdant canopy. The villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and reverence, for within its depths lay mysteries that transcended the ordinary. Clara's days were filled with simple joys. She would often wander to the forest's edge, her bare feet skimming over dew-kissed grass, her eyes wide with curiosity. Her mother, a gentle woman with a voice like honey, would caution her, "Stay close, dear Clara. The woods hold wonders, but also secrets not meant for us." Yet Clara's heart was drawn to the woods, as if a silent call echoed just beyond her hearing. One crisp morning, as the first blush of dawn crept over the horizon, Clara felt a tug in her heart stronger than ever before. She stood at her cottage door, her gaze lingering on the forest, where the mist curled like soft silver ribbons. With a deep breath of the cool, fragrant air, Clara ventured into the woods, her heart a drumbeat of anticipation. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches woven into intricate patterns against the sky. A path, almost hidden by the thick carpet of leaves, beckoned her forward. As she walked, the world around her seemed to shift, the air shimmering with an unseen energy. Suddenly, Clara stumbled upon a clearing, its edges framed by ancient oaks whose gnarled roots twisted like the fingers of an old friend. In the center of the clearing lay a small pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the morning sky. But what caught Clara's attention was a peculiar stone at the pond's edge, glistening with a light that seemed to come from within. Kneeling beside it, Clara brushed her fingers over the stone's surface. It was warm to the touch, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. As she held it, a soft voice, like the whisper of a breeze, filled the air. "Clara," it murmured, "you have found the heart of the forest." Startled yet intrigued, Clara listened as the voice continued. "The heart holds the magic of the woods. It can guide you, but you must tread with care, for with great magic comes great responsibility." Clara nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She cradled the stone in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. As she stood, the world around her seemed to brighten, colors more vivid, sounds more distinct. The forest was alive, its song weaving around her like a gentle lullaby. Over the following days, Clara explored the Whispering Woods with the heart as her guide. She discovered secret glades where flowers bloomed in impossible colors and streams that sang with the voices of the earth. But it was not just the wonders of the forest that Clara found. She also found a friend. His name was Finn, a sprite with eyes like twin stars and laughter that danced through the air. He appeared one afternoon as Clara sat by the pond, the heart of the forest cradled in her lap. At first, he was just a flicker at the edge of her vision, a flash of light amidst the green. But as she turned, there he was, perched on a branch, grinning mischievously. "Hello," he chirped, his voice as light as dandelion fluff. "I've been watching you, Clara. You're quite the explorer." Clara smiled, her heart warming with the easy camaraderie in Finn's eyes. "Hello, Finn. Do you know about the heart of the forest?" Finn nodded, his wings shimmering like spun sugar. "Indeed I do. The heart is ancient magic, a gift from the forest itself. It chooses those who are pure of heart, like you." Together, Clara and Finn wandered the woods, each day unveiling new mysteries and strengthening their bond. They discovered a hidden waterfall that cascaded like liquid crystal, and a meadow where the grass hummed with a melody only they could hear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, they would return to the clearing, where Clara would listen to the heart's gentle whispers. One evening, as the stars began their nightly vigil, Finn spoke of a shadow that had fallen upon the forest. "There's a darkness growing, Clara. It's subtle, but I can feel it in the air, a chill that dims the magic." Clara frowned, her fingers tightening around the heart. "What can we do, Finn? How can we stop it?" Finn's eyes glimmered with determination. "The heart of the forest holds the key. We must seek the source of the darkness and restore balance." With the dawn of a new day, Clara and Finn set out on their quest. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they ventured deeper than ever before, the path winding like a ribbon through shadows and light. The air grew cooler, the trees whispering softly as if urging them onward. As they walked, Clara could feel the heart's warmth spreading through her, a steady companion against the encroaching chill. They reached a part of the forest Clara had never seen, where the trees grew dense and the undergrowth tangled like a forgotten tapestry. Here, the air was heavy, the light dimmed as if the sun itself had withdrawn. In the heart of this shadowed grove, they found a dark pool, its waters murky and still. The heart of the forest pulsed urgently in Clara's hands, guiding her gaze to the center of the pool where a dark stone, the antithesis of the heart, lay half submerged. "This is the source," Finn whispered, his voice edged with awe and fear. "The heart's counterpart, tainted by darkness." Clara knelt at the edge of the pool, the heart's warmth a beacon against the cold. She could feel the shadows pressing in, a weight that threatened to smother her resolve. But as she held the heart, a voice echoed in her mind, clear and comforting. "Trust in the light within you, Clara. The darkness can be dispelled by the light of friendship and courage." Drawing strength from the heart's words and Finn's unwavering presence beside her, Clara reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the dark stone. It was cold, its touch a shock that sent shivers up her spine. Yet she held firm, channeling the light of the heart through her fingertips. As the warmth spread, the darkness began to retreat, the pool's murkiness clearing like fog before the sun. A gentle glow enveloped the stone, growing brighter until it matched the heart's radiant light. With a final surge, the darkness shattered, dissolving into the air like mist. The forest sighed as if relieved, the shadows lifting to reveal a vibrant green that sang with renewed life. Clara sat back, breathless but triumphant, as the heart of the forest pulsed with a joyful rhythm in her hands. Finn's laughter rang like silver bells as he danced through the air, his wings catching the light. "We did it, Clara. The balance is restored." Clara smiled, her heart swelling with the simple joy of success. The heart's voice, now serene, whispered its gratitude, a gentle melody that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. As they made their way back through the woods, Clara felt a change within her, a deeper understanding of the magic that flowed through the world. She realized that the heart had not only guided her through the forest, but had also opened her eyes to the beauty and strength within herself. When they reached the clearing, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the pond. Clara placed the heart of the forest back on its stone pedestal, its light dimming to a gentle glimmer. "Thank you," she murmured, her heart full of gratitude, "for trusting me, for guiding me." The heart's light pulsed once, a farewell and a promise, as if to say, "The forest will always welcome you, Clara." With Finn by her side, Clara returned to her village, her mind alight with stories of magic and friendship. She knew that the Whispering Woods would forever hold a special place in her heart, a place where wonders unfolded and where she had found her true self. From that day on, Clara shared her stories with the village, her voice a soothing balm that spoke of courage, friendship, and the magic that lay within every heart. And though the villagers listened with awe, they knew that the true magic was not just in the woods, but in the girl who had brought its light back to them. As the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep. She dreamed of the Whispering Woods, of the heart's gentle glow, and of Finn's laughter dancing through the trees. Her heart was at peace, for she knew that no matter where her journey led, she carried the magic of the forest within her. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Eldergrove slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, where magic and wonder would forever dance in harmony. The end. Story 48, The Whispering Willow. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the golden leaves danced like tiny sunlit sprites on gentle breezes, lay the village of Elderglade. This was not an ordinary village, for it was cradled by a hidden world, secreted away just behind the veil of the everyday. Here, amidst the moss-covered stones and the quiet babbling of age-old brooks, lived the kind-hearted folk of Elderglade, who cherished the tales of their land's magical secrets. Among them was young Mara, a girl with eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair that flowed like the river's song. She was known throughout Elderglade for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as a hearth on a winter's night. Mara loved to explore the forest, to listen to the stories whispered by the winds through the branches, and to imagine the wonders that lay just out of sight. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mara set out on her usual walk. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and the fresh scent of pine, a comforting balm that wrapped around her like a soft blanket. Her feet carried her along the familiar path, past the gnarled oak that marked the boundary of her known world. As she walked, something unusual caught her eye. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient willow, was a shimmering object, a delicate silver key, glinting in the soft sunlight. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with intricate engravings that seemed to dance and shift as she held it in her hand. Curious, Mara tucked the key into her pocket, feeling its gentle weight against her side. Continuing her walk, Mara found herself guided by an unseen force, as if the key itself had a purpose for her. She followed the winding path deeper into the forest, her heart thrumming with a mix of anticipation and wonder. The trees around her whispered secrets, their leaves rustling like gentle laughter in the breeze. As she ventured further, the forest began to change. The air shimmered with a magical quality, and the colors around her deepened into rich, vibrant hues. The path led her to a clearing she had never seen before, where the sunlight danced through the branches in a symphony of light and shadow. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient door, carved from the living wood of a great tree. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that mirrored those on the silver key. Mara approached it with a sense of awe, feeling a connection between the key in her pocket and the door before her. Gently, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it. There was a soft click, and the door swung open to reveal a world that was both familiar and wondrously new. It was as if the hidden heart of the forest had been laid bare before her, a place where magic and nature intertwined in perfect harmony. Stepping through the door, Mara found herself in a landscape of breathtaking beauty. The air was alive with the scent of flowers and the melodious calls of unseen birds. Trees stretched toward the sky, their branches woven together to form a living cathedral. Streams of crystal water sang as they danced over smooth stones, and the ground beneath her feet was soft with moss. As she explored this hidden world, Mara encountered creatures she had only heard of in the stories told by the elders, gentle fairies with wings that shimmered like dewdropped spiderwebs, and wise old sprites who nodded in greeting as she passed. Each being she met seemed to recognize her, as if she belonged to this place as much as it belonged to her. Among these new friends was a small, timid creature named Pip, with fur as soft as the dandelion fluff and eyes like polished amber. Pip had been watching Mara with curiosity, drawn by the kindness in her smile and the gentle way she moved through the forest. "Hello," Mara said, her voice as warm as the sun on a spring day. "I'm Mara. What is this place?" Pip stepped forward, his voice as soft as a whisper. "This is the Heartwood Glade, a realm that exists within the forest, hidden from those who do not know the way. It is a place of harmony and magic, tended by those who understand the balance of nature. You have the key, so you are welcome here." Mara's heart swelled with joy at the thought of being part of something so wondrous. She spent the day learning from Pip and the other creatures, who shared with her the secrets of the glade, the way the flowers danced to the song of the wind, the stories written in the patterns of the stars, and the gentle magic that flowed through every living thing. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with its fiery farewell, Mara knew it was time to return to her village. She thanked Pip and her new friends, promising to visit again. The door through which she had entered stood waiting, and she stepped back into the familiar embrace of the forest. The journey home felt different, as if the world had shifted ever so slightly. Mara carried with her the sense of belonging, and the knowledge that magic was not just a tale told by the fireside, but a living, breathing presence in her world. Days turned into weeks, and Mara visited the Heartwood Glade whenever she could, learning more about the balance of nature and the gentle magic that sustained it. She shared her adventures with the villagers, who listened with wonder and began to see their own world through new eyes. Mara's heart grew with each visit, her spirit nourished by the beauty and wisdom of the glade. She learned that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the small, everyday kindnesses that connected all living things. Her friendship with Pip deepened, and together they discovered new paths within the glade, each more beautiful than the last. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Mara and Pip set out on a journey to the farthest edge of the glade. The air was crisp and clean, the forest wrapped in a blanket of white. Their breath formed small clouds in the chilly air, and their footprints left a trail in the snow behind them. As they walked, Pip shared a story he had heard from the elder sprites, a tale of a hidden spring that flowed with water as pure as starlight, said to grant a single wish to those who found it with a true heart. Intrigued, Mara felt a flutter of excitement. It was said that the spring lay at the heart of the glade, a place untouched by time and unseen by all but the purest of souls. Determined to find the spring, Mara and Pip continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the forest. They climbed over ancient roots and crossed frozen streams, their laughter ringing through the trees like the chime of distant bells. At last they reached a secluded grove where the snow lay undisturbed and the air hummed with an otherworldly energy. In the center of the grove was the spring, its water sparkling like liquid diamonds in the soft light. Mara knelt beside it, her reflection shimmering in the surface. With a heart full of hope, she closed her eyes and made her wish, not for herself, but for the peace and prosperity of her village, and for the continued harmony of the forest and its hidden heart. As she whispered her wish, the water glowed with a gentle light, and Mara felt a warmth spread through her, as if the glade itself embraced her spirit. When she opened her eyes, the grove seemed to sparkle with a newfound vibrancy, as if Mara's wish had awakened something deep within the land. Pip smiled at her, his eyes shining with quiet understanding. They knew that the magic of the glade was not just in its wonders, but in the love and care they shared with the world around them. As they made their way back to the village, the snow began to fall more heavily, the flakes swirling in intricate patterns like the dance of 1,000 tiny stars. Mara felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was part of something greater, a tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, love, and the quiet magic of the world. Back in Elderglade, the villagers gathered around the hearth to hear Mara's tales of the hidden world within their forest. Her stories sparked a warmth in their hearts, reminding them of the magic that lay within their own lives. As the fire crackled and the shadows danced on the walls, they listened with wonder, their spirits lifted by the promise of a world where anything was possible. With each visit to the Heartwood Glade, Mara grew, her heart expanding with the knowledge and love she found there. She learned that true strength lay not in power, but in understanding and compassion. Her friendship with Pip and the other creatures taught her that the bonds they shared were as enduring as the ancient trees that surrounded them. As the years passed, Mara became a wise and gentle leader in her village, guiding her people with the lessons she had learned from the glade. Under her care, Elderglade flourished, its people living in harmony with the forest and its hidden magic. And so, the tale of Mara and the Whispering Willow became one of the many stories told by the fireside, a reminder that the world was full of wonder, if only one had the heart to seek it. For in the end, it was the quiet magic of love and friendship that wove the strongest bonds, a lesson that echoed through the ages, as timeless as the forest itself. Story 49, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, nestled in a valley surrounded by towering emerald hills and meandering streams, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its lush gardens and the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that filled the air. But what truly set Willowbrook apart was the mysterious grove that lay just beyond its borders, a grove whispered about in hushed tones, known simply as the Whispering Grove. The Whispering Grove was not like any ordinary forest. The villagers spoke of magical happenings and peculiar sounds that emanated from its depths. It was said that the trees in the grove had a life of their own, and if you listened closely enough, you could hear them speak in melodies carried by the wind. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, who was as curious as she was kind-hearted. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that shone like the clearest pools, Lila was beloved by all who knew her. She had a gift for understanding the language of nature, a soft-spoken ability that allowed her to hear the stories the wind carried and the secrets whispered by the rustling leaves. One golden afternoon, when the sun cast dappled shadows upon the earth, Lila decided to venture into the Whispering Grove. Clad in a simple dress and carrying a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, she set off with a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure. As Lila entered the grove, she was enveloped by the fragrance of wildflowers and the sound of trickling streams that harmonized with the gentle rustling of leaves. The path before her was lined with silver birch trees, their bark smooth to the touch and shimmering in the sunlight like strands of moonlight woven into the forest floor. Lila walked deeper into the grove, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was cool and refreshing, infused with an earthy scent that was both invigorating and calming. As she moved, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches whispering secrets from the past and promises of the future. After a while, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in warm, golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. The tree exuded a sense of wisdom and strength, its branches stretching out like arms, inviting her into an embrace. At its base, Lila noticed something extraordinary, an old, weathered book nestled among the roots, its cover adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered in shades of silver and gold. Drawn to the book, Lila knelt down and carefully picked it up. As her fingers brushed its cover, a gentle warmth spread through her hands, and she felt a connection with the ancient tome. She opened it slowly, the pages turning with a life of their own, revealing illustrations of fantastical creatures and lands she had never imagined. Just then a soft voice, as gentle as a summer breeze, spoke from the air around her. "Welcome, Lila," it said. "You hold the Book of Whispers, a guide to the hidden wonders of our world." Startled, but not frightened, Lila looked around, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Who are you?" she asked softly. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Grove," the voice replied. "I am a spirit bound to this land, here to guide those who seek to understand the mysteries of nature." Intrigued and feeling a sense of trust, Lila listened as the voice continued. "The book you hold is magical. It contains the stories of this grove and the wisdom of the ages. It will guide you on a journey of discovery, but only if your heart is open and your intentions pure." Lila nodded, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and reverence. She felt an unexplained bond with the grove and its guardian, a connection that resonated deep within her soul. As she turned the pages of the Book of Whispers, she saw images of creatures hidden within the grove, tiny fairies with wings that glistened like dew in the morning sun, wise old owls with eyes that held the secrets of the night, and mischievous squirrels that danced among the branches. Each page seemed to come alive, the illustrations moving as if they were breathing their own stories into the world. The guardian spoke again, its voice a gentle caress upon the breeze. To truly understand the grove, you must embark on a journey. Open your heart to the magic that surrounds you, and let the book guide your path. With the book in her hands and a newfound sense of purpose, Lila set off deeper into the grove, her steps light and sure. As she walked, she felt her senses heighten, the colors of the forest growing more vibrant, the sounds more melodious. Her journey led her to a hidden world within the grove, a realm where the ordinary became extraordinary. She encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own story to tell and wisdom to share. There was Thistle, a tiny fairy with hair the color of the sky at dusk and eyes that sparkled like stars. Thistle taught Lila the language of flowers, showing her how each blossom held a message of love, hope, or healing. Then there was Bramble, a wise old owl who perched upon a high branch, his feathers ruffled like autumn leaves. Bramble shared tales of the night, teaching Lila how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. And there was Nettle, a playful squirrel with fur as soft as moss and a laugh that sounded like tinkling bells. Nettle showed Lila the joy of play and the importance of friendship, reminding her that even in the hardest times, laughter could light the way. With each encounter, Lila's heart grew lighter, her spirit more attuned to the rhythms of the grove. She learned to see the world through new eyes, understanding the interconnectedness of all living things and the beauty in every moment. As the days turned into weeks, Lila's journey through the grove became a journey of transformation. She grew wiser and more compassionate, her heart opened to the magic that surrounded her. The Book of Whispers became her guide and her friend, its pages filled with the stories of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. One day, as Lila sat beneath the ancient oak, the guardian spoke to her once more. "You have learned much, dear Lila," it said, its voice filled with warmth and pride. "But your journey is not yet complete. There is one final lesson you must learn, a gift that will change the course of your life and the lives of those around you." Curious and eager to learn, Lila listened intently as the guardian continued. Within the heart of the grove lies a hidden chamber, a place where the essence of the forest is strongest. There you will find a magical object, a pendant forged from the light of the stars and the wisdom of the earth. It holds the power to heal and to bring harmony to all it touches. But it can only be wielded by one whose heart is pure and whose spirit is true. Determined to find the pendant and unlock its potential, Lila set off on her final quest. Guided by the Book of Whispers, she navigated the forest's twisting paths and hidden trails, her heart filled with hope and determination. After what felt like an eternity, Lila arrived at a secluded glen, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the glen lay a pond, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the stars above. At the edge of the pond sat a small, ornate box, its surface adorned with delicate engravings of vines and flowers. Lila approached the box with reverence, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she opened it, a soft light emanated from within, revealing the pendant, a delicate piece of jewelry crafted from silver and adorned with a single shimmering gem that seemed to hold the light of the universe within it. As she held the pendant in her hands, Lila felt a surge of warmth and energy flow through her, a sense of connectedness that transcended words. She understood, in that moment, the true power of the pendant, the ability to heal hearts and bring peace to troubled souls. With the pendant around her neck, Lila returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, sensing the change within her and the light that now shone from her very being. In the days that followed, Lila used the pendant to heal and bring joy to all she encountered. She mended broken friendships, soothed worried minds, and filled the village with laughter and love. Her connection to the Whispering Grove and its guardian deepened, and she became a bridge between the worlds of magic and reality. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart as boundless as the sky, and her spirit as gentle as the breeze. She shared the stories of her journey, passing down the wisdom she had gained and the lessons she had learned. The Whispering Grove remained a place of wonder and magic, its secrets protected by the villagers who cherished it, and the pendant, a symbol of hope and harmony, became a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of love and the magic that lay within each of us. And so the story of Lila and the Whispering Grove became a legend, whispered among the leaves and carried on the wind, a timeless tale of friendship, transformation, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The end. Story 50. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvety night, there existed a small, vibrant planet called Lumina. Lumina was known for its shimmering lakes and forests that glowed in hues of teal and violet, teeming with life that flowed in harmony with the gentle rhythms of nature. On this tranquil planet lived a kind-hearted creature named Zilla, whose soft, luminescent skin pulsed gently with a warm, golden glow. Zilla was a Lumian, a species known for their ability to communicate through light patterns and gentle hums. One crisp evening, as the two moons of Lumina cast silvery shadows across the landscape, a peculiar object streaked across the sky, landing with a gentle thud in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Drawn by curiosity, Zilla floated through the forest, her glow lighting a path through the dense, fragrant flora. There, amidst a circle of tall, whispering trees, she found an unusual being emerging from a sleek, metallic pod. The being was unlike any Zilla had seen, a slender, bipedal creature with skin of soft lavender and eyes that shimmered like polished amethysts. The creature was a Xylonian named Aaron from the distant planet of Xylon, known for their logical minds and advanced technology. Aaron's ship had malfunctioned, leaving her stranded on Lumina. As Zilla approached, her golden light flickering with curiosity, Aaron instinctively reached for a small device on her wrist, projecting a holographic message in the air. The Xylonian language was foreign to Zilla, and she responded with a series of light pulses and hums, trying to convey welcome and peace. The first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Aaron, accustomed to the precision of technology, misinterpreted Zilla's glowing signals as a malfunction. Meanwhile, Zilla found the holographic projections perplexing and somewhat intimidating. Yet, beneath the initial confusion, both felt a spark of intrigue, a sense that their lives had intertwined for a reason. Days turned into weeks as Aaron worked tirelessly to repair her ship, gathering materials from the forest and using her tools to craft new components. Zilla, fascinated by the Xylonian's dexterity and intelligence, offered her assistance, guiding Aaron to the rare ores and crystals hidden within the forest. As they spent more time together, their communication evolved. Aaron began to understand the patterns of Zilla's light signals as expressions of emotion and intent, while Zilla learned to interpret Aaron's gestures and tones. One afternoon, while foraging for supplies, a sudden storm swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees and rain cascading down like 1,000 tiny waterfalls. The storm's fury was unlike anything Aaron had experienced, and she struggled to maintain her footing on the slippery ground. Zilla, sensing Aaron's distress, wrapped her luminescent tendrils around her, providing warmth and stability. As they sheltered beneath the canopy of a great ancient tree, the storm raging around them, Aaron gazed into Zilla's gentle glow and felt a deep sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Zilla," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the storm. Zilla responded with a warm, pulsating light, conveying comfort and reassurance. Soon the storm passed, leaving the forest refreshed and glistening in the aftermath. As Aaron and Zilla emerged from their shelter, they felt a renewed sense of camaraderie, a bond forged in adversity. Together, they resumed their efforts to repair the ship, their teamwork now seamless and intuitive. Through their shared challenges, Aaron learned to appreciate the beauty of Lumina's simplicity and the wisdom of its inhabitants. She found herself marveling at the interconnectedness of all things, a concept that was foreign to her analytical mind. Zilla, in turn, discovered the value of Aaron's logical approach, recognizing how technology and nature could coexist harmoniously. One starry night, as they sat together by the lakeside, watching the gentle waves catch the moonlight, Aaron spoke of her home planet, describing its crystalline cities and technological wonders. Zilla listened intently, her glow reflecting the awe and admiration she felt for Aaron's world. In sharing their stories, they realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges, enriching their understanding of the universe. Finally, the day came when Aaron's ship was ready to take flight. As they stood by the spacecraft, a bittersweet feeling enveloped them both. Aaron looked at Zilla, her eyes moist with emotion. "I will miss you, my friend," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Zilla's glow brightened, conveying warmth and affection. She knew that their friendship was not bound by distance. It had planted seeds of understanding and joy that would flourish across the stars. With one last embrace, Aaron stepped into her ship, her heart full of gratitude for the unexpected friendship that had transformed her journey. As the spacecraft lifted off, Zilla watched it ascend into the night sky, her light pulsing a gentle farewell. Back on Xylon, Aaron often gazed at the night sky, her thoughts drifting back to the shimmering forests of Lumina and the friend who had taught her the true meaning of companionship. She carried a small crystal from the Whispering Woods, a token of their adventures, and a reminder that friendship could bridge any distance, transcending the vastness of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, two unlikely friends from distant worlds discovered that the bonds of friendship were as infinite and enduring as the galaxy itself. As they continued their journeys, they knew they would forever be connected by the light of kindness and understanding, a beacon guiding them through the vastness of space and time. Story 51. In the heart of the ancient Whispering Woods, where the trees stood like wise sentinels beneath a canopy woven with emerald leaves and golden sunlight, there lay a world hidden from the eyes of hurried travelers. It was a place where the air was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves formed a perpetual lullaby. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives interwoven with the rhythms of the land and the delicate balance of nature's own design. As the seasons turned the wheel of the year, a gentle breeze danced through the forest, carrying with it the faint whisper of secrets passed down through generations. The creatures of the wood knew that the time had come to prepare for the great gathering, an event as ancient as the forest itself, where all beings would come together to honor the changing of seasons and the magic that flowed through the earth like a hidden river. Among these creatures was a wise and gentle rabbit named Thistle. His fur was the color of soft fog, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many moons. Thistle was known throughout the forest for his kindness and his ability to listen to the subtle melodies of the woodland. He was often seen sitting quietly by the great oak, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, where he would commune with the spirit of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Thistle decided to visit his dear friend, the ancient tortoise named Moss. Moss was as old as the oldest trees, his shell a mosaic of greens and browns that mirrored the forest floor. He had seen many cycles of the moon, and was the keeper of stories and wisdom long forgotten by others. Thistle found Moss nestled beneath a cluster of ferns, his eyes half closed in meditation. "Good evening, Moss," Thistle greeted softly, his voice barely disturbing the tranquil air. "Ah, Thistle," Moss replied, his voice a deep, resonant hum. "The winds speak of change. Do you feel it too?" "Yes," Thistle nodded, settling beside his friend. "The forest is whispering of the gathering. It will soon be time for all of us to come together and share the wisdom of the seasons." Moss slowly opened his eyes, their depths reflecting the calmness of a still pond. "Indeed, my friend, it is a sacred time for us all, a time to remember our place in this tapestry of life." As they spoke, the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the velvet sky, and the forest came alive with the soft murmurs of creatures preparing for the gathering. The owls hooted softly from their perches, the crickets sang their rhythmic chorus, and fireflies began their gentle dance, illuminating the night with their ethereal glow. In the days that followed, Thistle and Moss traveled the forest paths, inviting their friends to the gathering. They visited the family of deer, their coats sleek and dappled with moonlight, who nodded in graceful agreement. They spoke with the clever foxes, their eyes glinting with curiosity, and the industrious beavers who paused in their building to listen. Each creature they met understood the importance of this gathering, for it was a time to celebrate the interconnectedness of all life and to share in the stories and songs that bound them together. Finally, the night of the gathering arrived. The moon hung like a luminous pearl in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the clearing where the creatures had assembled. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and a sense of anticipation shimmered in the cool evening breeze. At the center of the gathering stood the great oak, its ancient branches stretching out like protective arms. Beneath its boughs, thistle and moss took their places, surrounded by their friends and neighbors. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the soft calls of nocturnal birds. Moss began to speak, his voice as steady and reassuring as the roots of the forest itself. "We gather here tonight, as we have for countless generations, to honor the turning of the seasons and the magic that binds us all. Let us remember that it is our unity and respect for one another that keeps the forest in harmony." Thistle nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude for the wisdom of his friend and the beauty of the world around them. "And let us share our stories and our knowledge, so that we may learn from each other and continue to live in balance with the earth." The creatures listened intently, their hearts united in a shared understanding of their place within the great web of life. As the night unfolded, they took turns sharing their tales, of the river's song that guided the salmon home, of the wind's gentle hand that scattered the seeds of wildflowers, and of the sun's warm embrace that coaxed new life from the soil. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of the forest, woven together by laughter, wisdom, and the quiet strength of community. As the night deepened, the gathering turned to song, a melody that rose and fell like the gentle rise of a hill, echoing through the trees and into the heart of the forest. And so it was that the creatures of the Whispering Woods reaffirmed their bond with the land and with each other, promising to protect the delicate balance of their home. As the first light of dawn began to paint the horizon with soft pinks and golds, the gathering drew to a close, but the spirit of unity and harmony lingered like a gentle mist over the forest. Thistle and Moss watched as their friends departed, each returning to their homes with hearts full of joy and renewed purpose. The two companions sat in companionable silence, feeling the warmth of the rising sun on their fur and shell. "Thank you, Moss," Thistle said softly, breaking the silence with a voice full of appreciation, "for reminding us of what truly matters." Moss chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. "It is not I, but the forest, that reminds us. We are but its humble stewards." With that, they turned back toward the forest, ready to continue their journey through the seasons, knowing that their lives were but a small part of a greater, wondrous whole. The Whispering Woods remained a place of magic and peace, where the timeless dance of nature unfolded gently, season by season, year by year, in an endless symphony of life. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees twisted their branches in an intricate dance, a world of wonder unfolded. This was a realm where nature's rhythm pulsed in perfect harmony, and the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary melted away like morning mist. Beneath the emerald canopy, a vibrant tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the hidden lives of nature's creatures. Here, a family of rabbits ventured forth from their burrow, their velvety ears twitching at the faintest rustle of leaves. A parliament of owls, their wise eyes gleaming in the dappled light, kept vigil over the forest's secrets from their lofty perches. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest was swept by magical phenomena that left even the most seasoned inhabitants in awe. In the depths of winter, when frost crystals adorned every surface like diamonds, a gentle snowfall would transform the forest into a shimmering wonderland. The air itself seemed to sparkle with enchantment, and the creatures would frolic in the soft, powdery banks, leaving their delicate footprints as a testament to their joy. With the arrival of spring, a symphony of renewal would unfold. Vibrant blooms would burst forth, carpeting the forest floor with a kaleidoscope of colors, their sweet fragrances carried on the warm breezes. Streams would swell with the melting snow, their musical babbling echoing through the glades, and in the branches above a chorus of birdsong would herald the season of rebirth, filling the air with melodies that danced upon the heart. As summer cast its golden glow, the forest transformed into a verdant paradise. The leaves danced in the gentle zephyrs, casting ever-shifting patterns of light and shadow across the mossy paths. Butterflies took flight, their delicate wings a blur of color, while dragonflies darted above the sun-dappled ponds, their iridescent bodies shimmering like jewels. Autumn brought a tapestry of fiery hues, as the trees shed their vibrant mantles in preparation for the long slumber ahead. The crisp air carried the scent of fallen leaves and the earthy aroma of fungi, while squirrels scurried to gather their winter stores, their cheeks bulging with nuts. Through every season, the forest's inhabitants lived in harmony, bound by an unspoken wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. They understood the delicate balance that sustained their world, and they respected the cycles of nature with a reverence that was woven into the very fabric of their existence. Among these creatures was a wise old owl, her feathers tinged with silver, her eyes shining with the knowledge of ages. She was the keeper of the forest's stories, and under the light of the full moon, she would gather the young ones around her and regale them with tales of wonder and magic. In her soothing tones, she would speak of the ancient trees that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, their roots delving deep into the earth, drinking from the wellspring of life itself. She would recount the legends of the forest sprites, those mischievous beings who danced among the wildflowers, leaving trails of glittering dust in their wake. And she would impart the sacred teachings of the forest, lessons that had been whispered by the wind and etched into the bark of the eldest oaks. She taught them to tread lightly upon the earth, to give thanks for every gift bestowed by nature, and to cherish the intricate web of life that bound all creatures together. As her tales unfolded, the young ones would huddle closer, their eyes wide with wonder, their hearts filled with reverence for the magical world they called home. And in that moment, they understood that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life that spanned generations, woven together by the threads of wisdom, harmony, and the eternal dance of the seasons. For in this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of nature's creatures were not mere stories, but living, breathing testaments to the enduring mysteries of the natural world. And as long as the forest stood, its whispers would echo through the ages, reminding all who would listen of the sacred balance that sustained the very heartbeat of the earth. Story 53, The Whispering Woods and the Silver Compass. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, on nights when the moon hung low and the stars blinked like sleepy eyes, there lived a girl named Marin. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes mirrored the deep, tranquil blue of the nearby lake where she often spent her afternoons. She was a curious soul, with a heart full of dreams and a mind that danced with questions. The Whispering Woods was a place of wonder and mystery. Tall trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves rustling secrets to those who cared to listen. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and lavender, and a soft, golden light filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of sunlight and shadow. Marin loved the woods, for it was a place where her imagination could soar. Yet, there was one part of the forest she had never ventured into, the heart of the woods, a secluded glade said to be enchanted and teeming with magic. Tales passed down by the village elders spoke of an ancient power hidden there, a power that could grant a single wish to one who proved worthy. On a particularly bright morning, Marin awoke with an unusual sense of purpose. She had dreamt of the heart of the woods, and in her dream, a whispering voice had called her to find a silver compass said to guide the seeker to their heart's true desire. Compelled by a sense of destiny, Marin decided it was time to explore the forbidden glade. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with freshly baked bread, a flask of sweet berry juice, and her favorite book of tales, she set off. Her journey began on a familiar path lined with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the lush greenery. Birds sang overhead, their melodies intertwining with the gentle rustle of the leaves, creating a symphony of nature's peace. As she ventured deeper, the path grew narrower, winding its way through thickets of ferns and under branches that seemed to bow in greeting. The woods around her began to change. The air was cooler, and a soft mist curled around the roots of towering oaks. Marin's heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for she knew she was nearing the heart of the woods. Just as the sun reached its zenith, Marin came upon a clearing. It was a place unlike any she had ever seen. The ground was covered in a carpet of soft moss, and in the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward like arms in prayer. The air shimmered with a silvery light, and Marin could feel the pulse of magic in the air. At the base of the tree, half buried in the moss, lay the silver compass from her dream. It was exquisite, its casing engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. As Marin reached for it, the compass sprang to life, its needle spinning wildly before settling with a steady glow pointing further into the woods. Holding the compass tight, Marin set off once more, following its guiding light. Her path led her through a tapestry of wonders, past a waterfall whose waters sang secrets, through a meadow where wild deer grazed unafraid, and beneath the boughs of elder trees that whispered ancient songs. Each step brought her closer to the heart of the mystery that lay ahead. Her journey was not without challenge. Shadows stretched long as evening approached, and the woods grew silent, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of unseen creatures. Marin felt a prickle of unease but pushed it aside, trusting in the compass and her own courage. It was at dusk when she stumbled upon a hidden world. The compass guided her to a grove lit by hundreds of tiny glowing orbs that floated like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood a small weathered hut, its roof thatched with leaves and its windows warm with light. Marin hesitated at the door, her heart thumping with anticipation. The door swung open with a creak, and an inviting smell of herbs and honey greeted her. Inside, a cozy room awaited, filled with the soothing crackle of a fire and the soft glow of candles. Shelves lined with books and jars of mysterious ingredients covered the walls, and at the center, a table laid with a simple meal beckoned. "Welcome, Marin," came a gentle voice, and from the shadows emerged an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. Her presence was calming, as if she belonged to the woods as much as the trees and the stars. "Who are you?" Marin asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of the heart," the woman replied, her smile as warm as the hearth. "I have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Marin echoed, surprised. The woman nodded. "The woods have chosen you, dear child. The compass you carry does not simply guide you through the forest, it guides you to your true self." Intrigued and slightly overwhelmed, Marin sat with the keeper, sharing the meal and her story. As they talked, Marin felt an unexplainable connection with the woman, as if she had known her all her life. They spoke of dreams, of the woods, and of the magic that bound all things together. "You seek a wish," the keeper said at last, her eyes searching Marin's face. "But tell me, what is it that you truly desire?" Marin paused, contemplating the question. She had thought she knew, but here, in the heart of the woods, surrounded by enchantment, she found herself uncertain. "I wish to understand my place in the world," she confessed, her voice soft. The keeper nodded, her expression thoughtful. "A wise wish indeed," she said. "But to find your place, you must look within. The power of the woods can guide you, but the journey is yours to make." With those words, the keeper handed Marin a small vial filled with shimmering liquid. "This potion will show you what you need to see," she explained. "But remember, the answer lies not in the vision, but in what you choose to do with it." Marin accepted the vial, her heart fluttering with anticipation and a hint of fear. She drank the liquid, its taste like a summer breeze, and closed her eyes. In an instant she was transported to a world of visions. She saw herself as a child, exploring the woods, her laughter echoing through the trees. She saw her family, their faces full of love and pride. She saw herself standing at the edge of a vast ocean, the waves lapping at her feet, and above all, she saw the endless possibilities of who she could become. When she opened her eyes, the visions lingered in her mind like echoes of a dream. The keeper watched her, a gentle smile on her lips. "What did you see?" she asked. "I saw myself," Marin replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I saw all that I am and all that I can be." The keeper nodded, her eyes shining with understanding. "Then you have found what you came for. The woods have shown you the path, but it is your heart that will lead you." As night fell, Marin prepared to leave the heart of the woods, her heart lighter and her mind clearer than ever before. The keeper stood at the edge of the grove, watching her with a serene expression. "Remember, Marin," she called as Marin began her journey home, "the magic of the woods is within you. Trust in yourself, and you will always find your way." With the silver compass in her hand, its needle now pointing steadily towards home, Marin felt a warmth spread through her, as comforting as the soft embrace of a summer's night. She walked through the woods, the moonlight guiding her steps, and as she did, she felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy. The woods seemed to welcome her return, the trees whispering their approval in the gentle rustle of their leaves. Every step she took resonated with the newfound understanding that she was part of something vast and wondrous, a tapestry of life where every thread mattered. When Marin finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of dawn. She felt changed, more aware of herself and the world around her. The silver compass, now tucked safely in her satchel, was a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the truths she had uncovered. As she entered her home, her heart swelled with gratitude. She knew that the magic of the woods would always be with her, guiding her on the path she chose to walk. And though she had not made a wish in the traditional sense, she realized that her journey had granted her the greatest gift of all, the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the days that followed, Marin shared her experience with those she loved, her stories bringing warmth and inspiration to the hearths of her village. She became known as a keeper of tales, her words weaving light into the lives of all who listened. And in her heart, she carried the whisper of the woods, a melody of wisdom and wonder that would guide her always. Thus, in the gentle cradle of the whispering woods, Marin's story began anew with each telling, a testament to the magic that lies within and the endless journey of self-discovery. And whenever she felt uncertain or lost, she would return to the woods, the silver compass her faithful guide, and listen to the whispers of the trees, knowing that she was never truly alone. And so, dear child, as you drift to sleep beneath the blanket of stars, remember the tale of Marin and the magic of the whispering woods. Know that you too have a compass within, guiding you on your own journey, and that the world is full of wonder waiting to be discovered. Sleep now, and dream of enchanted forests and endless possibilities, wrapped in the gentle embrace of night. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies and the stars twinkled like distant lanterns, there lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known throughout her village for her gentle heart and her eyes that sparkled like the silver dew at dawn. Yet despite her outward warmth, Lyra carried a quiet fear of change within her heart, a fear that often kept her rooted in place when she longed to soar. Lyra lived in a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the woods, surrounded by a tapestry of wildflowers that painted the land with hues of violet, gold, and ruby. Her days were spent tending to her garden, where each blossom seemed to lean into her touch as if drawing strength from her very presence. Yet as the seasons shifted and the leaves began to rustle with the secrets of autumn, Lyra felt a stirring inside her, a yearning for something beyond the familiar. One crisp evening, as the amber sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of coral and indigo, Lyra wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth, and a soft mist curled around her feet like an affectionate cat. It was here, amidst the whispering trees, that she stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like the arms of an old friend. At the base of this mighty tree sat a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that glimmered with a knowing light. The fox regarded Lyra with a curious tilt of its head, and she felt an inexplicable comfort in its presence. "Hello, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. "I am Fionn, keeper of the forest's mysteries. What brings you to this sacred grove?" Lyra hesitated, the words tangled in her throat like threads of a half-spun tapestry. I feel lost," she admitted, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I wish to change, to grow, but I fear what lies beyond the life I've known." Fion's eyes softened, and he nodded as if he understood the weight of her words. Change, my dear, is the pulse of life itself. But fear not, for the forest holds a magic that mirrors the growth within us all. With a graceful flick of his tail, Fion beckoned Lyra to follow. They wandered deeper into the woods, where the canopy above shimmered with 1,000 tiny lights, as if the stars had descended to dance among the branches. The air buzzed with an energy that was both ancient and new, and Lyra felt the stirrings of hope unfurling within her like a blossom in the morning sun. Their journey led them to a hidden glade, where the moonlight pooled like silver silk upon the grass. In the center of the glade stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the night sky in a perfect mirror. Lyra gazed into the water, and to her astonishment, she saw not her own reflection, but a kaleidoscope of colors swirling and shifting, a reflection of the many paths her life could take. Here lies the mirror of possibilities, Fion explained, his voice a gentle caress. It shows not what is, but what could be. Each color, each ripple, is a choice, a chance to grow. As Lyra watched, the colors danced before her eyes, and she saw visions of herself. Some paths led her to distant lands, others showed her nurturing a family, and still others depicted her as a wise woman guiding others through their journeys. Each vision was different, yet each was undeniably her. How do I choose? Lyra asked, her voice tinged with wonder and apprehension. Listen to your heart, Fion replied softly. It knows the way, even when your mind does not. And remember, you are not alone. Friends and the forest will guide you, if only you trust in their whispers. With these words, Fion vanished into the night, leaving Lyra alone with the mirror of possibilities. She sat by the pool, her heart beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Slowly, she began to understand that the fear she felt was a part of her journey, not a barrier to it. Change was not a monster lurking in the shadows, but a friend inviting her to dance. Over the following weeks, Lyra returned to the ancient oak and the mirror of possibilities. She sought the counsel of the forest, listening to the secrets carried on the breeze and the wisdom hidden in the rustling leaves. Each visit brought her closer to understanding the path she wished to walk, and with each step her fear began to diminish, replaced by a quiet confidence that blossomed within her like springtime flowers. Lyra's transformation did not go unnoticed by the inhabitants of her village. Her newfound serenity and warmth became a beacon to those around her, and soon others sought her guidance, drawn by the gentle strength she radiated. With each person she helped, Lyra discovered a deeper truth, that in giving support to others, she too was nourished and grown. One day, as winter's breath began to soften into the first whispers of spring, Lyra returned to the glade for what she sensed would be her final visit to the mirror of possibilities. The pool shimmered beneath the pale sunlight, reflecting the vibrant promise of new beginnings. She gazed into its depths and saw her own face, no longer a shifting spectrum of paths, but a reflection of who she had become, a woman at peace with herself, ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. As she turned to leave, she felt a familiar presence at her side. Fion, the wise fox, appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. You have walked the path of transformation, dear Lyra, and you have found your way. Lyra knelt beside Fion, gratitude welling in her heart. Thank you, Fion, for guiding me. I now understand that change is not something to be feared, but embraced with open arms. Fion nodded, a soft smile playing on his lips. The forest is always here, a mirror to the soul. Remember, every step you take is a step towards growth. Trust in yourself, for the courage you seek is already within you. With these words, Fion melted into the shadows, leaving Lyra to ponder the journey she had undertaken. As she returned to her village, she carried with her a newfound wisdom, a realization that life, with all its twists and turns, was a wondrous tapestry woven from the threads of change and choice. And so, within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Lyra found her place, her heart forever open to the magic of transformation and the beauty of personal discovery. She continued to tend her garden and nurture her community, her life a testament to the power of embracing the unknown and the endless possibilities that lay beyond the horizon. The stars above the whispering woods twinkled brightly, as if winking at the young woman who had learned to dance with change. And in the cool, tranquil nights, the forest hummed its eternal lullabies, a reminder that in every ending lies the promise of a new beginning, and in every beginning, a journey of growth and wonder. Story 56. In the heart of an ageless forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and streams sang gentle lullabies, lived a community of creatures bound by a timeless promise, to live in harmony with the rhythm of the earth. This forest, shrouded in mist and mystery, was known as Eldergrove, a place where the miraculous was commonplace and nature's magic was as palpable as the scent of pine and the feel of moss underfoot. As each season graced Eldergrove with its own unique magic, the creatures prepared to welcome the most enchanting time of all, the arrival of the luminous frost. This event, as old as the forest itself, marked the delicate transition from autumn to winter, when the first frost would shimmer like 1,000 tiny stars upon the leaves, illuminating the forest in a silvery glow. Among the inhabitants of Eldergrove were the wise owl, Orin, whose feathers mirrored the silver moonlight, and the gentle deer, Fay, whose steps were as silent as the falling snow. They were revered as the keepers of ancient wisdom, their rich knowledge passed down through generations, etched into the very fabric of Eldergrove. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the creatures of the forest gathered in a clearing under the watchful gaze of the towering oaks. The air was alive with anticipation, the crisp bite of impending frost tingling upon their noses. The sky, a deep azure, was dotted with clouds tinged with the pinks and purples of the setting sun, promising the first frost was near. Orin, perched high on his favorite branch, surveyed the gathering below with eyes that seemed to hold the stars themselves. "The luminous frost is almost upon us," he hooted softly, his voice a comforting echo in the stillness. "It is a time of reflection and renewal, a time to remember the balance we must maintain to keep our home thriving." Fay stepped forward, her soft brown eyes aglow with warmth. "We must prepare our hearts and minds," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "For it is through understanding and respect for each other and our environment that we nurture this balance." The creatures nodded, their hearts filled with a shared purpose. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and bright eyes, scampered to gather the last of the acorns, while the rabbits busied themselves with lining their burrows with soft, dry leaves. The birds fluttered about, ensuring their nests were secure against the coming chill. As twilight descended, painting the forest in shades of deep indigo, the magical transformation began. Frost crept silently over the forest floor, a gentle caress that left a trail of shimmering crystals in its wake. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with delicate frost, each leaf a masterpiece of nature's artistry. In this moment of stillness, a soft light began to emanate from the frost itself, casting a gentle glow that enveloped Eldergrove in a luminous embrace. It was as if the stars had descended to earth, each one a silent guardian of the balance the creatures had pledged to uphold. Orin spread his wings, gliding gracefully down to join Fay and the others. "The luminous frost reminds us of the beauty and simplicity, the strength and unity," he said, his voice a soft murmur amid the gentle rustle of frost-laden leaves. Fay nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and love. "Together, we are the guardians of this sacred balance, the keepers of a legacy that stretches beyond our lifetimes," she whispered, her words a promise carried on the wind. As the night deepened, the creatures nestled into their homes, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. The forest, now a wonderland of shimmering frost, cradled them in its timeless embrace, whispering secrets of ages past and dreams of tomorrows yet to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the creatures of Eldergrove found peace and purpose, their lives intertwined with the magic of the forest and the eternal cycle of seasons. Through wisdom and friendship, they nurtured the harmony that was their greatest gift, ensuring that the magic of Eldergrove would endure for generations to come. Story 57. In the gentle embrace of a moonlit evening, where silver beams danced playfully on the rippling waters of Lake Whispering Pines, a quaint village lay nestled between the cradling arms of ancient oaks and the whispering winds. This was a place where the stars seemed to hang low enough for villagers to pluck them, if only they dared to reach. It was here, in this serene tapestry of nature and time, that a remarkable tale unfolded. At the heart of this village stood a cottage, its windows aglow with the comforting light of a crackling fire. Inside, the scent of lavender mingled with the earthy aroma of pine logs burning in the hearth. The walls were adorned with shelves of well-loved books, their spines bearing witness to countless journeys through the pages. This was the home of Anwen, a gentle soul whose heart was as warm as the hearth that flickered in her cozy abode. Anwen was known throughout the village not only for her kindness, but also for her curious gift. She possessed an ancient amulet, a circular pendant of polished stone, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. This amulet, passed down through generations, held a secret power, a power that Anwen had only begun to understand. It whispered to her on quiet nights, a symphony of secrets waiting to be unveiled. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers of old stories, Anwen sat by the fire, the amulet resting in her palm. Its cool surface hummed with a gentle energy, a reminder of the mysteries it held. She gazed into the flames, her thoughts drifting like the smoke that curled upwards, wondering what lay beyond the veil of the known world. Her ponderings were interrupted by a soft knock on the door. Rising from her chair, she opened it to reveal a small, shivering figure. It was Finn, a young boy from the village, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. His cheeks were flushed with the chill of the evening, and his breath formed little clouds in the cool air. "Anwen," he began, his voice trembling slightly, "I need your help." Anwen's heart swelled with compassion as she ushered him inside, wrapping a warm shawl around his shoulders. "Come in, dear Finn. Sit by the fire and tell me what's troubling you." As the warmth enveloped him, Finn's voice steadied. "It's my sister, Ira. She's gone missing. We were playing by the edge of the woods, and when I turned around, she was gone. I searched everywhere, but it's as if she vanished into thin air." A hush fell over the room, the only sound the gentle crackling of the fire. Anwen's mind raced, the amulet in her hand pulsing with an urgency she had never felt before. She knew the woods well, the way they seemed to breathe with a life of their own, concealing secrets within their shadowed depths. "We'll find her," Anwen assured him, her voice a soothing balm to his frayed nerves. "But first, let me consult the amulet. It may guide us." Finn watched with wide eyes as Anwen closed her own, holding the amulet up to the light. She whispered a soft incantation, and the patterns on the stone began to glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room. The air seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, Finn thought he heard the faintest strains of a melody, like a lullaby carried on the breeze. In her mind's eye, Anwen saw a vision, a path winding through the woods, leading to a place she had never seen before. It was a hidden glade, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the songs of unseen creatures. She knew that this was where they would find Era. With a renewed sense of purpose, Anwen and Finn set out into the night, the amulet guiding their way. The woods loomed around them, the trees whispering secrets to the stars above. The path was narrow and winding, the ground soft beneath their feet, as if the earth itself was cradling their journey. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Anwen spoke softly to Finn, her words like a gentle breeze. "These woods are ancient, Finn. They hold memories of those who have walked before us, and they have a way of revealing themselves to those who listen." Finn nodded, his fear slowly giving way to a sense of wonder. The forest was alive around them, each rustle of leaves and distant hoot of an owl a reminder of the hidden world they were entering. He felt a strange kinship with the trees, as if they were old friends welcoming him into their embrace. After what felt like an eternity, but was, in truth, only a short while, they arrived at the glade. It was just as Anwen had seen, an ethereal place where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, dappling the ground with soft shadows. In the center stood a great oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens, and beneath it, nestled among the roots, was Ira. She was unharmed, her face serene as if she were in a deep, peaceful sleep. As they approached, the amulet's light grew brighter, casting a protective glow around the glade. Anwen knelt beside Ira, her heart swelling with relief and gratitude. "Ira," she called gently, her voice a soft murmur against the night. The girl stirred, her eyes fluttering open, and she gazed up at Anwen and Finn with a sleepy smile. "Anwen, Finn," she murmured, her voice like a whisper carried on the wind. "I was dreaming of a place filled with music and light." Anwen helped her to her feet, wrapping her in a warm embrace. "You were safe, Ira, cradled by the magic of these woods. They have a way of protecting those who wander too far." As they made their way back to the village, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet contentment, as if it were pleased with the resolution of their journey. The amulet, having fulfilled its purpose, dimmed to a soft glow, content to rest once more. In the days that followed, the tale of the hidden glade spread throughout the village, a story of wonder and mystery that would be told for generations. Anwen, Finn, and Ira became known as the keepers of the forest's secrets, their bond strengthened by the journey they had shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks and the twinkling stars, the village of Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its people bound together by the magic of friendship and the gentle wisdom of the woods. As Anwen sat by her hearth, the amulet resting close to her heart, she knew that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects we hold, but in the connections we forge and the love we share. With a heart full of peace and a spirit buoyed by the beauty of her world, Anwen closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the fire lull her into dreams of moonlit glades and the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. And in those dreams, she found a world where the possibilities were as endless as the stars in the night sky. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young woman named Marin. The village was a place where the sun seemed to cast a perpetual golden glow, and the scent of blooming wildflowers danced on the gentle breezes. Marin was known for her quiet nature and deep connection to the world around her, yet she carried a sense of restlessness within her heart. Marin worked at the village's apothecary, a cozy, dimly lit shop filled with shelves of dried herbs, jars of mysterious powders, and vials of shimmering potions. The air was thick with the soothing aroma of lavender and sage, and soft candlelight flickered against the walls, casting shadows like dancing spirits. Though Marin loved her work, she often felt as though she was meant for something more, something just beyond her reach. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Marin sat on a weathered bench outside the apothecary. She watched as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, their light shimmering on the surface of the nearby pond. The gentle croak of frogs and the whisper of the wind through the trees created a symphony that lulled her into a peaceful reverie. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Out of the shadows of the woods emerged a small, ethereal creature, a fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes were a striking shade of emerald, glimmering with an intelligence that seemed almost otherworldly. The fox approached Marin with an air of gentle curiosity, its presence both calming and intriguing. "Hello, Marin." The fox spoke in a voice that was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Marin was taken aback, but felt no fear, only a warm sense of familiarity. "Hello," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" "I am Lumina," the fox answered, sitting gracefully beside her. "I am a guardian of the forest and a guide to those who seek to understand themselves." Marin blinked, a mixture of disbelief and wonder in her eyes. "Why have you come to me?" Lumina's gaze was steady and kind. "I felt your yearning, your restlessness. Change is upon you, Marin, but you must embrace it with an open heart and mind." Marin's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She had always resisted change, fearing the unknown paths it might lead her down. Yet something in Lumina's words resonated with her deeply. "How can I embrace what I do not understand?" Marin asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Through the magic that lies within you," Lumina replied, a soft smile playing on her lips. "But first, you must journey into the heart of the Whispering Woods to discover it." Marin hesitated, the thought of venturing into the woods both thrilling and intimidating. But the warmth of Lumina's presence gave her courage. "Will you come with me?" she asked. Lumina nodded, her eyes twinkling with encouragement. "I will guide you, but you must take the steps yourself." With a deep breath, Marin rose from the bench, her heart beating with a newfound determination. Together, she and Lumina entered the Whispering Woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of old. As they walked, the vibrant colors of the forest enveloped them, emerald greens, deep russets, and flashes of golden sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Marin felt her senses awaken, each step bringing her closer to a part of herself she had long ignored. In the heart of the woods, they came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with intricate runes that seemed to pulse with a gentle, rhythmic glow. Marin felt a tug at her soul, as if the stones were calling to her. "This is the circle of reflection," Lumina explained, her voice a soothing lullaby. "It will help you see what lies beneath the surface, to understand the magic within you." Marin approached the stones, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface. As she did, a wave of warmth and light coursed through her, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity. Memories flashed before her eyes, moments of joy, of sorrow, of growth and change. She saw herself not as she was, but as she could be, if only she embraced the transformation she feared. With each heartbeat, Marin felt herself shedding the layers of doubt and fear that had held her back. She understood now that change was not to be feared, but to be welcomed as a friend. It was a journey, not a destination, and it was up to her to walk it with courage and grace. As the light from the stones dimmed, Marin turned to Lumina, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with newfound strength. Lumina inclined her head, her emerald eyes glowing with approval. "Remember, Marin, the magic within you is boundless. Trust in yourself, and you will always find your way." With those words, Lumina began to fade, her form dissolving into the moonlit mist. Marin watched her go, her heart filled with a sense of peace and purpose she had never known before. She returned to the village, the night air cool against her skin, her spirit alight with the promise of new beginnings. The apothecary welcomed her with its familiar warmth, and as she closed the door behind her, Marin knew that she was ready to embrace whatever changes lay ahead. In the days that followed, Marin found herself more attuned to the world around her. She discovered new ways to use her talents, creating potent elixirs and healing balms with a touch of magic she had never known she possessed. Her confidence blossomed, and with it, her connections to those around her deepened. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. They came to her not only for remedies, but for guidance and friendship. And Marin, in turn, found joy in helping others, her heart open to the endless possibilities of the world. As the seasons turned and the village thrived, Marin often wandered back to the Whispering Woods, her soul forever linked to the place where she had discovered her true self. The forest, with its timeless beauty and gentle whispers, had become a part of her, a reminder that growth and change were natural, wondrous parts of life. And so, Marin lived with an open heart, embracing each new day with the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, surrounded by the magic of friendship, wisdom, and the boundless potential within her. In the glow of the setting sun, the village stood as a testament to the power of transformation, a place where dreams were nurtured and where Marin's story of personal growth and magical discovery would be told for generations to come. And with that, dear reader, may you find comfort in the gentle reminder that change, though daunting, is but the first step on a path filled with wonder and light. Story 59. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lena. The village, with its cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, was cradled by the embrace of towering trees whose leaves danced with the wind like emerald waves in a gentle sea. Lena was known far and wide for her insatiable curiosity and her heart as warm as the summer sun. She spent her days exploring the lush meadows and shadowy woods that bordered her home, ever in search of the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves crunched beneath her feet, Lena's eyes caught a peculiar glimmer in the underbrush. Her heart leapt with intrigue as she knelt to part the foliage, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed out of place amid the wild tangle of nature, its surface polished and warm, despite the chill in the air. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny blossoms, which seemed to shift and sway in the dappled sunlight. Unable to resist the allure of mystery, Lena gently lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, silken fabric, lay a shimmering stone. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and changed with the light, as if the essence of a rainbow had been captured within. As Lena touched the stone, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a soft, melodious hum resonated in the air around her. With the stone in hand, Lena felt an inexplicable pull towards the heart of the forest. Her feet moved of their own accord, guided by an unseen force, deeper and deeper into the woods where the sunlight barely pierced the canopy above. The forest seemed alive with whispers and rustling, as if it were sharing secrets with her as she walked. The path wound through ancient trees whose gnarled branches reached out like welcoming arms, their leaves murmuring tales of old. Before long, Lena arrived at a clearing she had never seen before, despite her many adventures. In the center stood a magnificent tree, far larger and older than any other in the forest, its bark a tapestry of wisdom carved by time. The tree's roots spread out like the fingers of a giant's hand, and nestled among them was a small hidden door, barely visible beneath the moss and ivy. Compelled by an irresistible curiosity, Lena approached the door. As she touched the handle, the stone in her pocket glowed softly, and the door creaked open with a sound like a sigh. Beyond the threshold lay a world unlike any Lena had ever imagined, a hidden realm where magic and nature intertwined in perfect harmony. The air was filled with a heady fragrance of wildflowers and fresh earth, and the sky above was a tapestry of twinkling lights, as if the stars had drifted down to dance among the treetops. Ethereal creatures flitted through the air, their wings leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. In the distance, a gentle river sang a soothing lullaby as it wound its way through the landscape, its waters shimmering with 1,000 hues. Lena stepped into this enchanted world, her heart brimming with awe and wonder. As she wandered through the lush meadows and verdant glades, she encountered the inhabitants of this magical realm. There were gentle deer with coats that shimmered like moonlight, and playful foxes whose laughter echoed like silver bells. Birds of every shade and hue filled the air with their melodious songs, creating a symphony that resonated with the very soul of the land. Among these creatures, Lena met a kind-hearted fox named Thistle, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Thistle had a penchant for riddles and tales, and he quickly became Lena's guide in this wondrous world. Together, they explored hidden groves and secret glens, each discovery more wondrous than the last. As the days passed, Lena learned of the magic that infused every aspect of this land. The stone she had found was a gift from the forest, a talisman that allowed her to see and understand the hidden world. It was a symbol of the bond between the villagers and the forest, a reminder of the harmony that could exist between humans and nature. But not all was as it seemed. A shadow loomed over this enchanted realm, a creeping darkness that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of magic and life. The creatures of the forest spoke of an ancient curse, a blight that had begun to spread from the heart of the woods, corrupting all it touched. The once vibrant flowers wilted, and the river's song grew mournful and slow. Determined to help her newfound friends, Lena set out on a journey to uncover the source of the curse and restore the forest to its former glory. Thistle accompanied her, a steadfast companion whose cleverness and courage bolstered Lena's resolve. Together, they ventured into the deepest, darkest corners of the forest, where the shadows grew thick and the air was heavy with an ominous chill. Their journey was fraught with challenges, but Lena's heart remained steadfast. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the wind, each sound a piece of an ancient puzzle waiting to be solved. Along the way, she discovered that the key to breaking the curse lay in understanding the history of the land and the choices of those who had come before. As Lena delved deeper into the mysteries of the forest, she uncovered tales of a time when humans and magical creatures lived in harmony, sharing their knowledge and gifts. But greed and fear had driven them apart, and in their separation, the land had begun to wither. The curse was not a punishment, but a reflection of the disharmony that had taken root in their hearts. Determined to heal the rift, Lena and Thistle gathered the creatures of the forest and the villagers, bringing them together for the first time in generations. Under the light of a full moon, they shared stories and songs, each voice a thread in the tapestry of their shared history. As they spoke, the stone in Lena's pocket began to glow with a radiant light, its warmth spreading through the gathering like a gentle embrace. In that moment of unity, the curse was lifted, and the forest breathed a sigh of relief. The flowers bloomed anew, their colors vibrant and rich, and the river sang a joyful melody that echoed through the trees. The stars above shone with a newfound brilliance, their light a beacon of hope and renewal. With the forest restored, Lena returned home, her heart forever changed by her journey. She carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of understanding, the power of unity, and the magic that lies in the bonds we share. Though the stone now rested quietly in its box, its glow a gentle reminder of the hidden world she had discovered, Lena knew that its magic would always be a part of her. In the years that followed, Lena shared her story with the villagers, teaching them to see the forest with new eyes and to cherish the magic that lay within. The village flourished, a place where humans and nature lived in harmony, bound by the ties of friendship and respect. And each night, as Lena sat by the crackling fire, she would remember her adventures, her heart filled with the warmth of the forest's embrace. And so, beneath the starlit sky, surrounded by the gentle whispers of the trees and the soft rustling of leaves, Lena drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams a tapestry of wonder and light, woven with the magic of the hidden world she had come to love. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lily. To the untrained eye, Lily appeared to be an ordinary child, but in truth, she possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with her imagination. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily sat by the crackling hearth, she reached for an old, tattered book on the shelf. As her fingers brushed the worn leather cover, a spark of magic ignited within the pages, and the book's words sprang to life before her very eyes. "Greetings, dear Lily," said a kind grandfatherly voice. "I am the storyteller, and I have been waiting for someone like you to unlock my secrets." Lily's eyes widened with wonder as the storyteller introduced himself. He was a whimsical character, with a bushy mustache and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold a lifetime of tales. "You see, Lily," the storyteller explained, "this book is no ordinary tome. It is a gateway to other worlds, filled with adventures beyond your wildest dreams. All you need to do is turn the pages, and I shall guide you on a most extraordinary journey." Tentatively, Lily turned the first page, and suddenly the cozy living room faded away. In its place stood a vast, enchanted meadow, where the grass danced in the warm breeze, and butterflies flitted among the wildflowers. As Lily explored this new realm, she encountered a group of delightful companions, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, a mischievous rabbit named Whiskers, and a friendly bluebird named Melody. Together, they embarked on a quest to find the legendary Fountain of Wisdom, hidden deep within the heart of the enchanted forest. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their courage, ingenuity, and friendship. One day, they came upon a raging river, its waters churning and treacherous. Lily and her friends knew they could not cross on their own. "Fear not, my friends," said Oakley, the wise old oak. "The answer lies not in brute force, but in patience and understanding." With Oakley's guidance, they carefully observed the river's patterns and learned to navigate its currents safely. By working together and trusting in each other's strengths, they crossed the turbulent waters and continued their journey. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered a treacherous trickster, a sly fox named Reynard, who sought to lead them astray with his cunning deceptions. But Lily and her companions saw through his illusions, for they had learned the true wisdom of discernment. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, they reached the Fountain of Wisdom, hidden in a secluded glade. There, they discovered that the true wisdom they sought was not found in any mystical spring, but within themselves. In the bonds of friendship, the courage to face their fears, and the ability to see past illusions and deceptions. As Lily bid farewell to her newfound friends and returned to her cozy living room, the storyteller smiled warmly. "You see, Lily," he said, "the greatest adventures are not found in far-off lands, but in the journey of self-discovery." From that day forward, Lily cherished her magical book, for it had opened her eyes to the wonders that lie within the simplest of things. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would turn to the storyteller, who would guide her on another enchanting quest, reminding her that the true magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 61. Once upon a starry night, nestled deep within the embrace of an ancient forest, a world of wonders unfolded. Here, the boundaries between reality and the realm of magic blurred, allowing secrets whispered by the very trees to be heard by those with open hearts. Among the towering oaks and whispering pines dwelled a community of creatures, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of this enchanted realm. The wise old oak, whose gnarled bark held centuries of wisdom, served as the guardian of the forest, ensuring harmony reigned supreme. Beneath the canopy of leaves, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their gentle steps leaving behind a trail of dewdrops that glistened like diamonds in the morning light. The fawns, their eyes wide with curiosity, followed closely behind their mother, learning the ways of the forest through her patient guidance. High above, in the boughs of a mighty willow, a parliament of owls kept a watchful eye over the nocturnal happenings. Their haunting calls echoed through the stillness, a melodic symphony that lulled the forest dwellers to slumber. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest responded in kind, its vibrant hues shifting from the emerald greens of spring to the fiery reds and golds of autumn. Each transition heralded a magical phenomenon, a whisper of nature's ever-changing rhythms. In the depths of winter, when the forest slumbered under a blanket of pristine snow, the trees stood sentinel, their branches heavy with crystalline icicles that glittered like a million tiny stars. It was during these frosty nights that the elusive snow sprites would emerge. Their laughter carried on the icy winds as they danced and swirled, leaving intricate patterns in their wake. With the arrival of spring, the forest awakened once more, bursting forth with a tapestry of vibrant blooms. The melodious trills of songbirds filled the air, their melodies mingling with the gentle patter of rain upon the verdant leaves. It was in this season of renewal that the forest's magic was at its most potent, as if nature herself was celebrating the gift of life. Throughout the changing seasons, the creatures of the forest remained steadfast in their roles, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. They understood that each living thing, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, played a vital part in the intricate web of life that sustained their enchanted home. The squirrels, with their boundless energy, tended to the forest's bounty, burying acorns and seeds that would one day sprout into mighty trees. The bees, their wings a blur of golden light, pollinated the wildflowers, ensuring the cycle of life continued uninterrupted. Even the smallest of creatures, the unassuming ants and beetles, played their part, breaking down fallen leaves and enriching the soil with their tireless efforts. It was a symphony of cooperation, a harmonious dance that allowed the forest to flourish and thrive. As the sun set over the ancient boughs, painting the sky with hues of amber and crimson, the creatures would gather in a secluded glade, sharing stories and wisdom passed down through the ages. They spoke of the importance of balance, of respecting the cycles of nature, and of the magic that flowed through the very veins of the forest. For in this enchanted realm, magic was not a fleeting whisper, but a constant presence, woven into the very fabric of existence. It was the sparkle of morning dew upon a spider's delicate web, the gentle sway of wildflowers in the breeze, and the ethereal glow of the fireflies that danced among the ferns. As the night grew deep and the creatures retreated to their dens and hollows, the forest seemed to settle into a contented slumber, its secrets held safe within the embrace of ancient boughs. Yet even in the stillness, the magic hummed, a constant reminder that in this realm, the extraordinary was woven into the ordinary, and the line between reality and enchantment was but a whisper away. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbend, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbend was a place where the air always seemed to carry the scent of fresh-baked bread, and the cobblestone streets were lined with cottages that wore coats of ivy and blooming flowers. One chilly autumn morning, as the sun gently warmed the dewdrops on the windows, Clara set about her usual chore of gathering kindling from the forest. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of russet and gold, softly rustling in the cool breeze. She always enjoyed this task, for it allowed her to immerse herself in the peaceful embrace of nature. As Clara wandered deeper into the woods, her eyes caught the glint of something unusual, nestled among the fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and discovered an intricately carved wooden box, no bigger than her hand. It was adorned with delicate swirls and patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Carefully, Clara opened the box. To her amazement, nestled within was a tiny silver compass, unlike any she had ever seen. The needle didn't point north, but instead spun gently, resting finally on a direction that made her heart flutter with intrigue. It was clear that this was no ordinary compass. It whispered of adventures yet to come. With the compass in hand, Clara embarked on a journey she had never imagined. The needle guided her through the forest and out into the rolling hills beyond, each step accompanied by a sense of wonder and anticipation. As she walked, the landscape changed, with every scene more beautiful than the last. Fields of lavender swayed in the breeze, and babbling brooks sang their cheerful tunes. Along her path, Clara encountered a kind-hearted fox named Finn, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Finn had a twinkle in his eye and a knack for finding the sweetest berries hidden in the underbrush. "Hello," he greeted with a friendly nod. "I see you have found the compass of whimsy. It has chosen you, young traveler, to unlock its secrets." Clara smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart at Finn's words. "But I don't know where it's leading me," she confessed. "Ah, but that's the beauty of it," Finn replied. "The compass will guide you to where you need to be, not where you expect to go." With Finn's companionship, Clara's journey continued. Together, they met a wise old owl named Oswald, who perched solemnly on a branch. His feathers were soft and speckled with the hues of twilight, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Oswald offered cryptic advice. The path of the heart is rarely straight, but it is always true. As they traveled, Clara encountered challenges that tested her kindness and wisdom. There was a rickety bridge that seemed impassable, swaying precariously over a deep gorge. Instead of forcing her way across, Clara paused and listened to the whispers of the wind. It offered her a gentle suggestion, and with a deep breath, she called upon the forest creatures to help secure the bridge with vines and branches. With their assistance, she and Finn crossed safely. Further along, a thick fog enveloped the path, obscuring all sense of direction. Oswald, with his keen sight, guided them with his hoots, leading them through the mist with patience and calm. Clara learned to trust her instincts and the gentle guidance of her newfound friends. Finally, the compass brought Clara and her companions to a hidden glade, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled merrily, and the air shimmered with a touch of magic. Clara felt a profound sense of peace and understanding as she gazed into the water. It was here that she realized the true magic of the compass. It had not only shown her the wonders of the world, but had also illuminated the path within her own heart. With a grateful heart, Clara returned to Willowbend, her spirit forever changed by the journey. She carried the compass with her, not as a guide to her travels, but as a reminder of the magic that lay in the unexpected turns of life's path and the friendships that light the way. And so, under the velvet blanket of night, with stars twinkling like scattered diamonds in the sky, Clara tucked the compass safely into her pocket and drifted into a gentle slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comfort of knowing she was never truly lost. Story 63. In the heart of the whispering willow woods, where the leaves sang lullabies to the moonlit sky, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, surrounded by towering trees with branches that seemed to embrace the clouds and a gentle brook that murmured secrets to those who listened closely. The air always carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle and fresh rain, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that flickered like stars fallen from the heavens. In this magical haven lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep, tranquil pools of the forest streams. Leora was known for her curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunbeams that danced between the tree branches. She often wandered the woods, befriending the creatures who dwelled there and learning the quiet wisdom of the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora noticed something unusual. The gentle brook that usually whispered sweet nothings was now silent. The air felt heavy, as if holding its breath, and the lanterns lining the village paths flickered erratically, casting strange shadows that danced in puzzling patterns. Perplexed, Leora decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend, Bramble, an ancient tortoise who resided by the brook's edge. Bramble was as old as the forest itself, with a shell that glistened like worn marble and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of ages. He was known for his thoughtful advice and his calming presence, and Leora trusted him more than anyone. "Bramble," Leora whispered, approaching the tortoise as he basked under a canopy of twinkling fireflies. "Have you noticed anything strange tonight?" Bramble lifted his wise gaze, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the fireflies. "Ah, the forest is alive with whispers tonight, my dear," he replied in his deep, soothing voice. "But fear not, for these whispers are but mysteries waiting to be unraveled." Encouraged by Bramble's words, Leora decided to investigate the strange occurrences. Together they strolled along the brook's edge, where the water usually played a merry tune. Tonight, however, it was as silent as a secret. "Perhaps the brook has lost its song," mused Bramble thoughtfully, his slow, deliberate steps leaving gentle imprints on the soft earth. Leora knelt beside the brook, her fingers grazing the cool surface of the water. "Could it be that something is blocking its path?" she pondered aloud. As if on cue, a tiny shimmering creature flitted out from behind a cluster of moonlit ferns. It was a water sprite, delicate and luminous, with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs. "Hello, dear Leora," chimed the sprite, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I've come to seek your help. The brook has indeed lost its song, and with it, the harmony of the forest." Leora looked at the sprite with concern. "What can we do to restore it?" The sprite fluttered closer, her wings casting a gentle glow on the ground. "There is a stone, enchanted long ago to maintain the brook's melody. It sits beneath the old willow, but something has caused it to dim." Bramble nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing in thought. "Perhaps we must journey to the willow and discover the source of this imbalance." And so, with the sprite guiding them, Leora and Bramble made their way to the ancient willow tree. Its branches were heavy with age, and its trunk bore the marks of countless seasons. Beneath its sprawling roots they found the enchanted stone, dull and lifeless. What could have caused this? Leora wondered, her brow furrowed with concern. The sprite hovered close, pointing to a small, peculiar creature curled up by the stone. It was a snorble, a playful little being known for its love of mischief and naps. Its fur was as soft as thistledown, and it snored gently, oblivious to the world around it. "It seems our friend here has unintentionally blocked the stone's magic," Bramble observed, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Leora chuckled softly, the sound like a gentle stream bubbling over smooth stones. "Oh, dear Snorble, you've chosen a rather important spot for your nap." Carefully, Leora lifted the Snorble, cradling it in her arms. As she did, the stone beneath began to glow, its light spreading like ripples across the water. The brook immediately responded, its melody returning with a joyful, bubbling song that echoed through the forest. The sprite clapped her tiny hands in delight. "Thank you, dear friends, for restoring the balance." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Sometimes the smallest of creatures can have the greatest impact, reminding us to look beyond the obvious." With the brook's song restored, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Its harmony returned. Leora placed the Snorble gently on a bed of moss, where it continued to snooze peacefully, its tiny chest rising and falling in a rhythm as soothing as the brook's melody. As they made their way back to the village, Leora felt a warm sense of satisfaction. She had learned that even the gentlest souls could solve the greatest of mysteries, and that sometimes all it took was a little observation and understanding. That night, as the village settled into the embrace of sleep, the lanterns glowed with a steady, comforting light, and the air was filled with the sweet lullaby of the brook. Leora lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustle of the trees lulling her into dreams. She knew that whatever mysteries the world might hold, she would face them with a heart full of friendship and a mind open to wonder. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon, Willowbrook returned to its peaceful slumber, its secrets safe for another day, and its magic undisturbed. Story 64. In a land where the sun set with the gentlest sigh, and the moon rose like a silver guardian in the sky, there lay a quaint little village named Wisteria Hollow. Nestled amidst rolling hills, draped in lavender and fields of wildflowers, Wisteria Hollow was a place where magic danced like fireflies in the evening air. The villagers went about their days in quiet harmony, their lives touched by the subtle enchantments that whispered through the trees and shimmered on the brook's surface. Yet, as the days passed into weeks, a curious mystery began to unfold. It started one crisp autumn morning when the sun's first light kissed the dew-laden grass, and a gentle mist curled around the village like a sleepy cat. The villagers awoke to find that their beloved wind chimes, which dangled from every porch and window, had ceased their tinkling melodies. Instead, they dangled silently, as if the very breath of the wind had been stilled. The villagers scratched their heads in puzzlement. The chimes were woven with threads of enchantment, each one tuned to the heartbeats of the world around them, resonating with the laughter of children, the purr of the village cats, and the rustle of leaves. To find them silent was as peculiar as a winter without snow. Among the villagers was a young girl named Maeve, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and a mind as quick as the darting swallows. Maeve had always possessed a knack for noticing the unnoticeable, and so it was no surprise that she took it upon herself to unravel this gentle mystery. With her faithful companion, a fluffy white cat named Nimbus, Maeve set out on her quest. The morning was still young, the air crisp and scented with pine. As she wandered through the village, she greeted each villager with a warm smile, asking if they had noticed anything unusual. Some had seen the chimes fall silent, others had heard whispers in the night, but none could offer an explanation. Maeve decided to visit the wisest creature in Wisteria Hollow, an ancient owl named Orin, who resided in the heart of the enchanted wood. The forest was a place where the trees stood like old friends, their branches reaching out to embrace the sky. As Maeve stepped beneath their leafy canopy, the world grew hushed, as if holding its breath. Orin, with feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes as deep as the midnight sky, was perched upon an ancient oak. He greeted Maeve with a gentle hoot, and Nimbus curled up at the base of the tree, purring softly. "Ah, young Maeve," Orin said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I see you come with questions, and perhaps I have answers." Maeve explained the mystery of the silent chimes, her voice carrying the notes of concern and intrigue. Orin listened patiently, his wise eyes twinkling with understanding. "The chimes are the voice of the village," Orin mused, "and when they fall silent, it is often a sign that something in the balance of magic has shifted. To restore their song, we must seek the source of this silence." Maeve nodded, her heart full of determination. "But where should we begin, Orin?" The old owl fluttered his wings thoughtfully. "Seek the whispers of the wind, Maeve. They carry stories untold and secrets unspoken. Follow them, and you may find the answer you seek." With Orin's guidance echoing in her mind, Maeve set off once more, this time towards the meadow where the wind loved to dance. The grass swayed gently under the sun's warm gaze, and as Maeve closed her eyes, she could almost hear the faintest murmur weaving through the air. She followed the whispers, her footsteps light and her heart open. Nimbus trotted beside her, his whiskers twitching with anticipation. As they neared the edge of the meadow, Maeve noticed something peculiar. The air began to shimmer, and there, nestled among the wildflowers, lay a small, translucent creature with wings like spun glass. It was a zephyr sprite, known for being the playful architects of breezes and gales. This sprite, however, appeared forlorn, its wings drooping like wilted petals. "Hello, little one," Maeve greeted softly, kneeling beside the sprite. "What troubles you?" The sprite looked up, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh, dear child," it sighed, its voice as soft as the breeze it once commanded. "I have lost my song, and with it the wind's dance has faltered." Maeve's heart ached with empathy. "How did you lose it?" The sprite shook its tiny head, wings quivering. "A shadow passed through the meadow, and with it my song was swept away. I have tried to find it, but I am small, and the shadow is vast." Maeve pondered this, her mind weaving together the threads of mystery like a tapestry. Could it be that the shadow has taken refuge in the old stone circle by the brook? It is a place where shadows linger longer, where the light hesitates to tread. The sprite nodded eagerly, hope sparking in its eyes. "Perhaps there I will find my song." "Will you help me, kind Maeve?" "Of course," she replied, her voice as comforting as a mother's embrace. "Let us find your song and bring back the wind's dance." Together, Maeve, Nimbus, and the sprite ventured to the ancient stone circle, a place where time seemed to hold its breath. The stones stood like silent sentinels, their surfaces etched with the stories of centuries. As they entered the circle, the air grew still, and Maeve could feel the presence of something unseen. "Here," the sprite whispered, pointing towards the center of the circle where a shadow lingered, darker than the rest. "My song is trapped within." Maeve approached the shadow, her heart steady and her mind clear. She reached out with gentle hands, and as her fingers brushed the cool surface, she felt a pulse of warmth, a reminder that even in the darkest shadows, light can find a way. With a soft murmur, Maeve called upon the magic of Wisteria Hollow, the gentle power that flowed through every leaf and stream. The shadow trembled, and slowly it began to dissolve, revealing a gleaming shard of light that floated upwards like a feather on the breeze. The sprite let out a joyful cry, its wings flaring with newfound vigor. The shard flew into its heart, and with a jubilant trill the sprite's song burst forth, a melody so pure that the very air seemed to dance. The wind chimes throughout Wisteria Hollow awoke with a symphony, their voices lifted in joyous harmony. The villagers paused in their tasks, smiles spreading as they listened to the familiar, comforting music that wove through the village once more. Maeve and Nimbus watched as the sprite twirled and dipped, the wind following its lead with renewed energy. "Thank you, Maeve," the sprite sang, its voice like a gentle breeze. "You have returned my song, and with it the balance of magic." Maeve smiled, feeling the warmth of the sun upon her face and the gentle tug of the wind at her hair. "It was you who taught me, little one," she replied, "that even the smallest voices can bring about the greatest change." As the day waned and the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Maeve and Nimbus made their way home, their hearts light with the knowledge that the mystery had been solved and harmony restored. And so, as the village of Wisteria Hollow nestled into the embrace of night, the wind chimes sang their lullaby, a melody that carried the promise of dreams and the gentle whisper of magic. And Maeve, with Nimbus curled at her feet, drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter for having listened to the whispers of the wind. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a village nestled within the gentle embrace of sprawling emerald hills, there existed a forest that shimmered with secrets. This was not an ordinary forest, for it was said to be alive with whispers of the wind and the soft, melodic hum of unseen creatures. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world within its depths, a place where the old magic still thrived, guarded by the trees whose trunks were adorned with sprawling, silvery vines that glowed faintly under the moonlight. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his insatiable curiosity and a heart as vast as the sky. He had hair the color of honey and eyes that mirrored the deep blue of a summer lake. His days were spent exploring the edges of the forest, his imagination soaring with each rustle of leaves and distant bird call. Yet, there was one story that intrigued him above all others, the tale of the whispering woods and the magical object hidden within. It was said that deep within the forest's heart lay a mystical stone, a radiant gem known as the Heart of the Woods. This gem was believed to possess the power to heal, to understand the language of nature, and to reveal the hidden realms to those with pure intentions. Many had tried to find it, but none had succeeded, for the forest only revealed its secrets to those who truly believed in its magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Finn awoke with a sense of resolve. Today, he decided, he would embark on a journey into the whispering woods to find the heart of the woods. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and his cherished map of the forest's known paths, although he knew it would be of little use where he was going. Finn set out just as the village was stirring to life, the dew still clinging to the grass and the air crisp with the promise of adventure. The path into the forest was well trodden, but soon it gave way to untamed wilds, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around him. The leaves whispered secrets in a language he was beginning to understand. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers mixed with the earthy aroma of damp moss, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting a warm, golden glow on the forest floor. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first challenge. A wide, babbling brook cut across his path, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal in the morning sun. The stones that formed a natural bridge were slick with dew and moss. Finn paused, his heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and caution. He took a deep breath, focusing on the melody of the brook's gentle flow, and carefully made his way across, his feet sure and steady. On the other side, he found himself in a clearing where the sunlight fell in soft patches, illuminating a sea of bluebells that swayed gently in the breeze. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. To Finn's surprise, a small figure sat nestled between its roots, a fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that glimmered with intelligence. The fox regarded Finn with a curious gaze. "I have been waiting for you, young adventurer," it spoke, its voice as soft and soothing as the rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, guardian of the whispering woods. You seek the heart of the woods, do you not?" Finn nodded, awe and warmth flooding his heart at the sight of this mystical creature. "I do, Lyra. I wish to see the world as it truly is and learn the secrets of the forest." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the sunlight like mirrors of the enigmatic world they belonged to. "The path you seek is not an easy one, but your heart is true. I will guide you, but remember, the forest will test your spirit. Be kind, be patient, and most importantly, trust in the magic of the woods." With Lyra by his side, Finn felt a newfound sense of determination. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, the terrain becoming more challenging with each step. The trees grew taller and denser, their canopies forming a protective embrace over the travelers. The air was cooler here, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The calls of unseen birds echoed through the branches, creating a symphony of nature that seemed to guide their journey. As they traveled, Lyra shared stories of the forest and its inhabitants. She spoke of the ancient trees that listened to the whispers of the wind, the streams that remembered the songs of the rain, and the creatures that dwelled in harmony within this hidden world. Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with wonder and gratitude for the opportunity to learn from such a wise companion. Their path led them to a grove where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their trunks wrapped in vines that shimmered like silver in the dim light. In the center of the grove lay a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the surrounding beauty like a mirror. Lyra paused at the edge, her gaze fixed on the serene pool. "This is the pool of reflection," she said, her voice a gentle ripple in the tranquil air. "To proceed, you must look into the water and face what lies within your heart." Finn knelt beside the pool, his reflection wavering on the surface. As he gazed into the depths, he saw more than just his own reflection. The water revealed his hopes and dreams, his fears and doubts. He saw moments of kindness, times when he had helped others, and instances where he had faltered. But most importantly, he saw the unwavering desire to learn and grow, the courage to face the unknown, and the love he held for the world around him. With a deep breath, Finn accepted all that he saw, embracing both his strengths and weaknesses. As he did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to glow, casting a soft light that enveloped him in warmth and reassurance. Lyra watched with approval, her tail flicking gently as if in applause. "You have passed the first test," she said, her voice filled with pride. "The heart of the woods will reveal itself to those who are true to themselves." they continued their journey, the path leading them through forests of towering pines and across meadows of wildflowers that painted the landscape in vibrant hues. Along the way, they encountered various creatures of the forest, each with a story to share and wisdom to impart. A wise old owl gifted Finn a feather that shimmered like moonlight, reminding him of the importance of wisdom. A playful squirrel offered him an acorn, symbolizing the potential for growth and new beginnings. With each encounter, Finn's heart grew fuller, his understanding of the forest's magic deepening. He learned to listen to the quiet voices of nature, to see the beauty in the smallest details, and to appreciate the interconnectedness of all living things. The journey was transforming him, shaping him into someone who could truly appreciate the gifts of the forest and the magic it held. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of lavender and indigo, Finn and Lyra reached the heart of the forest. Here, the trees stood like ancient giants, their trunks thick and gnarled, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. In the center of a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, lay the heart of the woods. The gem was unlike anything Finn had ever seen. It glimmered with a light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the forest, casting a gentle, iridescent glow that filled the clearing with warmth and serenity. Finn approached it with reverence, his heart brimming with awe and gratitude. "This is the heart of the woods," Lyra said, her voice a soft melody in the stillness. "It is not just a gem, but a symbol of the forest's magic and the harmony that exists within. You have proven yourself worthy, Finn, and it will share its wisdom with you." As Finn reached out to touch the gem, a warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. In that moment, he understood the true magic of the forest, the power of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around him. With the heart of the woods blessing, Finn knew he could share this wisdom with others, helping them to see the magic in the world and to cherish and protect the natural wonders that surrounded them. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn and Lyra made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the promise of new beginnings. Finn carried the lessons of his journey within him, ready to share the magic of the whispering woods with those who would listen. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful eyes of the forest, Finn's adventure came to a close. But in his heart, the journey was just beginning, a journey of love, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world that would guide him through all the days to come. And with that, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, the forest continued to whisper its ancient secrets, waiting patiently for the next soul brave enough to listen. Story 66. Once in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the morning mists danced with the first rays of sunlight, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lydia. Her days were filled with quiet moments, tending to the garden behind her cottage and wandering the sun-dappled paths that wound through the nearby woods. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves rustled underfoot and the scent of pine lingered in the air, Lydia discovered something peculiar. Tucked beneath a gnarled root of an ancient oak was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no larger than her palm, and its surface was adorned with swirling designs that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Lydia carefully pried open the box, revealing a shimmering orb that pulsed with a gentle, warm glow. As she held it, a serene melody filled the air, so soothing and sweet that it seemed to wrap around her like a soft blanket on a chilly night. Intrigued, Lydia slipped the orb back into the box and carried it home, her heart fluttering with wonder. That evening, snug by the crackling fire with her favorite quilt draped over her shoulders, Lydia examined the orb again. Its light flickered like a candle, casting gentle shadows around the room. As she gazed into its depths, a faint voice whispered, not in words, but in feelings and images. It was a voice of comfort, promising companionship and wisdom. The next morning, Lydia awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. She felt drawn to explore beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook, to uncover the secrets of the orb and the mysteries it whispered of. As she packed a small satchel with provisions, her loyal tabby cat Whiskers watched with keen green eyes, sensing the change in the air. Setting out into the cool, crisp morning, Lydia was soon joined by her friend Oliver, the village's kind-hearted blacksmith. Oliver was a gentle giant, his large hands skilled in crafting the most delicate of ironworks. His laughter was as warm as the forge he worked at, echoing through Willowbrook like a joyful song. "Where are you heading, Lydia?" Oliver asked, noticing the gleam of excitement in her eyes. "I'm not quite sure," Lydia confessed, "but I found something magical, and I feel it has a story to tell." Intrigued, Oliver decided to accompany her, and so the two friends set off. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the orb's glow grew brighter, guiding them through the ancient trees that whispered secrets of their own. Along the way, they met an unlikely companion, a wise old owl named Hoot. With feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes like polished amber, Hoot perched on a low branch, observing them with an air of knowing. "Hoo-hoo," he greeted, tilting his head. "You carry something rare, young one. I sense an adventure awaits." Lydia smiled at the owl's melodic voice. "Will you join us, Hoot? We could use your wisdom." Hoot fluffed his feathers with a sage nod and took flight, gracefully gliding above them as they continued their journey. The path led them to a sparkling stream, where the water sang over smooth stones and the trees leaned in like old friends eager to share their stories. The orb's light now pulsed with urgency, and Lydia paused, feeling a deep connection to the land around her. Here, she realized, was the heart of the forest, a place where magic lingered in every leaf and shadow. As they rested by the stream, sipping cool water and listening to Hoot's tales of the forest's history, a challenge presented itself. The stream, usually gentle, had swelled with recent rains, and a narrow bridge was the only way across. It was here that the orb's true magic revealed itself. As Lydia held it aloft, the orb cast a radiant beam of light that illuminated the path ahead, revealing hidden stepping stones beneath the water's surface. The stones were sturdy and sure, leading them safely to the other side. The journey continued with many such gentle challenges, each met with insight and care, each resolved with the wisdom of Lydia's heart and the help of her friends. The orb, it seemed, was not just a guide but a teacher, revealing that true magic lay in understanding and kindness. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lydia, Oliver, and Hoot found themselves at the edge of a glen bathed in soft twilight. Here the orb's light dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. It had guided Lydia not just through the forest, but on a journey of self-discovery. With a heart full of gratitude, Lydia placed the orb back in its wooden box and set it gently on the mossy ground. It was a gift for the forest, a token of her appreciation for all it had taught her. As she and her friends began their journey home, the orb glowed one last time, a farewell as warm as a hug on a cold night. And though it remained in the forest, its magic lingered in Lydia's heart, a reminder that true wonder comes not from the object itself, but from the journey it inspires. Back in Willowbrook, Lydia, Oliver, and Hoot shared their tale by the fireside, their laughter ringing through the night. And as Lydia drifted to sleep, comforted by the warmth of friendship and the gentle light of the moon, she knew that the world was full of hidden magic, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen and learn. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and a mind that yearned for adventure. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, her grandmother handed her an old, tarnished key. "This is no ordinary key, my dear," she said with a twinkle in her eye. "It holds the power to unlock the mysteries of the forest." Willow's eyes widened with curiosity, and she turned the key over in her hands, tracing its intricate patterns. Little did she know that this simple act would set her on a extraordinary journey. The next morning, Willow ventured into the forest, the key safely tucked in her pocket. As she wandered along the winding paths, she noticed peculiar things happening around her. Flowers seemed to bloom in her wake, their petals unfurling in vibrant colors. Birds sang melodies she had never heard before, and the trees whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. Enchanted by the beauty around her, Willow stumbled upon a clearing where a wise old oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a peculiar creature, a tiny, weazened gnome with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes. Well, well," the gnome chuckled, It seems you possess the key to unlocking the forest's wonders. Willow gasped, clutching the key tightly. How did you know? The gnome, whose name was Thistle, explained that the key held the power to reveal the magic that had been hidden from human eyes for centuries. With his guidance and the help of other friendly forest creatures, Willow embarked on a quest to uncover the secrets of the enchanted realm. Along the way, she met a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, who delighted in weaving intricate patterns with the wind, and a gentle doe named Fern, whose gentle presence soothed the most troubled souls. Together they faced challenges that tested their wisdom and courage, but never their physical might. One day, they encountered a thick, thorny thicket that seemed impenetrable. Willow was tempted to force her way through, but Thistle cautioned her against it. The forest's magic responds to kindness and patience, not brute force, he said. With Zephyr's help, Willow coaxed the vines to part, revealing a hidden glade where a sparkling waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. Here, Willow learned the true power of the key. It unlocked not just the magic of the forest, but the magic within her own heart. As the weeks passed, Willow grew closer to her newfound friends, and deeper in her understanding of the enchanted realm. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to dance with the playful sprites, and to find solace in the tranquility of the forest. When the time came for her to return home, Willow was no longer the same girl who had first ventured into the woods. She had been changed by her journey, her heart filled with wonder, her mind open to the magic that surrounded her. And though she would never forget the enchanted forest or the dear friends she had made there, Willow knew that the greatest magic of all lay within herself. The power to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, and to embrace the world with kindness, wisdom, and an open heart. From that day on, wherever Willow went, she carried the enchantment of the forest with her, spreading joy and magic to all she met. And whenever she felt lost or troubled, she need only reach into her pocket and feel the warmth of the tarnished key, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those with the courage to seek them out. Story 68. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint village tucked between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street lined with curious little shops. Each shop had its own charm and character, but none was more mysterious than the one with the sign that read, Mabel's Marvels. Mabel's shop was a treasure trove of oddities and wonders. Shelves crammed with glistening trinkets and peculiar artifacts stretched from the creaky wooden floor to the beamed ceiling. Candles flickered in every corner, casting a warm, golden light that danced whimsically across the room. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves tumbled through the air in a ballet of reds and golds, a young woman named Lila wandered into Mabel's shop. Lila had always been drawn to the unusual and the magical, and the shop seemed to call to her like an old friend. As she browsed the shelves, her eyes fell upon a small, dusty mirror, its frame intricately carved with vines and leaves. It was tucked away in a shadowy corner, almost as if it were hiding. The mirror's glass shimmered with a subtle iridescence, as if it held secrets of its own. Lila, intrigued by the mirror's quiet allure, carefully picked it up. "Ah, you've found the Mirror of Whispers," Mabel's voice came, gentle and knowing, from behind her. Mabel was a kindly woman with twinkling eyes and a smile that seemed to wrap around you like a warm blanket. "What makes it so special?" Lila asked, her curiosity piqued. "This mirror," Mabel began, "does not reflect what you are, but what you can become. It reveals the paths you might take, showing glimpses of possibilities yet to unfold." Lila gazed into the mirror's depths, and slowly, images began to swirl before her eyes, glimpses of herself in different places, under different skies, with different people. Each scene was accompanied by a soft, melodious whisper that seemed to speak directly to her heart. Fascinated and a little overwhelmed, Lila decided to purchase the mirror, tucking it carefully into her satchel. She thanked Mabel, who gave her a knowing nod, as if she understood the journey Lila was about to embark upon. As Lila left the shop, a gentle breeze tugged at her hair, and she felt a strange tingling sensation, as if the world around her had taken on a new vibrancy. She knew that the mirror had awakened something within her, an urge to explore, to discover not just the world, but herself. Her journey began with a walk through the village, where she met a wise old man named Eamon, sitting on a bench and feeding the birds. Eamon had a voice like the rustling of leaves and eyes that had seen many seasons. Noticing the mirror peeking from Lila's satchel, he offered her a simple piece of advice. Paths are made by walking, dear one. The mirror may show you the way, but only your steps can take you there. With Eamon's words echoing in her mind, Lila ventured further, her heart light and her spirit eager. She wandered through the lush, sun-dappled meadows, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Each step felt like a note in a song, and Lila began to understand the rhythm of her journey. Along the way, she met Finn, a cheerful young man with an infectious laugh and a knack for finding joy in the simplest things. Finn taught Lila the art of seeing beauty in the everyday, the way sunlight danced on water or how the wind sang through the trees. His presence was a reminder that every journey, no matter how daunting, was filled with moments of quiet wonder. As days turned into weeks, Lila's path led her to a dense, ancient forest. The trees were tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets that only the forest knew. It was here that Lila faced her greatest challenge, a labyrinth of twisted roots and shadowy paths that seemed to have no end. But Lila remembered Mabel's mirror and Eamon's words. She knew that wisdom, not force, would guide her through. She paused, taking a deep breath, and let the whispers of the mirror fill her senses. Slowly, the forest seemed to open around her, revealing a hidden trail that led her safely through the maze. On the other side of the forest, Lila found herself standing before a serene lake, its surface a mirror of the sky above. It was here, with the gentle lapping of water and the soft rustle of reeds, that Lila realized her journey had transformed her. She had discovered not just new places, but new facets of herself, courage, kindness, and the quiet strength that comes from listening to one's heart. As she sat by the lake, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. The mirror, now resting beside her, reflected not just the possibilities of what she could become, but the beauty of who she already was. With the sun setting in a blaze of colors, Lila began her journey back to the village, her heart full and her spirit enriched by the friends she had met and the wisdom she had gained. She knew that the mirror's magic would always be with her, a gentle reminder that every step she took was part of a greater path. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila returned to the village, the mirror tucked safely away. She had discovered the true magic of the world, friendship, wisdom, and the endless possibilities that lay within her own heart. And that night, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that her journey was just beginning. For every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and the adventure of life is one that never truly ends. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering azure lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious nature and her love of exploring the meadows and woods surrounding her home. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-filled gardens, was a place where stories of old whispered through the air like the gentle rustle of leaves. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began its slow descent beyond the horizon, Lila wandered down a narrow path that led to the forgotten part of the village, a place where time seemed to have paused. Here, the cottages stood silent, their windows shuttered, and ivy crept up the walls as if to whisper secrets of the past. As Lila meandered through this quiet nook, she stumbled upon an old, weathered shop with a sign that read, "Whispering Wonders." The door creaked open with a soft sigh as she pushed it, revealing a room filled with all manner of curious objects glinting in the fading sunlight. Shelves lined with trinkets and treasures beckoned to her, but it was a small, unassuming box that captured her attention. The box was crafted from a deep, dark wood, smooth to the touch, with intricate carvings of swirling vines and twinkling stars. It sat on a dusty shelf, as if waiting patiently for someone to discover its secrets. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Lila reached out and lifted the lid. Inside, she found a delicate silver locket, its surface etched with an intricate pattern of constellations. As Lila held the locket in her hand, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, and a soft, melodic hum filled the air around her. The locket seemed to pulse with an energy that was both ancient and familiar, and Lila knew at once that this was no ordinary trinket. With the locket safely tucked into her pocket, Lila hurried home, eager to unravel the mystery it held. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Lila sat by her window, turning the locket over in her hands. As she pressed the tiny clasp, the locket sprang open, revealing a shimmering, swirling light that danced like fireflies in the summer twilight. Suddenly, Lila found herself enveloped in a gentle, swirling mist. When it cleared, she was no longer in her room, but standing in a vast, starry expanse. The ground beneath her feet was soft like the petals of 1,000 daisies, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and honey. "Welcome, Lila," said a soft, lilting voice. Startled but unafraid, Lila turned to see a being of light standing before her. The figure shimmered like moonlight on water, with eyes that sparkled like the stars above. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice a whisper in the celestial stillness. "I am Eliana, the keeper of the starlit realm," the figure replied, with a smile that warmed Lila's heart. "You have found the Locket of Lumina, a gift that reveals the unseen wonders of the world." Lila's eyes widened with awe as Eliana continued. "The locket grants you the ability to see the hidden magic within ordinary things, to hear the stories that have been forgotten, and to understand the language of the stars." As the words sank in, Lila felt a sense of wonder and responsibility. She realized that this was not just an adventure, but a journey of understanding and connection with the world around her. Throughout the days that followed, Lila used the locket's magic to explore her village anew. She discovered that the old oak tree at the village square had a voice like a wise old sage, its leaves whispering tales of times long past. The brook that babbled through the meadow sang songs of distant lands, while the wildflowers shared secrets of the seasons. But the locket also revealed something else, a sadness that lingered over her village, a longing for forgotten dreams and unfulfilled hopes. The people of the village had become so busy with their daily lives that they had stopped listening to the stories around them, and the magic had faded from their hearts. Determined to bring back the joy and wonder, Lila sought the help of her friends. There was Finn, the gentle giant of a boy with a heart as big as his smile, who could make anyone laugh with his playful antics. And there was Mira, the quiet, thoughtful girl whose eyes saw more than they let on, and who always knew the right thing to say to lift a weary spirit. Together they devised a plan to remind the villagers of the magic they had forgotten. They gathered everyone in the village square one starry night, under the guise of a festival. As lanterns flickered and laughter filled the air, Lila stepped forward and opened the locket. The village square was instantly transformed. The air shimmered with stardust, and the villagers gasped in amazement as they saw the world anew. The old oak tree began to speak, sharing its wisdom with those who would listen. The brook sang a melody so sweet that it brought tears of joy to many eyes, and the wildflowers danced, their colors more vibrant than ever before. The villagers listened, their hearts opening to the beauty and magic that had always been there, just beneath the surface. They remembered their dreams, their stories, and the simple joys that connected them to one another and the world around them. As the night wore on, laughter and song filled the air, and the village was alive with a warmth that had long been missing. Lila, Finn, and Mira watched with contentment, knowing they had helped rekindle a light that would never fade again. From that day on, the village was a place of wonder and enchantment, where the ordinary became extraordinary through the eyes of those who believed. Lila kept the locket close, but no longer needed its magic to see the beauty around her. She had learned that the true magic of the world lay in the hearts of those who took the time to listen and to love. And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the moon, the village thrived, its stories and dreams shared and cherished by all. And Lila, with her newfound wisdom, knew that she was forever changed, her heart full of the wonder she had discovered on her journey. As the night deepened and the fireflies danced through the air, the village slept peacefully, cradled in a world where magic and reality were beautifully intertwined. And Lila, with a smile on her lips and the warmth of friendship in her heart, drifted into a gentle, dream-filled slumber, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 70. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet night, there lay a galaxy known to its denizens as the Celestial River. Within this river of stars, there existed a curious world called Luminara, renowned for its shimmering crystal valleys and skies that danced with ribbons of aurora. It was here that a story of unlikely companionship began, one that would gently unfold like the petals of a rare cosmic flower. On Luminara, beneath the glow of its 3 moons, lived a small creature named Miri. Miri was a Luminian, a species known for their gentle hearts and the ability to weave light into beautiful patterns that conveyed emotions and stories. Her fur was a soft lavender, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had lived her entire life in the quiet village of Glimmering Glen, where she spent her days tending to the luminescent flowers that bathed the valley in a soft, ethereal glow. Far away, on a planet called Cinderrock, a world of rugged stone and fiery skies, resided a being named Thalor. Thalor was of the Pyrrhoni, a race forged in the heart of volcanoes, with skin like cooled magma and eyes that glowed like embers. Despite their fiery appearance, the Pyrrhoni were contemplative and wise, often seen meditating beneath the molten rivers that flowed through their craggy lands. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, set into motion events that would bring these two beings together. It began when a comet, streaking across the sky of Cinderrock, crashed into Luminara's Crystal Valley. The impact disrupted the delicate balance of the valley, causing the luminescent flowers to dim and the once harmonious light patterns to falter. Alarmed by the fading light, Miri set out to investigate the source of the disturbance. As she approached the crater, she found Thalor, who had traveled with the comet, standing amidst the shattered crystals. His presence was like a dark shadow against the valley's pale glow, and Miri's heart trembled with uncertainty. "Who are you?" Miri called out, her voice quivering as she wove a pattern of cautious curiosity in the air. Thalor turned, his ember eyes meeting hers. "I am Thalor, a traveler from Cinderrock. I mean no harm, but I fear my arrival has caused trouble." Miri hesitated, the light patterns around her flickering with doubt. Yet beneath her apprehension, she sensed a sincerity in Thalor's words. "Our valley's light is fading," she said softly. "We must restore it, or our way of life will be lost." Thalor nodded, a ripple of determination crossing his features. "Let us work together, then. Perhaps I can help." Thus began their journey, a quest to heal the wounded valley. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Miri's world was one of gentle light and quiet reflection, while Thalor's was of blazing intensity and profound contemplation. They often misunderstood each other's intentions, their words and light patterns colliding like opposing forces. One evening, as they rested beneath the aurora-streaked sky, Miri attempted to teach Thalor the art of light weaving. "It's about expressing emotions through light," she explained, her fingers tracing delicate trails of luminescence. Thalor tried to mimic her movements, but his light was too strong, too fierce. The patterns he created were jagged and discordant. Frustrated, he sighed, the embers in his eyes dimming. "I cannot do it," he said, his voice carrying the weight of his frustration. Seeing his struggle, Miri paused. She realized that she had been focusing too much on their differences, rather than their shared goal. "It's all right, Thalor," she said gently. "Perhaps we can find a way to combine our strengths." Inspired by her words, Thalor began to weave his fiery light alongside Miri's gentle patterns. Together they created a new tapestry of luminescence, one that was both soft and strong, a dance of colors that told a story of unity. As they worked, they began to understand each other better, their initial misunderstandings giving way to mutual respect and admiration. Their journey was not without challenges. They faced storms that threatened to extinguish the remaining light, and creatures of shadow that crept into the valley. Yet, in these moments of trial, they learned to rely on one another. Miri's gentle wisdom guided them through the darkness, while Thalor's strength provided protection and courage. One particularly stormy night, when the winds howled and the sky wept with rain, Miri found herself struggling to keep the light alive. Her fingers trembled as she wove patterns that flickered and faded. Despair began to settle in her heart. Seeing her distress, Thalor placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Remember," he said softly, his voice like a warm ember against the cold, "we are not alone in this. Together, we are stronger. Buoyed by his words, Miri took a deep breath and focused once more. With Thalor's steady presence beside her, she found the strength to weave light with renewed vigor. Slowly, the valley began to glow again, the flowers awakening to life beneath their touch. As the storm passed and dawn broke over the valley, Miri and Thalor stood side by side, gazing at the beauty they had restored. The light that filled the valley was different now, a harmonious blend of luminarian gentleness and Pyrone strength. It was a testament to their friendship, forged through shared trials and mutual understanding. In the days that followed, Miri and Thalor became inseparable companions. They explored the wonders of Luminara together, each learning from the other's world. Miri taught Thalor the art of listening to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars, while Thalor shared the Pyrone's ancient wisdom of fire and earth. Through their journey, they discovered that true friendship transcended differences. It was about embracing the unique qualities each brought and finding a balance that celebrated both. They learned that misunderstandings, when faced with an open heart, could lead to deeper connections. As the universe continued its eternal dance, Miri and Thalor's bond grew stronger, a beacon of light in the celestial river. And in the quiet moments beneath the shimmering auroras, they would often sit together, weaving stories of their adventures into the night sky, a testament to the power of friendship across the stars. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that even in the vastness of the universe, where stars and planets may seem worlds apart, there lies the potential for connection, understanding, and the quiet magic of friendship. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woodlands, there was a place known as Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was touched by gentle magic that infused every leaf, stone, and stream with a soft glow. The air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of blooming lavender and honeyed wildflowers, making every breath a soothing balm to the soul. Life in Willowbrook was peaceful and harmonious, with villagers who carried smiles as warm as the sunlight that dappled through the ancient trees. But one autumn, as the leaves turned to hues of gold and crimson, a series of peculiar happenings began to stir mild curiosity and gentle speculation among the villagers. It all started one crisp morning when the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden sheen across the meadow. Young Oliver, a curious boy with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes bright as the sky, noticed something unusual while on his way to the village school. The apples from Old Man Harris's orchard, which hung like rubies in the morning light, had inexplicably formed a perfect circle in the middle of the cobblestone path. Now Oliver was not one to ignore a mystery, no matter how small. He bent down to inspect the apples, their skins cool and smooth under his fingertips. As he pondered, a gentle breeze rustled through, carrying the faintest whisper of laughter. Intrigued by the occurrence, Oliver shared his discovery with his dear friend Lila, a kind-hearted girl with a penchant for stories and a mind as sharp as a hawk's gaze. Together, they decided to unravel the mystery of the wandering apples. With the sun warming their backs, they set off to see if any other oddities had taken place within their beloved village. As they strolled through Willowbrook, the duo encountered Mrs. Whitaker, the village baker, who was standing outside her shop with a look of amused bewilderment. The loaves of bread she had left to cool by the window had vanished, only to reappear in the shape of a smiling face on her doorstep. "I suppose the bread has decided it wants to greet me this morning," she chuckled, her cheeks rosy from the chill air. Oliver and Lila exchanged a knowing glance. It seemed the mystery was growing. They continued their exploration, noting every peculiarity that dotted the village. There was the fountain in the square, which had started to bubble with hues of lavender and teal, and the singing wind chimes that had mysteriously moved from one end of Mrs. Pemberton's porch to the other, now playing a melody that echoed like a lullaby. As the day wore on, the children decided it was time to seek the counsel of someone wise in the ways of magic and mystery. They made their way to the edge of the forest, where a small, moss-covered cottage stood, half hidden by wisteria and ivy. This was the home of Eldrin, a gentle ancient elf who knew the forest and its secrets better than anyone else. Eldrin welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like stars caught in twilight. He offered them seats by the hearth, where the fire crackled softly, and handed them cups of steaming chamomile tea. "What brings you two adventurers to my humble abode?" he asked, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. Oliver and Lila recounted the strange occurrences, their words spilling out in excited whispers. Eldrin listened intently, nodding as he sipped his tea. "Ah, it seems the woodland sprites are at play," he said with a knowing wink. "They are harmless creatures, full of mischief but also of kindness. They love to rearrange things to bring a smile or a moment of wonder." "But why now?" Lila inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Why all at once?" Eldrin leaned back, his gaze thoughtful. "Sprites are drawn to the joy and warmth that autumn brings. The harvest, the gatherings, the stories told by the fireside. They wish to be a part of it, to share their magic in their own way. Perhaps they sense the kindness in your village and want to add a touch of their own." With this newfound understanding, Oliver and Lila decided to embrace the sprites' playful gifts. They crafted small tokens of friendship, woven grass rings and tiny wreaths of berries, and left them in the spots where the sprites had shown their presence. The next morning, the villagers awoke to find their village adorned with delicate garlands of twinkling lights, woven by unseen hands. It was as if the stars themselves had descended to join the celebration. The apples, the bread, and even the fountain seemed to hum with a magical life of their own, all in harmony with the gentle laughter of the sprites. Oliver and Lila watched as the villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with wonder and delight. They felt a warm satisfaction, knowing they had helped forge a bond of friendship between their village and the magical beings of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow across Willowbrook, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, embraced by the gentle magic that had touched their lives. And as Oliver and Lila drifted off to sleep, they dreamt of mischievous sprites and enchanted nights, wrapped in the comforting knowledge that mystery and magic could bring joy to even the simplest of days. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where laughter mingled with the rustling leaves and dreams danced among the stars, the village and its newfound friends lived happily, their hearts forever intertwined by the gentle threads of wonder. Story 72. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a community of creatures who walked the delicate line between the natural and the magical. This primordial woodland was a realm where moss-covered boulders whispered secrets of times long past, and the rustling of leaves seemed to carry the melodies of forgotten lullabies. Among the denizens of this enchanted realm were the Guardians, a clan of wise old oak trees whose gnarled branches reached towards the heavens, their roots intertwining with the very lifeblood of the forest itself. It was said that the Guardians could commune with the elements, their consciousness expanding beyond the confines of their wooden forms, allowing them to sense the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. One such guardian was Old Oakenheart, a towering presence whose bark was etched with intricate patterns that chronicled the changing seasons. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, Oakenheart would awaken from his slumber, his leaves rustling with the whispers of the morning breeze. In the dappled sunlight, a kaleidoscope of creatures would emerge, each playing their part in the intricate tapestry of the forest's ecosystem. Tiny field mice scampered across the forest floor, gathering fallen seeds and nuts, while industrious bees buzzed from flower to flower, their wings dusted with fragrant pollen. High above, a parliament of wise old owls kept watchful vigil, their piercing eyes ever vigilant for any disturbance that might upset the delicate balance. And in the shadowy corners, the mischievous sprites danced among the mushroom rings, their tinkling laughter echoing through the verdant glades. As the seasons turned, the forest would undergo a magical transformation, guided by the ancient whispers of Oakenheart and his kin. In the spring, vibrant wildflowers would burst forth, their petals unfurling in a riot of color, while newborn fawns took their first tentative steps, their spindly legs still uncertain on the mossy ground. Summer brought the heady scents of blooming jasmine and honeysuckle, and the melodic trills of songbirds filled the air. The forest seemed to hum with life, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of nature. When autumn's chill caressed the leaves, they would erupt in a blaze of reds, oranges, and golds, as if the forest itself had caught fire. The squirrels would scurry to gather their winter stores, while the bears prepared for their long slumber, their bellies full of berries and honey. And in the depths of winter, when the world was cloaked in a crystalline blanket of snow, the forest would grow still and hushed, as if holding its breath. Yet even in this frozen slumber, life persisted, for beneath the frost-kissed boughs, the seeds of next year's renewal lay dormant, dreaming of the warm embrace of spring. It was during these quiet moments that Oakenheart would share his wisdom with the younger saplings, regaling them with tales of bygone eras and the ancient laws that governed the natural world. He spoke of the delicate dance between predator and prey, the intricate web of life that sustained them all, and the importance of respecting the rhythms of the seasons. "For you see, my children," Oakenheart would rumble, his voice deep and resonant, "we are all but temporary guardians of this forest. Our duty is to tend to its needs, to nurture and protect it, so that when our time comes to an end, we can pass on this sacred trust to those who will follow in our footsteps." And so, generation after generation, the wisdom of the guardians was passed down, a living legacy that ensured the continued harmony and balance of the ancient forest. For in this realm, where magic and nature intertwined, the cycles of life and death, growth and decay, were not endings but merely beginnings, each part of an eternal dance that spanned the ages. As the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy once more, Oakenheart would stretch his branches, his leaves unfurling to greet the new day. And all around him the forest would stir to life, a symphony of chirps, rustles, and gentle whispers, each creature playing its part in the timeless melody of nature's renewal. Story 73. In a starry corner of the cosmos, far beyond the twinkling constellations visible from Earth, there lay a cluster of planets known as the Harmony Archipelago. This region was famed not for its vast resources or technological advancements, but for the unique, gentle creatures that inhabited its worlds, each with their own special gifts and abilities. On the emerald-hued planet of Glimmera, where the rivers glowed softly with bioluminescent algae, lived a small, furry creature named Lumo. Lumo was a lumina, a species known for their warm, gentle light that emanated from their fur whenever they felt happy or safe. Lumo's light flickered like a candle on a breezy night, often dimming during moments of uncertainty. Meanwhile, across the starry expanse on the crystalline planet of Aurealis, where the skies shimmered with rainbow auroras, lived a creature named Xyla. Xyla belonged to the Crystallians, a race of beings whose translucent bodies refracted light into dazzling displays. Despite their brilliant appearance, Crystallians often found it difficult to express their feelings, relying instead on the colors and patterns of their refracted light to communicate their emotions. One fateful day, an interplanetary festival was announced, inviting beings from all over the Harmony Archipelago to come together in celebration of unity and peace. Lumo, eager to see the wonders of the galaxy and share in the joy of others, decided to embark on the journey to Aurealis, where the festival was to be held. Upon arrival, Lumo was awestruck by the beauty of Aurealis. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of sweet, blooming crystals, while the ground beneath seemed to hum with a gentle energy. However, amidst the bustling crowd of diverse beings, Lumo found himself feeling small and overwhelmed, his light flickering nervously. As Lumo wandered through the festival, he accidentally bumped into Xyla, who had been admiring a display of cosmic art. Startled, Xyla's body shifted into a swirl of intense, fiery colors, an involuntary response that often signified surprise among Crystallians. Misinterpreting this as anger, Lumo's light dimmed to a faint glow, and he quickly apologized, feeling unsure and out of place. Noticing Lumo's discomfort, Xyla hesitated, then reached out with a gentle, gleaming tendril. The gesture was meant to convey reassurance, a silent promise that everything was all right. This misunderstanding marked the beginning of their unlikely friendship, a friendship that would soon be tested by the challenges they were yet to face. As the festival continued, an unexpected solar storm swept through the Harmony Archipelago, causing a temporary disruption in the festival's activities and communication systems. Many visitors, including Lumo and Xyla, found themselves stranded on Aurealis, unable to return to their home planets until the storm subsided. In the quiet that followed the storm's arrival, Lumo and Zyla found themselves sharing a small, cozy shelter, its walls gently vibrating with the distant rumble of the storm. The shelter was adorned with soft, luminescent fabrics and cushions that reflected the faint glow of Lumo's fur, creating a warm and inviting ambiance. As they sat together, Lumo and Zyla began to communicate more openly, their initial misunderstandings giving way to genuine curiosity and understanding. Lumo, with his gentle light now steady, shared stories of Glimera's glowing rivers and the soft, humming songs of the Luminas. In return, Zyla explained the Crystallians' unique way of expressing emotions through the colors and patterns of their refracted light. Through their conversations, they discovered that despite their differences, they shared a common longing for connection and understanding. They learned to read each other's cues, finding ways to bridge the gap between verbal and visual communication. Lumo's light would brighten in appreciation, while Zyla's refracted patterns would soften into comforting hues. As the days passed and the storm continued to swirl outside, Lumo and Zyla faced several challenges together. They worked as a team to gather food from the crystalline forests, where edible crystal fruits glistened like jewels in the soft light. Zyla, with their ability to refract light into concentrated beams, would gently cut the fruits from the high branches, while Lumo, with his nimble paws, would catch them as they fell. In the evenings, they would sit by the shelter's entrance, watching the mesmerizing dance of the auroras above. Lumo, feeling safe and content in Zyla's presence, allowed his light to shine brightly, casting a warm glow that reflected off Zyla's shimmering form. In those moments, they found solace in each other's company, their bond growing stronger with each shared experience. Eventually, the solar storm dissipated, and the festival resumed its vibrant celebrations. The skies cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars that seemed to twinkle with new life. Lumo and Zyla, now inseparable companions, walked through the festival grounds, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and empathy. As the festival drew to a close, it was time for Lumo to return to Glimera. Standing at the edge of the teleportation platform, Lumo turned to Zyla, his fur glowing with a warm, steady light. Zyla's body shimmered with a soft, radiant pattern that conveyed both joy for the memories they'd shared and a hint of sadness for the impending farewell. But before the teleportation sequence began, Zyla reached out and placed a small, shimmering crystal in Lumo's paw, a token of their friendship and a promise to visit Glimera in the future. Lumo clutched the crystal close, his heart filled with gratitude and warmth, knowing that their bond would transcend the vast distances between their worlds. With a final shared smile, Lumo stepped onto the platform, his light glowing brightly as he was whisked away to his home planet. As he landed on the familiar glowing shores of Glimera, he looked up at the sky, knowing that the stars above connected him to a friend who had taught him the true meaning of friendship. And so, in the Harmony Archipelago, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered that friendship was not defined by words or appearances, but by the shared journey of understanding, compassion, and love. Story 74. In the heart of a lush and whispering forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a secret world. This was not a world visible to the casual wanderer or the heedless hiker, but one that unfolded only to those who sought it with an open heart and a curious mind. This world began at the foot of an old gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. It was here, beneath its roots, that a small door, intricately carved with symbols of stars and moons, could be found. Only those who believed in the possibility of magic dared to knock upon it. One such believer was a young girl named Lila. She had spent many afternoons wandering the forest, her imagination painting pictures in the clouds and her heart tuned to the songs of the birds. Lila was a dreamer, and it was her dreams that led her to the door beneath the oak. On a crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves danced like golden confetti in the breeze, Lila found herself once more at the foot of the great oak. The air was cool against her skin, and the promise of adventure tingled at her fingertips. With a gentle knock, the door creaked open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards into the earth. Lila hesitated only for a moment before stepping inside, her heart pounding with anticipation and a touch of fear. The staircase was lit by tiny glowing orbs that hovered in the air, flickering like lazy fireflies. As she descended, the air grew warmer, infused with the scent of lavender and honey. At the bottom of the stairs, Lila emerged into a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The hidden realm was aglow with colors that seemed to dance and shift with every glance. Flowers of every hue bloomed beneath a sky painted with the hues of twilight. In this world, the rules of nature were softened by magic, and the ordinary was made extraordinary. As Lila wandered through this enchanted land, she met creatures both familiar and fantastical. There were rabbits with coats of shimmering silver, birds that sang in harmonies unknown to her ears, and squirrels with eyes wise and knowing. Yet, it was a small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves that first approached her. The fox, whose name was Fen, had eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. He greeted Lila with a nod, his tail flicking playfully behind him. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice a warm melody. "I have been waiting for someone like you." "Waiting for me?" Lila echoed, intrigued. She knelt to meet Fen's gaze, feeling a sense of belonging she had never felt before. "Yes," Fen replied with a grin. "For you see, this world is in need of a friend, and I believe you are the one who can help." Lila's curiosity deepened and she leaned closer, her heart open to whatever tale Fen would share. The fox told her of a magical object, a crystal orb that held the essence of their world. It had been hidden away long ago, its location known only to the winds and the whispers of the forest. "The orb is missing," Fen explained, his voice tinged with a note of sadness. "Without it, the balance of our world is at risk. The colors will fade, the music will quiet, and the magic will wither." Lila felt a pang of urgency. She could not bear the thought of this beautiful world losing its vibrancy. "How can I help?" she asked, determination lighting her eyes. Fen's smile returned, gentle and reassuring. "We must find the orb, dear Lila. The journey will not be easy, but with courage and friendship, I believe we can succeed." And so, Lila and Fen set forth on their quest, the path ahead winding through the heart of the hidden world. The forest around them was alive with whispers and shadows, and the air hummed with a magic that seemed to guide their steps. Their journey took them through verdant meadows where the grass swayed like waves in a gentle sea, and over babbling brooks that sang of secrets long forgotten. As they traveled, Lila found herself enchanted by the wonders around her. She learned to listen to the language of the leaves, to dance with the light of the moon, and to find beauty in the smallest of things. Each day brought new challenges and new friends. They met a wise old owl named Osric, whose feathers were a patchwork of midnight and starlight. Osric shared stories of the world and offered guidance with a twinkle in his eye. There was also a shy deer named Mira, whose gentle presence brought peace and comfort to their journey. Together, they formed a bond of friendship that grew stronger with each step they took. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the path became more treacherous, shrouded in mist and mystery. Lila and her companions faced trials that tested their resolve and courage. There were riddles woven into the wind, puzzles hidden in the patterns of the stars, and challenges that required not strength, but wisdom and kindness. Through it all, Lila discovered a strength within herself she had never known. She learned to trust in her instincts, to see with her heart, and to believe in the impossible. Her journey was not just through the hidden world, but within herself, a transformation that brought her closer to the person she was meant to be. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, and at its roots lay the crystal orb, shimmering with a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Lila approached the orb with reverence, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her, a connection to the magic of the world and the friends who had shared her journey. The orb glowed brighter, its light spreading across the clearing, restoring the colors and music of the hidden world. With the orb returned to its rightful place, balance was restored and the world sang with joy once more. Lila and her friends celebrated beneath the starlit sky, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. As the night deepened, Leela knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her friends, her heart heavy with the thought of leaving, but light with the joy of what they had accomplished together. Fen walked with her to the edge of the hidden world, his eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Thank you, Lila," he said softly. "You have brought hope and magic back to our world." Lila smiled, her heart full. "I will never forget this place or the friends I have made," she promised, "and I will carry the magic with me always." With a final hug, Leela stepped through the door beneath the oak tree, the glow of the orb and the warmth of friendship guiding her way. As she ascended the staircase, the magical realm faded behind her, but its light lingered in her heart. Back in the forest, the sun was setting, casting golden rays through the trees. Lila emerged from beneath the oak, her soul enriched by the journey she had taken. She looked back at the tree, knowing that the hidden world would always be there, waiting for those who believed in magic. With a heart full of wonder and gratitude, Leela walked home, the lessons of her adventure echoing in her mind. She had learned that true magic lay not just in hidden worlds, but in the friendships we nurture, the courage we find within ourselves, and the beauty we see in the world around us. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila fell asleep, her dreams filled with adventure, friendship, and the gentle glow of a magical orb. The world was a little brighter, a little kinder, because she had dared to believe in the magic of the hidden world. Stories E5, The Whispering Valley. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there was a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her vibrant spirit and her love for exploring the hidden wonders of nature. The village was a tapestry of charming cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone paths, and gardens bursting with colorful blooms. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of lavender and honeysuckle, making Willowbrook a place of serene beauty and quiet joy. Anwen lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who often spoke of the mystical elements that wove through their land. Every evening, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, her grandmother would tell tales by the fireside, her voice a comforting melody in the cozy warmth of their cottage. One evening, as the autumn leaves rustled softly outside, Anwen's grandmother shared the story of the Whispering Valley. It was said that deep within the forest, hidden from plain sight, lay a valley where the trees could speak and the rivers sang. It was a place of magic and mystery, where those who ventured with pure hearts could find their deepest desires and forge unbreakable bonds. Anwen listened, her eyes wide with wonder. The idea of such a place sparked a flame of curiosity within her. She longed to discover the valley and unravel its secrets. Her grandmother, noticing her enthusiasm, handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," she said with a knowing smile, "is a gift for your journey. Inside is a compass unlike any other, one that will guide you when you most need it." The next morning, with the first light of dawn, Anwen set off on her adventure. The forest was a symphony of life, with birds chirping harmoniously and the gentle rustling of leaves whispering secrets of the ages. Anwen walked along a narrow path, her boots crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. She savored the crisp air, tinged with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller, their branches arching overhead to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. Anwen paused for a moment, opening the wooden box to reveal the compass her grandmother had given her. It was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its needle was a delicate, shimmering filament that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Anwen held the compass in her hand, watching as it slowly turned, pointing toward a narrow, almost hidden trail veering off the main path. With a deep breath of anticipation, she followed the compass's guidance, feeling a strange yet comforting sense of assurance in its glow. The trail wound through the forest, leading her to a clearing where a crystalline stream flowed serenely. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and Anwen knelt beside it, cupping her hands to drink. As the cool water refreshed her, she heard a soft murmur, a melody carried by the breeze, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. "Follow the song," the compass seemed to whisper, its gentle hum resonating with the tune. With renewed determination, Anwen continued her journey, the melody growing stronger, guiding her like an invisible thread. She felt as though she was being drawn into a dream, where time slowed and the world around her was alive with magic. The path led her to a glen where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Here the music was clearer, a harmonious blend of voices that seemed to rise from the very earth beneath her feet. Anwen stopped, entranced by the beauty of the place. It was then that she noticed a figure emerging from the shadows, a young boy, his eyes the color of twilight. He moved gracefully, as if he were part of the forest itself. "Hello," Anwen called softly, her voice mingling with the song. The boy smiled, a warm and welcoming expression. "Welcome to the Whispering Valley," he said, his voice as soothing as the melody. "I am Selim, guardian of this realm." Anwen felt a sense of awe and kinship. "I'm Anwen," she replied, "and I've come to discover the secrets of this place." Calum nodded, understanding reflected in his gaze. The valley is a place of magic and friendship, where the heart's true desires can be heard if you listen closely. But it is also a place of challenges, where wisdom and kindness are your greatest allies. Intrigued and eager to learn, Anwen spent her days exploring the valley with Calum. Together, they discovered hidden groves where the flowers sang under the moonlight and ancient stones that whispered stories of old. As they wandered, Anwen began to understand the deeper magic of the valley, a magic that was woven through nature itself, connecting every living thing in a tapestry of life and harmony. One day, as they sat by the edge of a tranquil pond, Calum spoke of a challenge that awaited Anwen. "To truly understand the valley, you must pass the trial of the heartwood tree," he said, gesturing toward a majestic tree at the heart of the glen. Its branches reached skyward, and its bark shimmered with an ethereal glow. Anwen felt a flutter of nerves, but also a thrill of anticipation. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. "The heartwood tree will show you what lies within your heart," Calum explained. "You must face it with honesty and courage, embracing both your strengths and your fears." With Selim by her side, Anwen approached the heartwood tree. As she placed her hand on its trunk, she felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the tree was sharing its ancient wisdom. Images began to form in her mind. Memories of her life in Willowbrook, her grandmother's loving smile, the joy of discovery, and the moments of doubt and uncertainty she had faced. The tree's energy enveloped her, and Anwen realized that the challenge was not about overcoming external obstacles, but about understanding herself. She saw her fears, her hopes, and her dreams laid bare, and in that moment of clarity, she embraced them all. With newfound insight and a heart full of gratitude, Anwen stepped back from the tree. She turned to Calum, who watched her with a serene expression. "You've passed the trial," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "You have learned the true magic of the valley." Anwen felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that her journey had changed her in ways she could not have imagined. The valley had taught her the value of listening to her heart, of embracing the beauty and complexity of life, and of cherishing the bonds of friendship that defy expectations. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the valley, Anwen knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. She bid farewell to Calum, promising to carry the lessons of the valley with her always. Walking back through the forest, Anwen felt a gentle breeze caress her skin, as if the valley itself was bidding her farewell. She held the compass close, its light now a soft, steady glow, guiding her home. When Anwen returned to Willowbrook, she was greeted by her grandmother's warm embrace. She shared the stories of her adventure, her voice filled with wonder and joy. Her grandmother listened, her eyes shining with pride and understanding. That night, as Anwen lay in her bed, she gazed out at the starry sky, feeling a deep sense of peace. The Whispering Valley had revealed its secrets, and in doing so, had shown her the magic of the world and of her own heart. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with the magic of friendship and self-discovery, Anwen drifted into a gentle sleep, the melody of the valley a comforting lullaby in her dreams. And thus the story of Anwen and the Whispering Valley became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to listen, to explore, and to forge bonds that transcended time and place. Story 76. In the vast, twinkling tapestry of the cosmos, where stars whispered ancient secrets and comets danced their fleeting waltzes. Two worlds, light years apart, held destinies that would soon intertwine. From the lush, emerald valleys of Haliora, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, came Nico, a gentle being with skin that shimmered like the scales of a dragonfly and eyes as deep and blue as the oceans of his home. Nico's kind heart was known across Haliora, for he had an uncanny ability to sense the emotions of those around him, soothing troubled souls with just a touch. On the other side of the galaxy, from the rugged, crimson dunes of Sorin, where the sun blazed a fierce gold, lived Zira. Her people, the Zarnians, were known for their endurance and strength. Zira, with her fiery spirit and eyes that glowed like molten lava, had a reputation for bravery and resilience. Yet, beneath her tough exterior was a heart that longed for understanding and connection. Their paths crossed unexpectedly aboard the starship Serendipity, a vessel that traveled not just through space, but through the hearts of those who journeyed within it. Nico and Zira were passengers on a mission to explore the uncharted corners of their galaxy, each seeking something they didn't yet know they needed. The first meeting was less than auspicious. In the bustling common area of the ship, as stardust swirled outside the transparent walls, their worlds collided, literally. Nico, lost in thought over a particularly poignant melody playing softly in his mind, accidentally bumped into Zira, causing her to spill her drink. The liquid shimmered in the low light, casting tiny rainbows that danced across the floor. "Oh, I'm so sorry!" Nico exclaimed, his voice as soft and soothing as a breeze through Haliora's meadows. Zira, startled, took a deep breath to quell her initial irritation. "No harm done," she replied, her voice steady, but her pride a little bruised. "I didn't see you there." As they cleaned up the spill together, their hands brushed, and Nico felt a surge of warmth and strength. It was as if Zira's spirit was reaching out, meeting his own in the space between them. Zira, for her part, felt a calm she hadn't experienced in a long time, a gentle tranquility that seemed to whisper that everything would be all right. Despite their rocky start, the two found themselves seated next to each other that evening during the communal dinner. The dining hall of the Serendipity was a cozy affair, with ambient lights that flickered like candle flames and the soft hum of the ship providing a comforting backdrop. As they shared stories of their vastly different worlds over steaming bowls of savory stew, they discovered a mutual curiosity about the universe and a deep-seated desire for connection. Nico spoke of the serene beauty of Haliora's endless green vistas and the tranquility of its crystal lakes. Zira shared tales of the vibrant marketplace of Sorin, where the air was thick with the scent of spices and the laughter of her people echoed through the streets. Yet, for all their differences, a misunderstanding soon bubbled to the surface. During a conversation about the future of their respective planets, Zira expressed her people's belief in strength and self-reliance, values that had been ingrained in her from birth. Nico, whose world thrived on empathy and cooperation, misunderstood, thinking she meant that weakness was to be looked down upon. The tension simmered quietly between them, an invisible wall that neither knew how to breach. But the universe, in its infinite wisdom, had plans for them. A sudden meteor storm forced the Serendipity to make an emergency landing on a nearby, uninhabited moon. Isolated from the rest of the crew due to a technical glitch in the communication systems, Nico and Zira found themselves relying solely on each other for survival. As they navigated the moon's stark silver landscape, their differences became their strengths. Nico's sensitivity allowed him to detect the subtle shifts in the environment, guiding them safely around perilous terrain. Zira's strength provided the physical endurance they needed to traverse the rocky expanse, and her quick thinking saved them when a sudden lunar quake threatened to trap them in a deep ravine. It was during these shared challenges that they truly began to understand one another. During a particularly cold night, as they huddled together under a makeshift shelter, Nico spoke of his initial misunderstanding. "I thought you believed strength was everything," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper, mingling with the soft rustling of the moon's gentle winds. "But now I see it's not about denying vulnerability. It's about embracing it to become stronger." Zira, her eyes reflecting the soft luminescence of the distant stars, nodded. and I thought empathy was a sign of weakness. She replied, her voice warm with newfound understanding. But you've shown me its true power. It connects us in ways strength alone never could. In the comforting silence that followed, a friendship blossomed, strong and enduring like the ancient trees of Haliora, and as resilient as the sun-baked stones of Soren. Together they realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges to deeper understanding and connection. When the Serendipity's crew finally located them, Nico and Zira returned to the ship forever changed. Their bond, forged in the crucible of shared adversity, shone brightly, inspiring those around them. They became known as the unlikely duo, whose friendship transcended the vast distances of space and the differences that sought to divide them. As the ship continued its voyage through the galaxy, they often sat together by the observation deck, watching the stars drift by like glowing embers in the eternal night. In those quiet moments, they shared dreams and hopes, each knowing that whatever the universe threw their way, they would face it together, united in the truest sense of friendship. And so, under the watchful eyes of countless stars, Nico and Zira journeyed on, their hearts full of understanding and the comforting knowledge that they were never truly alone. The universe, vast and mysterious as it was, now felt just a little bit smaller and infinitely more welcoming with a friend by their side. Story 77. Once upon a time, deep within the ancient oakwood forest, there lived a clan of gentle woodland sprites known as the Wild Songs. These tiny, luminous beings were the guardians of the forest, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between all living creatures and the ever-changing seasons. The Wild Songs made their homes within the hollows of ancient oak trees, their glowing forms flickering like fireflies in the dappled sunlight. Their voices were soft whispers carried on the breeze, singing the melodies of nature's symphony. From the bubbling brooks to the rustling leaves, every sound wove together in perfect harmony. As the seasons shifted, so too did the magic of the Wild Songs. In the spring, they coaxed the first buds to unfurl, their songs beckoning the vibrant greens and delicate blooms to blanket the forest floor. Their laughter mingled with the joyous chirping of returning songbirds, and the air was rich with the earthy scent of new life. Summer brought the Wild Songs' magic to its zenith as they danced among the sunbeams, their radiant forms glowing like embers. They guided the forest creatures to cool streams and shaded glades, ensuring that even in the warmest days, a sense of balance prevailed. The scents of wildflowers and sun-warmed bark filled the air, and the gentle whispers of the sprites blended with the buzzing of busy bees. As autumn's chill crept in, the Wild Songs' songs shifted to melancholic yet beautiful melodies, bidding farewell to the vibrant greens and ushering in the fiery hues of the changing leaves. They danced among the swirling crimson and gold, their magic weaving tapestries of brilliant color that set the forest aglow. The earthy aroma of decay mingled with the crisp scent of the first frosts, and the sprites' voices echoed the call of migrating geese overhead. In winter, the Wild Songs retreated deep within their oak havens, their slumbering forms radiating a soft, comforting warmth. Their dreams shaped the gentle snowfalls that blanketed the forest, and their whispered breaths formed delicate crystals on every branch and twig. The world outside was hushed and still, save for the occasional crunch of an animal's footsteps or the soft pattering of snowflakes. Throughout the endless cycle of seasons, the Wild Songs passed down their ancient wisdom from one generation to the next. They taught the ways of the forest, the importance of respecting all living things, and the sacred duty of maintaining nature's equilibrium. One such tale, whispered by the elders, spoke of a time long ago when the balance was disrupted and the forest withered under a dark blight. It was only through the combined efforts of the Wild Songs, the animals, and the very trees themselves that harmony was restored. From that day forth, the sprites vowed to forever safeguard the delicate tapestry of life that thrived within the oakwood forest. And so the Wild Songs continued their eternal dance, their songs weaving the magic that sustained the rhythm of the natural world. Their luminous forms flickered like beacons of hope, reminding all who dwelled within the ancient woods that true harmony could only be found in the embrace of nature's endless cycle. Story 79. Once upon a time, Deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young squirrel named Hazel. Though small in stature, Hazel possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to understand and communicate with the trees that surrounded her home. From the moment she opened her eyes each morning, Hazel would greet the towering oaks, the whispering willows, and the mighty pines, listening intently to their gentle murmurs. The trees, in turn, would share their secrets with her, revealing the intricate web of life that pulsed beneath their bark. One crisp autumn day, as Hazel scampered through the fallen leaves, she heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, she discovered a tiny acorn, trembling and alone, separated from the great oak that had once been its home. Without hesitation, Hazel scooped up the acorn and cradled it in her paws. "Fear not, little one," she whispered. "I will find you a safe place to grow." Hazel consulted with the ancient trees, seeking their guidance on where to plant the acorn. The willow, with its graceful branches, suggested a sun-dappled meadow. The sturdy oak recommended a fertile hillside, rich with nutrients. But it was the wise old pine, its needles rustling in the breeze, who pointed Hazel toward a secluded glade, where a crystal-clear stream trickled over mossy stones. Heeding the pine's advice, Hazel carried the acorn to the glade and gently placed it in the soft, loamy soil. She tended to it diligently, ensuring it had enough water and sunlight, and spoke to it each day, sharing the wisdom of the forest. As the seasons changed, the acorn began to sprout, its tender shoots reaching toward the sky. Hazel watched over it with pride, marveling at the transformation unfolding before her eyes. Years passed, and the once tiny acorn grew into a magnificent oak, its branches stretching wide, providing shelter and sustenance to countless creatures. Hazel, now an elder squirrel, would sit beneath its boughs, listening to the whispers of the wind as it rustled through the leaves. One day, as Hazel basked in the dappled sunlight, she sensed a presence unlike any she had felt before. A shimmering figure appeared before her, its form flickering like a candle flame. "Greetings, Hazel," the figure spoke, its voice melodic and ethereal. "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have come to thank you for your unwavering care and devotion." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder, and she bowed her head respectfully. "It was my honor to nurture and protect this sacred place." The spirit smiled, its radiance filling the glade. "Your kindness has not gone unnoticed. As a token of our gratitude, we bestow upon you a gift, the ability to journey between the realms of the forest and the hidden world that lies beyond." With a wave of its luminous hand, the spirit opened a shimmering portal, revealing a realm of breathtaking beauty. Crystalline streams danced alongside rolling hills of emerald moss, and towering trees reached toward a sky that shimmered with 1,000 hues. Hazel gasped, her heart filled with awe and curiosity. Without hesitation, she stepped through the portal, her paws touching the soft, cushiony ground of this enchanted realm. As she explored this wondrous new world, Hazel encountered creatures she had never seen before. Delicate fairies flitting among the wildflowers, wise-eyed unicorns grazing in the meadows, and majestic dragons soaring overhead. Wherever she went, Hazel was greeted with kindness and respect, for the inhabitants of this realm recognized her as a true friend of the forest. They shared their stories and their secrets, teaching her the ancient ways of magic and harmony. In this hidden world, Hazel discovered a part of herself she had never known existed. She learned to harness the power of nature, channeling its energy to nurture and protect the balance of life. As the seasons cycled in the forest realm, Hazel would return, sharing her newfound knowledge with the trees and creatures she had known all her life. Together they formed an unbreakable bond, a tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and respect for the natural world. One day, as Hazel sat beneath the boughs of the great oak she had nurtured from an acorn, she sensed a disturbance in the energy of the forest. The trees whispered of a dark presence, a force that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance they had fought so hard to maintain. Without hesitation, Hazel journeyed to the hidden realm, seeking counsel from the wise elders who resided there. They spoke of an ancient evil, a being consumed by greed and hunger for power, who sought to claim the magic of the forest for its own nefarious purposes. Hazel knew she could not face this threat alone. She rallied her friends, the fairies, the unicorns, and even the mighty dragons, and together they formulated a plan to protect their sacred home. With the guidance of the elders, Hazel and her companions wove intricate spells, harnessing the power of the elements to create a protective barrier around the forest. They called upon the strength of the earth, the ferocity of fire, the fluidity of water, and the force of air, weaving them into an impenetrable shield. As the dark force drew near, its malevolent tendrils reaching out to corrupt the land, it encountered the barrier, its energy dissipating harmlessly against the combined might of nature's guardians. In that moment, Hazel understood the true power of friendship and unity. By working together, embracing their differences, and celebrating their strengths, they had overcome a force that threatened to tear their world apart. From that day forward, Hazel became a symbol of hope and resilience, her story passed down through generations of forest dwellers. She continued to journey between the realms, sharing her wisdom and fostering a deep respect for the intricate web of life that bound them all together. And as the years passed, the great oak she had nurtured from a tiny acorn stood tall and proud, its branches reaching ever higher, a testament to the enduring power of kindness, perseverance, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship that transcend the boundaries of the seen and the unseen. Story 80. In a village nestled amidst rolling emerald hills, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there was a curious little cottage. This cottage, with its thatched roof and walls painted in cheerful hues, belonged to a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for two things: her knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas and her boundless curiosity. This particular spring, as the sun began to linger longer in the sky, and the brook behind Leora's cottage sang merrily, a series of puzzling events began to unfold. Each morning, Leora would awaken to find her garden in a state of delightful disarray. The dew-kissed marigolds were rearranged in intricate patterns, forming spirals and swirls more beautiful than any human hand could craft. While most in the village believed it to be the work of playful woodland sprites, Leora's curiosity was piqued. She decided to unravel this gentle mystery. With a heart as open as the sky and eyes as keen as an owl's, she set out to discover the secret behind these garden transformations. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora donned her favorite shawl, a soft, woven embrace against the evening chill, and settled into a cozy nook with a clear view of her garden. She sipped a steaming cup of chamomile tea, its warmth spreading through her like the gentle embrace of a lullaby. Just as the moon began to cast its silvery glow upon the world, a soft rustling drew Leora's attention. Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she peered into the dim light. There, amidst the shadows, was a small, shimmering figure. It was no sprite, but a tiny dragon, no larger than a kitten, its scales shimmering like a mosaic of polished gemstones. The little dragon moved with grace as it rearranged the flowers, its tail weaving through the petals like a painter's brush. Leora watched in awe, her heart swelling with appreciation for the creature's artistry. Not wanting to startle it, she remained still, observing the dragon's delicate dance until, with the first rays of dawn, it fluttered away on translucent wings. The next morning, Leora shared her discovery with her dear friend, old Cedric, the village's wise storyteller. With his long white beard and eyes that twinkled with the light of countless tales, Cedric was the perfect confidant. Together they brewed a pot of Leora's special blend of sage and lavender tea, the fragrant steam curling into the air like tendrils of a dream. Cedric listened intently, nodding as Leora described the dragon's nocturnal artistry. "Ah, a kaleidoscale," he said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "These creatures are known for their love of beauty and harmony. They bring balance wherever they roam." Inspired by Cedric's wisdom, Leora devised a plan to communicate with the kaleidoscale. She spent the day gathering an assortment of colorful stones and arranged them in a spiral pattern at the heart of her garden, a gesture of gratitude and an invitation to the little dragon. That night, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Leora watched eagerly from her window. The kaleidoscale returned, its eyes reflecting the moonlight like twin sapphires. It paused at the spiral of stones, its head tilting in curiosity. With a heart full of hope, Leora stepped into the garden. The kaleidoscale watched, unafraid, as she approached. Leora knelt and spoke softly, her words a gentle melody. "Thank you for your beautiful designs," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your art brings joy to my heart." To her delight, the kaleidoscale responded by tracing a pattern in the air with its tail, a shimmering arc of light that seemed to hum with magic. Leora understood this as a gesture of friendship, a bond forged in mutual appreciation for beauty and peace. From that night on, the kaleidoscale returned regularly, its visits transforming Leora's garden into a living tapestry of ever-changing designs. Neighbors would often stop by, marveling at the intricate patterns, their hearts lightened by the beauty and mystery of it all. Through this gentle mystery, Leora learned a valuable lesson about seeing the world through eyes of wonder and respect. Her garden became not just a place of beauty, but a symbol of the harmony that can exist between different worlds when approached with kindness and understanding. And so, in the little village surrounded by rolling hills and the whisper of wildflowers, the tale of Leora and the kaleidoscale became a cherished story, a reminder of the magic that exists in every corner of the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. And as the village drifted into slumber each night, wrapped in the warmth of their beds, they knew that the world was a little more beautiful, a little more magical, thanks to a gentle dragon and a woman with a heart full of wonder. Story 81 title, The Whispering Willow's Gift. In the heart of a lush, whispering woodland, where the leaves danced with secrets and the brooks babbled tales of old, there lay a small village named Eldergrove. It was a place of tranquility, where time seemed to pause and the world slowed to a gentle hum. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the sun cast a golden glow that filtered softly through the canopy of trees, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth. In this serene village lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was known for her curious heart and gentle spirit. She had eyes like polished amber, always wide with wonder, and her laughter was like a melody that echoed joyfully through the trees. Her days were filled with adventures in the woods, accompanied by her dearest friend, Finn, a small fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Mira and Finn shared a bond that defied the ordinary, a friendship woven with understanding and joy. Together, they explored every nook and cranny of the forest, from the sunlit glades to the shadowed groves where the light dared not tread. But there was one place that held Mira's fascination above all others, the Whispering Willow. The Whispering Willow stood at the heart of the forest, its trunk wide and gnarled, covered in a tapestry of moss and ivy. Its branches stretched high, leaves fluttering like 1,000 tiny hands sharing secrets with the wind. It was said that the tree was ancient, older than the village itself, and that it held the power to grant a single wish to those pure of heart who sought its counsel. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change, Mira and Finn set out to visit the Whispering Willow. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the chatter of creatures preparing for the coming winter. Mira's boots crunched over the carpet of fallen leaves, and Finn trotted beside her, his nose twitching with excitement. As they approached the willow, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the tree's soft whispers. Mira paused, looking up at the majestic tree. "Finn," she murmured, her voice barely louder than the wind, "do you think the willow will speak to us today?" Finn tilted his head, his ears perked, and gave a soft yip of encouragement. Mira smiled, her heart fluttering with anticipation as she placed her hand on the tree's ancient bark. Closing her eyes, she listened intently, hoping to hear the tree's wisdom. For a moment, there was only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. But then, slowly and softly, the whispers came, like a gentle song weaving through her thoughts. "Seek the hidden, find the lost, a journey awaits, at no great cost," the willow seemed to say. Mira opened her eyes, her heart racing with excitement and curiosity. "Did you hear that, Finn?" she whispered, glancing down at her furry companion. Finn wagged his tail, his eyes bright with understanding. Determined to uncover the mystery behind the willow's words, Mira and Finn began their journey deeper into the forest. The path was unfamiliar, winding through groves of towering oaks and past sparkling streams that sang in harmony with the birds. The air grew cooler, carrying the crisp scent of earth and leaves. As they wandered further, Mira noticed something she had never seen before, a small, hidden path veering off from the main trail. It was overgrown with ferns and wildflowers as if untouched by human feet. The path called to her, a silent invitation that tugged at her heart. "Shall we, Finn?" Mira asked, her voice tingling with excitement. Finn bounded ahead, his tail a fiery blur as he led the way. The path wound through the trees, leading them to a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center stood a peculiar stone archway, covered in ivy and lichen, shimmering faintly as if touched by magic. It was unlike anything Mira had ever seen, and she felt a thrill of wonder as she stepped closer. "This must be what the willow meant," Mira breathed, her voice filled with awe. Finn sniffed around the base of the archway, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. As Mira reached out to touch the stones, a gentle warmth spread from the arch, wrapping around her like an embrace. She glanced at Finn, who stood beside her, eyes filled with trust and readiness for whatever lay ahead. With a deep breath, Mira stepped through the archway, Finn at her side. Instantly, the air shimmered, and the world around them seemed to hold its breath. When Mira opened her eyes, she found herself in a place unlike any she had known. They stood in a glimmering glade, where the trees were woven with silver vines, and the air sparkled with motes of light. The sky overhead was an endless twilight, painted with hues of lavender and rose. In the center of the glade stood a pool, its waters as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's colors in its depths. Mira felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the very air was infused with magic. She knelt by the pool, her reflection shimmering back at her, and reached out to touch the water. As her fingers brushed the surface, a ripple spread, revealing an image beneath. It was a vision of her village, Eldergrove, nestled among the trees. But something was different. The village was thriving in a way she had never seen, the people smiling and content, the fields lush and bountiful. Mira's heart swelled with hope and longing. She turned to Finn, who watched her with wise, knowing eyes. "This is what the willow wanted us to see," she said softly, "a future where Eldergrove flourishes." But as the vision faded, Mira sensed a lingering sadness, a shadow that dimmed the light. She knew then that the future she had seen was not guaranteed, that something needed to be done to make it real. Determined, Mira stood, the resolve in her heart, as clear as the pool's waters. "We must find what is lost, Finn," she declared, her voice steady with purpose. "For the village, for everyone." Finn gave a soft bark of agreement, and together they turned back towards the stone archway, ready to return to their world and begin their quest. As they stepped through the archway once more, the forest enveloped them in its familiar embrace. The air was cooler now, the light fading as the sun dipped below the horizon. Mira felt a gentle tug at her heart, a reminder of the journey ahead. With Finn at her side, Mira made her way back to Eldergrove, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew the path would not be easy, that challenges lay ahead, but she also knew she was not alone. The following morning, Mira awoke with the first light of dawn, her heart filled with determination. She gathered her belongings, preparing for the journey that awaited. Finn watched her with bright, eager eyes, ready to accompany her wherever the path might lead. As Mira set out from the village, she was joined by friends and neighbors, each offering words of encouragement and support. She realized then that her journey was not just for herself, but for all of them, for the future of Eldergrove. Their path led them to the edge of the forest, to a place where the land met the sea. The air was salty and fresh, and the waves crashed against the rocky shore with a rhythmic cadence. It was here that Mira's journey truly began. Together with her friends, Mira searched the coastline, guided by the whispers of the wind and the pull of the sea. They found hidden coves and secret beaches, places untouched by time, where the world seemed to hold its breath. One day, as the sun set in a blaze of color, Mira stood upon a cliff, her heart filled with both fear and hope. She turned to Finn, who stood beside her, his eyes reflecting the fiery sky. "We must not lose heart," she said softly, her voice carrying on the wind. Finn pressed against her leg, offering comfort and strength. Mira knew then that their journey was far from over, but she also knew that they were closer than ever to finding what was lost. As night fell, Mira and her companions gathered around a campfire, the flames dancing warmly in the cool night air. Their laughter mingled with the crackle of the fire, their spirits buoyed by the bonds of friendship and shared purpose. In the quiet moments, as the stars blinked into existence overhead, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to the world around her, to the people she loved, and to the journey she had embarked upon. She knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, their hearts united by hope and the promise of a brighter future. The days turned to weeks, and Mira's journey carried her further along the coast. With each step, she felt the power of the Whispering Willow's gift, guiding her towards a destiny she was only beginning to understand. It was on a stormy night, when the waves crashed against the shore with a fury that mirrored the turmoil in Mira's heart, that she found the hidden world she had been seeking. The entrance lay concealed within a cave, its mouth dark and foreboding, yet filled with the promise of discovery. With Finn by her side, Mira entered the cave, her heart pounding with anticipation. The air was cool and damp, and the sound of dripping water echoed like whispers in the dark. The path wound deeper into the earth, leading them to a place where the magic of the world seemed to pulse with life. As they emerged into a vast chamber, Mira's breath caught in her throat. Before her lay a garden unlike any she had ever seen, a place where the natural world and the magic that sustained it coexisted in perfect harmony. Luminescent plants glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced over the walls like a living tapestry. In the center of the garden stood a tree, ancient and wise, its branches stretching towards the sky. It was here, Mira knew, that the heart of the magic lay, the source of the life she had seen in her vision. With Finn at her side, Mira approached the tree, her heart filled with reverence and hope. As she placed her hand upon its trunk, she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the magic that pulsed through the earth. In that moment, Mira understood the truth of her journey. It was not just about finding what was lost, but about understanding the balance between the world of magic and the world of man, about preserving that which was precious and fragile. With newfound wisdom, Mira vowed to protect the garden and the magic it held. She knew that the future of Eldergrove depended on the harmony between the two worlds, and she was determined to see that balance maintained. As she and Finn made their way back to the village, Mira felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the journey had changed her, had opened her heart to the magic that lay within and without. Upon their return, the village welcomed them with open arms, and Mira shared the story of her journey and the lessons she had learned. Together, they worked to protect the forest and its magic, ensuring a future where both could thrive. As the years passed, Eldergrove flourished, its people living in harmony with the land and the magic that sustained it. Mira grew into a wise and gentle leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons of the Whispering Willow. And on quiet nights, when the moon cast its silver light over the forest, Mira would sit beneath the branches of the Whispering Willow, listening to its gentle whispers, a reminder of the journey that had brought her home. Through her journey, Mira learned that the true magic lay not in the granting of wishes, but in the strength of her heart and the bonds of friendship that had carried her through. And so she lived in peace, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest and the love of those she held dear. The end. Story 82. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and whispering woods, there stood an old ivy-clad cottage at the very edge of the forest. This cottage belonged to a wise, kind-hearted woman named Clara. Clara had a gift for seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, and her days were filled with gentle explorations of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like confetti from the trees, Clara decided to tidy up the attic. It was a place filled with the whispers of the past, where forgotten treasures lay quietly gathering dust. As she moved a stack of ancient books, something peculiar caught her eye. A small, intricately carved wooden box, no bigger than a loaf of bread. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny twinkling stars. Gently, Clara opened the box and discovered a simple, yet exquisitely crafted magnifying glass with a handle of polished oak. The glass itself shimmered with a faint, otherworldly light, as if holding within it secrets waiting to be revealed. Curious, Clara held the magnifying glass up to the morning light filtering through the attic window. As she peered through it, the world transformed. The ordinary became extraordinary. Dust motes danced like tiny golden fairies, and the worn wooden floorboards beneath her feet glowed with hidden hues of sapphire and emerald. But the most astonishing discovery was when she looked at her own hand through the glass. There, glowing softly on her palm, was a delicate, silvery pattern that seemed to pulse with life. It was a map, although not a map of places she knew. It was a map of possibilities, of dreams and adventures yet to unfold. Filled with wonder, Clara decided to explore what this magical tool might unveil. She bundled up in her warmest shawl and set out on a journey through the village, the magnifying glass tucked safely in her pocket. As she strolled through the cobbled streets, she met Mr. Whiskers, the village's charming tabby cat, who had an uncanny knack for appearing just when he was needed. His amber eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom beyond his years. Intrigued by Clara's newfound interest, he padded along beside her, his tail held high like a banner. Next, they encountered young Peter, the baker's son, who was known for his love of stories and an endless supply of questions. His pockets were always stuffed with crumbs and bits of string, and his mind was a treasure chest of curiosity. "Where are you off to, Miss Clara?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "I'm following a map of sorts," Clara replied with a gentle smile, showing him the silvery markings on her palm. Peter's eyes widened with delight, and he eagerly joined their little expedition. The trio wandered through the village, discovering the hidden magic that lay beneath the surface of everyday life. Through the magnifying glass, a simple puddle became a portal to an underwater kingdom where tiny fish darted like jeweled arrows. A patch of ordinary moss revealed itself to be a bustling city of minute creatures, each with its own story to tell. As the day wore on, they ventured towards the edge of the village, where the forest stood, its ancient trees whispering secrets to the wind. They paused at the entrance, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. The forest had always been a place of mystery and wonder, its depths unexplored by most. Together they stepped into the cool embrace of the trees, following the silvery path that only Clara could see. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant birdsong, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. After a while they reached a clearing bathed in the soft, golden light of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. At its base lay a simple stone altar, upon which sat a small, glowing orb. Clara, Peter, and Mr. Whiskers approached with reverence, sensing that they had found something truly special. As Clara held the magnifying glass to the orb, it shimmered and began to hum with a gentle, melodious tune. Suddenly, a soft voice filled the clearing, speaking not in words, but in feelings and images that flowed directly into their hearts. It spoke of the beauty of seeing the world through new eyes, of the importance of wonder and curiosity, and of cherishing the connections we make with others. As the message faded, Clara felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. She realized that the true magic of the magnifying glass was not in its ability to reveal hidden worlds, but in the way it had brought them together and illuminated the beauty that lay in their everyday lives. With hearts full of gratitude, Clara, Peter, and Mr. Whiskers made their way back to the village, the glow of the setting sun guiding their steps. They knew that their adventure had changed them, deepening their appreciation for the world and each other. In the days that followed, Clara often shared her stories of discovery with the villagers, encouraging them to look for the magic in their own lives. And while the magnifying glass remained in its wooden box, its lessons lingered in their hearts. And so, as the seasons turned and the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, the simple joys of friendship, curiosity, and the wonder of everyday life remained the greatest magic of all. Sleep now, dear listener, and let your dreams carry you to places where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and where the heart finds its way home. Story 83. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there existed a peculiar legend known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind and the tales of the ancients. This legend spoke of a hidden world, accessible through an enchanted glade deep within the surrounding woods. It was said that only those with a pure heart and a courageous spirit could find the entrance and discover the wonders within. The village itself was a tapestry of cozy cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed gently into the sky. Cobblestone paths wound through vibrant gardens where morning dew clung to petals, sparkling like tiny diamonds under the early sun. The air was filled with the scent of fresh bread from the bakery and the sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the meadows. Among the villagers was a young girl named Arya. She was known for her gentle nature, always finding joy in the smallest things: a butterfly landing on her nose, the soft rustling of leaves in the wind, or the way sunlight danced across the water. Arya had a particular fondness for stories of magic and adventure, her imagination painting vivid pictures of worlds unseen. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves began their descent from towering oaks, Arya decided to set out on a journey of her own. With the legend of the hidden world woven into her thoughts, she packed a small satchel with essentials: a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother. She bid her family farewell, promising to return by dusk, and set off towards the heart of the woods. The forest was alive with color and sound. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Birds flitted between branches, their songs intermingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. A cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, invigorating Arya as she ventured deeper into the woods. As she walked, Arya marveled at the beauty around her. She trailed her fingers along the rough bark of ancient trees, paused to watch a squirrel scurry across her path, and knelt by a stream to drink from its crystal-clear waters. With each step, she felt a growing sense of anticipation, as though the forest itself was guiding her towards something extraordinary. After hours of wandering, Arya reached a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The grass was a vibrant emerald, and wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals fluttering like butterflies in the breeze. At the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky like outstretched arms. It was from this tree that the legends spoke, a gateway to the hidden world. With a heart full of hope, Arya approached the tree. As she touched its bark, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and a soft glow enveloped her. The air shimmered around her, and the world shifted, as if the veil between realms had been lifted. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown. The hidden world was a place of wonder and magic, a realm where the ordinary rules of nature did not apply. The sky was a tapestry of colors, shifting with the time of day, and the air hummed with a gentle, melodic energy. Trees towered above, their leaves glowing with an inner light, and rivers flowed with waters that sparkled like liquid sapphire. Arya wandered through this enchanted land, her eyes wide with amazement. She encountered creatures she had only dreamed of, graceful unicorns grazing in sunlit meadows, playful fairies that danced through the air like fireflies, and wise old owls that watched with knowing eyes from their perches. In the heart of this world, Arya found a small village, much like her own, but with an otherworldly charm. The cottages were woven from vines and blossoms, their windows twinkling with the glow of lanterns. The villagers, friendly and curious, welcomed her with open arms, inviting her to share in their celebrations and stories. Among these villagers was a boy named Finn. He was adventurous and kind-hearted, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He and Arya quickly became friends, bound by their shared sense of wonder and a thirst for discovery. Together they explored the hidden world, uncovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As days turned into weeks, Arya and Finn learned of a great mystery that lay at the heart of this magical realm. It was said that a powerful artifact, known as the Heartstone, had been hidden away long ago. This stone held the key to maintaining the balance between their world and the one Arya had come from. However, it had been lost to time, and with its absence, the magic that sustained their realm was beginning to fade. Determined to help their newfound friends, Arya and Finn embarked on a quest to find the Heartstone. Their journey took them through enchanted forests and across glimmering lakes, guided by the wisdom of those they met along the way. They faced challenges that tested their courage and ingenuity, but with each trial, their bond grew stronger. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Arya discovered a strength within herself she never knew she possessed. She found that true magic lay not in spells or incantations, but in the kindness of her heart and the courage to stand by her friends. Finn, too, learned that sometimes the greatest adventures lay not in distant lands, but in the connections we forge with others. Their journey eventually led them to the highest peak in the realm, where the Heartstone lay hidden beneath a cascade of shimmering waterfalls. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sound of rushing water and the scent of blooming lilies. Together, Arya and Finn retrieved the Heartstone, feeling its warmth and power resonate through them. With a shared look of triumph, they knew their quest was complete. The balance of magic was restored, and with it, the hidden world flourished anew. As Arya prepared to return to her own world, she felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. She had found a second home in this magical realm and a true friend in Finn. But she knew that her journey had changed her, and the lessons she learned would stay with her forever. With a promise to return, Arya bade farewell to the hidden world and stepped back through the enchanted tree. The forest welcomed her with open arms, and as she made her way home, she carried with her the magic of her adventure, a magic that could be felt in the warmth of the sun, the whisper of the wind, and the gentle rustle of leaves. Back in her village, Arya shared her tale with those who would listen, her eyes alight with the wonder of her journey. And though many dismissed it as a fanciful story, those with hearts open to wonder knew that magic was real, and that it existed not just in hidden worlds, but in the everyday moments of kindness, courage, and friendship. As she lay in bed each night, Arya would close her eyes and remember the hidden world, the feeling of magic in the air, and the laughter shared with Finn. And with a smile, she would drift into dreams, knowing that the greatest adventures were yet to come, and that the magic she had discovered would always be a part of her. Story 84. Once, nestled in the heart of a lush valley surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a charming village named Elderglen. The village was a tapestry of colorful cottages, each woven from the stories of those who came before. At dusk, the air would fill with the soothing scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle hum of crickets would serenade the stars as they twinkled into view. In Elderglen lived a young girl named Mira. With eyes the color of rich amber and hair like woven strands of midnight, she was a gentle soul, curious and kind. Mira had often wondered about the stories of her ancestors, whispered through the generations like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. Her grandmother, wise and warm, would tell tales of their lineage, stories filled with wonder and mystery but shrouded in the fog of time. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced to the ground, Mira decided to embark on a journey to discover her roots. She began by visiting the attic of her grandmother's home, a place filled with the treasures of yesteryears. Dust motes floated lazily in the beams of sunlight that peeked through the wooden slats, casting a magical glow over the room. As Mira sifted through the past, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. She uncovered an old, ornate box, its surface engraved with swirling vines and celestial symbols. Inside, wrapped in soft, faded velvet, lay a silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, adorned with tiny sapphires that glimmered like drops of the night sky. Her grandmother, who had quietly joined Mira, smiled softly as she saw the pendant. "This," she said, her voice like the gentle coo of a dove, "is the crescent of Elderglen, a symbol of our family's legacy. It is said to possess the wisdom of the moon and the strength of the earth." Mira gazed at the pendant, feeling a comforting warmth radiate from it. "What does it mean, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the quiet attic. "Long ago," her grandmother began, "our ancestors were keepers of the earth's secrets, protectors of harmony between nature and humans. The pendant serves as a reminder of their pledge and their bond with the world around them." Determined to understand the legacy she had inherited, Mira decided to seek out the hidden truths of her ancestry. Guided by the pendant, she ventured into the heart of the forest that bordered Elderglen. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering legends as the wind wove through them. As she walked, Mira felt the forest embrace her, its ancient energy wrapping around her like a soft, worn quilt. She came upon a clearing where a gentle stream meandered lazily, its surface sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars under the dappled sunlight. There she sat, her reflection rippling in the water beside the moonlit pendant. Closing her eyes, Mira listened to the babbling brook, the rustle of leaves, the song of a distant bird. Slowly, a sense of peace washed over her, and with it, visions of the past unfurled in her mind like the petals of a blooming flower. She saw her ancestors tending to the land with reverence, their hands gentle yet strong, their hearts in harmony with the world around them. When she opened her eyes, Mira understood. The legacy she carried was not just the pendant, but the love and respect for the earth and its creatures. It was a call to nurture life and to find balance, just as her ancestors had. With newfound clarity, Mira returned to Elderglen, the pendant now resting close to her heart. She shared her journey and the lessons she learned with the villagers, weaving the past into the present. Together they vowed to honor the legacy of their ancestors, fostering a community rooted in kindness and understanding. As the days turned to nights, Mira often found herself by the stream, the moonlight dancing on the water's surface, the pendant a gentle weight against her skin. Here she felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection not just to her past, but to the world around her. In the heart of Elderglen, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Mira discovered her true heritage, not just in the stories of old, but in the life she chose to lead. Her journey had taught her that while artifacts may hold the echoes of history, it is through love, wisdom, and friendship that the legacy truly lives on. And so, with each sunrise and sunset, Mira and her village flourished, a living testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the earth, a legacy as timeless as the stars. As the village of Elderglen thrived, Mira knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, home. Story 85. Once upon a time, in a land where magic danced through the trees and whispered in the wind, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Willow's world was one of enchantment, where friendly woodland creatures roamed the verdant forests and glittering streams babbled with enchanted melodies. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find that something peculiar had happened overnight. The usually vibrant wildflowers in her garden had wilted, their petals drooping sadly. Even more strange, her beloved collection of storybooks had been scattered about, their pages ruffled and askew. Puzzled, Willow set out to investigate. As she hopped through the forest, she noticed other odd occurrences. Toadstools that typically sprouted in whimsical rings now stood in haphazard clusters. The sweet songs of the birds seemed muffled, as if a hush had fallen over the woodland. Willow's paw steps quickened as she made her way to the wise old oak tree, home of her dear friend Oakley the owl. Oakley was known throughout the forest for his vast wisdom and keen observational skills. "Oakley, something strange is afoot," Willow exclaimed breathlessly. "The flowers have wilted, the books are disarrayed, and even the forest itself seems off." Oakley listened intently, his large eyes blinking solemnly. "Ah, yes, my dear Willow. I've noticed these peculiarities as well. It seems we have a mystery on our paws." With Oakley's guidance, the two friends began to scour the forest for clues. They inspected every nook and cranny, studying the patterns of the toadstools and listening intently for any unusual sounds. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a most curious sight: a trail of tiny, shimmering footprints leading deeper into the thicket. The footprints seemed to dance and sparkle in the dappled sunlight. "Could it be?" Oakley murmured, his feathers ruffling with excitement. Willow's heart raced as they followed the glittering trail, her curiosity piqued. At last they came upon a clearing bathed in a warm, golden glow, and there, amidst the radiant light, frolicked a host of pixies, their gossamer wings fluttering and their tinkling laughter filling the air. As Willow and Oakley watched in wonder, the pixies' antics became clear. They were the mischievous culprits behind the forest's strange occurrences. With their playful magic, they had wilted the flowers, rearranged the books, and cast a gentle hush over the woodland. But the pixies meant no harm. They were merely engaging in their favorite pastime, spreading whimsical enchantment throughout the forest. Oakley, with his deep understanding of the ways of magic, approached the pixies with warmth and respect. He explained how their mischief, though well-intentioned, had caused distress among the forest creatures. The pixies, their luminous eyes wide with surprise, immediately set about undoing their magical mischief. With a flurry of fairy dust and twinkling laughter, the flowers bloomed anew, the books neatly arranged themselves, and the woodland melodies resumed their cheerful chorus. As the sun dipped below the trees, Willow and Oakley bid farewell to the pixies, their hearts filled with wonder and gratitude. The mystery had been solved, and the forest had regained its enchanting harmony. From that day on, Willow and her woodland friends understood the importance of embracing the magical and unexpected. For in their cozy, whimsical world, even the most peculiar of occurrences could lead to newfound wisdom, friendship, and delight. Story 86. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and dappled by sunlight filtering through ancient oak trees, there existed a small, unassuming shop called the Trinket Trove. The shop's windows were filled with curiosities that glittered like stars on a clear night, drawing the eyes of passers-by with promises of wonder and delight. The shopkeeper, a kind-hearted and wise old man named Mr. Whitaker, had a reputation for being a gentle soul with a twinkle in his eye that hinted at the secrets he kept. Among the many treasures in his shop, there was one item that went unnoticed by most, a simple dusty mirror tucked away in a corner, its frame carved with intricate swirls of ivy and flowers. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the sun-dappled afternoons she spent exploring the meadows and forests around her home. Her soft brown hair tumbled over her shoulders like a gentle waterfall, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. As Clara perused the shelves, something about the dusty mirror caught her eye. Despite its unassuming appearance, she felt an inexplicable pull toward it. She approached it, brushing off the thin layer of dust with her sleeve, revealing the mirror's surface beneath. As she gazed into the mirror, Clara noticed something peculiar. Instead of her reflection, she saw a different world, a place of lush green landscapes, towering mountains, and skies painted with the colors of dawn and dusk. Her heart quickened with a mixture of fear and excitement. She glanced around the shop, but no one else seemed to notice the magic unfolding before her eyes. "Mr. Whitaker," Clara called softly, her voice filled with awe. The shopkeeper turned, his eyes twinkling with understanding as if he had been expecting this moment all along. "Ah, you've found it," he said with a gentle smile, approaching her. "The mirror of serendipity. It reveals the world as it could be, if only we see it with the right heart." Clara's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Mr. Whitaker chuckled softly. "You see, dear Clara, this mirror shows the potential within us all, the dreams we can chase, the kindness we can spread. But it requires a journey of the heart to unlock its secrets." Intrigued and emboldened by the kindness in Mr. Whitaker's voice, Clara nodded. "What must I do?" The old man gestured toward the mirror. "Step through and embark on a journey that will teach you about courage, friendship, and the wisdom that lies within." With a deep breath, Clara reached out and touched the mirror's surface. To her amazement, it rippled like water, and before she knew it, she was stepping through, into the world beyond. The land she found herself in was as breathtaking as the mirror had promised. The air was crisp and sweet, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of birds singing their melodious tunes. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, winding through a forest where sunlight danced through the leaves like playful spirits. As she ventured deeper into this magical realm, Clara encountered her first helper, a whimsical creature named Pip, a small round fox with a bushy tail and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Pip had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret places, and he quickly became Clara's cheerful companion. Together, they journeyed through the enchanted forest, where trees whispered ancient stories and streams sang lullabies. Along the way, they met other gentle creatures, like Luna, a wise old owl with feathers silvery as moonlight, who offered guidance with her calm, soothing voice, and Bramble, a shy hedgehog who taught Clara the value of patience and trust. Each encounter brought Clara closer to understanding the world within the mirror and the world within herself. She learned to see beauty in the smallest details, a dew-kissed leaf, the laughter of a babbling brook, the warmth of friendship. But it wasn't long before Clara faced her greatest challenge. In the heart of the land stood a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in mist. It was said that atop this mountain lay the secret to unlocking the mirror's true power. To reach it, Clara would need to prove her wisdom and courage. Determined, Clara and Pip set off toward the mountain. The journey was arduous, with steep paths and unexpected obstacles, but Clara's heart was steady and her spirit was strong. She drew strength from the lessons she had learned and the friends she had made. As they neared the summit, they encountered an ancient guardian, a majestic stag with antlers that seemed to touch the sky. The stag's eyes were deep pools of understanding, and his voice resonated like a gentle breeze. To unlock the mirror's power, the stag intoned, you must answer this question. What is the greatest magic of all? Clara paused, reflecting on her journey, the friends she had made, and the wisdom she had gained. With clarity and conviction, she spoke. The greatest magic is love, she said softly, for it is love that binds us together, gives us courage, and helps us see the beauty in the world and in ourselves. The stag bowed his head in acknowledgement, and with a shimmering light, the mist around the mountain peak parted, revealing a breathtaking view of the land below. Clara felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of peace and belonging. With the mirror's secrets unlocked, Clara knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her friends, promising to carry their lessons with her always. As she stepped back through the mirror, she found herself once again in the trinket trove, with Mr. Whitaker smiling gently at her. You've done well, Clara, he said, his voice like a soft embrace. Remember, the magic of the mirror is not in what it shows, but in what it reveals within you. Clara nodded, a newfound light in her eyes. She thanked Mr. Whitaker and left the shop, the world around her seeming a little brighter, a little more magical. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, on the cusp of autumn's golden embrace, Clara carried with her the greatest treasure of all, a heart filled with love, wisdom, and the understanding that the true magic of the world lies not in mirrors, but in the connections we forge and the kindness we share. And as the stars twinkled gently in the night sky, Clara drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the soft whispers of the enchanted forest and the warm glow of friendship's light. Story 87, The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Time. In a small, quaint village nestled at the edge of the ancient Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle girl named Lena. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, helping her mother tend to the garden, listening to the tales spun by the elderly villagers, and wandering the forest paths with her friend Tomas. Lena had always felt a special connection to the woods, as if they held secrets only she could hear. The Whispering Woods were known far and wide for their enchanting beauty and mysterious aura. Tall, ancient trees stretched their limbs towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring a particularly secluded part of the woods, Lena stumbled upon something out of the ordinary. Half buried beneath a blanket of golden leaves lay a small, ornate locket. Its silver surface was etched with delicate vines, and a tiny, glimmering gemstone sat at its center. Intrigued, Lena picked it up, brushing away the dirt and leaves. The locket felt warm in her hand, as if it had been waiting for her. Curiosity piqued, Lena opened the locket. Inside she found a small, intricately carved hourglass, its sands frozen in place. The moment she gazed into it, Lena felt a strange sensation wash over her, a tingling warmth that spread from her fingertips to her heart. The woods around her seemed to hush, the whispers growing softer, as if holding their breath. That evening, as Lena shared the day's discovery with Tomas, his eyes widened with excitement. Tomas was a boy of boundless imagination, forever dreaming of adventures and unearthing mysteries. A magical locket, he mused, turning it over in his hands. I bet it holds ancient secrets or has the power to grant wishes. Lena laughed, though she found herself wondering if there might be some truth to his words. Maybe it's just an old trinket someone lost, she suggested, though the warmth she'd felt earlier lingered in her thoughts. We should find out, Tomas insisted, his eyes alight with mischief and curiosity. Let's take it to Elder Rowan. If anyone knows about magical objects, it's him. Elder Rowan was the village's wise sage, famed for his knowledge of the arcane and his deep understanding of the woods. His little cottage sat on the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden teeming with herbs and flowers, each plant a testament to his skill and care. The next morning, Lena and Tomas made their way to Elder Rowan's home, the locket tucked safely in Lena's pocket. As they approached, they found the old man tending to a patch of marigolds, his gnarled hands moving with surprising agility. Elder Rowan, Lena called softly, respectfully. The old man looked up, his eyes twinkling with warmth and wisdom beneath bushy brows. "Ah, Lena and Tomas," he greeted them, his voice a comforting rumble like distant thunder. "What brings you here on such a fine morning?" Lena hesitated for a moment, then pulled the locket from her pocket, holding it out for the elder to see. "We found this in the woods yesterday. It feels special." Elder Rowan took the locket with a gentle hand, examining it closely. His eyes widened slightly, and a knowing smile curved his lips. "Ah, the locket of time," he murmured, almost to himself. "I haven't seen this in many years." "What is it?" Tomas asked eagerly, leaning forward. "This locket," Elder Rowan explained, "is said to hold the ability to pause time for the one who possesses it. A gift and a responsibility for those who understand its power." Lena's heart skipped a beat. Pause time? The very idea seemed impossible, yet thrilling. "But why would it be in the woods?" she asked. "Perhaps it found its way to you for a reason," Elder Rowan replied, handing it back to her. "Magic often seeks those who need it most." The locket felt even warmer in Lena's hands now, as if it were alive, responding to the words spoken. She thanked Elder Rowan, her mind swirling with possibilities, and she and Tomas returned to the village, the locket's weight heavy with potential. In the days that followed, Lena found herself drawn to the woods more than ever. She began to notice things she hadn't before, the way the sunlight danced on the leaves, the subtle shifts in the forest's whispers. The locket seemed to heighten her senses, connecting her more deeply to the world around her. Tomas, ever the adventurer, was eager to test the locket's powers. "We could do so much," he exclaimed one afternoon as they sat by a sparkling brook. "Think of the fun we could have. We could explore the woods like never before without worrying about time." Lena smiled at his enthusiasm, but she was more cautious. "We should be careful," she advised gently. Elder Rowan said it's a responsibility. We need to use it wisely. Despite her words, Lena couldn't resist the lure of the locket's magic. One afternoon, she stood in a sun-dappled clearing and opened the locket. The world around her seemed to hold its breath, the leaves suspended mid-rustle, the brook frozen in a silver ribbon. In that moment of stillness, Lena felt a profound sense of peace. She wandered through the woods, savoring the beauty of each paused second. Time was hers to hold, to cherish, to understand. When she finally closed the locket, the world resumed its gentle rhythms, and Lena felt a deeper connection to the forest, as if she had become a part of its ancient tapestry. As the days turned to weeks, Lena and Tomas shared many such moments, discovering the wonders of the woods in ways they had never imagined. Yet despite the joy the locket brought them, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for something more. One evening, as they sat beneath the stars, Tomas voiced a thought that had been echoing in Lena's mind. "Do you think the locket is trying to tell us something?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper in the night. Lena nodded, her gaze fixed on the shimmering constellations above. "I think it wants us to listen," she replied softly, "to truly hear the whispers of the woods." Together, they decided to embark on a journey, a quest to uncover the secrets hidden within the whispering woods. They would rely on the locket to guide them, to pause time when needed, and to help them see beyond the ordinary. Their journey began at dawn, the forest bathed in a golden glow as the first light of day filtered through the trees. With the locket hanging from her neck, Lena led the way, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and adventure. For days, they traveled deeper into the woods than they had ever dared before. The forest revealed its wonders to them, hidden glades filled with wildflowers, streams that sang with the voices of the past, and creatures that watched them with curious eyes. As they journeyed, Lena and Tomas found their bond growing stronger. The challenges they faced, navigating dense underbrush, deciphering the forest's subtle signs, and finding sustenance, taught them the value of trust and cooperation. One afternoon, as they rested beside a gentle waterfall, Lena opened the locket, pausing time to savor the moment. The world stilled, and in the silence she heard a voice, a soft, ethereal whisper that seemed to come from the heart of the woods. Seek the heart of the forest, where time and nature converge, it beckoned, a promise woven into its words. Lena shared the message with Tomas, who listened with wide-eyed wonder. The heart of the forest, he mused. That must be our destination. Guided by the locket and their newfound understanding of the forest, they continued their journey. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, the trees taller and more ancient. It was as if they were stepping back in time, walking through the echoes of a forgotten era. Finally, after many days of travel, they arrived at a place unlike any other, a vast clearing bathed in a soft, golden light. At its center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide enough to house an entire village and its branches reaching towards the heavens. "This must be it," Tomas breathed, awe in his voice. "The heart of the forest." Lena nodded, feeling the locket pulse gently against her chest. They approached the tree, its bark smooth and warm beneath their touch. As they stood before it, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the whispers growing louder, clear as bells in the stillness. "Welcome, children of the woods," a voice resonated, deep and melodic, as if the tree itself were speaking. "You have journeyed far and learned much. What is it you seek?" Lena hesitated, glancing at Tomas. Then, with a courage born of friendship and trust, she spoke. "We seek to understand the magic of the locket, to learn its purpose, and how we might honor the gift it has given us." The tree hummed, its leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. The locket is a gift of time and reflection, a reminder of the world's beauty and the importance of living in harmony with nature. Its power lies not in what it can do, but in what it can teach. Lena felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of clarity and peace. She understood now that the locket was not a tool to be wielded, but a guide, a key to unlocking the wisdom of the world around her. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice filled with gratitude. The tree's voice softened, like a lullaby carried on the wind. "Remember, young ones, that true magic lies within your hearts and the bonds you share. Cherish the moments, for they are fleeting and precious." With those words, the clearing filled with a shimmering light, enveloping Lena and Tomas in its embrace. And when the light faded, they found themselves back at the edge of the village, the locket still warm in Lena's hand. Their journey had come to an end, but the lessons they had learned would stay with them forever. The locket had shown them the beauty of time, the power of friendship, and the magic that lay hidden in the world around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lena and Tomas sat together on the village green, watching the stars appear one by one. The locket lay between them, a silent reminder of the journey they had shared. And though the world continued to turn, and time moved ever onward, they knew that the whispers of the woods would always be with them, guiding them on their path and reminding them of the magic that lived in every moment. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, Lena and Tomas closed their eyes, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the stories they would create together. And as the night wrapped them in its gentle embrace, the locket glowed softly, a beacon of hope and friendship in the darkness. Story 88. In the heart of a vast, verdant forest where the sunlight trickled through the canopy in golden beams, there lay a small, hidden glen known only to the creatures who called it home. This glen was not like any other. It was a place untouched by time, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle babbling of a brook sang a lullaby for all who listened. The leaves whispered secrets to one another, rustling softly in the breezes that danced through the branches like playful spirits. In this magical setting lived a young fox named Finn. Finn was no ordinary fox. He had a peculiar gift that set him apart from his kin. Ever since he was a cub, Finn possessed the ability to sense the emotions of the forest itself. He could feel the joy of the flowers as they turned their faces to the sun, the sadness of the old oak whose branches had been battered by the storms, and the quiet contentment of the stones that lay by the brook, warmed by the sun and cooled by the water. Finn's life in the glen was peaceful, yet he often felt a longing, a whisper in his heart, urging him to seek something beyond the bounds of his familiar world. This longing was a mystery to Finn, a puzzle that lingered in the back of his mind like the whispering leaves. One crisp morning, as the mist clung to the forest floor and the dew sparkled like diamonds on the grass, Finn awoke to find an unusual sight. Nestled against the roots of the great oak was a small glimmering object. It caught the sunlight in 1,000 rainbows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the ground. Finn approached cautiously, his heart beating with curiosity. As he got closer, he realized it was a stone, unlike any he had ever seen. Smooth and round, it was iridescent, shifting in color with every angle. Finn felt an inexplicable pull towards it, and as he touched the stone with his paw, a warmth spread through him, filling his heart with a sense of purpose and calm. With the stone in his possession, Finn felt compelled to venture beyond the glen, to seek the source of its magic and discover the purpose it had for him. Though it pained him to leave his beloved home, he knew this journey was one he must undertake. Thus began Finn's adventure, a journey that would lead him through sun-dappled meadows and shadowy woods, across bubbling streams and over craggy hills. With each step, the stone glowed softly, guiding him like a beacon through the forest maze. As Finn traveled, he encountered many of the forest's inhabitants, each with their own stories and secrets. There was Luna, the wise owl who watched over the night with her keen eyes, and Jasper, the jovial rabbit who knew every hidden path and burrow. Finn shared his quest with them, and they listened with interest, offering their guidance and companionship. It was during one of these encounters, as Finn and Jasper rested by a sparkling brook, that they heard a faint cry for help. It was a sound so small and fragile that it might have been lost to any other ears, but Finn's sharp senses alerted him to the distress. The two friends followed the sound through the underbrush until they came upon a tiny bird, its wing caught in a thorny bramble. The bird, a young sparrow named Pip, trembled with fear and pain. "Please," he chirped weakly, "can you help me?" Without hesitation, Finn and Jasper worked together, carefully freeing Pip from his prickly prison. Once the sparrow was free, Finn felt a surge of warmth from the stone, as if it was acknowledging the kindness they had shown. "Thank you," Pip chirped gratefully, testing his newly freed wing. "I was so scared I wouldn't be able to fly again." Jasper grinned, his nose twitching with delight. "No need to worry now, Pip. You're free as the wind." Pip, his eyes glinting with gratitude, promised to join Finn and Jasper on their journey, eager to repay their kindness. The trio set off, their friendship growing with each step. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Finn began to notice subtle changes in the world around them. The air grew cooler, and the trees seemed taller, their branches forming a thick canopy overhead. The light of the stone grew brighter, casting a gentle glow that illuminated their path. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the friends found themselves at the edge of a vast lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky so perfectly that it seemed as if they were standing on the edge of the world. It was there, on the shore of the lake, that they met an old turtle named Sage. Sage was ancient, his shell worn and moss-covered, and his eyes held the depth of many lifetimes. He welcomed them with a slow, knowing nod. "You have come far," Sage rumbled in a voice like distant thunder, "and you carry with you something very special." Finn nodded, holding out the stone. "I found this in my home, but I don't know what it is or why it called me here." Sage gazed at the stone, his eyes glinting with wisdom. "That is the Heartstone," he explained. "It is a rare and powerful gift, bestowed upon those who are chosen to protect the balance of our world. It has led you here for a reason." The friends listened intently as Sage told them of a hidden world within the forest, a place where the spirits of nature dwelled, unseen by most. This world was in danger, for a darkness was spreading, threatening to tip the balance and engulf the forest in shadow. "The Heartstone has chosen you, Finn, to help restore the balance," Sage said. "But you cannot do it alone. You will need the strength of your friends and the wisdom of the forest to succeed." Though the task was daunting, Finn felt a newfound sense of determination. He had already seen the power of friendship and kindness, and he knew that together, he and his friends could overcome any challenge. Guided by Sage's advice and the light of the Heartstone, the trio set off once more, their path taking them to the very heart of the forest. As they traveled, the darkness loomed ever closer, casting a shadow over their journey. The trees whispered warnings, their leaves rustling with unease, and the once vibrant colors of the forest seemed muted and dull. At last, they arrived at the entrance to the hidden world, a place where the veil between the seen and unseen was thin. The Heartstone pulsed with a steady glow, casting its light into the darkness and revealing a path that led deep into the unknown. With hearts full of courage and hope, Finn, Jasper, and Pip stepped forward, crossing the threshold into a world unlike any they had known. Here, the air was thick with magic, and the very ground seemed to hum with life. Strange plants glowed with an inner light, and creatures of every shape and size moved silently through the shadows. It was in this place of wonder and mystery that they encountered the source of the darkness, a great, looming figure with eyes as cold as the deepest night. It was a creature of shadows, born of fear and doubt, seeking to consume the light and hope that the forest held dear. The friends stood together, united in their resolve. Finn felt the Heartstone pulse with warmth, its light growing ever brighter, driving back the shadows that encroached upon them. With a voice steady and calm, Finn spoke to the creature, offering not anger or hatred, but understanding and compassion. "We are not your enemies," he said gently. "We only wish to restore the balance and bring peace to our home." The creature hesitated, its form wavering as if caught in a struggle between light and dark. Finn's words, carried by the strength of the Heartstone, reached deep into the creature's heart, awakening a spark of hope. Slowly, the shadows began to recede, and the creature's eyes softened, revealing a glimmer of light within. It was then that Finn realized the creature was not evil, but lost, a part of the forest that had been forgotten and left to wither in the darkness. With the Heartstone's light guiding them, Finn and his friends helped the creature find its place in the world once more, restoring the balance and allowing the hidden world to flourish with life and light. As the darkness lifted, the forest came alive with color and sound, a symphony of nature celebrating the return of harmony. The Heartstone, its task complete, faded into a gentle glow, a reminder of the power of friendship, kindness, and understanding. With their journey at an end, Finn, Jasper, and Pip returned to their home in the glen, their hearts full of the lessons they had learned and the bonds they had forged. They knew that their friendship would continue to light their path, guiding them through whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves and the brook sang its gentle song, the glen remained a place of peace and magic, a testament to the power of hope and the enduring strength of the bonds that tie us all together. Story 89. In a galaxy far beyond the reach of human eyes, where stars flickered like eternal lighthouses in the vast ocean of space, a small, unassuming starship named the Celestial Drift quietly glided through the cosmos. It was a peculiar ship, not for its appearance or capabilities, but for its crew, a crew made up of two souls from very different worlds. The first member of this unlikely duo was Corin, a being from the planet Arion. Arion was a world of shimmering skies and endless winds, where the very atmosphere sang with an ethereal melody. Corin's people, the Arions, were known for their grace and wisdom, with slender bodies that seemed to flow like the breeze itself. Corin's silver-blue skin glistened in the starlight, reflecting the serene beauty of their home planet. They spoke in soft, lilting tones, often accompanied by gentle gestures that seemed to paint the air with meaning. The second member was Jax, hailing from the rugged planet of Torvax. Torvaxians were sturdy and robust, with a deep connection to the rocky terrain of their home world. Their skin bore the earthy hues of the minerals that ran through the mountains they called home. Jax's laughter was a hearty, rolling sound, as solid as the ground beneath their feet, and their words carried the warmth of a crackling fire on a cold night. The Celestial Drift carried them on a mission of exploration, to chart the unknown corners of the galaxy and uncover the secrets of the universe. Yet, aboard their small vessel, the greatest discovery would be of each other. At first, Corin and Jax struggled to understand one another. Their differences seemed as vast as the space they traveled through. Corin found Jax's boisterous nature overwhelming, like a thunderstorm in the middle of a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Jax had difficulty deciphering Corin's quiet, nuanced expressions, which often seemed to dance just out of reach. It was during one of their early expeditions to a newly discovered moon, rich with luminescent flora and crystal-clear lakes, that the first misunderstanding occurred. Corin, captivated by the beauty of a glowing flower, began to sing softly, their voice intertwining with the gentle hum of the moon's atmosphere. Jax, eager to join in the exploration, mistook the song for a call to action and leapt forward, accidentally crushing the delicate flower underfoot. Corin's eyes widened in dismay, and for a moment silence hung heavy between them. But rather than react with anger, Corin took a deep breath, their features softening as they explained the significance of the song and the flower. Jax listened intently, realizing the depth of the world Corin saw and heard. They offered a heartfelt apology, and together they carefully replanted another flower, ensuring it would thrive. As days turned into weeks, Corin and Jax faced many challenges. They encountered cosmic storms that whipped the ship about like a leaf in the wind, navigated asteroid fields that required precision and teamwork, and deciphered ancient alien languages to unlock the secrets of forgotten civilizations. Each challenge was an opportunity to bridge the gap between them. One evening, as they orbited a planet bathed in the golden light of its twin suns, Corin found Jax sitting alone in the observation deck, a rare quietness enveloping their usually lively form. Sensing something amiss, Corin approached, their presence as calming as a gentle breeze. "Jax, is something troubling you?" Corin asked, their voice a soft melody. Jax sighed, looking out at the expanse of stars. "Sometimes I feel like I'm out of my depth, like I'm just a block of stone in a universe full of things I don't understand." Corin sat beside Jax, their eyes reflecting the starlight. "Even the sturdiest stone can hold beauty within. You've shown me strength I never knew before, and together we've discovered wonders greater than either of us could alone." Jax turned to meet Corin's gaze, the warmth of understanding spreading through their chest. "And you've taught me to see the small wonders, to listen to the universe's song." Their bond, forged through trials and shared victories, deepened with each passing day. They learned to embrace their differences, finding strength in the blend of their unique perspectives. Corin began to appreciate Jax's boisterous laughter, finding it a comforting presence, while Jax grew to understand the subtlety of Corin's expressions, seeing the layers of wisdom and kindness beneath. Their journey continued, the stars their constant companions. They visited planets where rainbows danced upon the wind, and others where crystals sang in harmony with the planet's heartbeat. Each new discovery was a shared joy, a testament to their growing friendship. One day, while exploring the vibrant surface of a distant planet covered in lush emerald forests, they stumbled upon an ancient structure, half buried beneath the roots of towering trees. Intrigued, they ventured inside, finding themselves in a chamber filled with intricate carvings depicting the stories of the planet's long-lost inhabitants. Among the carvings was a depiction of two figures, different yet united, standing side by side against the backdrop of stars. It was a story of friendship, a tale of unity and diversity, and as Corin and Jax studied the ancient art, they felt a profound connection to the message etched in stone. Corin smiled, their eyes gleaming with understanding. "Perhaps this is why we were brought together, Jax, to learn, to grow, and to share the beauty of our worlds." Jax nodded, their heart full of gratitude and affection. "I'm glad it was with you, Corin. Together, we've created something truly special." As they left the chamber, the sun setting in a blaze of colors across the sky, they walked side by side, their steps in harmony with each other. The challenges they had faced, the misunderstandings they had overcome, all led to this moment of clarity and friendship. The celestial drift continued its journey through the stars, carrying its crew to new worlds and uncharted territories. Corin and Jax, once strangers from distant planets, had become a team, a family bound by the shared experiences and the friendship that had blossomed between them. And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 twinkling stars, Corin and Jax discovered not only the wonders of the universe, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds, a melody that sang in their hearts, and a light that guided them through the vast, infinite expanse of space. Story 90. Once upon a starlit eve, nestled amidst the whispering boughs of an ancient forest, a wondrous realm unfolded where nature's rhythms danced in perfect harmony. Here the boundaries between the tangible and the ethereal melted away, revealing a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of magic and wisdom. In the heart of this verdant sanctuary, a colony of rabbits dwelled beneath the sheltering embrace of a towering oak. Their soft, twitching noses captured the rich scents of loam and wildflowers, while their keen ears attuned to the melodious symphonies of birdsong and rustling leaves. These gentle creatures were the guardians of a sacred tradition, passed down through generations, a deep reverence for the delicate balance that sustained their woodland home. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest mirrored the profound changes within its denizens' lives. In the crimson blaze of autumn, the rabbits would gather to witness the breathtaking dance of swirling leaves, carried aloft by zephyrs imbued with the magic of transformation. The elders, their fur tinged with silver, would regale the young with tales of the great oak's enduring strength, a testament to the resilience woven into the fabric of nature itself. When winter's icy mantle draped across the land, the rabbits burrowed deep, cocooned in their subterranean sanctuaries. Here, they huddled close, sharing warmth and whispered stories of winters past, when the forest slumbered beneath a crystalline blanket of snow. The elders spoke of the awe-inspiring aurora borealis that painted the night skies with shimmering veils of color, a celestial performance choreographed by the magic of the cosmos. As the first tender shoots of spring unfurled, the rabbits emerged from their earthy abodes, their spirits rejuvenated by the promise of renewal. They frolicked amid the burgeoning wildflowers, their noses twitching with delight at the sweet fragrance of rebirth. It was during this season that the most profound magic manifested. The elders led their kin to a secluded glade where a crystalline pool shimmered with the radiance of 1,000 stars. Here, they witnessed the miraculous transformation of tadpoles into graceful froglets, a poignant reminder of the wonders that flourish in the nurturing embrace of nature. The long, languid days of summer brought a different kind of enchantment. The rabbits basked in the warm caresses of the sun, their fur dappled with golden light that filtered through the canopy above. It was during these idyllic afternoons that the elders imparted their most cherished wisdom, the importance of respecting the intricate web of life that bound all creatures together. They spoke of the symbiotic relationships that sustained the forest, from the industrious bees that pollinated the vibrant blooms to the majestic hawks that kept the rodent population in check. As twilight softened the vibrant hues of day, the rabbits would gather once more, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in the gloaming that the most ethereal magic unfolded, the gentle glow of foxfire, a bioluminescent radiance that danced among the ferns and mushrooms like 1,000 tiny lanterns. The elders regaled their kin with tales of the forest's ancient guardians, benevolent sprites that tended to the delicate balance of nature, ensuring that life's intricate tapestry remained intact. In this enchanted realm, the rabbits lived in harmony with the rhythms of the wild, their lives intertwined with the ebb and flow of the seasons, the changing skies, and the whispers of ancient wisdom. They were living embodiments of nature's eternal dance, their very existence a testament to the enduring magic that thrived within the forest's emerald heart. And as the night sky unfurled its celestial canopy, the rabbits would settle down to sleep, their dreams suffused with the promise of tomorrow's wonders. For in this realm where reality and magic converged, every day was a celebration of life's profound mysteries and the eternal rhythms that bound all beings together in a tapestry of exquisite beauty. Story 91. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sky, lay the small planet of Lumora. Lumora was known for its serene landscapes, with rolling hills blanketed in luminescent flowers that glowed softly in the gentle night breeze. It was here that the gentle Lumorians lived, beings of radiant light who thrived on the harmony of their world. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Lumora cast their silvery glow across the landscape, a curious event unfolded. A sleek, metallic vessel from the planet Crystallon descended gently onto the flower-laden fields. The Crystallonians were a crystalline species, their bodies refracting light into brilliant hues, much like living prisms. From the vessel emerged Tarek, a young Crystallon explorer, eager to study the fabled Lumorian flora. However, his landing had disturbed the delicate balance of the environment, causing a ripple of confusion among the Lumorians. Among them was Lyra, a curious Lumorian who had ventured out to investigate the commotion. As Tarek stepped onto the soft, glowing ground, he was met with the sight of Lyra, her form shimmering with the soft light of her world. Their first encounter was marked by a gentle misunderstanding. Tarek, fascinated by the beauty of the flowers, began collecting samples, unaware that these blooms were cherished by the Lumorians for their nurturing energy. Lyra, concerned by Tarek's actions, approached with caution. She spoke in the gentle tones of her people, her voice like the whisper of the wind through the flower fields. "Our flowers are the life of our land," she explained, hoping to convey the importance of what he was taking. Tarek, though unable to understand her words, sensed the gravity of her tone and paused in his actions. His crystalline features reflected a myriad of colors as he contemplated the situation. Realizing he might have overstepped, he placed the flowers back with care, hoping to convey his apology through his actions. Despite their initial miscommunication, Lyra and Tarek found a shared curiosity in one another. Lyra, intrigued by the vibrant colors of Tarek's crystalline form, and Tarek, fascinated by the gentle glow that surrounded Lyra, decided to embark on a journey to better understand each other. Their adventure took them across the serene landscapes of Lumora, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flora, and the gentle hum of the land resonated like a melodic lullaby. As they traveled together, they encountered challenges that tested their newfound bond. One such challenge arose when a sudden storm swept across the land, darkening the sky and threatening to extinguish the light of the flowers. Tarek, using his crystalline structure, refracted the dim light to create a protective dome over the blooms, while Lyra called upon the power of her people to calm the storm with their harmonious song. In those moments of shared struggle, a deep understanding blossomed between them. Tarek learned to appreciate the delicate balance of Lumora, while Lyra discovered the resilience and beauty that lay within Tarek's crystalline heart. Through their cooperation, they saved the flowers and strengthened the bond between their two worlds. Together, they crafted a new understanding, bridging the gap between their differences with kindness and wisdom. Tarek came to see the flowers not just as specimens to study, but as living symbols of a world that thrived on harmony. Lyra, in turn, saw in Tarek a friend who, despite his differences, had become a guardian of their shared light. As the storm passed and the land was bathed once more in the gentle glow of the twin moons, Lyra and Tarek stood side by side. They watched as the flowers began to bloom again, their luminescent petals swaying gently in the night breeze. Through their journey, Lyra and Tarek learned that friendship transcends the barriers of language and form. It is forged in the crucible of shared experiences and nurtured by the willingness to understand and support one another. With hearts aglow with newfound friendship, Lyra and Tarek parted with a promise to share their story, hoping that their worlds might one day be as united as they had become. As Tarek's vessel ascended once more into the starry abyss, the light of Lumora followed him, a beacon of friendship that would guide him on his journey home. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, the tale of Lyra and Tarek became a cherished legend on Lumora, a reminder that the true meaning of friendship lies in the light we share with others, no matter how different they may seem. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled amid rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Isla. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the wonders of the world around her. Little did she know that an extraordinary adventure awaited, one that would forever change her perspective on life. One warm summer evening, as Isla wandered through the woods near her home, she stumbled upon an old, weathered tree stump. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, but as she drew closer, she noticed a faint glow emanating from its center. Entranced, Isla reached out and touched the glowing spot, and in an instant, a hidden door swung open, revealing a narrow passageway. Hila's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Should she venture inside? Curiosity ultimately won out, and she stepped through the doorway, plunging into a realm unlike anything she had ever seen. The passageway led to a vast underground cavern, illuminated by countless bioluminescent mushrooms that cast a soft, ethereal light. Towering trees with twisted, gnarled trunks stretched toward the distant ceiling, their branches heavy with exotic, glowing fruits. A crystalline stream wound its way through the cavern, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. As Hila marveled at the breathtaking scenery, she heard a gentle rustling nearby. Turning, she came face to face with a peculiar creature. A tiny, winged being no larger than her hand. Its gossamer wings fluttered rapidly, and its luminous eyes regarded her with equal parts curiosity and caution. "Welcome, young one," the creature spoke in a voice as delicate as a wind chime. "You have stumbled upon the hidden realm of the Fae, a place few mortals have ever laid eyes upon." Hila could scarcely believe her ears. "The Fae? But I thought you were mere legends." The winged being let out a tinkling laugh. "Legends, indeed, but we are as real as you or I. My name is Zephyr, and I am a guardian of this realm. Come, there is much for you to see and learn." Thus began Hila's extraordinary journey into the world of the Fae. Under Zephyr's guidance, she explored the wonders of the cavern, marveling at the strange and beautiful flora and fauna that thrived there. She learned of the Fae's connection to nature, their role as protectors of the forests and all living things. However, Hila soon discovered that the Fae realm was facing a grave threat. A dark, malevolent force was slowly seeping into the cavern, poisoning the once vibrant ecosystem. The trees withered, the streams grew murky, and the Fae themselves grew weaker by the day. Determined to help her newfound friends, Isla embarked on a quest to uncover the source of the corruption and find a way to stop it. Her journey took her deep into the heart of the cavern, where she encountered treacherous obstacles and formidable foes. Along the way, she formed unlikely alliances with other denizens of the Fae realm, including a wise old treant named Rowan and a mischievous forest sprite named Puck. Together, they braved perilous challenges, their friendship growing stronger with each obstacle they overcame. At last, after a harrowing confrontation with the dark force itself, a malicious entity born of hatred and greed, Hila and her companions discovered the key to restoring balance to the Fae realm. It lay in an ancient, magical artifact known as the Heartstone, a powerful talisman imbued with the essence of life itself. With the Heartstone's power, they were able to purge the corruption from the cavern, restoring the vibrant living ecosystem and ensuring the survival of the Fae. But Isla's journey had taught her a greater lesson, that true strength lies not in physical might, but in the bonds of friendship, compassion, and respect for all living things. As she prepared to bid farewell to the Fae realm and return to her own world, Zephyr presented Hila with a parting gift, a small, glowing seed. "Plant this seed wherever you go, and a piece of our realm will flourish there, a reminder of the wonders you have witnessed and the lessons you have learned." With a heavy heart, but a newfound sense of purpose, Hila stepped back through the hidden doorway and into the familiar woods near her home. As she emerged, she felt a profound shift within herself. She was no longer the same wide-eyed girl who had stumbled into the Fae realm by chance. She had grown, both in spirit and in wisdom, and she carried with her a deeper appreciation for the beauty and fragility of the natural world. True to Zephyr's words, Hila planted the glowing seed, and over time, it grew into a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with luminous blooms that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The tree became a gathering place for the villagers, a symbol of hope and renewal, and a reminder of the hidden wonders that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. From that day forward, Hila dedicated her life to preserving and protecting the natural world, drawing inspiration from her experiences in the Fae realm. She shared her stories and her lessons with all who would listen, inspiring others to embrace the magic and wonder that surrounded them, even in the most ordinary of places. And whenever she looked upon the glowing tree, she was reminded of the incredible journey that had forever changed her perspective, and of the enduring power of friendship, courage, and respect for all living things. Story 93. In a forest that seemed to stretch endlessly beneath the sun's golden gaze, where the whispering trees held secrets as old as time, there lay a hidden world, unseen to the hurried eyes of humans. This was a place where the boundary between reality and magic was as thin as a spider's silk, and the air was filled with a scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers. As dusk gently settled over the forest, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the creatures of this enchanted realm began to stir. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the soft mottled patterns of moonlight on water. Orin was the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom, a library of knowledge passed down through the ages in stories whispered from beak to ear under the starry skies. Orin's amber eyes, wise and kind, surveyed the forest from his perch high in an ancient oak. The tree was gnarled and thick with age, its bark etched with the lines of countless seasons. From this vantage point, Orin could see the gentle dance of fireflies, weaving their luminescent tapestry among the tall grasses, and the silver ribbon of a stream that wound its way through the heart of the forest, singing its eternal song over smooth stones. Among the creatures that called this place home was a young fox named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself. Finn's russet fur glimmered in the moonlight as he trotted through the underbrush, his paws brushing softly against the fallen leaves. He was drawn by the sound of Orin's soft hoot, a call that promised tales of wonder and wisdom. "Good evening, Orin," Finn greeted as he arrived beneath the great oak, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The cool night air carried the musky scent of the forest, mingled with the freshness of the stream nearby. "Ah, young Finn," Orin replied, his voice gentle as a summer breeze. "Come, sit with me. The night is young, and the stars have tales to tell." Finn settled into a bed of moss, its softness cradling him as he looked up at Orin, whose silhouette was haloed by the moon. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the gentle rustling of creatures going about their nocturnal routines. "What story will you share tonight, Orin?" Finn asked, his voice a hushed whisper in the tranquil night. Orin closed his eyes briefly, as if drawing upon the wisdom of the ages. "Tonight I will tell you of the cycle of seasons and the magic that each brings to our forest. For in their turning, we find the balance that sustains us all." The story began with the tender arrival of spring, a time when the forest awoke from its slumber. Orin described how the first blush of green unfurled like tiny banners of hope on the trees, and how the air was filled with the symphony of new life, bird song weaving through the branches, the soft patter of rain nurturing the earth, and the gentle hum of bees visiting blossoms in a dance as old as time. Finn listened intently, his ears pricked to catch every word. He could almost feel the warmth of the sun on his fur, the scent of fresh blossoms filling his senses as Orin spoke of the awakening life. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, his voice a lullaby that wrapped around Finn like a blanket. "The forest is a tapestry of vibrant colors, the days long and languid. This is a time of plenty, where every creature finds its fill. The sun dapples through the leaves, and the nights are filled with the chorus of crickets and frogs." Finn imagined the forest bathed in golden sunlight, the cool shade of the trees providing respite from the heat, and the sound of the stream, now a gentle murmur, offering a soothing counterpoint to the vibrant life around it. "But as the days grow shorter, autumn arrives," Orin said, his tone shifting to one of gentle reflection. "The forest dons a cloak of red and gold, a final burst of color before the quiet of winter. The leaves crunch underfoot, and the air is crisp with the scent of wood smoke. It is a time of preparation, of gathering and storing, as nature readies itself for the cold months ahead." Finn could almost see the forest ablaze with the fiery hues of autumn, the crispness of the air nipping playfully at his nose, and the comforting crackle of leaves under his paws. "And finally winter," Orin concluded, his voice a soft sigh. "A time of rest and reflection. The forest is hushed under a blanket of snow, and the air is sharp and clear. It is in this stillness that we find the promise of renewal, for beneath the frozen earth, life waits to bloom again with the coming spring." Finn shivered slightly at the thought of winter's chill, but felt a deep peace settle within him, a comforting assurance that the cycle would begin anew. Each season brings its own magic, Orin said, his eyes shimmering with the wisdom of countless years. It is through this balance that our forest thrives. We must cherish and protect this harmony, for it is the lifeblood of our world. As Orin's words faded into the night, Finn felt a profound sense of belonging, of being part of something vast and wondrous. The forest was not just their home. It was a living, breathing entity, alive with the rhythms of nature. "Thank you, Orin," Finn said softly, his heart full of gratitude for the wisdom shared. "Remember, young one," Orin replied, "the stories of our forest are your stories too. Carry them with you and pass them on, so that the balance may be kept for generations to come." With a final nod to the wise owl, Finn rose and padded back into the heart of the forest, the tale of the seasons echoing in his mind. Above him, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and the moon bathed the world in its gentle glow. As Finn made his way through the sleeping woods, he felt the quiet hum of life all around him, the harmony of nature's cycle cradling him in its eternal embrace. And in that moment, he knew that he was part of something timeless and beautiful, a tapestry woven by the hands of the earth itself. And so, with the forest as his witness and the wisdom of the ages as his guide, Finn slipped into the comforting arms of sleep, his dreams a continuation of the stories told under the ancient oak, in a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand beneath the stars. Story 94. In the heart of a lush, emerald-green forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies, there existed a whimsical village called Flibbertigibbet Hollow. The village was unlike any other. It was nestled under the protective boughs of ancient willows known to sway in rhythm to the wind's gentle music, with cottages that seemed to pop out from the mossy earth like little toadstools. The residents of Flibbertigibbet Hollow were as delightful as their surroundings. There was Barnaby the badger, who wore spectacles perched on the tip of his snout and loved nothing more than reading poetry to the dandelions. Then there was Lottie the ladybug, who wore a tiny blue hat and had a peculiar habit of collecting raindrops in her cap for her morning tea. And let's not forget Wigglebottom the worm, who was the best dancer the Hollow had ever seen. His wiggly dances could make a stone smile. One crisp morning, as the sun gently kissed the dew-laden leaves, the village awoke to find that something peculiar had happened overnight. The usually bright and twinkling stars that graced the sky had decided to take a little vacation and come down to play. They had scattered themselves all over the village, twinkling from tree branches, nestled in flower petals, and even taking dips in the babbling brook. Though the sight was undeniably beautiful, it quickly became clear that the stars had forgotten how to return to the sky. The villagers gathered in the central clearing, a circle of concern etched on their faces, which was quite a sight considering Barnaby had to adjust his glasses every time he frowned. "We must help the stars find their way back," declared Lottie, her little blue hat bobbing determinedly. "But how?" The villagers pondered and pondered. Wigglebottom suggested they dance the stars back into the sky, but despite his best jigs and jives, the stars merely twinkled in amusement. Barnaby recited his most celestial poetry, hoping to inspire them to drift upwards, but the stars simply applauded politely, not moving an inch. It was then that a curious character, known as Tilly the Tinkerer, stepped forward. Tilly was a mouse with a penchant for invention, her ears perpetually dusted with a sprinkle of sawdust, and her whiskers twitching with ideas. "Perhaps," she said, "we need to think like the stars. They're used to being up high, so maybe they just need a reminder of their special home." With that, Tilly scampered away and returned wheeling a peculiar contraption, a glimmering star-shaped ladder made from the shimmering threads of spider silk and tiny polished stones. "We can use this to help them remember their way back to the sky," she explained, her eyes twinkling with hope. The villagers worked together, gently coaxing the stars onto the ladder. As each star ascended, it began to drift upwards, reminded of its rightful place among the night sky. The stars seemed to giggle with glee as they floated higher, winking brightly in gratitude to the villagers below. But just as the last star was about to ascend, a little hiccup of a starlet, smaller and more shy than the rest, hesitated at the base of the ladder. It was afraid of heights and had never been up to the sky on its own. Seeing this, Wigglebottom gave a reassuring wiggle, and Barnaby recited a comforting limerick. Lottie offered her hat for the star to perch on, promising it would feel safe and snug. With the villagers' encouragement, the little star took a deep breath, hopped onto Lottie's hat, and together they climbed the ladder. As they reached the top, the other stars welcomed their timid friend with a shower of sparkling stardust. The little star beamed with newfound confidence and floated gracefully to join its celestial companions. With a contented sigh, the villagers watched as the stars resumed their rightful places, casting their gentle light over Flibbertigibbet Hollow once more. The village settled down to a peaceful night, each heart warmed by the knowledge that together they had done something truly magical. And so the hollow returned to its nightly serenade of rustling leaves and distant hoots of a wise old owl, with the stars twinkling above like tiny guardians of the night, their adventure a gentle reminder that with a little creativity and a lot of friendship, even the quirkiest of problems can be solved. As the villagers drifted into dreams, the little star winked down at them, forever grateful to have found such wonderful friends. And in Flibbergibbet Hollow, laughter and light filled the air until the sun rose once more. Story 95. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies, and the air was perpetually tinged with the scent of lavender and pine, nestled the quaint village of Star Hollow. It was a place where the roofs of cottages were thatched with the softest moss, and cobblestone paths wound like gentle streams through the landscape. The villagers of Star Hollow were accustomed to the enchantments that filled their daily lives. They brewed teas that could calm storms and baked breads that glowed with warmth. Yet one peculiar occurrence had begun to stir a gentle puzzle among them. Every morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dewdrops on the leaves, the village square was found sprinkled with golden dust. The origin of this shimmering substance was unknown, and though it caused no harm, leaving the square aglow with a gentle warmth, the villagers were curious. At the heart of the village, in a cottage adorned with ivy and window boxes overflowing with cheerful marigolds, lived a young woman named Leora. With hair as dark as midnight and eyes that twinkled like the stars, she was known for her kindness and her knack for solving little mysteries. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Alder, who had taken up residence in a nearby oak tree. Alder was not just any owl. His feathers were flecked with silver, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and plum, Leora sat beneath the oak tree, pondering the mystery of the golden dust. Alder perched silently beside her, his keen eyes observing the village below. "Perhaps it's the work of sprites," Alder suggested in his deep, soothing voice. "They are known to leave trails of magic in their wake." Leora nodded thoughtfully, her fingers absently tracing patterns in the soft earth. "But why the village square?" she mused, "and why only at dawn?" Determined to uncover the secret, Leora decided to rise early the next morning to witness the phenomenon firsthand. She wrapped herself in a cloak of soft wool to guard against the chill of pre-dawn air and set out towards the square, with Alder gliding silently above her. As they arrived, the village still lay in slumber, and a serene stillness hung in the air. Leora settled on a bench, her eyes fixed on the cobblestones that seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. As the first rays of sun peeked over the horizon, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a faint, melodious hum. From the shadows emerged a procession of tiny creatures, their wings shimmering like the finest gossamer. These were the dawn sprites, their presence as elusive as moonbeams. They danced lightly over the cobblestones, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells, and as they twirled, golden dust rained from their wings. Leora watched in awe, understanding now that the sprites were drawn to the square by the first light of day, their dance a celebration of the sun's return. The mystery was solved, but a new question danced in her mind. Why had they chosen Star Hollow? Alder, who had been observing quietly, spoke up. "The forest has many secrets, dear Leora. Perhaps there is something here that calls to them, something that weaves magic into the very heart of this village." The next day, Leora shared her discovery with the villagers. Together, they decided to welcome the dawn sprites with a festival. offering them garlands of wildflowers and bowls of sweet nectar. The following morning, the sprites returned, their dance more joyous than ever, and the village square sparkled with more brilliance than before. Through the gentle mystery of the golden dust, the villagers learned to look deeper into the world around them, finding magic in the everyday and joy in the unexpected. They discovered that sometimes the answers to questions lie not just in what we see, but in the warmth of friendship and the beauty of nature's gentle rhythms. And so, in the village of Star Hollow, where the trees whispered and the night sky was a tapestry of stars, the villagers found comfort in the understanding that they were part of a world filled with wonder, where every dawn brought new possibilities and the promise of gentle magic. Story 96, The Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Elderglen, nestled at the foot of the Misty Mountains, there was a well-worn path that led into the heart of the Whispering Woods. Though the villagers often spoke of its beauty, few dared to venture past the edges, for the forest was said to be alive with secrets, murmuring in hushed tones to those who dared to listen. The sky was painted in shades of lavender and gold as dusk settled over the village. In a cozy cottage, warmed by a crackling fire, a young girl named Lily sat by the window, her eyes drawn to the dense line of trees on the horizon. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often spoke of the wonders of the Whispering Woods, a place where magic lingered like mist in the air. "Lily, dear, what do you see?" Her grandmother's voice was soft, a gentle caress in the quiet room. Lily turned, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I see the woods, grandmother. Do you think there are really secrets hidden there?" Her grandmother chuckled, the sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Oh, there are many secrets, my dear, and treasures too, for those with the courage to seek them." That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Elderglen, Lily dreamed of the forest. In her dreams, she walked under the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines, where the leaves whispered her name and the shadows danced in the moonlight. The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lily set off towards the forest. Her heart was a fluttering bird, caught between excitement and fear. She carried with her a small satchel, packed with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a woven scarf her grandmother had made, a talisman of love and warmth. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze welcomed her, rustling the leaves in a soft, melodic greeting. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Lily walked deeper into the woods, listening to the symphony of birdsong and the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. The path led her to a clearing where a crystal-clear stream babbled merrily over smooth stones. She knelt by the water's edge, her reflection shimmering in the ripples, and took a sip, the cool liquid refreshing her spirit. As she sat by the stream, she noticed something glinting among the pebbles, a small, intricately carved key, its surface adorned with delicate patterns. Curiosity piqued, Lily picked it up, turning it over in her hand. It felt warm, almost alive, and a strange sense of familiarity washed over her. Tucking the key into her satchel, Lily continued her journey. The forest was alive with wonders. She saw flowers that glowed with an inner light, and trees that seemed to hum with a deep, resonant energy. The deeper she went, the more she felt the forest's magic enveloping her, a gentle embrace of enchantment and mystery. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting golden beams through the leaves, Lily found herself in another clearing, where an ancient tree stood at its center. Its trunk was massive, its bark gnarled and twisted with age, and its branches stretched wide, offering shade like a protective guardian. Drawn to the tree, Lily approached, her fingers brushing the rough bark. To her surprise, she found a small, keyhole-shaped indentation, hidden among the twisted knots. Her heart quickened, a flutter of excitement and anticipation. With trembling hands, she drew the key from her satchel and fitted it into the lock. It turned smoothly, with a soft click, and the bark parted, revealing a hidden compartment within the tree. Inside, nestled among the roots, was a small, glowing orb, pulsating with a gentle luminescence. As Lily reached out to touch it, the orb flared brightly, and a whisper echoed in her mind, soft yet clear as a bell. "Welcome, seeker. You have found the heart of the forest." Startled, Lily drew back, but the voice continued, soothing and kind. "Fear not, young one. I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods. You have been chosen to be its guardian, to protect its secrets and share its wisdom. Lily's eyes widened. But why me? Because you listened, the spirit replied, its voice like a gentle breeze. Because you dared to seek the unknown, to step beyond the boundaries of fear. The forest has watched you grow, your heart open and kind, your spirit brave and true. A warm glow filled Lily's heart, a feeling of belonging and purpose. She understood now. The forest had been waiting for her, whispering its secrets, calling her to this moment. I will do my best, she promised, her voice steady with newfound resolve. The spirit's presence faded, leaving behind a gentle warmth, and the orb dimmed, its glow settling into a soft, steady light. Lily tucked it carefully into her satchel, feeling its comforting weight against her side. As she made her way back through the forest, she noticed subtle changes. The trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers clearer, and the animals watched her with eyes full of trust. The forest felt alive in a way it hadn't before, a vibrant, breathing entity, connected to her in a bond of mutual respect and love. When she finally emerged from the trees, the sun was dipping low in the sky, painting the village in hues of amber and rose. Her grandmother was waiting on the porch, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Welcome back, my dear," she said, her voice a melody of warmth and pride. Lily smiled, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words. She was home, in every sense of the word, and within her, the heart of the forest beat in time with her own. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily learned to listen to the forest's whispers, to understand its needs and share its wisdom with the villagers. She guided them on gentle walks beneath the trees, teaching them to see the beauty and magic in the world around them. And in turn, the forest flourished, its magic weaving through the village, bringing new life and harmony. The villagers, once hesitant, embraced the wonders of the Whispering Woods, their hearts opening to the mysteries that lay within. Lily's journey had changed her, as journeys often do. It had shown her the strength of her own heart and the power of listening to the whispers of the world and to the quiet voice within. As the years passed, the story of the Whispering Woods and its young guardian became a cherished tale in Elderglen, passed down from generation to generation. And though the villagers knew that magic was but a whisper away, it was the courage to listen and the kindness to embrace it that truly transformed their lives. And so, the Whispering Woods continued to hum with life and secrets, a gentle reminder of the beauty that comes from seeking the unknown and finding one's place within the tapestry of the world. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars glittered like jewels in the night sky, the villagers of Elderglen slept soundly, their dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest, a lullaby of magic and wonder, woven with threads of friendship, courage, and love. Story 97. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire lake, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. He was known for his bright eyes that shimmered like stars and a curiosity as boundless as the sky. Finn had often heard tales of the enchanted glade, a place whispered about by the village elders, said to lie beyond the misty woods where the trees sang at dusk. One crisp morning, when the sun was just a golden yolk breaking through a sea of pink clouds, Finn set out on an adventure. As he stepped into the misty woods, he was greeted by the soft, melodic hum of the trees, their leaves rustling like a symphony of whispers. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle mist curled around his feet like a playful cat. Finn walked with a steady heart, his senses alive to the world around him. The path was dappled with sunlight, filtering through the canopy above, creating patches of warmth on the forest floor. As he ventured deeper, the woods began to reveal their secrets. A flutter of color caught Finn's eye, and he soon found himself face to face with a cluster of luminous butterflies, their wings shimmering like stained glass under the sunlight. They danced around him in a flurry of blues and purples, leading him to a clearing where a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. There, perched on a moss-covered rock, was a creature unlike any Finn had ever seen. A small, round-bodied being with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes that twinkled with wisdom. The creature, who introduced himself as Whimsy, had a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, young traveler," Whimsy chimed. "Few have the courage to venture this far. Finn smiled, feeling warmth spread through him. "I'm seeking the enchanted glade," he said, his voice steady but filled with wonder. Whimsy nodded knowingly. "The path is not always clear, but trust in your heart and you'll find your way," he advised before fluttering away, leaving a trail of sparkling dust that vanished into the air. As Finn continued his journey, he encountered many wonders. He watched as a cascade of golden leaves swept by like a river in the air, and he marveled at the singing stones that lined the path, each note a different hue of sound. These sights filled Finn with awe and courage, urging him onward. The challenges he faced were gentle yet revealing. At one point, the path diverged into three, each shrouded in mystery. Finn paused, closed his eyes, and listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Trusting his instincts, he chose the path that felt right, finding his way forward with each confident step. As the afternoon sun began to dip low, casting long shadows over the forest, Finn finally arrived at the edge of the enchanted glade. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the very air shimmered with magic. The glade was encircled by ancient trees whose branches wove together to form a natural cathedral, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly, like stars had scattered themselves across the earth. In the center of the glade stood a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the colors of the sunset. Finn knelt beside it, feeling a profound sense of peace wash over him. It was here, in this tranquil sanctuary, that he understood the true nature of his journey. It was not just about reaching a destination, but about embracing the unknown and discovering the strengths that lay within him. As he lingered in the glade, the sky deepened into a rich indigo, and the first stars began to twinkle overhead. Finn felt a gentle presence beside him and turned to see Whimsy once more. "You have found your way, young traveler," Whimsy said with a smile as warm as the evening breeze. Finn nodded, his heart full of gratitude and joy. "I learned that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to venture forth despite it," he replied softly. With a final, gentle nod, Whimsy vanished into the night, leaving Finn to gaze up at the blanket of stars. He lay back on the soft grass, feeling the earth cradle him like a loving embrace. As he closed his eyes, the gentle sounds of the glade, a symphony of night creatures and the rustle of leaves, lulled him into a restful sleep. Finn dreamed of new adventures, confident that with an open heart and a curious spirit, the world would always hold wonders to discover. And so, in the warmth of the enchanted glade, under a canopy of stars, Finn's journey came to a heartwarming conclusion. His tale, one of courage and exploration, would become another cherished story whispered among the villagers, inspiring others to seek the wonders that lay beyond the familiar and to find the magic that resides within. Story 98. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the trees and whispered from every brook, there lived a young fox named Russet. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes shone with curiosity brighter than any star. One crisp morning, Russet woke to find the forest in disarray. Mushroom rings had formed strange patterns overnight, and the dewdrops glistened with unusual hues. Even stranger, her best friend Willow the otter was nowhere to be found. Worried, Russet set out to investigate. As she wandered the winding trails, she noticed a trail of pale blue paw prints leading deeper into the ancient woods. She followed them cautiously, her tail swishing with determination. The path ended at the hollow of a great oak tree, where a wizened old badger sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. This was Cedric, the forest's sage and protector. "Excuse me, Mr. Cedric," Russet said politely. "Have you seen Willow? Strange things are happening in the forest." The badger opened one eye and smiled kindly. "Why, indeed there are, young one. But fear not, for this is the work of the dream weavers, magical sprites, who craft our slumbers into wondrous adventures." Russet's eyes grew wide. Dream weavers? But why would they meddle with the waking world? Cedric stroked his silver whiskers. "Every 100 years, the veil between dreams and reality grows thin. The dream weavers must then strengthen it, lest our dreams spill into the forest unchecked. But this year, their antics have gotten a bit carried away." Just then, a soft giggle drifted through the trees. Russet spun around to see Willow sound asleep, floating a few inches off the ground. Her otter friend was surrounded by a shimmering cloud of multicolored sprites, no bigger than fireflies. "There you are!" Russet exclaimed. "The The sprites stopped weaving their dream mist, frozen like startled fairies. One brave sprite, glowing the deepest blue of a midnight pond, zipped forward. "You'll have to forgive us," she said in a voice like tinkling bells. "We get so caught up in crafting our splendid dreams, we sometimes let them escape into the woods." Cedric chuckled. "Indeed you have, little ones. But your friends here are quite concerned. Perhaps it's time to wrap up this game and restore the forest's natural slumber." The Dreamweaver drooped, crestfallen. "Oh, but we were just getting to the best part. Couldn't we keep weaving just a little longer?" Seeing the sprite's disappointment, an idea sparked in Russet's bright eyes. "What if," she suggested, "you wove your dreams just for us? We could all share in an adventure, then return to our beds when it's through." The sprites gasped with delight, and Willow jerked awake with a start, tumbling comically back to earth. "A dream adventure? With the Dreamweavers? Oh, could we please?" Cedric smiled that timeless smile. "I don't see why not, but only if you all promise to behave." A joyful chorus of "We promise" rang through the glade, and so the Dreamweavers began to weave their magic once more, crafting a vibrant dreamscape. By the first rays of dawn, the forest had returned to its peaceful repose. Russet curled up in her den, Willow snug in her burrow, as Cedric kept watch over the dreams of all, and deep in their slumbers they embarked on a fantastical quest, guided by the Dreamweaver's delicate spells. In that mystical place between wake and sleep, any adventure was possible, for those wise enough to dream. Story 99. In the heart of the enchanted valley, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine, and the skies shimmered with 1,000 gentle hues at twilight, lay the tiny village of Willowbrook. This quaint village, with its cobblestone streets lined with cottages that seemed to breathe along with the gentle rhythm of the earth, was home to many peculiar and wonderful beings. The cottages were adorned with twinkling lanterns that flickered like stars fallen from the heavens, casting a warm glow that whispered of comfort and belonging. Each home had a perfectly tended garden, bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs that sang in the soft breezes. A narrow brook wound its way through the village, whispering secrets to the stones as it passed by, and the gentle rustling of the leaves in the forest beyond provided a soothing symphony for those who listened. In this peaceful place lived a young girl named Mela. With her wild curls and sparkling eyes, Mela had a heart as open and curious as the sky above. She loved nothing more than to spend her days exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, always accompanied by her loyal friend, a fluffy cat named Nimbus, whose fur was as white as freshly fallen snow. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the valley in soft hues of gold and amber, Mela awoke to an unusual sight. Her favorite pair of boots, which she always left by the door, were missing. In their place was a single, delicate acorn, polished and gleaming as if it had been dipped in sunshine. Mela picked up the acorn, turning it over in her hands, her mind buzzing with questions. Nimbus, ever the curious companion, patted softly beside her, nudging her with his small, warm nose. "What do you think, Nimbus?" Mela murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The cat purred in response, his amber eyes reflecting the gentle light of the morning. Determined to unravel the mystery, Mela set out on a journey through the village. She wandered along the cobblestone paths, her fingers trailing over the tops of the garden fences as she passed. The village was just stirring awake. The air was filled with the comforting aroma of baking bread and the soft chatter of neighbors greeting the new day. At the edge of the village, Mela came across old Fenwick, the wise owl who perched in the ancient oak tree overlooking the brook. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and creams, and his eyes, large and knowing, seemed to see beyond the fabric of the world. Fenwick was known to be the keeper of many secrets and a sage advisor to those who sought his counsel. "Good morning, dear Mela," Fenwick hooted softly, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. "What brings such a thoughtful look to your face this fine day?" Mela held up the acorn, its surface glowing softly in the morning light. "My boots have gone missing, Fenwick, and I found this in their place. Do you know what it means?" Fenwick tilted his head, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, the work of the forest folk, no doubt. They are known for their mischief and their gifts. But worry not, for they always have a reason. Intrigued by the mystery, Mela asked, "How can I find out what they want?" Fenwick's feathers ruffled gently in the breeze as he contemplated. The forest folk respect those who notice the small wonders of the world, those who see with their hearts as well as their eyes. Perhaps if you walk with this perspective, you'll find the answers you seek. Thanking Fenwick, Mela continued her journey, her senses attuned to the world around her. She noticed the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. She listened to the gentle murmur of the brook, its voice soothing and wise. Nimbus, ever attentive, bounded alongside her, his whiskers twitching with anticipation. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Mela suddenly felt a gentle tug at the hem of her dress. Looking down, she saw a cluster of tiny mushrooms, each one glistening with morning dew, forming a perfect circle around her feet. In the center of this circle lay another acorn, identical to the one she found at home. Curiosity piqued, Mela picked up the second acorn, her heart fluttering with excitement. She closed her eyes, letting the forest's magic seep into her very being. A soft, tinkling laughter filled the air like the chiming of distant bells, and Mela opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by the forest folk. They were tiny, no taller than a blade of grass, with wings that shimmered like dragonfly wings in the sunlight. Their eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness, and their clothes were woven from petals and leaves. "Thank you for noticing our gifts," one of the forest folk spoke, her voice a gentle melody. "We borrowed your boots to help with the harvest, and in return, we offer you these acorns of wisdom." Understanding dawned on Mela, and she smiled warmly. "I am honored to have been of help," she replied, her voice as soft as the whispering leaves. The forest folk danced around her, their laughter mingling with the rustling of the trees. They promised to return her boots by the next sunrise, and with a chorus of goodbyes, they vanished into the underbrush. True to their word, the following morning, Mela found her boots by the door, polished and gleaming, with a final acorn resting between them. She tucked the acorns into her pocket, knowing they held the wisdom of the forest and the promise of friendship. From that day on, Mela walked with a newfound appreciation for the small wonders of the world. She learned that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries lay not in grand gestures, but in the gentle whispers of nature and the kindness of others. And so, with her heart full of gratitude and her spirit alight with wonder, Mela and Nimbus continued to explore the magical world around them, cherishing each moment of discovery and the bonds of friendship that guided them on their journey. The village of Willowbrook, nestled in the embrace of the enchanted valley, remained a place of comfort and magic, where every mystery, no matter how small, was a chance to learn and grow.